Chapter 1: The Chosen One's Breakthrough. Name: Su Chen. Occupation: Artist. Why did you get into a fight? Because I wanted to stab those two wretched lovers to death. In the interrogation room of Shanghai Police Station, Su Chen's were Dunkel Hat's questions with a stoic expression, the officer taking notice frony the sword sang sighed heavily. Kid, I understand your feelings, but ting gon impulse might lead to lifelong regret. If they pursue responsibility, you could find yourself in a lot of trouble. As the officer spoke, the door to the interrogation room swung open, and an officer entered. Brother Zhang, the complainant has decided not to hold Su Chen responsible. All right, eyes. The officer, who had been questioning Su Chen, patted him on the shoulder and earnestly advised Yuri a big stare with a long future ahead of you. Don't act impulsively. Su Chen remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Outside the police station, Su Chen raised a hand to shield his from the blinding sunlight. Contrary to his expectations, there were no reporters waiting outside, only a man and a woman coldly observing him. The middle-aged man with slick back hair was Chen Fei, the president of Starry Entertainment and Su Chen's boss. The woman, whose beautiful features were obscured by baseball cap, was Xiuqi, the hottest rising star under Starry Entertainment and Su Chen's grand girlfriend. Upon seeing Su Chen emerge, Chen Fei, with two fresh scratches in his face, forced a dastard smile. Su Chen, I admit I've wronged you, but Yuki and I rely in love. You should be able to understand us, right? Understand? Su Chen scoffed. Understand that you two carrying gone behind me back? Noticing Su Chen's attitude, Chen Fei exchanged glance with Xiuqi, who promptly stepped forward. Su Chen, what's done is done. You've already hit President Chen and he hasn't pressed charges against you. Let's just let this go. We're top stars after that couple reality show we can announce a breakup. It'll be better for our very own. Exactly, Su Chen. We're real adulti. Let's talk about reality. To compensate you, I'm willing to free out 20% resign your new contract, Chen Fei added. At these words, Su Chen instinctively clenched his fists. Memory has begun to well within him. In his previous life, he's already top star when Xiuqi, the name Marion, on set. After they began dating, due to Xiuqi's insecurities, Su Chen Koseto announced their relationship at the peak of his scare, near leading to his being shelved by the company. However, hadn't mind instead, Hapaudal his sources in Toja reporting Xiuqi. In 3 years, Xiuqi transformed from an unknown and rising star in the entertainment industry, successfully signing with Starry Entertainment. Consequently, Su Chen and Xiuqi became recognized as the golden couple of the industry. There's Whitney overwhelming that they garnered a massive FLO in Govans. Su Chen had believed they would eventually walk down the islet together, thus, for 3 years, Hakosito respect Xiuqi never crossing Thelen. Butin-themed, Xiuqi had betrayed him, becoming involved with her boss Chen Fei. Chen Fei, who hard reason through eyes wives for Mille connections, 34 Lautif the fair were at OB posed. Ultimately, Hin Xiuqi orchestrated a ski monocle-plus reality show deliberately leading Su Chen into making ambiguous gestures, then feigning resistance so in Husend Pian Gatentayan. On the show concluded, Xiuqi publicly accused Su Chen of forcing her into intimacy. Under Thelus of Longwear, even within marriage, coercion is illegal, let alone in a mere relationship. The various clips from the reality show became the best evidence against him. In a single night, Su Chen's reputation collapsed, and Chen Fei's eyes at he opportunity to sue him for breach of contract. The exorbitant penalty note and lie drained Su Chen's savings accumulated over the years, but also left him with massive debts. By the time Su Chen learned the truth and such clear his name, it was too late. Everyone believed he was merely a corner dog throwing mute in desperation. After enduring multiple blows one dark night, Su Chen leaped from the 32nd floor of Starry Entertainment. The pain of his broken body still haunted him, a visceral reminder of his anguish. Buter day ago he was reborn. Reborn just after signing the reality show contract, before the new agreement was finalized. Overwhelmed by emotion, Su Chen had impulsively grabbed a fruit knife from the table, ready to destroy both such lovers. Unfortunately, the knife was stoodle, and with this intervening, he'd jupe in the police station instead. Once he calmed down, Su Chen realized his rashness. death might be tula nienta punishment for those atu. Su Chen, you must understand that letting this go and continue in gwith sterius thebis chers. After all, you're just a pretty boy with no reality skills. Your fame merely is solely on our looks and big IPs. Moreover, the reality show contract is already signed. If I don't participate, you'll still bind breach. Use hold no that fruit vis no some money I can afford to fund. Seeing Su Chen's silence, Chen Fai stone Ed threatening. Snapped back to reality, Su Chen looked at Chen Fai and smirked. Perfect Loverist first celebrity couple reality show hosted by Fruit TV. The production team has selected 5 celebrity couples, hoping to draw and tie in 30 contrast between celebrity and ordinary couples. Beauty in reality, the rear and that men I genuinely police in the entertainment industry most are just fabricated for publicity. However, Su Chen and Xiuqi are different are known throughout the industry as a true couple. Thus, the production team offers the best treatment and the highest penalty is for breach of contract. I'll definitely participate in the reality show, Su Chen said calmly. Chen Fai and Xiuqi believe it he hard consent to compromise their impressions brightening. However, it certainly won't be with you, Xiuqi. Chen Fai and Xiuqi smiles froze. Su Chen looked at them, speaking Jurchware deliberately. We're merely a careful, not a band and wife, so the contracts are personal. As long as I participate in the reality show, it won't count as a breach. The production team hasn't specified tar team must be either a resume fake or plus work and tiffin down. As for the new contract with Starry, don't hold your breath. Su Chen had final lick me to realization. Event how few was currently a top star, he remained vulnerable in the face of the capital represented by Starry and Fruit TV. Signing the reality show contract was mandatory as long as go through it safely, the Starry contract will expire. Unsi Hakos not renew Hewald Burfrito Sora share pleased. Though countless entertainment companies Starry was not an live player in the game. Su Chen's response set the rely infuriated Chen Fai and Xiuqi. Su Chen, how can you do this? President Chen Hersko sent to Veluxi Par stand not pursue your responsibility. Why can't you let it go? Xiuqi's condescending tone made Su Chen want roll his eyes. Not pursuing responsibility, Su Chen found it lohable Chen Fei was clearly trying to skis their imdry. Hes just are afraid of the trouble of his wife and sight, isn't he? Chen Fei was left speechless by Su Chen's retort, his expression darkening. Su Chen, do you think I familiar tist would pretend to be your girlfriend and perfect lover after we often did this? I can tell you plainly, if you don't agree, you will immediately axe and use that you're participating in reality show which means you've offended Starry. Noon while Cousteau confront us because of ER. If you break the contract, you only face a dual ban from Starry and Fruit TV. Chen for believe it he hard played his trump card, one had thought Su Chen couldn't resist. Su Chen aro wed heisy sat Chen Fei de he think you would faceth him unprepared? Just then, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Host detected as a misfortunate individual, breakthrough system successful abound. When the host cause their star breakdown due to their own words or actions, they will lean breakthrough points. Breakthrough points can be used in the system for prizes, including but not limited to entertainment, life skills, and special items. As our first team a binding gift, these system generously would see I with 80 breakthrough points with an minute. If I fail to earn the card points in theology time, the system will automatically unbind and Kusato perish alongside the host. With aiding, art countdown timer appeared before Su Chen, visibly in light of him. Countdown 59. Su Chen was momentarily stunned, shifting his focus from Chen Fai to the system. What hell? Other systems area lay about giving gifts. Would those many threaten to destroy me if I don't complete? Is this ding the same as the others? Ding! Countdown 58. Damn it, what a ridiculous system. Su Chen Kirsten Woodley. Please, host, acquire breakthrough points as soon as possible. As the great breakthrough system, if the host is not Thekosanon, binding the system would be pointless. Damn! Ding! Countdown 57. Suchin felt sweat beaten his forehead. He didn't want her waste death is a con chance. A brainstorm surged within him. Both Shiyuki and Shenfai were republic figures, accustomed to theocalatus and criticisms of the inline world, making their miliasilient typical verbal laterks. Suchin decisively abandoned his initial plan to the refined language. Ding! Countdown 55. The ticking numbers felt like a countdown to his doom. Suchin foresee dimself took him down. Looking at Hetwo her continued to threaten him verbally, Suchin suddenly had a flash of inspiration and gradually found discomposure. Then, his eyes filled with sorrow Warshka at Chiuchi, softly saying, Yuchi. Have ye considered Aaron Bonchild? Chapter 2 Little White Flower, the Mother Rover Child. Suchin sword shifted abruptly, each syllable resonating in the ear like a thunderclaps, startling both individuals. Suchen, what are you babbling about? Shiyuki exclaimed, horror-wide with shock. When did ever her Vicheld with you? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have regained 10 points of Shiyuchi's emotional defensive value. Chen Fei, approaching his 40th year, was neither particularly talented nor handsome. Having spent years navigating the entertainment industry had rendered him suspicious and sensitive. Suchen and Shiyuchi had been together for 3 years. At this moment, such words I das bar coughed out within him. The innocent little Luhite flower in his sterned out to be a mother. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have regained 10 points of Chen Fai's emotional defensive value. Countdown 30. Shiyuchi, well aware of Chen Fai's character, recognized the suspicion in his gaze and hurried to clarify, Chen Fei, dauntless tanto hisnance, I'm not pregnant. Yet, the more as he insisted, the more it seemed to backfire. Chen Fai observed the panic in Shiyuki's expression, and the more he looked, the more he felt something ways amiss. He gritted his teeth hampered to death abdomen. Are you pregnant? I said Suchen chilled. No, I'm not. I am Lila Veu, Shiyuki exclaimed, waving her hands frantically. Suchen didn't look at Chen Fai instead, he confronted Shiyuchi. Yuchi, were you colluding with him Toham? Didn't we agree that your relationship with him was just for show? Have you forgotten those countless nights when you called him Daddy instead of Thecheld? Ding! Congratulations, host, you have regained 10 points of Chen Fai's emotional defensive value. Suchen, be quiet, Shiyuki interjected, grasping Chen Fai's shirt tightly. Chen Fei, let me plain it's not what you think. Suchen's accusation struck like arrows, igniting the fire in Chen Fai's mind. He had always believed Shiyuchi had successfully outplayed Suchen. But now it seemed these two had conspired together to deceive him. Only Shiyuchi had suddenly changed her mind, and Suchen had turned it against him. The term cold felt as if it were rebranded onto Chen Fai's forehead. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have regained 10 points of Chen Fai's emotional defensive value. You deceitful wretch, how do you lead home? Chen Fai shouted, his yes reddening. Suchen didn't offer Shiyuki a chance to explain, positioning himself once more in front of her, turning his back to Chen Fei. Yuchi, please give me anno thirchens, let's der pretending come back to him. Chen Fai only likes you for your youth explicitly told me he prefers young girls. Once you grow old and lose your charm, he will still discard you. Suchen, you're talking nonsense. You're Ethio household, Shiyuki retorted heatedly. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have regained 10 points of Shiyuchi's emotional defensive value. You said you've never been with Suchen. Chen Fai reacted sharply, glaring at Shiyuchi. I thought I was just emotional, that's not what you meant. Shiyuchi realized her sly puffed hettung. What do I mean by not what I meant? I'm just saying. You're talking nonsense. It's obvious lie Rishua called it Buka's fault. In the shadows of their conversation, Suchen discerned a crucial point. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have regained 10 points of Chen Fai's emotional defensive value. Shiyuchi felt their mind short-circuit. She gazed at Chen Fei, whose expression was filled with disdain, recalling the Verschadon's maid tower. Chen Fei, is what Su Chen say true? You only want to play with me, don't you? No wonder I found clothes belonging to no the were man in your car last time. Shiuchi, are you crazy? I told you before, that was my thirstious clothing, Chen Fire plead irritably. Shiuchi, Ivertha cynic, couldn't help but smirk. Your mother's clothing? Your mother has quite fashions and says she even wears black lace stockings. At that moment, Suchin struggled to press his muck. Yet, his professionalism compelled him to maintain a composed expression, directing a pleading gaze toward Yuchi. Yuchi, please come back. You clearly don't love Chenftiayun to say your friend was dating a 40-year-old man. How is obvious Lila Kinjit still ask it if you's impressive, event Oscar say our friend a little golden statue. How could you make it the same mistake you see our friend? You've praised him for being giag and healthy. As Su Chen spoke, his gaze eagerly draped lie between Chen Fai and Shiuchi, and sudden like a speed in realization. So you're just fabricating a friend. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have regained 10 points of Chen Fai's emotional defensive value. Countdown 15. Chen Fai filter sharpened from Su Chen's piercing gaze. In an instant, anger surged within him, and he slapped Shiuchi across the face. The imprint of his hand was stark against the fair skin, half of her face visibly swollen, as she pointed at Chen Fei, her voice trembling. Chen Fei, how dare you hit me? You wretched girl, what's wrong with hitting you? You're just my little canary, I can do as I please. Chen Fei, you disgusting goldman. I'll fight you. In an instant, Chen Fai and Shiuchi were locked in a fierce struggle. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have regained 10 points of Shiuchi's emotional defensive value. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have accumulated 80 points of emotional defensive value within the specified time. You reckon for medas an exceptional emotional defensive value master, and the beginner's gift package has been successfully delivered. Upon hearing the notification afterwards, Suchin cast Akelglanseeth the entangled Shiuchi and Chen Fei, scoffing Gasheterneed Taliav, concealing his achievements. Now, that felt satisfying. System, open the beginner's gift package. Usually your to see what heg of package, Erned Thruff such intense effort, contained. Beginner's gift package is successfully opened. Congratulations, host, you have received the lyrics and score of Fortune Hua. Master level music production skills. Master level singing ability. Master level acting skills. Special skill animal communication ability to communicate with animals. As the system's voice assured, a melody and lyrics materialized in Su Chen's mind. A voice, slightly husky trich with narrative and Dartmasfar, began to resonate soft lion high ears. In March, the Wheelo Catkin Scotter. Lover Sherry along. My lover remains unnerved. With just her fleeting glimpse, Su Chen Weisel read a convinced thought his emotional in seed song Ching Huer possessed the potential to become a sensation. Ast Hassan concluded, very singing technique where shouldn't light came his intuitive veto Suchi Nazif inscribed in his very DNA. His capacity for understanding and embodying diverse roles underwent a qualitative transformation. Though Suchin had already gendered to the ranks of top-tier stars, Hello understood thought much of his success stemmed from low crowdworth and talent after all, fans of looks needed and light to feast in his appearance. His acting and singing skill shade always being a kill shield. Countless times, Suchin had seen thrones of his own veneer, feeling deeply embarrassed by his own inadequacies. But now, this beginner's gift package had significant lion-hand seed several abilities. Even if his acting wasn't at the level of an Oscar winner, it would certainly suffice for the team being. The entertainment industry was not lacking giant full faces or fleeting top stars, but true ever satire letterlands were the evergreen tree soft industry. P.S. in the worldview of Blue Star, cultural and entertainment development is relatively underdeveloped, and the system would synth his realm of Ato emerge. But in the way he's reared, Suchin felt increasingly confident about his future in the entertainment industry. Thuamayat not overwhelming sunlight both edim granding Suchin Inthi's reborn world with a more evivid sense of reality. At present, neither to participate a dating reality show, and finding a fake couple harbour come the most pressing task at hand.
Chapter 3, an example from you. The underground parking lot of the Magic City Hospital. Shiryuchi forcefully tossed her duck-billed cap onto the seat, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Chen Fei, holding a pregnancy test report. Chen Fei, the results are right here, and you actually struck me because of Su Chen's instigation. Woo-woo, Chen Fei bore 2 new crimson marks on his face. He glanced at the report in Shiryuchi's hand, forced a smile, and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, whispering comfortingly, Yuchi, it wasn't intentional. My impulsiveness stemmed from my deep affection for you. Can I have your apology? Who needs your apology? Shiryuchi shot him a reproachful glance, yet leaned against his shoulder, the sting of the slap still burned on her cheek. As she recalled Su Chen, a venomous glare filled her eyes. It's all because of Su Chen, my dear, you must deal with him properly. Mention of Su Chen darkened Chen Fei's expression, and upon seeing the marks on Shiryuchi's face, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. Since Su Chen has completely severed ties with us, I can't be blamed. You'll hold a press conference shortly, announcing that Su Chen has physically abused you. I'll spread the word, making sure that other artists hesitate to pose as his romantic partner. In that case, he won't be able to participate in dating shows, and Fruit TV will surely hold him accountable, even going as far as blacklisting him. I want him to kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. Shiryuchi touched her still burning cheek and nodded emphatically. Chen Fei glanced at her, a strange expression crossing his face as he hesitated. Are you truly saying you've never had relations with Su Chen? Chen Fei, don't you know I'm a virgin? Shiryuchi sat up abruptly. I heard there's a reconstruction surgery, you bastard. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability value. Are these two still at odds? Su Chen, sitting at home with his phone, wore a somewhat amused expression. After rummaging through his contacts, he called a number directly. Hello, Xiaoling, I need your assistance with something. It's like this. 10 minutes later, after dialing the 5th number, Su Chen held his phone with a grave expression. It's not that I don't want to help, Su Chen, but I truly can't. You should quickly check the trending topics. Alright, thank you. Su Chen hung up and opened the trending topics. Scoundrel Su Chen, cheating and domestic violence. Shiryuchi this time, I truly cannot forgive you. Shock, the rising star, brutally abused by her top-tier boyfriend. Shiryuchi remembers the press conference live. Su Chen instinctively clicked on the live stream title. In the broadcast, with swollen eyes, Shiryuchi sat at the main seat, sobbing uncontrollably. When I first discovered Su Chen's infidelity, I prayed he would have a change of heart, but he resorted to violence against me. Shiryuchi pointed at her bruised cheek, crying to the point of near suffocation. Her entire being felt like it was shattering. Even now, I can hardly believe this is real. Clearly, Su Chen is the one at fault, the one who cheated. He used to treat me so well. I never imagined it was all a facade. Sisters, you must open your eyes and not be easily deceived by scoundrels like him. With just a few words, Shiryuchi branded Su Chen as an abuser and a scoundrel, resonating with the audience. Su Chen opened his Weibo, and unsurprisingly, the comments were damning. Su Chen, you scoundrel, why don't you just die? Cheating and hitting people, I see your career as a star is over. Su Chen, I used to like you so much. You truly made me feel cold. Su Chen glanced over the comments, disregarding them, and instead, his smile widened amused. He shook his head and dialed another number. At Fruit TV, in the office of the director of Perfect Lovers. Director Zhu Delong and several assistant directors frowned as they watched Shiryuchi's livestream. What the hell is going on? Are Shiryuchi and Su Chen insane? Is Bright Star Entertainment out of its mind? With Perfect Lovers about to premiere, how can you cause a breakup at this critical moment? Zhu Delong slammed his hand on the table, making a loud noise. Perfect Lovers is a high-cost SS-level variety show. They had invited 5 celebrity couples, all top-tier, but aside from Su Chen and Shiryuchi, the rest were fabricated couples. Thus, they had invested heavily in the genuine couple of Su Chen and Shiryuchi. And now, the most significant attraction has inexplicably turned into a breakup. and domestic violence, Zhu Delong felt a headache coming on. This show could be ruined, marking a blemish on his career. Just then, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Zhu Delong's anger flared. "Chen Fei, how dare you call me? Two of your artists are causing trouble at this time. Your bright star should prepare for a lawsuit." "Ha, Director Zhu, please calm down," Chen Fei replied, his tone relaxed. "Actually, things aren't as dire as you think." "Don't talk nonsense," Zhu Delong exploded. At this moment, I won T beat around the bush. Su Chen raised his demands during contract renewal. "We at Bright Star are prepared to let him go. As for the dating show, you can directly sue him for breach of contract. And we will arrange for Shiryuchi to pair up with our artist Shinichen. The essence of making a variety show is to create hype and garner attention, right? Just think about it. A top-tier flower who has just experienced domestic violence, encountering a top-tier male artist who has had a crush on her for years. How captivating would that be?" Zhu Delong's eyes suddenly brightened at these words. Shinichen is also a top-tier singer under Bright Star, with solid singing skills and a large fanbase. The only flaw is that he becomes overly immersed while performing, likened to a wizard by netizens. But none of that matters now. The priority is to have new hype to support the show. At this point, Zhu Delong had no choice but to concede. After hanging up, before he could catch his breath, his phone rang again. Seeing the caller ID, Zhu Delong's previously suppressed anger flared up again. "Su Chen, you dare to call me too?" On the other end, Su Chen preemptively held his phone a meter away from his ear, his tone equally easygoing. "Director Zhu, don't be angry. Things aren't as bad as you think. Zhu Delong, so I'm the only one getting worked up here." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 points of Zhu Delong's vulnerability value. Wait, I haven't even started yet. Su Chen was somewhat surprised by the sudden vulnerability points. Cough, Director Zhu, I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I have had some disagreements with Bright Star, but it won't affect my participation in the variety show. I'll be appearing with my new CP. Su Chen, do you think I'm a fool? Have you seen the comments online about you? You still plan on joining the show? Zhu Delong felt Su Chen was being unrealistic. Su Chen had anticipated Zhu Delong's reaction. "Director Zhu, if I'm not mistaken, Shiryuchi will likely be bringing a new CP to the show too?" "Huh, how do you know?" Zhu Delong glanced around the office, finding no surveillance cameras. "I know Chen Fei and Shiryuchi's personalities too well. It is not difficult to guess, but it's not a big deal. The reason I'm calling is to deliver an enormous wave of traffic to you." "What do you mean?" Zhu Delong's brow furrowed. "Let me put it bluntly. Shiryuchi and I are at loggerheads. Both of us will bring new CPs to the dating show. Have you considered what kind of chaotic scene that would create? I doubt there's a title that could generate more buzz than this." Zhu Delong unconsciously nodded. After all, who could resist witnessing a spectacle and being a first-hand witness to a bloodbath? Not to mention, both are top-tier stars, ensuring plenty of intrigue. But Zhu Delong's expression turned peculiar. Is this a coordinated effort by Bright Star, deliberately causing trouble to generate hype for other artists? It's understandable that Zhu Delong would be suspicious. The entertainment industry is indeed a strange place where traffic is king. Sometimes, even bad publicity can be beneficial. The series of operations by Bright Star certainly appeared scripted. Su Chen chuckled, choosing not to explain but instead posed a question. "Director Zhu, allow me to ask you something." "Go ahead." Imagine, you and your wife are living a good life, and suddenly your wife cheats on you, joining forces with her lover to slander you. Can you endure that? Think about it. From now on, your wife is in bed with her lover, and if you meet her, what do you think would happen? Zhu Delong's mind raced, and he felt he might have stumbled upon a shocking scandal. "You and Shiryuchi have a child?" "No, this is just an example using you," Su Chen replied casually. "What the hell example? Why does this concern me?" Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 points of Zhu Delong's vulnerability value. Chapter 4 of The Wind Rises. Zhu Delong's emotional breakdown was not Su Chen's intention. It would have been preferable if Chen Fei and Shiryuchi were equally fragile. However, can you find a new CP? It seems that Chen Fei has already made it clear in the circle that no one will dare to meddle in this murky affair at this time. "I have my own plans," Zhu Delong replied, frowning in contemplation for a considerable time before nodding. Understood, let's discuss it once you find someone. After the call ended, everyone turned their gaze towards Zhu Delong. Upon understanding the full situation, they collectively gasped in shock. This circle is truly chaotic. Director, should we prepare for Su Chen and Shiryuchi to appear together on the variety show? Asked the assistant director, Wu Chang. Hold on, let us wait and see what kind of CP Su Chen can find. If the choice is unsuitable, we can have Shiryuchi participate in the show and then pursue Su Chen's breach of contract. If Su Chen's new CP proves viable, we can drop the group with the least popularity. Regardless, our primary concern must be the interests of the production team. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in Gaul, within a private box on the second floor of the International Fashion Week venue, stood a tall figure with exquisite features and an ethereal aura, clad in a white strapless gown. Her calm gaze rested on the international supermodel strutting down the runway below, Xia Xinghe, simply standing in quiet grace, outshone even the gathering of supermodel elites. The door behind her swung open, and an elderly man with a head of white hair but a dignified presence entered, carrying a stack of documents. He lowered his voice and spoke softly, "Miss, the matter has been thoroughly investigated. The owner of Fanqing Entertainment, Chen Fei, has been involved with Shiryuchi privately. After Mr.Su discovered this, he had a falling out with Chen Fei, which led to a series of retaliatory acts from Chen." Xia Xinghe slowly turned around, her brows slightly furrowing as her gaze fell upon the large screen in the room. There, a live replay was showing Shiryuchi's tearful accusations of Su Chen's infidelity. "I knew Su Chen could never betray. It seems Shiryuchi has orchestrated a masterful scheme." Xia Xinghe no longer paid attention to the screen displaying the weeping Shiryuchi and quietly walked towards the window, gazing at the dazzling lights of the fashion capital. A cool evening breeze slipped through her fingers, gradually chilling her expression. "The wind is rising," she murmured softly, the words reaching the elderly man behind her, causing him to shiver slightly. He regarded that breathtaking silhouette with increasing reverence. "Very well, miss, please grant me 3 days. By the way, miss, Mr. Su's contract with Fanqing is nearing its end. Should we arrange for him to meet with the new company? Our Shengshi has been developing quite well in the domestic market over the past 2 years. That is acceptable. I feel more at ease with him in our company." Just as Xia Xinghe was speaking, her phone vibrated twice, signaling the arrival of a message. "Su Chen, brother, I'm in dire need of help, it's urgent." Upon reading the message, the coldness on Xia Xinghe's face melted away instantly, and she smiled slightly as she moved her fingers. "Xinghe, did you accidentally delete the hard drive resources?" "Su Chen, what the heck? Teletubby Flying Kick JPG, Su Chen, I remember you have a small modeling agency, right?" Xia Xinghe glanced down at the crowd of international supermodels below. "Xinghe. Yes, are you trying to drag respectable women into this? Su Chen, are you out of your mind? After all these years, you don't know I'm a great guy? Here's the situation." After Su Chen explained the circumstances, Xia Xinghe's beautiful eyes flickered. "Zhang Bo, set aside matters regarding Fanqing for the time being. I will notify you later." "Understood, Mississippi. I shall take my leave now." As the door closed, Xia Xinghe, holding her phone, responded succinctly. "Xinghe, your excuse for picking up girls is truly pathetic." On the other end, Su Chen stared at the message, utterly perplexed. "Su Chen. Didn't you say you don't check Weibo? Is there any need for me to deceive you?" Xinghe just looked. What's the request? Su Chen, preferably someone attractive. Sly, Xinghe. So, you're just a lecher? Am I not a law-abiding citizen? After finalizing the arrangement with Su Chen, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the chat box labeled, Xinghe, on his phone, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. 5 years ago, before Su Chen graduated from university, he met Xinghe while playing Honor of Kings. Xinghe was an exceptional marksman, akin to a gaming deity, and the novice Su Chen clung to this lifeline to climb the ranks. Over time, they became friends. Xinghe had a somewhat aloof personality. He not only refrained from using voice chat while gaming but was also sparing with his words in text conversations, yet, this did not hinder his ability to convey the most outrageous remarks with the fewest words. Thus, Su Chen never inquired about Xinghe's gender, assuming that Xinghe was undoubtedly a seemingly cold exterior with a passionate interior. Later, Su Chen was scouted and entered the entertainment industry, transitioning from an ordinary person to a small star and eventually to a top-tier celebrity, with Xinghe witnessing it all. After graduation, as far as Su Chen knew, Xinghe took over a small modeling agency left by his family, surrounded daily by beautiful women, living quite a joyous life. However, despite the growing disparity in their statuses, their bond remained unwavering. In his previous life, Su Chen's downfall had come as a shock, with a series of setbacks following closely behind. When he leaped from the heights of despair, he scarcely had time to bid farewell to his good brother. Fortunately, everything has been reset for a fresh start. 2 hours later, at the capital airport of Gaul, Xia Xinghe ascended the steps of a private jet. Zhang Bo stood below, his expression complex as he attempted to dissuade her. "Miss, are you truly going to Modu? For many years, sir and madam have kept your information confidential to protect you. If anything goes wrong, I won't be able to explain. Moreover, miss, without you, these companies would truly struggle." Xiaoxing had tucked a strand of hair blown askew by the wind behind her ear, her gaze fixed firmly towards the direction of Longhua. "Rest assured, Zhang Bo, I won't recklessly reveal my identity. Business matters will be handled by a professional manager, and you can report significant issues to me. What, wasn't the plan for you to go and clear things up for Mr. Su and then return?" Zhang Bo was taken aback. A rare smile graced Xiaoxing's lips, outshining even the brightest stars. "Yes, but not entirely." Chapter 5. Staying at your place. The following morning, a private jet from Gaul smoothly descended upon the magical city. Xiaoxing had gracefully descended the staircase, her fair and slender legs moving with elegance, as she pressed her phone to her ear. "Hello, is this Su Chen? I've arrived." In a discreet CAF in the magical city, Su Chen, fully armed with caution, pushed open the CAF door after confirming he wasn't being followed by paparazzi. It was still early, and the CAF had only a few patrons. By the window sat a figure clad in a short strap dress, her elongated swan neck and porcelain skin exuding an air of tranquility, akin to a serene painting. After confirming the location, Su Chen strode directly towards her. Upon locking eyes, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by the girl's beauty. As a top-tier celebrity, he had encountered countless stunning actresses, his standards of beauty having been elevated to extraordinary heights. Yet, in that fleeting moment of seeing Xia Xinghe, he could not deny that this girl could undoubtedly dominate the entertainment industry solely based on her looks. A flicker of excitement passed through Xia Xinghe's eyes as she noticed Su Chen's momentary daze. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. "Hello. You, hello." Su Chen quickly extended his hand. His friend was indeed reliable. Bringing this girl onto a dating show would certainly bolster his confidence in confronting Shiryuchi. Su Chen removed his cap and mask, offering a polite smile. "You must be the model sister introduced by Xinghe, correct? I am quite pleased with your external appearance. Let us discuss the matter of compensation." Xia Xinghe fixed her gaze on Su Chen, seemingly wanting to engrave his visage in her memory. After a few seconds of silence, she blinked and spoke with a clear and earnest tone. "There is no sister. I am the sister." Su Chen furrowed his brow, feeling momentarily disoriented. "What do you mean?" "Let us get to know each other again." Xia Xinghe stood up and extended her hand towards Su Chen once more. "I am Xinghe, Xia Xinghe." Observing the hand suspended in the air, Su Chen wore a perplexed expression. What kind of riddle was this? Wait a moment, Xinghe? No, who did you say you are? Su Chen suddenly raised his voice, jumping from the sofa. You mean, yes, Xia Xinghe replied. You were originally a yes. Each time, Xia Xinghe managed to answer before Su Chen could finish his question. Su Chen was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead and began to laugh. I understand now, it must be that rascal Xinghe who intentionally sent you to mess with me. Xia Xinghe regarded Su Chen with a somewhat frosty tone. You have been with Shiryuchi for 3 years without progressing. You sing in the shower, but you sound atrocious. You prefer sleeping naked, claiming it saves you from the dilemma of choosing left or right. Listening to her, Su Chen's eyes widened in shock as he bent down to cover Xia Xinghe's mouth. You mustn't speak so recklessly. Xia Xinghe, suddenly having her mouth covered, displayed no signs of panic, though her ears inexplicably felt warm. This little brat, how could he divulge everything just to prank me? Su Chen muttered under his breath, realizing his action and hastily retracting his hand. So, do you still not believe me? Xia Xinghe inquired. Bah, believing you would be absurd. That guy speaks so wildly, how could he possibly have a sister? Su Chen appeared to have it all figured out. Xia Xinghe's lips curled into a subtle smile as she continued. When you were 10, you were caught peeping at the neighbor's sister bathing, and as a result, the neighbor's sister spanked you. The most humiliating part was that you were not as strong as her. When you were 16, a female classmate wrote you a love letter, and when your father discovered it, instead of scolding you, he placed a box of condoms in your backpack, which your homeroom teacher later found, prompting you to insist they were balloons, and the teacher made you blow them up for the entire class. When you were 18, you attempted to start a business selling chestnuts during winter break, but your venture collapsed halfway because you consumed too many. Su Chen's face twitched uncontrollably. Stop talking, I implore you, just stop. Su Chen was genuinely at a loss. If you must call someone father, I think calling you daddy might sound more melodious, Xia Xinghe said nonchalantly. Su Chen was utterly baffled as to how Xia Xinghe could deliver such cheeky remarks with a straight face. Are you truly Xinghe? I am indeed Xinghe. Su Chen rose and approached Xia Xinghe, surveying her from a height. Her figure was perfect, her beauty extraordinary, her long legs fair and delicate, certainly not a fleeting presence. Ahem. Su Chen noticed Xia Xinghe studying him as well, hastily averting his gaze with an awkward smile. Xia Xinghe's clear eyes fixed on Su Chen, her tone cool and unwavering. It's fine, if you enjoy looking, feel free to gaze. It's not every day I get to be a woman, and I wouldn't want to shortchange a brother. Su Chen. Su Chen, feeling unusually bashful, was taken aback. Though it's somewhat hard to accept, well, alright. I'll take you to sign the contract first. Xia Xinghe replied with a quiet affirmation, following Su Chen into the nanny van. An hour later, at the Perfect Lover office of Fruit TV, Zhu Delong scrutinized Xia Xinghe, glancing at Su Chen. She's really not from the industry? No, I'm just a small-time model hoping to leverage this opportunity to increase my exposure, Xia Xinghe replied to Zhu Delong with a calm and steady voice. Zhu Delong rubbed his chin, internally feeling a flicker of delight. Initially, he had not held high expectations for the CP Su Chen had brought, considering that the rising star Shiryuchi was exceedingly dazzling. While a love triangle might be entertaining, it would only be captivating if the parties were evenly matched. However, upon meeting Xia Xinghe, aside from her somewhat cold demeanor, her looks were undeniably capable of overshadowing many top-tier young actresses. With such beauty, the question of whether she was a newcomer or a small-time model became irrelevant. Zhu Delong suddenly felt he had stumbled upon an opportunity for the show Perfect Lover to become a sensation. If Su Chen could pull this off. Does Director Zhu have any more questions? Su Chen asked. No more questions, let us sign the contract now. In just 10 minutes, the contract was signed. Zhu Delong and Wu Cheng exchanged glances, grinning like two cunning foxes. The show premieres in a day. Let us release the guest list now, but don't include Xia Xinghe's photo. Let us build the hype first. Downstairs at Fruit TV, Su Chen noticed that Xia Xinghe was still following him. There's nothing else. You can head back to rest. I have nowhere to go, Xia Xinghe replied, clutching her small white handbag and blinking her beautiful eyes. So, what do you mean? To stay at your place. Before Su Chen could respond, Xia Xinghe had stepped into the nanny van. Wait, isn't that inappropriate? Su Chen was bewildered. Isn't it only natural for a couple to live together? Don't worry. I won't touch you. No, my friend, I'm afraid I might touch you. Chapter 6, a potentially fatal situation at the entrance of Su Chen's home. He had managed to unlock the code halfway when he scratched his head and suddenly turned around. Sister, why don't you just go stay at a hotel for now? I have no money. I can pay you in advance. I'm not accustomed to staying in hotels. But we're all brothers, why are you being so indecisive? Xia Xinghe frowned, her delicate brows knitting together, as she pushed past Su Chen and swiftly tapped at the keypad. Beep beep, the door swung open. Wait, how did you know the password to my house? You told me yourself, remember, you even said that when I came over, I shouldn't stand on ceremony, and just treat it like my own home. Xia Xinghe flung the door wide open, kicked off her high heels, and stepped onto the carpet with her fair, delicate feet, her eyes sparkling as she surveyed Su Chen's abode. Su Chen's home was a spacious flat with an excellent view, adorned in a minimalist style that was simple yet tasteful. Although Xia Xinghe had seen the scene multiple times through photographs, standing there in the moment, she felt an unreal sense of dreams merging with reality. Taking a deep breath of the air infused with Su Chen's refreshing scent, a rare hint of pleasure flickered across Xia Xinghe's usually cold face. I'm going to take a shower. Oh, huh? Su Chen stared, bewildered, as she confidently strode toward the bathroom, fully aware of the situation. Moments later, the sound of rushing water filled the bathroom. Behind the frosted glass, steam began to rise, forming a hazy silhouette. As thoughts of Xia Xinghe's perfect figure and stunning beauty crossed his mind, Su Chen's long-dormant heart involuntarily stirred. How shameless, your good brother comes to offer help in your time of need, and you find yourself lusting after her, Su Chen scoffed at himself, just as he turned to leave. But upon glancing up, he was taken aback by a delicate face that had unexpectedly peeked out from the bathroom, raising an eyebrow at him. Ahem, Su Chen turned back into the room, I'll find you a disposable bathrobe. Half an hour later, Xia Xinghe emerged in a white bathrobe, her damp hair cascading down her back, her cheeks flushed, yet her beautiful eyes held a scrutinizing gaze directed at Su Chen. Although my house has many rooms, there is only one bed. Has Shi Yuqing stayed at your place before? Xia Xinghe withdrew her gaze from the bed. Su Chen was puzzled by her sudden question but replied honestly, she has visited but never stayed. That's good. Xia Xinghe noticeably sighed in relief as she flopped into the soft bed. What a dog of a woman, sharing a bed with me. Su Chen's lips twitched slightly, realizing that his concern for the bed was unfounded. It seemed she was never worried about that at all. Wait, if you sleep on the bed, where am I supposed to sleep? How about we split it and squeeze together? Heaven help him, Su Chen was simply reluctant to sleep on the couch, especially when his bed was ample enough. Xia Xinghe lifted her head from the blankets and tossed a pillow at him. No way. Her refusal was resolute. Xia Xinghe rested her chin on her hand, her smooth legs exposed to the air, swaying gently. You like to sleep naked? I can wear clothes. That won't work either. I prefer sleeping naked too. It's dangerous and could lead to a fatal incident. Su Chen, just as Su Chen and Xia Xinghe were embroiled in a rather absurd debate over bed arrangements, the trending search exploded due to a message from the production team of Perfect Lovers. Perfect Lovers will air normally tomorrow. Oh my god, Su Chen and Shi Yuqing will appear on screen together with their new CPs? A show that is destined to be a bloody battlefield. Who exactly is Xia Xinghe? The comments section surged like a tidal wave. No way, has this scoundrel Su Chen found a new girlfriend so soon? Who is this Xia Xinghe? Not a part of the industry, I've never heard of her before. Xia Xinghe must be the mistress Su Chen cheated with, right? It's outrageous to see a mistress and a scoundrel on a dating show together. Isn't the rightful partner going to tear them apart? I heard Shinichen has had a crush on Shi Yuqing for years. He finally gets his chance now. The comments were overwhelmingly one-sided. Some fans who had previously supported Su Chen chose to remain silent after the announcement of his new CP. Having just been exposed for cheating and domestic violence, he turned around to bring a new girlfriend onto a dating show. How could he possibly redeem himself? At Starry Entertainment, in the president's office, Chen Fei glanced at the name Xia Xinghe trending online and turned to Shi Yuqing with a furrowed brow. Who is this Xia Xinghe? It seems she isn't from the industry. I've asked quite a few friends, and none of them have heard of her. A civilian, or perhaps some unnoticed internet celebrity. It's strange, how did Zhu Delong agree to let Su Chen bring her onto the show? Chen Fei found himself puzzled. Shi Yuqing quietly approached Chen Fei from behind, resting a hand on his shoulder and gently kneading it as she spoke sweetly. Brother Fei, don't worry about this, she is just an unknown civilian. If she lacks a backing company, it should be easy to deal with her, right? Even if she does have a company, with just a flick of your finger, she could easily be shelved. Chen Fei's eyebrows gradually relaxed at her words. That's true. I'll continue to have the water army stir up the sentiments online. Let us first ruin their public image. Yuching, if you're going on a dating show, it won TB for a short time. Master, that scoundrel is calling you again. The piercing ringtone shattered the morning's tranquility. Hello, got it. I'm on my way. Su Chen hung up Zhu Delong's call with his eyes closed and turned to see Xia Xinghe sprawled on the bed in her bathrobe, her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing at him playfully. Her long hair, tousled from just waking up, gave her a kind of chaotic beauty. Upon seeing Su Chen open his eyes, Xia Xinghe immediately averted her gaze. You're up quite early, brother. After spending a day together, Su Chen had begun to accept the fact that his good brother was actually a girl, and their interactions felt much more natural. Yeah, I didn't stay up late last night, so I woke up early. Su Chen felt that those words sounded somewhat strange. The two brushed their teeth side by side at the sink. As they looked at their reflections in the mirror, both clad in pajamas, Su Chen inexplicably felt a warm sense of comfort. After breakfast, they boarded the chauffeur-driven car heading to the recording site of Perfect Lovers. As soon as Su Chen opened his phone, he was met with over 99 notifications on Weibo. Glancing at the trending topics, he quickly grasped the situation. Family, how could there be such a scoundrel like Su Chen? It's infuriating. I'm practically having a princess disease. Without hesitation, Su Chen clicked to reply. Su Chen. So, you're a princess? This scoundrel dares to reply to me. All my sisters are delicate little princesses. Su Chen, a real princess, only has a breakdown when it's a true princess disease. You lot can only be called wild chicken syndrome. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of defense value from Zhang Xiaomei. Dogman, how dare you hurt Yuching like this? You truly deserve to die. I'm furious. Su Chen, it's wrong to curse. Domestic violence, man, so what if I curse you? Su Chen, laughing to death, you started it. You read just like that silly sheep, unable to find your mother after over 3,000 episodes. Do you crave maternal love that much? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of defense value from Chen Xianxian. Hearing the system's voice, Su Chen let out a long breath. Since adjusting his mental state to a more carefree one, the world seems so much more beautiful. Let others suffer this nonsense. Whoever wants to be offended can be. Xia Xinghe, so you're the one who seduced Su Chen into cheating, huh? You vixen. A comment barged into Su Chen's view. Glancing at the calm-faced Xia Xinghe beside him, he couldn't help but frown. Feeling a pang of guilt, Xia Xinghe was enduring this online harassment for his sake. Just as Su Chen was about to dive into the keyboard battle, another reply appeared beneath that comment. Xia Xinghe, with 2 eggs hanging beneath your eyebrows, can you even see? Who's the mistress here? What is Sure Yuching? Su Chen must have been blind to have liked her in the first place. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of defense value from Wan Lingling. Su Chen's eyelid twitched. Although he was thrilled to see Xia Xinghe standing up for him and earning defense points, he was also surprised by how fierce his brother was, but it soon became evident that this was just the beginning. Oh, the mistress has taken her place. Are you not feeling guilty about meeting the rightful partner? Xia Xinghe. What would I feel guilty about? Even if I were, it would be nothing compared to your kidney deficiency. Don't yell at me. I've been afraid of dogs since I was little. Xia Xinghe, where did you spring up from? How can you be worthy of our Su Chen? Xia Xinghe, how am I unworthy of him? I could match him with 800 twists and turns. If I want looks, I have a pretty face. If I want a figure, I have D. My legs are longer than your life, and you say I'm unworthy of him? I am more than worthy. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained. Su Chen watched as the replies on his phone continued to refresh. He glanced sideways at Xia Xinghe, who remained serene as ever, her fingers flying over her phone. Chapter 7. Hello, ex-sister-in-law, all teams, take your positions. Final adjustments on all equipment are underway. 3, 2, 1, the live broadcast commences. In a picturesque little village nestled in the outskirts of Shanghai, the scene is set for the show Perfect Lovers. All live cameras are activated simultaneously. The host, Healing, appears on screen, wearing her signature smile. Hello everyone, and welcome to Perfect Lovers, the nation's first all-day, fully open live variety show. Aside from the moments when our guests are asleep, during which the broadcast will be temporarily halted, we will utilize a split-screen format to livestream every activity of our guests throughout the entire duration. What sweet moments will unfold among the 5 celebrity couples under the watchful gaze of the cameras? Let us embark on this delightful journey together. We eagerly await the arrival of our first celebrity couple. At this moment, a surge of viewers floods into the live stream. Sweet moments? More like a battlefield, I reckon. Ha, this is absolutely hilarious. I've never been so excited for a variety show. That scoundrel Su Chun with that homewrecker Xia Xinghe. I'm curious to see who this Xia Xinghe truly is. Backstage, Zhu Delong gazes at the live camera and inquires, "How's the viewership?" Wu Chang, looking pleased as he examines the data, replies, "Director, just as expected, the viewership is remarkably high. We already have 5 million viewers as we just started." Zhu Delong grins broadly. "Not only do the viewers want to watch, but I find myself quite eager as well. By the way, who is the first couple to arrive?" "It's Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu. They're here." A van comes to a halt in front of the program's mountainside villa. A man and a woman slowly step out of the vehicle. "Hanyu, be careful, if you fall, I might feel as though my heart is breaking." Lu Yuan smiles endearingly. A flicker of disdain crosses Li Hanyu's face, yet she still smiles and takes his hand. "Thank you, brother Lu Yuan, having you by my side is truly a blessing." Lu Yuan tilts his head with a smile, suddenly pondering. "Hanyu, did you hear that sound?" Li Hanyu pauses. "Are you referring to the birds chirping in the mountains, brother Lu Yuan?" "No, it's the sound of my heart racing like a startled deer upon seeing you." Li Hanyu. "Haha, this Lu Yuan is unbearable, someone save me." Watching Lu Yuan on a variety show makes me feel like I don't need to use any oil while cooking. Is there a way to mute the live stream? I want to block Lu Yuan. Look, Su Jingwan and Qin Yushuan have arrived. The car door swings open. A tall, elegant woman with her long hair tied up and a clean-cut, sunny young man step out of the van. This couple instantly ignites a flurry of comments. "I wish I could experience the joy Su Jingwan feels. Younger boyfriends are just too appealing." "Stop dreaming, that is Qin Yushuan, a top-tier idol. How dare you think you stand a chance? Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao are here." Another pair emerges. The boy sports slightly long bangs that cover his forehead, giving him an adorably naive look, while the girl exudes confidence with a radiant smile. "Help! Bai Yiyao, please stop smiling, I can see your stomach." Such a beautiful woman, what a pity she loves to smile. Lin Lin remains as polite as ever. "I absolutely adore his charm." Just then, the live camera abruptly shifts away from Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao. Shinichen, sporting an exaggerated hairstyle, and Shirayushi, who looks rather haggard, descend from the van. "Yushi, be careful on the steps." "Thank you, Ichen." Shirayushi has arrived, oh my. She looks so worn out. It's all Su Chen's fault, my heart aches for her. Fortunately, Yushi has the protective Ichen by her side, they seem so sweet together. I'm shipping them hard, please let Shirayushi and the warm-hearted Shinichen become a couple. As the host, He Ling is well aware of when to redirect the focus. Upon seeing Shirayushi, he approaches her, gently embracing her while concealing his disdain and expressing concern. "My dear, why do you look so weary?" Although it is merely a facade of politeness, it provides Shirayushi with a moment of grace. The live stream's viewership skyrockets instantly. "Thank you, teacher He, I will adjust my state of mind as soon as possible." He Ling nods, refraining from commenting on the situation between Shirayushi and Su Chen. After all, at a certain level of stardom, some gossip becomes transparent. As the crowd swells, the atmosphere becomes increasingly lively, yet, amidst the apparent joy and laughter, everyone occasionally glances toward the villa's entrance, as Shirayushi's presence signifies that Su Chen cannot be far behind. A sharp screech of brakes pierces the air. A van, its tires smoking, comes to a halt at the villa's entrance. As Su Chen slams the car door and jumps out of the driver's seat, exclaiming, "Old Wang, your driving skills are subpar. I almost arrived late." A middle-aged man in the back seat chuckles awkwardly as the live camera immediately shifts to Su Chen. "The domestic abuser has arrived, let us unleash our wrath, ladies." Damn Su Chen, how dare you appear on a variety show? Ugh. I wish I could strangle Su Chen through the internet. Where's that homewrecker Xia Xinghe? Is she too ugly to get out of the car? The side door of the van slowly opens. A long, fair leg, radiant as if glowing, extends out first. As Su Chen promptly reaches out to grasp Xia Xinghe's hand, dressed in a white short skirt, with gently curled long hair cascading down, her sparkling eyes and cool demeanor make her appear like a celestial being who has wandered into the mundane world. Everyone in the villa is momentarily captivated. He Ling instinctively rises. He had heard from Zhu Delong that Xia Xinghe was stunning, but he never anticipated her beauty to be so striking. Even among other top-tier female stars present, she stands out effortlessly with her ethereal charm. One could confidently assert she surpasses them all. The negative comments that many netizens had been preparing suddenly lodged in their throats. Wow! This girl is breathtakingly beautiful. Mom, at this very moment, I feel like I'm in love. Is this really Xia Xinghe? It can't be, she is too beautiful. I think I can understand why Su Chen cheated. Who could resist her? Initially, I thought Su Che was blind for leaving Shiryushi, but I now see his taste. I can hardly argue against it. Hello, Xinghe and Xiao Chun. He Ling approaches them. Xia Xinghe nods slightly at the crowd, displaying no signs of intimidation despite their celebrity status. Welcome to Perfect Lovers. He Ling and Su Chen shake hands firmly. Suddenly, He Ling finds himself holding a sunflower seed. I didn't have time to eat on the way here, so don't be shy, help yourself. Su Chen then casually spits out his seed shell. He Ling's lips twitch slightly. Is this incident weighing so heavily on Su Chen? Come, let me introduce everyone, He Ling says, pulling Xia Xinghe in front of the crowd for introductions. When they reach Shiryushi, Xia Xinghe unexpectedly interjects, this one doesn't need an introduction, I know her. He Ling breathes a sigh of relief, grateful he didn't have to figure out how to introduce them. Xia Xinghe graciously extends her hand toward Shiryushi, her voice clear and resonant. Hello, ex-sister-in-law. Chapter 8. To capture you, one must find the dog-catching squad. Poetry. Yuchi was still reeling from the stunning appearance of Xia Xinghe. The phrase ex-wife's sister nearly left her breathless, her gaze, once appraising, quickly filled with animosity. So you are Xia Xinghe, indeed, you possess remarkable beauty. Is it possible that Su Chen would stray because of you? However, beauty alone, when paired with any additional attributes, is a formidable force. Merely existing without substance is a gift wasted. Moreover, my relationship with Su Chen was merely a fleeting emotional experience. He is not my ex-husband, and he will hold no place in my future. Xia Xinghe nodded impassively, understood. Well then, farewell, deceased wife's sister. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points in Poetry. Yuchi's defense value. After Xia Xinghe spoke, she promptly turned and sat beside Su Chen. The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze instantaneously. The guests regarded Xia Xinghe with a myriad of expressions, some astonished, some shocked, and others tinged with admiration. He Ling hesitated, her lips moving as though to mediate, but she found herself at a loss for words. Wow! The tension is palpable even at first meeting. What a true battleground! What does that mean? I'm a bit lost here. You don't understand. Poetry. Yuchi implied that Xia Xinghe is merely a pretty face, claiming that Su Chen's reputation has suffered, thus he is unworthy of her, so she stated he would no longer be part of her world, and Xia Xinghe directly replied that she is dead. With just those 2 lines, is there really so much information? The class representative should elaborate more. How dare this Xia Xinghe be so bold? The mistress assumes such a commanding position. Yet, I must admit, I'm enjoying this. I even find myself somewhat fond of Xia Xinghe, ha ha ha. Director's group Zhu Delong still had Xia Xinghe's phrase deceased wife's sister echoing in his ears, and the corners of his mouth twitched. This sister appears so quiet, yet her words are so venomous? Director, the viewership is rising again. It's reached 6 million. Wu Cheng exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he observed the live data. Ha, I knew it, quickly, boost the hype and draw more people to witness this battleground. Director, shouldn't we impose some restrictions? Su Chen is still munching on sunflower seeds. Zhu Delong glanced at Su Chen, who appeared oblivious to the chaos, then at Xia Xinghe, a sly smile creeping onto his face. For the sake of viewership, we can sacrifice a few things, as long as it doesn't escalate into violence. Our production team won't intervene, after all, it's Fanxing who instigated this. At the recording site, following Xia Xingha's remark about the deceased wife's sister, Poetry Yuchi was momentarily choked and turned crimson, plunging the atmosphere into awkwardness. Only the sound of Su Chen cracking sunflower seeds pierced through the silence, which was rather jarring. He Ling cast a resigned glance at Su Chen, thinking, "Why are you so engrossed in your own snacks?" She decided to change the subject. "Ahem, now that we're all acquainted, let us discuss how the accommodations will be arranged. This time, the production team has prepared a total of 5 couple rooms, ranging from the 3rd floor to the 1st. There's a luxury suite, an ordinary couple suite, and a modest couple room." As He Ling laid out 5 photographs of the rooms on the table, Shinichen swiftly snatched up the luxury suite on the 3rd floor. "Everyone, considering that Yuchi isn't feeling well lately, I believe we should stay in this room, right?" The other couples immediately frowned at his words. However, they refrained from immediate rebuttal, maintaining a facade of social niceties. Su Chen spat out a sunflower seed shell, raising an eyebrow. "What, are you trying to nurture a fetus? If you're unwell, perhaps you shouldn't be in the limelight." All eyes shifted between Su Chen and Shinichen, their expressions laden with unspoken complexities. Poetry Yuchi was suddenly reminded of her conversation with Su Chen outside the police station that day, her cheeks flushing with heat. Ding! "Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points in Poetry Yuchi's defense value." Shinichen glared at Su Chen. "Su Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Yuchi is in this state because of you." "What? The child is not mine." Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. "Who said Yuchi is with child?" Shinichen was in disbelief. "Then why do you insist on residing in the luxury suite?" Su Chen tilted his head, countering, "The bus only states that priority seating is for the elderly, sick, pregnant, and young, so if you're not pregnant, then that means..." Shinichen seized on the perceived flaw in Su Chen's argument, hastily retorting, "We are ill, understand?" "Oh, you're ill? What kind of illness? Is it contagious?" Su Chen feigned an exaggerated alarm, but this instantaneously sent a chill through the others, who exchanged glances filled with unease, feeling the weight of their stares. Poetry Yuchi gritted her teeth and tugged at Shinichen's sleeve. "Has this fool lost his mind? You're the one who's sick." "I am not ill, nor do I require anyone to defer to me. We can discuss this normally. If blame is to be assigned, I can only fault my own blindness in misjudging people." Poetry Yuchi spoke with a tone of feigned vulnerability, her strategic retreat igniting a flurry of comments in the live chat. "Su Chen, are you even human? Treating Poetry Yuchi like this? Poetry Yuchi truly misjudged character. Su Chen is nothing but scum." "Oh my, I am genuinely heartbroken for Poetry Yuchi. Indeed, if one is indeed blind, they ought to seek treatment promptly. It would be troublesome if it lingers. Here, take this, let it not be said that we lack compassion for the disabled." As the comments surged, Su Chen grabbed a microphone stand from beside him and presented it to Poetry Yuchi. "A guide dog stick? Put." Bai Yao, who had overheard some insider remarks, couldn't help but burst into laughter before hurriedly waving her hands in apology. "I'm sorry, I just thought of a joke." "I am not laughing at you." Shinichen snatched the guide dog stick from Su Chen. "Su Chen, are you out of your mind? Indeed, I've been infected by you. This is a serious contagion." The world seemed to come full circle, the previously broached topic circling back once more. Shinichen had never been treated so dismissively, and he immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to assert his masculine prowess. Seeing this, Su Chen swiftly stepped back. "No, you'd best keep your distance. I have a phobia of large objects, and I fear excessive generosity." Shinichen. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points in Shinichen's defense value." Xia Xingha, who had been subtly standing in front of Su Chen, also found herself chuckling. The sound of Shinichen grinding his teeth was distinctly audible. Had it not been for Yiling's intervention, Shinichen might have lunged at Su Chen to silence him. Poetry Yuchi regarded Su Chen, feeling an unfamiliar terror. She began to feel relieved that she had chosen to leave him. Pulling on Shinichen's sleeve, she shot a cold glance at Su Chen. Su Chen, this is a live broadcast. Please mind your language. If this continues, I won't hesitate to report you for slandering others. Report, to catch you, that won't do, we must find the dog catching squad instead. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points in Poetry Yuchi's defense value. Su Chen said nonchalantly. The police station, it's not as if he hadn't been there before. The officers within were all quite capable, handsome, and articulate. He quite enjoyed being there. Chapter 9 of The Wild King of the Entertainment Circle. With Su Chen's dramatic exit from the scene, the fervor surrounding Perfect Lover surged once more. Xu Delong, the man privy to the most secrets, found himself increasingly restless. The variety show had barely been on air for 20 minutes, and things had escalated to the point of requiring police intervention. Damn it, I've underestimated this kid Su Chen. I initially thought it was just Xiaxing his sharp tongue, but Su Chen is even more outrageous. Deputy Director Wu informed He Ling to discreetly advise Su Chen to temper his antics. Director, the online viewer count has reached 10 million. What the hell? Xu Delong turned in astonishment to scrutinize the live stream data. What did you just say for me to relay to He Ling? Tell He Ling not to intervene lightly in the matters between Su Chen and Shiryuchi. Got it. Meanwhile, Shen Yichen and Shiryuchi were already embroiled in a heated exchange. He Ling realized that the suspense could no longer be maintained. Calm down, everyone, this joke has gone a bit too far. Are we joking? Teacher He's rescue attempt was rather clumsy, wasn't he it? Su Chen had me in stitches, his words flowing like a river. Are you preparing for the graduate entrance exam or what? Why do I feel that the dynamic between Su Chen and Xia Xinghe is off? There is not a hint of guilt from the cheating man and his mistress upon encountering the legitimate partner. Could there be more to this story? What story? Su Chen is just a scumbag and an abusive man. Xia Xinghe is the mistress, alright, although I must admit, she is somewhat attractive, but let us not dwell on that. Upon He Ling's interjection, the group granted him some respect and quieted down considerably. As for the allocation of rooms, the production team has devised a solution. Our sponsor, Glory of the Fallen, will provide the competitive platform. The 5 couples will be divided into 2 teams and compete in a best-of-5 match. The couple with the highest cumulative score will have priority in choosing their rooms. Teacher He, how will the teams be assigned? Lin Lin inquired. We can either draw lots or arrange them ourselves. Lin Lin and Bai Yao exchanged glances and suddenly smiled, as if they had reached a silent agreement. Let us form a team of 5, but this means some couples will have to be separated. Little brother, let us split up. After all, I'm the eldest and should make some sacrifices. Su Jingwan looked at Qin Yuxuan upon hearing that they would use a game to determine room assignments. Shen Yichen's lips curled into a grin. Yuchi, don't worry, I'm quite skilled at gaming. I've even played against professional players before, they all call me the Wild King of the Entertainment Circle. Then it's all up to you, Yichen. Let us show some of those stubborn ones that mere bravado leads to nothing. I hope they don't end up crying in the shabby couple's room tonight. Lu Yuan, who had been silent until now, perked up at the mention of gaming. Hanyu, rest assured, I shall transform into the most loyal knight in the canyon, guarding your side. Lu Yuan, you're wonderful. Li Hanyu feigned flattery, which Lu Yuan took to heart, immediately adopting a bubbly tone as he turned to Shen Yichen. Wild King of the Entertainment Circle, I'd like to join your team. Welcome aboard. Shen Yichen and Lu Yuan clicked instantly. Seeing this, Lin Lin and Bai Yao felt satisfied and trotted over to Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. Then we shall be on the same team. But I'm a bit of a noob. You won't mind, will you? Bai Yao blinked her large eyes, her gaze fixated on the icy yet sharp-tongued beauty, Xia Xinghe. She truly adored her. Leave it to me, Xia Xinghe replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of the leading lady. Lu Yuan glanced at Su Jingwan, who had yet to choose a team, and a greasy smile crept onto his face. Sister Jingwan, shall I protect you as well? This weak team is destined to lose. I am no longer a little girl. I can defend myself just fine. Su Jingwan awkwardly tapped her toes. Are you really not considering it? Your teasing is rather obvious, Lu Yuan continued. Su Chen rolled his eyes. Haven't you heard that Jingwan is currently on a diet? What do you mean? She shouldn't be consuming anything too greasy. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of defense against Lu Yuan. As the foremost queen of the entertainment circle and an experienced onlooker, she preferred the sharp-tongued Su Chen, who was simply her perfect mouthpiece. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. I hope when we meet in the canyon later, you'll still be as audacious. Shen Chen chimed in, don't worry, Lu Yuan, with me, the wild king of the entertainment circle, around, he won't even make it out of the fountain. Su Chen's team is bound to lose, alright? Shen Chen and Lu Yuan are notorious for their gaming prowess. Let us smash Su Chen's head in and see just how tough his words are. Previously at the Glory Carnival, it seems the special guests included Shen Chen and Lu Yuan, quite impressive indeed. At that moment, Su Chen paid them no mind, merely gazing contemplatively at the switch connecting the network cable beneath the table. Don't even think about disconnecting the network. I'll ensure you soar, Xia Xinghao whispered softly in his ear. You understand me so well? Su Chen asked. Brothers in spirit. Is there a way to reach you if I can't get through on the phone? Hey, why are you pinching me? Once the team allocations were complete in Heroes Band, they soon arrived at the character selection page. Shen Chen promptly picked the jungler, Chang Yaojin, and cast a disdainful glance at Su Chen. From today onward, Chang Yaojin will be your eternal nightmare. Shut it, Su Chen retorted. From the 5th floor, he watched as Xia Xinghe swiftly selected Gong Sunli, then inquired, can you hold off 2 opponents? Just unleash your abilities, Xia Xinghe replied. Su Chen promptly selected Zhong Kuei from the 5th floor. Pfft, I thought you'd choose something worthwhile, Zhong Kuei is such a trash support, Shen Chen scoffed once more. Su Chen shot him a look, his smile taking on an oddly sinister quality. The game commenced in earnest. Xia Xinghe signaled to feign an early team fight. After exchanging a few skills in the mid lane, both sides retreated to their respective lanes. Unbeknownst to everyone, in the lower right corner of the map, a stealthy Zhong Kuei was stealthily approaching Shen Chen's red buff. As the jungle monsters respawned, Shen Chen's Chang Yaojin swung his axe at the red buff with a flourish. Just as he was about to reach the execution threshold, a hefty hook suddenly shot out, snatching his red buff away and vanishing into thin air. Damn! Shen Chen cursed. After hooking the buff, Su Chen turned to leave, leaving only a bewildered red buff wandering back to the jungle while regenerating health frantically. Are you serious? Is this all you've got? Just annoying others? Shen Chen grumbled, yet cautiously pulled the jungle monster into the brush. As the monster neared the execution threshold again, swish! The big black hook reappeared. Damn, is this amusing to you? What are you guys doing down there? Can you see Zhong Kuei is here? In the bottom lane, Lu Yuan's wild king of the entertainment circle, alongside Li Hanyu's Zhuangzhou, unleashed a flurry of skills, all of which were deftly dodged by Xia Xinghe's nimble movements as she cowered beneath the tower. The red buff was engaged once more. Chang Yaojin stood guard around it, preventing the big black hook from snatching it away. Swish! The big black hook reappeared, this time ensnaring Chang Yaojin. Enemies meeting ignited a fiery atmosphere. I'll kill you! Shen Chen screamed, eyes bulging as he swung his axe in pursuit of Zhong Kuei. A flowery umbrella descended from the heavens as Xia Xinghe's Gong Sunli appeared, effortlessly claiming the nearly dead Chang Yaojin's life. Bang! Shen Chen slammed his phone onto the table. What the hell are you all doing? Support, do you even understand the concept? Chapter 10, Are you worth my attention, you filth? 10 minutes later, under the oppressive fear of the ominous black hook, Shen Chen finally secured the first red buff of the entire game. However, before he could boast, the camera abruptly swung behind him. 2 glaring crimson characters spelling failure appeared, piercing his confidence. The defenses of an adult can often crumble in an instant. Su Chen, how shameless of you to resort to such dirty tactics. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 30 points of Shen Chen's vulnerability. Furiously, Shen Chen pointed at Su Chen. Don't think this is a gift, you don't deserve it. Su Chen chuckled, setting down his phone, and after high-fiving Lin Lin and Bai Yao, he playfully kneaded Xia Xinghe's shoulder. Uncle is still uncle. Su Chen's palm, bare and warm, rested on Xia Xinghe's fair shoulder, causing her ears to flush slightly. Nonetheless, she maintained her composure, directing a steady stream of mockery at Shinichen. If you're lacking, just practice more. Ding, congratulations, host, you've gained 30 points of Shini. Her level is nearly on par with professional players. Can we not exaggerate? She's impressive, but still far from pro status. I'm a professional player, you know. Oh no, I think I'm starting to ship Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. Don't be nervous. I've already started. Unable to counter Su Chen, Shinichen turned to Lu Yuan. It's hilarious, the entertainment industry's top marksman can't even leave his tower. Congratulations, host, you've gained 30 points of Shinichen's vulnerability. Fuming, Shinichen felt an overwhelming urge to raise his microphone and curse Su Chen, being trapped at the fountain. It's a best of 5, there's still a chance, Shiryuchi consoled. Shinichen gritted his teeth and nodded. The second round commenced. Shinichen immediately banned Su Chen's Cho, leaving Su Chen with no choice but to select Lu Chan as his support. Shinichen sneered repeatedly, filled with ambition. Su Chen glanced at them, then turned to Xia Xinghe, whispering, "Pick Hoi." As the game began, Shinichen chose to forego the level 1 team fight, ensuring everyone guarded. After safely securing it, Chang Yaojin strode confidently towards the bottom lane, targeting Su Chen's Lu Chan and Xia Xinghe's Hoi. However, halfway there, a bright yellow exclamation mark appeared above Chang Yaojin's head. What the hell? Lanling Wang. With a shocked exclamation, Shinichen unwittingly gifted the first blood. TSK, this won't do, Su Chen remarked, clicking his tongue. Lin, you. Lin offered an apologetic smile but glanced at Su Chen. Minutes later, Hoi reached level 4. A golden giant bird soared towards the mid lane, landing squarely on Shiryuchi's Angela. Following this, another yellow exclamation mark appeared as Lanling Wang made his stealthy entrance. Angela fell. 40 seconds later, the golden bird took flight again, striking Angela just as she arrived at the mid-second tower. Another exclamation mark lit up. Angela fell again. Another 40 seconds passed. Angela fell. Shinichen, stop farming your lousy jungle. Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu scolded him in unison. Shiryuchi shot him a resentful glance. Yet, Shinichen, immersed in the jungle, was utterly oblivious. Farming is exhilarating. Ah, the game may be lost, but Su Chen must suffer. Su Chen, look at me farming. If you have the guts, come kill me. Shinichen taunted recklessly. Just as the words left his mouth, a giant bird swooped down and struck him on the forehead. Lanling Wang flashed in. Why didn't you use your ultimate? Lu Yuan inquired. He moved too quick. I forgot, Shinichen replied, somewhat embarrassed. But it doesn't matter, Lin killed me, what's a little money between brothers? Lin forced a smile, glancing again at. She even began to suspect she had a GPS on her. How else could Hoi shoot so accurately? Su Chen's presence in this match is quite low. It turns out he can't play dirty, making him utterly useless. Do you expect that scoundrel to have any real skill? Shinichen is the one killing Lu Chan. Did you all not notice that shot just now? It seems Su Chen just swapped phones with Lin. Oh my god, Shinichen is going to go insane. At that moment, the camera shifted once more. The glaring failure appeared on the game screen of Shinichen and his companions. However, Shinichen interpreted it as a promising beginning. Ha, this is hilarious, Su Chen, you were so full of yourself before, thinking you were invincible just because you played a lousy Cho? Why didn't you hook me this time? Playing Lu Chan, and yet you were still killed like a dog by me? Bai Yao, Su Jingwan, and Lin watched Shinichen's frenzied taunts, their shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Their lips were practically quivering with amusement. Speak up, why so quiet now? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, smiling at Shinichen. Indeed, I was treated like a dog. The Lanling Wang, wielding a green poison blade, stood cold and aloof. The blade struck Shinichen's heart with a single thrust. No, what does this mean? Just what it means. I swapped phones with Lin, so Lanling Wang is me, and I am Lanling Wang. With a resounding thud, Shinichen leaned back, toppling over entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host, you've gained 40 points of Shinichen's vulnerability. Su Chen set down his phone and beckoned to Shiryuchi. TSK, like a dog killed. You. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 30 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability. Shinichi-Chen's head buzzed, his chest felt constricted. Reflecting on his earlier taunts directed at Su-Chen, he realized the true fool was himself. He scrambled up, pointing at Su-Chen while glancing at He-Ling. Teacher this is cheating, it's blatant cheating. He-Ling's expression stiffened. The rules didn't state that swapping phones is prohibited. Su-Chen, I want a one-on-one with you, you old trickster. Are you a pile of dung? Do I really need to pay you any mind? TSK. Ding, congratulations, host, you've gained 40 points of Shinichi-Chen's vulnerability. Oh my, how could Su-Chen be this ruthless? My heart aches for my brother I-Chen. Ha, I can't breathe. Su-Chen is truly a master of tricks. This is entertaining. If this variety show continues like this, I might just have to follow it. Chapter 11. Your vision is grand, you call everyone father. Shinichi-Chen glared at Su-Chen, his teeth almost grinding to dust in frustration. He felt an overwhelming hatred. Why don't you just stop jungling? Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu couldn't hold back any longer. They never wished to witness Chang Yaojin jungling again in their lives. Although Shiryuchi remained silent, her furrowed brows clearly conveyed her thoughts. When had the illustrious king of the entertainment industry's jungle ever experienced such humiliation? It's alright, I've already discerned their. In the next game, victory is assured. The third match soon commenced. Without a moment's hesitation, Shinichi-Chen banned Lanling Wang, Zhong Kuei, and Hui, then fixated his gaze on Su-Chen, determined to deny him any opportunity to stir trouble. What a predicament, I have no heroes left to choose from, Su-Chen said, a bitter expression on it. Upon hearing this, Shinichi-Chen felt an almost uncontrollable urge to writhe in excitement in the darkness, accompanied by a maniacal cackle. Su-Chen, you've had your fun for 2 matches. Now I shall show you what true despair feels like. I can't shake the feeling that Shinichi-Chen is a bit unhinged. It's normal, when I was at the mercy of Lanling Wang, I wanted nothing more than to smash my phone. With Zhong Kuei and Lanling Wang, Xiao Xinghe isn't playing marksman either. It seems he truly has no heroes left. On the game screen, Su-Chen selected Sun Tzu for the top lane, while Xiao Xinghe opted for Neza in the jungle. Amid Shinichi-Chen's frenzied mockery, the game began. 5 minutes later, Neza, riding on the wind and fire wheels, soared from the jungle, followed closely by the old captain Sun Tzu, who sped towards Chang Yaojin with the ghostly ship. Chang Yaojin, defeated. Ha, how laughable, you need to unleash 2 ultimates just to kill me, you truly are pathetic. 5 minutes later. Seriously, are you all insane? I'm standing on the high ground, and you still come flying at me. A few minutes later. Why are you targeting me? Go after Chang Yaojin. Shiryuchi's Deji, who had been enjoying a leisurely time in the mid lane, was suddenly accosted by 2 descending bandits, who kicked open her door and stripped her of her fox fur. Deji, defeated. Chang Yaojin, defeated. Deji, defeated. Shinichi-Chen's game screen turned black once more as he stared at his 0-20-0 score, utterly stunned. He couldn't kill or escape. To make matters worse, Su-Chen and his team weren't even pushing the towers. At that moment, Su-Chen leaned closer to Xiao Xinghe, who was decked out in full gear. Let us go easy on them. Xiao Xinghe shot a puzzled glance at Su-Chen, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Feeling nostalgic? You're delusional. As if I have any fond memories with you. Trust me. Xiao Xinghe nodded, agreeing to go easy, yet, she became even more ruthless in dispatching Shiryuchi. She even flew into the fountain to secure the kill. Lin Lin, Bai Yiyao, and Su Jingwan also received Su-Chen's instructions. Though they were unsure of the reason, they refrained from questioning further. After all, the true authority lay with Xiao Xinghe. Soon, as Xiao Xinghe dove into the fountain 5 times, the match took a turn. Shinichi-Chen's side managed to wipe out Su-Chen's team, sounding the horn for a counterattack. Ha ha ha, pathetic. Just practice more. Do you think I'm cowering in the fountain out of fear? Laughable, I'm merely waiting for you to walk into your own demise. Prepare for destruction, your crystal will be obliterated by my 3 axes. Shinichi-Chen was at the peak of his revenge was finally at hand. Lu Yuan also wore an enthusiastic expression, but he couldn't resist showcasing his damn charm. Hanyu, your knight has risen. Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao grew anxious as they faced a respawn timer of over 10 seconds. Su Chen's team is about to push the high ground. Su Chen is finished. What was the point of letting us go easy? Oh no, Su Chen is about to lose in a reckless manner. Their speed in pushing the base is alarming. Su Chen has no chance now. With the wind at their backs, they're overreaching. I seem to see in Su Chen the same sort of teammates I've encountered before. Shoo! Let the bullets fly for a moment. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. He stepped on the WF power switch. Everyone's game screens froze momentarily, and a message appeared: network error. Attempting to reconnect, just as they surged onto the high ground, Shinichen and his team were left bewildered. It's lagging, it's lagging. The internet's down. I'm tanking the tower. Anger, screams, and frantic crawling. An array of expressions painted the faces of Shinichen and his companions. Life's despair does not merely dwell in a continuous trough. It is when one finally scales a precipice, only to have someone laugh and kick them back down. My goodness, who kicked the network cable? Su Chen placed his phone down, his gaze warily scanning the surroundings. It wasn't me. Lin Lin raised his hands in self-defense. Neither was it me. My legs are too short to reach. Bai Yao quietly tucked away her long legs, measuring a mere 1 meter 2. It definitely wasn't me. I'm sitting the farthest away, Su Jingwan claimed innocently. Su Chen appeared bewildered, pointing at Shinichen. Ah, it must be you getting overly excited in kicking the cable. How could it possibly be me? Shinichen's eyes widened in disbelief. You still boast about surviving in the fountain, yet here you are, dead. He Ling cast a quiet glance at Su Chen before crawling under the table to turn the power back on, restoring the internet connection. However, there was no doubt that Shinichen and his team's game screens had all turned gray. Woohoo, the internet is back, let us roll. Su Chen's Sun Tzu unleashed his ultimate, and Bai Yao and the others had already regained their senses. I'm on my way. Bai Yao hopped aboard. Neza took to the skies simultaneously. I didn't get on the ride. Lin Lin expressed his frustration. 30 seconds later. Su Chen launched a counterattack, obliterating Shinichen's team's crystal. As he gazed upon the blood-red words of defeat, Shinichen suddenly pounded his chest, howling to the heavens wish to doom me. Just after he finished shouting, he abruptly paused, staring at Su Chen. Wait a minute, you deliberately kicked the cable and let us push to the high ground. You tricked us, Su Chen, you rule-breaking scoundrel. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 50 points of Shinichen's defense value. Shiryuchi also grasped the situation, a wave of intense humiliation washing over her, causing her cheeks to flush with anger. Despicable, shameless, villainous. Su Chen, how could you do this? Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 50 points of Shiryuchi's defense value. Lu Yuan glared at Su Chen. Su Chen, I never imagined you would resort to such tactics in a game. Your vision is truly limited. Your vision is grand, you call everyone father. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 30 points of Lu Yuan's defense value. Shinichen's fists were clenched tightly. Su Chen, aside from your sharp tongue, what else can you do? I can also urinate on your grave. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 points of Shinichen's defense value. By this point, the online viewers had finally caught on. Su Chen is truly devious. He could have won outright but chose to let them off and then kick the cable, only to turn the tables and mess with their mentality. Su Chen, you've lost all semblance of face. You've made our Yuchi cry, you scoundrel. Haha, am I the only one finding this hilarious? While I don't acknowledge Su Chen's acting, I wholeheartedly respect his lame capabilities. Just watch the stream, initially thinking Su Chen was merely mouthy, but then realized he is quite the strategist. It would be unwise to jump to conclusions. However, since the incident has occurred, I propose we declare this round invalid and play again. I have no objections. Su Chen was the first to express his agreement. We concur as well, Bai Yao, Xia Xinghe, and the others echoed in agreement. With his eyes reddened, Shinichen gritted his teeth and slammed his phone onto the table. I'm not playing anymore. I'm too ashamed to share the Summoner's Rift with someone like Su-chen. What a joke, why continue? Why put himself through more torment? He wasn't foolish. Shinichen's sentiments reflected the mindset of the majority in their team. After being trapped and killed at the fountain 3 consecutive times, anyone's mental state would be on the verge of exploding. Seeing this, He Ling ceased her attempts to persuade them. Very well then, we shall proceed with selecting rooms based on the current game ratings. Is Shinichen really that fragile? Incredible! Su-chen has directly cured Shinichen's internet addiction. Isn't anyone noticing Xiaoxinghe's game ratings? She's truly formidable. If I were to date Xiaoxinghe, I would have. He kicked the internet cable, who knows what else he might do next? Wu Cheng expressed his concerns. Kicking the cable isn't the same as touching a high-voltage line, what's the big deal? Xu Delong's eyes sparkled as he observed Su-chen on screen. On the trending search list, the names of Xiaoxinghe and Su-chen soared to the top due to the popularity of Perfect Lover, with beauty, skill, and a charming voice. Where exactly does Xiaoxinghe come from? Su-chen's dating show left his ex-girlfriend in tears. Is this a moral decline or a distortion of humanity? Perfect Lover premiered to explosive success, with Su-chen showcasing his flair for witty comebacks. Psychologists suggest Su-chen may be suffering from comeback syndrome. The heat was rising. Su-chen's popularity was nearing a breaking point. Of course, not all comments were complimentary until Xiaoxinghe's variety show photos appeared in the comments. It is clear she has been deceived by Su-chen. Help! Who is dating a girl like Xiaoxinghe? It's Su-chen. Are you blind? In a mountainside villa, within a luxurious suite, Su-chen and Xiaoxinghe surveyed the couple's room before. Every high-end appliance was accounted for, and through the floor-to-ceiling windows, one could behold a landscape of lush mountains and clear waters. The large double bathtub exuded an atmosphere of intimacy. The program had thoughtfully provided 2 beds, alleviating Su-chen from sleeping on the floor. Which bed are you planning to sleep in? Xiaoxinghe pointed to the bed Su-chen was gazing at. What else would I do? Xiaoxinghe shook her head. I don't like sleeping naked when I'm out, so there won't be any complications. Su-chen, fixated on Xiaoxinghe's serious expression, suddenly jumped in surprise. Are you serious? I never joke. As they continued their banter, the viewers in the live stream were left speechless. Do you not consider us outsiders? Is this free for us to listen to? Complications. The Su-chen let go of Xiaoxinghe. Girl, you're confused. What is so good about Su-chen? Protect yourself. Suddenly, the bathtub's showerhead was activated. Xiaoxinghe stretched her body, revealing her graceful figure. I want to take a shower. I need your help. Su-chen's heart raced. You mean, you want me to? Yes. Upon hearing her, Su-chen felt a surge of adrenaline, slightly shy yet reluctant to refuse a good friend's request. The camera suddenly became obscured by clothing. What are you doing taking off your clothes? Xiaoxinghe's voice emerged from the darkened screen, followed by the sound of rustling. I missed something. I'll pay. Just let me see, please. I'm not greedy. If there is no footage, a little sound will suffice. In broad daylight, and you're showing me this. 2 minutes later, Su-chen rubbed his nose and closed the door to Xiaoxinghe's room. If she needed help with the camera, she could just say so. It made him feel like a lecture. How ridiculous, he hadn't even considered that. Close the door. Got it. Bang. The door Su-chen had just pushed open swiftly closed. With nothing to do, he began to examine the room. A set of top-notch recording equipment caught his eye. He instinctively recalled the song Qinghua still lingering in his mind. The system had provided the lyrics and melody, along with the support of a masterful music producer and exceptional vocal skills. With the camera and microphone now turned off, Su-chen decided to attempt creating music independently for the first time. An hour later, his rendition of Qinghua resonated gently through the superb sound system. Su Chen's voice was pure, devoid of the original singer's slightly hoarse quality, yet it did not detract from the overall atmosphere, rather, it enhanced the youthful exuberance. If the original singer was a disillusioned soul weathered by life, then Su Chen was a lovesick romantic filled with longing. Though the same genre, he conveyed a distinctly different essence. As Su Chen listened to the song, savoring its nuances, it felt as if he were witnessing a new version of himself, blossoming into a completely new flower. The door creaked open quietly. Xia Xinghe, her damp hair still glistening, paused upon hearing the familiar voice. March passed, willow catkins scattered, lovers hurried by. My love, unmoved by the winds. Flipping through yesterday's warmth, dust-covered secrets. In a daze, already separated by worlds. Regrets left unspoken, awakening a tightening heart. Su Chen, with his back to her, was immersed in the narrative of the music. Xia Xinghe, too, was drawn into a whirlpool of memories by the enchanting melody. As the sole daughter of the illustrious Xia family in the capital, Xia Xinghe had been surrounded by numerous accolades since birth, becoming a paragon of beauty and privilege. The boundless love and high expectations from her parents destined her life to be anything but ordinary, yet, the weighty affection often felt like both a responsibility and a shackle, an immense mountain upon her shoulders. From the moment she became aware, her time was meticulously scheduled down to the minute. Fortunately, Xia Xinghe lived up to expectations, possessing not only breathtaking. From the moment she took over her first company, she increased its market value tenfold within 3 years, with an estimated worth exceeding $100 billion. Her subsidiaries spanned various sectors, including modeling, luxury goods, and fashion. However, despite these achievements, she was not happy during those 3 years, for that man had entered into a relationship. 5 years ago, she had studied abroad alone. The unfamiliar environment, the immense academic pressure, and her somewhat introverted nature led to an internal struggle every moment. Only occasionally playing games could alleviate her stress. She had a natural talent for gaming, but had always played solo until she encountered a hapless support player, who, in tears, begged her to help him rank up. From then on, Xia Xinghe found herself with an additional accessory on her leg. Though the accessory was a poor performer in games, he possessed a delightful personality. As they grew closer, this older male friend could always lighten her mood with a few jokes whenever she felt overwhelmed. Calling each other good friends, Xia Xinghe never refuted him. He referred to her as such for 2 years. Later, when he was discovered by a talent scout and skyrocketed to stardom, the day Su Chen's name flooded the trending searches became the happiest day of her 24 years. Yet, when news of his relationship with Shiryuchi broke, she suddenly realized her feelings for Su Chen transcended mere friendship. Each time he pulled her back from the brink of despair, he had become an indispensable part of her life. She lamented her delayed realization, but silently wished him well, content to have him remain in her life as a good friend. Upon seeing the news of Su Chen's breakup with Shiryuchi, the one who understood how much he had invested in that relationship, Xia Xinghe experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Anger, heartache, and ultimately, joy and intense exhilaration flooded. She cast aside all her business concerns, determined to reclaim the regret she had previously overlooked. This time, she would not let him go. Chapter 13. Cheap goods are never good. After a considerable time, the song gradually faded. Xia Xinghe suppressed the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes, restoring her previously aloof demeanor. When did your singing improve? Su Chen turned his head upon hearing her words. Why are your eyes so red? I got shampoo in my eyes. I've never heard this song before. It's quite beautiful, Xia Xinghe remarked. Could a song written by me be anything less than wonderful? It's guaranteed to be good. Su Chen replied confidently. The unknown song, with its poignant lyrics and composition, was undeniably moving, filled with an overwhelming sense of regret that stirred her thoughts. It even prompted her to reminisce about her past with Su Chen, leading her to believe that its release would undoubtedly set the charts ablaze. I truly wrote it. The song is titled Qinghua. Qinghua, Xia Xinghe murmured the name softly. If you like it, consider it a gift. After all, my contract with Fanqing has yet to expire. Releasing it now would only benefit them, Su Chen continued, oblivious to the flash of brilliance that crossed Xia Xinghe's eyes at the mention of Fanqing. Then I'll accept it as compensation for our relationship, she mused before adding, yes, I really like it. As long as you like it, that's what matters. I wouldn't want to shortchange a brother. Who knows, this song might even catapult you into the limelight of the Dragon Kingdom's music scene. Su Chen expressed his unwavering faith in Qinghua. Xia Xinghe nodded, but suddenly her gaze dimmed, carrying a chill. Given the song's sense of regret, it wouldn't happen to be about you and Shiryuchi, would it? Impossible. If I were to write a song for her, it surely wouldn't be this one. Then what is it about? A mighty sword striking down upon the enemies. Put. Xia Xinghe burst into laughter, sitting side by side with Su Chen, gazing out at the mountain scenery as she whispered. My good brother truly possesses remarkable talent to compose such a song. Indeed, I had a dream where I received a dog system that gifted me this song. Xia Xinghe replied softly. Wait, you actually believe that? Su Chen chuckled incredulously. Everything you say, I believe, she responded with a playful smile. On the first floor of the villa, in the most rudimentary couple's room located in the furthest corner, Shiryuchi and Shinichen, the CP with the lowest game ratings, found themselves in the simplest of accommodations. The room was scarcely 60 square meters, furnished only with 2 small beds and a few essential appliances. Absurdly, even the windows let in the chilling breeze. Would they not be devoured by mosquitoes throughout the night? Block the cameras, Shiryuchi said in a stiff tone. After Shinichen complied, he took off their microphones from their clothes and placed them in the shower of the open bathroom. Once he closed the bathroom door, Shiryuchi's already unappealing face darkened to an extreme. What did you say before, Shinichen? You claim to be skilled at gaming, and I told the production team I could play as well, hence the decision to separate the rooms by game performance. And what has happened? You are incredibly inept, the first jungler of the entertainment industry. I can't fathom who you intend to amuse. Having already suffered humiliation in the game, Shinichen's expression soured further under Shiryuchi's scorn. I'm incompetent? Am I worse than you? With your DG, I could outperform you using my toes. Let me clarify, my involvement in this CP arrangement is a company directive, meant to assist you. Don't presume that being with CEO Chen makes you the boss lady. Even you wouldn't dare say that to me. Who do you think you are? Shinichen, accustomed to being held in high regard, felt the sting of her words. Despite being dubbed a mage, his singing prowess was undisputed. Unlike Su Chen, who relied solely on his looks among top-tier stars, no one was coddled. Shiryuchi's face flushed crimson from the retort. Gritting her teeth, she redirected her ire toward Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. She retrieved a phone prepared by the production team from her handbag and directly dialed Chen Fei's number. As soon as the call connected, Shiryuchi burst into tears. Why must I, a major star, endure such a dilapidated room? That wretched Su Chen and Xia Xinghe have insulted me. When did I ever express such grievances? Are you going to intervene or not? On the other end, Chen Fei furrowed his brow but spoke softly to console her. It's all right, Uchida. I just spoke to the production team, and there will be opportunities to switch rooms later. However, Su Chen and Xia Xinghe are indeed more formidable than I anticipated. Chen Fei had initially thought that Xia Xinghe, burdened with the label of a third party, and Su Chen, branded as a scoundrel, would naturally be at a disadvantage against Shiryuchi. He expected her to simply garner sympathy and feed Shinichen some dog food, effectively suppressing them in the dating show and diminishing their appeal, yet the outcome exceeded his expectations. Xia Xinghe, relying solely on her looks, had turned the tide. Coupled with her sharp tongue and clever banter alongside Su Chen, they had carved out an unexpected advantage in the variety show. Having navigated the entertainment industry for years, when had he ever seen someone rise to fame through sheer audacity? Yet here it was, before his very eyes, they had become the hottest CP unperfect lovers. Even if some criticized them, a black sheep is still a sheep, isn't it? With Su Chen still tied to Fanqing, there remained opportunities to undermine him. As for Xia Xinghe, Yuchi, rest assured, I will not allow you to suffer in vain. This Xia Xinghe is certainly not an ordinary person. She is likely a trainee from a company attempting to ride on Su Chen's coattails. Once I uncover her background, I will ensure she weeps as she exits the Perfect Lovers production team. Wu, darling, you are so wonderful. That Xia Xinghe even referred to me as the late wife's sister. You must not let her off lightly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully obtaining 40 points of Shiryuchi's defensive value. The sudden system notification jolted Su Chen back to reality. Just moments ago, he had discovered that the system had whimsically bestowed upon him a generous reward, requiring only 1,000 defensive points for a chance at a lottery. Having taken advantage of this opportunity, he found himself a system. I'm a star. What is the meaning of granting me the chef talent? This is a lesson for the host. Ha! To remind the host that cheap goods are never good. You! Su Chen cursed. The system replied, just a little jest. As the chosen one, the host must tread carefully, for ruin may come at any moment. Hence, the chef talent has been bestowed upon you. Su Chen pondered, does this mean I can leverage the chef talent to perhaps appear on culinary shows like Dragon Restaurant? No, it means you can. Refusal to answer personal questions. Oh, then can you marry? As a great defensive system, I disdain matters of gender. The system replied with disdain. Got it, you're a eunuch. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 500 points of defensive value. Ding. Triggering hidden reward, Sharp Tongue Master. While insulting others, the host's verbal dexterity increases by 200%. Wow. Chapter 14. Not feeding the dog. Su Chen initially intended merely to experiment, to validate the thoughts lingering in his mind. Little did he anticipate that the system would turn out to be a frenzied dispenser of wealth. Moreover, it came with hidden skills as a bonus, although these were of little utility to the currently formidable Su Chen. Any advantage, however minimal, was better than none. Thus, he affectionately dubbed the system the wealth dispensing system. You are the one dispensing wealth, the system retorted. Why do you wish to become a eunuch? Ding, congratulations, host. It's over, my wealth dispensing system has been driven to its demise by my antics. May you perish. Ding. Knock, knock, knock. All guests are requested to proceed to the first floor of the villa to discuss today's lunch menu. The voice of the program staff resonated through the room via the loudspeaker. After several fruitless attempts to tease the system, Su Chen could only accompany Xia Xinghe down to the first floor. On the villa's first floor, the guests had gathered, surrounding a short, plump middle-aged man with long hair, chattering animatedly. Teacher Huang, I thought you wouldn't make it this time. Wonderful. We are in for a treat this time. The esteemed Huang Wei, basking in the adoration of the crowd, proudly raised the ingredients in his hand. I knew you all could not cook, so I just returned from grocery shopping. Teacher Huang, you have no idea. When they arrived and didn't see you, the disappointment was palpable. He Ling chimed in, reveling in Huang Wei's delight. Xia Xinghe noticed Su Chen's peculiar expression, prompting her to coolly inquire, what's wrong? Does this person harbor a grudge against you? Su Chen shook his head. No, this man is Huang Wei, who cooks atrociously without any awareness of it. The issue is, he has sycophants fawning over him, which has inflated his ego. He truly believes he is the best, as if I, Su Chen, were in the world. Su Chen in the world? Xia Xinghe's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Ah, I forgot to mention to my good friend, my nickname is God of Cuisine. Put. I haven't heard of you being a cook. I shall prepare a meal for you shortly. How will you do that? Su Chen, and in the center of the crowd, once all the guests had assembled, He Ling addressed them, today, let us not be shy. We must seize the opportunity. Starting tomorrow, all items consumed in our show, Perfect Lovers, will require earning heartfelt coins through task completion for purchase. Upon hearing this, the crowd grew even more animated. I want spicy chicken. I want sashimi. Alright, take your time. Huang Wei diligently noted down everyone's desired dishes before finally turning to Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. A mere novice and a young star on the brink of controversy, Huang Wei, who had always held himself in high regard within the entertainment industry, paid them little mind. He tossed the small notebook onto the table before the two and stood up. Time is a bit tight, write down what you wish to eat. The others, seasoned veterans of the industry, quickly grasped the situation. Xia Xinghe's expression turned icy in an instant, though she chose to remain silent, merely glancing at Su Chen, Shi Yuqi, Shen Chen, and Lu Yuan, while enjoying the spectacle, took the opportunity to stoke the flames. Su Chen, you are utterly ungrateful. Teacher Huang's culinary skills are among the best in the industry. Were you expecting him to write down the dish names for you? Indeed, do you really think Teacher Huang is a mere servant? The quickest to react, Lin Lin, eagerly picked up the notebook from the table. Brother Chen, what would you like? I'll write it down for you. Yes, yes, time is of the essence. Teacher Huang is in a hurry to cook. Let us lend a hand, He Ling chimed in, attempting to smooth things over. Su Chen shook his head at Lin Lin, reclaiming the notebook and tossing it back onto the table. Ha, let us just skip it. We'll prepare our own meal. The food made by Teacher Huang is not something for people like us to enjoy. We shall be self-sufficient. You bully the weak, then do not blame me for being sharp-tongued. Just as Huang Wei was striding towards the open kitchen, holding a fish, he turned around, displeasure evident on his face upon hearing the remarks. If you don't want to eat, feel free to cook for yourselves. It saves me the trouble. Just be careful, you might find it inedible and go hungry. The air quickly thickened with tension. It is well known that offending Huang Wei in a variety show is never a wise decision, for he will find ways to target you subsequently. And thus, Su Chen became the solitary brave soul. Su Chen is too audacious, showing off in front of Teacher Huang, whose cooking is so delectable. Have you eaten upstairs? Huang Wei's cooking is notoriously awful, only He Ling has begun to exaggerate from a distance. He Ling, wow, what delicious dish is Teacher Huang preparing now? Huang Wei boiling water. In this instance, I stand with Su Chen. We came to the variety show to earn money, not to pander to seniority. However, it seems Su Chen truly cannot cook, and Xia Xinghe does not appear to be skilled in the kitchen either. It would not be wise to go hungry out of spite. At this moment, Huang Wei had commenced preparing the fish in his hands, washing and slicing. Within 5 minutes, a plate of Huang Wei's original sashimi was presented before Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan's previously radiant smile and expectant gaze stiffened at the sight of the sashimi. Huang Wei, motivated by Su Chen's earlier comments, was determined to showcase his culinary skills through Lu Yuan's praise. After handing Lu Yuan the chopsticks, he stood by, eagerly waiting for Lu Yuan to take a bite. Go on, try it. If you wait too long, the fish will lose its elasticity. Huang Wei urged. Before Lu Yuan lay the sashimi, which had merely undergone basic cleaning and slicing, devoid of marination or seasoning, even the skin had not been removed, with only 2 lonely slices of ginger adorning the plate. The pungent smell of the fish sent Lu Yuan's stomach churning. This fish hasn't even been skinned, right? It seems to have scales, the blunt Bai Yao remarked, only to immediately hush as she caught sight of Huang Wei's murderous glare. At this moment, Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of regret for his reckless choice to indulge in sashimi. He should have just said he wanted instant noodles. Why aren't you eating? Are you afraid to taste Teacher Huang's sashimi? Su Chen suddenly chimed in with a mischievous grin. Huang Wei shot a glance at the sarcastic Su Chen, patiently explaining to Lu Yuan, you can eat with confidence. I intentionally left the skin on, so you can savor the taste of the sea. Exactly, I know the taste of the sea. Lu Yuan's prior bravado was returned to him by Su Chen. He studied Su Chen for a moment, then with a sly grin, pushed the sashimi towards Su Chen. You seem eager to eat, why don't you go first? Su Chen glanced at the plate of sashimi, feeling a twinge of pity. Let us pass on that. This sashimi has been over-processed for me, and has lost its oceanic essence. Over-processed? The crowd looked at the indefinable sashimi, filled with questions. Su Chen nodded earnestly. I generally dive underwater with an oxygen tank. This child's tongue was quicker than her mind, realizing he had been mocked. Huang Wei's face flushed crimson. Shi Chen scoffed. Su Chen, do you think we are all fools? Su Chen cast him a sidelong glance, turning to Lu Yuan. Will you eat? If not, I'll feed it to the dogs. In an instant, the sashimi suddenly appeared before Shi Chen. Ding, congratulations, host. You have acquired 50 points of defense value from Shi Chen. Chapter 15. You are quite fastidious about hygiene. The scene felt as though it had been abruptly frozen in time. Shi Chen's expression quivered, his chest heaving with fervent breaths as he slammed his palm onto the table, casting an intense glare at Su Chen. Whom do you dare to call a dog? Su Chen casually glanced at him and replied, Isn't a cabbage dog still a dog? Ding, congratulations to the host. You have gained 50 points in breaking Shi Chen's composure. Xia Xinghe erupted into laughter, which was quickly followed by a chorus of chuckles from Bai Yao and others. Ha ha ha. That makes perfect sense, a cabbage dog is indeed a dog. Goodness, if I had Su Chen's way of thinking, I would definitely have my boss's ancestors' graves smoldering. Smoldering graves? Why would you reward your boss? Huang Wei stared at the sashimi he had painstakingly prepared, now being tossed about like refuse. His expression darkened to an extreme, especially while glancing at Lu Yuan, who was currently chuckling heartily. His irritation only deepened. Lu Yuan, you ordered the dishes, you should be the first to taste them. A moment ago, Lu Yuan had been giggling. Now, however, he was anything but amused. Shinichen, feeling as if a weight had been lifted, pushed the sashimi toward Lu Yuan, kindly offering him chopsticks. Under Huang Wei's piercing gaze, Lu Yuan could only muster the courage to extend his chopsticks, trembling as he picked up a slice of sashimi. Before it could even reach his mouth, merely approaching his nose made Lu Yuan retch, and he immediately forced the sashimi into his mouth. After a frantic chew, he realized he couldn't even bite through the fish skin to gulp. The sashimi was swallowed whole. Huang Wei's face turned a deep shade of anger as he glared at Su Chen, teetering on the edge of an outburst. He Ling, the designated savior, stepped in just in time. But Lu Yuan, what's wrong? Did you eat something bad yesterday? Lu Yuan, gulping down 2 mouthfuls of water, nodded vigorously. Yes, it's definitely not the sashimi's fault. Huang Wei seized the opportunity to chide, you youngsters never take care of your health. See, now you're uncomfortable, you need to eat something light. I'll make you a bowl of clear soup noodles. Lu Yuan nodded again. At this moment, Lin interjected, Teacher Huang, I'm not feeling too well either. Should I also switch to clear soup noodles? Me too. Huang Wei gritted his teeth but maintained a calm demeanor. Very well, but please bear with me, the poached eggs I make are not perfectly round. No problem, as long as it tastes good. The others chimed in to support him. Su Chen, seemingly from nowhere, produced a handful of sunflower seeds, spitting out the shells. Of course, it won't be round if it's made by you. It has to be from a chicken. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 30 points in breaking Huang Wei's composure. Ha ha ha, Bai Iyo burst into loud laughter. Why aren't you all laughing? This is genuinely hilarious. Su Chen, what do you mean by that? Huang Wei's face turned crimson with indignation. Did I say something wrong? Alright, your eggs are the roundest, okay? Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 40 points in breaking Huang Wei's composure. I shouldn't even bother arguing with you. Huang Wei tossed out this remark and stormed off to the kitchen. Perhaps it was because Huang Wei was determined to salvage his last shred of dignity with a bowl of clear soup noodles. The cooking process seemed particularly prolonged. Gurgle Yuchi shyly covered her stomach. Apology. Shinichen immediately sprang into action, grabbing the teapot from the table and pouring her a cup of tea. Have some water to stave off hunger. Oh, you are quite fastidious about hygiene, Su Chen interjected unexpectedly. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Rahem Xiaxinghe cleared her throat. Su Chen, you are too crude. Yuchi, realizing the implication, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. I only acknowledged the 2 words containing measurement units in your statement. I can't take it anymore, I'm about to burst out laughing. Su Chen is too witty. I'm willing to call him the innate master of humor. Su Chen, if you keep this up, I might just become your true fan. Suddenly, I feel that Yuchi and Shinichen's money is rather hard to earn. Clear soup noodles are here. Just then, with a shout, Huang Wei emerged from the kitchen, carrying a large bowl of clear soup noodles. A fierce battle was interrupted. He Ling, yet to receive her meal, exclaimed, Wow, this clear soup noodle looks fantastic. How did you make it? Huang Wei spoke with confidence. He Ling, discovering no issues with the preparation, felt reassured enough to serve herself a bowl. What can I say, at least the noodles were cooked. This is absolutely delicious, this clear soup noodle is simply exquisite. He Ling's praise delighted Huang Wei, who immediately beamed at Su Chen. Alright, the kitchen is now free, since you all don't want to eat what I made, feel free to help yourselves. The ingredients are right there. By the way, you know how to start a fire, right? Huang Wei's tone dripped with mockery and schadenfreude. I not only know how to start a fire, I also know how to ignite it, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Is there a difference? Huang Wei scoffed, your eggs are indeed not round. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 30 points in breaking Huang Wei's composure. As the group consumed the bland clear soup noodles, their peripheral vision couldn't help but be drawn to Su Chen, who had moved to the kitchen. They truly couldn't believe Su Chen could cook instinctively. They felt that if Su Chen failed to produce any decent dishes today, yet another fierce battle would surely ensue. Su Chen skillfully washed the rice and placed it in the pot. He then surveyed the ingredients, taking a large chunk of fatty pork belly, washing it clean, drying it off, and cutting it into 12 by 12 centimeters cubes. And next, he heated the pot, waiting for the temperature to rise before pressing the pork skin side down onto the bottom of the pot. A wave of burnt aroma wafted up, causing everyone to frown. Lin Lin and Bai Yeo exchanged curious glances. Chen Go, what dish are you planning to make? Dongpa pork, Su Chen replied, his hands still in motion. Humph, that is not how you make dongpa pork. You need to blanch it first. Huang Wei seemed to foresee Su Chen's failure. Su Chen glanced at him indifferently. If you do not cook, seeing me is akin to a frog in a well gazing at the moon. If you do cook, it is as if a mere ant sees the vast sky. Huang Wei's lips twitched. Su Chen continued pouring cold water into the pot, then added ginger, scallions, and cooking wine in succession. Once the pot boiled, he skimmed off the scum and continued to simmer for half an hour. Only when he could easily pierce the meat cubes with chopsticks did he retrieve them and cut them into 5 centimeters cubes. He then bound the meat pieces with bamboo leaves in a cross pattern. It looks fancy, but it's actually of no use, Huang Wei sneered, convinced that any method differing from his imagination was inherently wrong. Surprisingly, Su Chen's knife skills are rather professional. Wow, it seems Su Chen really can cook. Binding meat with bamboo leaves is indeed a very authentic method. Can the ones upstairs stop the forced praise? Is this really authentic? I'm the chef at Jiangzhou restaurant. Are you suggesting I'm exaggerating? Binding meat with bamboo leaves is to ensure it stays intact during long cooking. If you don't have bamboo leaves, you can use cotton thread. At this moment, Su Chen switched to a clay pot, heating oil anew, adding ginger, scallions, and spices to saute, and placing the previously cut meat cubes atop the seasonings. Su Chen then added rice wine, soy sauce, fermented tofu sauce, a spoonful of yellow bean sauce, and rock sugar. I've never seen that before. You're adding fermented tofu? I'm going to vomit. I absolutely despise fermented tofu, Lu Yuan grimaced in agony. Lin Lin's eyes, however, grew brighter. He nudged Bai Yeo and whispered, do you want to taste Chen Guo's dongpa pork? Ah, will it taste good? Absolutely delicious. Don't listen to Lu Yuan's nonsense. The soul of dongpa pork is that spoonful of red fermented tofu. That's how my grandpa makes it. Chen Guo's method is definitely authentic. Upon hearing this, Bai Yeo glanced at her bland clear soup noodles and immediately licked her lips. Of the two, sharing a conspiratorial glance, stealthily moved closer, disregarding the others. Chapter 16, How could it possibly taste good? Brother Chen, Yao and I also wish to savor dongpa pork, Lin Lin expressed with eager anticipation. Of course, Su Chen replied, having already reduced the heat and covered the pot. With the remaining time, he prepared a dish of fermented black bean fish and lettuce. As the aroma of the fermented black beans wafted through the villa, the mocking remarks from Huang Wei and his companions reached their peak. What is this? Can fermented black beans even be stir-fried with lettuce? Ha! Su Chen has truly embraced the art of dark culinary creations. Only Lin Lin was unable to contain his excitement, rubbing his hands together. His master, Grandpa Yu, was a true connoisseur, and this dish of fermented black bean fish and lettuce was one of his specialties. The collision of flavors from the fermented black beans, fish, and lettuce was simply exquisite. Half an hour later, Su Chen lifted the lid of the clay pot, releasing an intoxicating aroma of meat that enveloped the air of the group, having just finished their clear soup noodles, instinctively swallowed. It smells divine, indeed. Some dishes may smell delightful due to the spices but taste terrible, Lu Yuan cautioned, yet he too found himself swallowing involuntarily. Su Chen increased the heat to thicken the sauce, plating the dish and drizzling it with broth. The dongpa pork glistened a brilliant red on the white porcelain plate, its texture tender and gelatinous, swaying slightly as he lifted the plate. Seated at the dining table, Xia Xinghe couldn't help but lick her lips. Give it a try. Su Chen placed the dish before her, preparing to serve more rice. Lin Lin seized Su Chen's arm, saying, Brother Chen, you've worked hard all day, you eat first, and we'll take care of the rest. Bai Yeo nodded vigorously in agreement. Reluctantly, Su Chen sat beside Xia Xinghe. As a piece of dongpa pork approached her lips, Su Chen felt an inexplicable anticipation for his friend's evaluation. Upon tasting the dongpa pork, the skin was soft and glutinous, the meat tender and melting in the mouth, with a hint of sweetness, followed by a savory richness mingling with the meaty aroma. Xia Xinghe's eyes instantly narrowed in delight. Delicious. Try this next. Su Chen nudged the fermented black bean fish and lettuce closer to her. The lettuce was savory with a hint of spice, while the unique flavor of the fish complemented the freshness of the lettuce perfectly. Equally delightful. Hearing this, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Pfft, how could it possibly taste good? It's utterly exaggerated. Shinichen turned his head away, trying not to look at the food on the table. Exactly, nothing beats Teacher Huang's clear soup noodles, Shiryuchi added sourly. Help! Who understands? Su Chen's expectant gaze towards Xia Xinghe is just so endearing. Xia Xinghe squinting in delight is simply beautiful and adorable. Oh no, I think I developed a soft spot for the Xingchen couple. Xingchen couple? It's Xia Xinghe and Su Chen, is it that hard to comprehend? Are these two really just a playboy and a mistress? Their interactions feel so sweet. Pfft, it's all scripted, how could it possibly taste good, such forced flattery? Not delicious as Bai Yao is practically squealing in delight. Lin Lin and Bai Yao transformed into a duo of voracious diners, relishing the food to the extent that they might as well swallow their tongues. Is it really that delicious? Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan asked, licking their lips. Delicious, the kind that makes you want to slap someone for not letting go. Lin Lin replied without looking up. Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan exchanged glances, we want to try it too. Su Chen, little Chen Chen, I would like to eat as well, Su Jingwan said, sitting across from him and winking. Suddenly, Xia Xinghe's eyes narrowed, and she pushed a piece of dongpa pork she hadn't tasted yet towards Su Jingwan, her tone stiff, I'll give you half, go eat over there. That maddening sense of possessiveness. Qin Yuxuan and Lin Lin, who had a good rapport, immediately indulged in a piece of dongpa pork. He Ling watched as the others devoured their food, feeling envious however. Huang Wei kept casting glances at him, seemingly conveying the message, as a brother, don't eat. Lin Lin noticed the eagerness in He Ling's eyes and quickly tugged at Bai Yao under the table. Bai Yao understood instantly, saying with reluctance, Teacher He, this portion of dongpa pork is too much for me to finish alone, could you help me with some? Well, technically, I've been on a diet lately, but in the spirit of not wasting food, alright, He Ling said, already holding a bowl of rice. With boundless anticipation in his eyes, he picked up a piece of dongpa pork and brought it to his mouth. The glutinous meat skin, infused with a rich meaty aroma, instantly filled his mouth. He became elated, pairing it with a mouthful of warm rice. He immediately picked up a piece of fermented black bean fish and lettuce, the freshness of the vegetables harmonizing beautifully with the meat's flavor. His enjoyment was evident as he squinted his eyes, the taste is truly splendid. The group devoured the dishes with fervor, quickly reducing 2 plates to mere remnants. Su Chen, observing Xia Xinghe's lips smeared with grease yet still craving more, unhesitatingly placed the last piece of dongpa pork into her bowl. Xia Xinghe's gaze was slightly surprised, yet her heart was filled with sweetness. Eat more. Xia Xinghe lowered her head again, yet the joy at the corners of her mouth was impossible to conceal. A couple of minutes later, the dongpa pork and fermented black bean fish with lettuce were completely devoured. Even the broth from the dongpa pork had been mixed into Lin Lin's rice, leaving not a drop behind. The group patted their stomachs contentedly, savoring the lingering flavors. Pfft, such pretense, how could it possibly taste that good? Shinichen rolled his eyes, yet he couldn't help but fixate on the 2 empty plates, swallowing hard. Huang Wei, still stubborn, insisted, it's just dongpa pork, I can make it too. I'll prepare it for you tonight. Su Chen's method isn't even authentic. Having eaten his fill, He Ling approached Huang Wei with a forced smile. Su Chen's dish is indeed quite good, but it can't compare to Teacher Huang's. Huang Wei's expression twitched. He Ling had just savored the food so heartily, and the intent behind his words was painfully obvious. This was even more distressing than if He Ling had outright admitted that Su Chen's cooking surpassed Huang Wei's. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 40 points of vulnerability from Huang Wei. After their meal, Lin Lin and Bai Yao took it upon themselves to wash the dishes. Huang Wei waved them off. Alright, you all go rest. The production team has arrangements for tonight, I'll handle the dishes. Then I'll help Teacher Huang. Shinichen unexpectedly offered to assist, with someone volunteering. The others gradually made their way upstairs. Once most of the crowd had dispersed, Huang Wei gazed at the plate that retained only a hint of grease from the dongpa pork, his brow furrowing in concern. He glanced around, noticing only Shinichen with his back turned. In the next moment, a finger suddenly swiped across the plate's remnants of grease and, in a flash, was sent to his mouth. Huang Wei was momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning, his eyes wide with disbelief. The rich meaty aroma, salty with a hint of sweetness, just a smidgen of sauce offered such a complex flavor. If he could savor a bite of Dongpa pork, he couldn't imagine the exquisite experience it would bring. He took another taste, then another. For so long, his once proud culinary skills were shattered in an instant. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of vulnerability from Huang Wei. Behind Huang Wei, Shinichen fixated on a single fermented black bean in the plate of fermented black bean fish and lettuce, his gaze drifting before he let out a cold chuckle, just a measly lettuce, as if it could be that good. As he spoke, Shinichen suddenly grabbed the last remaining fermented black bean and popped it into his mouth. The rich aroma of fermented black beans mingled with the unique scent of the lettuce engulfed him instantly. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of vulnerability from Shinichen. Chapter 17 Without my rest, can you sleep soundly? Why is there still a breach of defense? Su Chen pondered, while the barrage of comments exploded. Did I see that right? Huang Wei and Shinichen are sneaking a taste from the plate? Help! Is this something a celebrity can do? I don't believe it, it's all scripted. How could Su Chen's cooking possibly be that delicious? In the director's team, Zhu Delong and Wu Chang watched the footage of Huang Wei and Shinichen indulging in. Huang Wei and Shinichen had indeed evaded the standard filming angles. Little did they know, the production team had placed several hidden cameras to create an unscripted spectacle. After all, what excitement could there be in washing dishes? The result was an unexpectedly astonishing scene that left everyone astounded. Curiosity killed the cat. Zhu Delong groaned, rubbing his temples. To be honest, if I were in their shoes, I might have tasted it too, because Lin Lin and the others are overreacting. Wu Chang spoke candidly. Zhu Delong clicked his tongue. Who could disagree? But why do I feel that whenever something relates to Su Chen, the atmosphere takes a bizarre turn? It's truly exasperating. If Huang Wei and Shinichen knew about this, they'd probably go mad. I am starting to question whether inviting Su Chen onto the show was a wise decision, Zhu Delong mused, but he received no response from Wu Chang. What are you looking at? Director. Our variety show has surpassed 15 million viewers and is trending in the top 3 topics. What on earth? Zhu Delong leaned closer to the screen. The trending topics were ablaze with attention. Shocking, the culinary god Huang, caught sneaking a taste from the plate after a heart-wrenching moment, revealed. Su Chen once attended New Oriental Blue Sky Culinary School, where he diligently practiced cooking while operating an excavator. I would like to refer to Su Chen as the innate master of content creation. The Revenant's Glory Zhong Kuei and Lanling King skins are skyrocketing in sales. My goodness, the innate traffic master. Zhu Delong was left dumbfounded. He had never anticipated that Perfect Lover could garner such overwhelming heat. I knew it, having Su Chen participate in the variety show was a brilliant choice. Achoo! Who's cursing me? In the suite on the 3rd floor, Su Chen surveyed the empty room with suspicion. Seeing Su Chen's vacant expression, Xia Xinghe furrowed her brows and looked up. Are you M? I am I. What kind of new constitution is this? Xia Xinghe seemed to have encountered a knowledge gap. When did Su Chen become so assertive in her presence, or was it merely a suggestion? You seem quite different from before, Xia Xinghe remarked. Indeed, the current me is frighteningly strong. No, I mean you're playing hot and cold with me. It would be a pity not to help someone wash the tripe. Su Chen fell silent. Xia Xinghe's eyes flickered. The barrage of comments was frozen. Wait, was their previous interaction so profound? Goodness, I never imagined that 2 sharp-tongued individuals could have such entertaining exchanges. How did Xia Xinghe and Su Chen manage to make their dialogue intriguing, the atmosphere ambiguous, and even a bit suggestive? I hereby declare, from now on, please refrain from mentioning any scumbags or third parties. I am genuinely shipping them. Seeing them interact like this, I am beginning to question Shiryuchi's words. By the way, did Shiryuchi provide any tangible evidence of Su Chen's infidelity? Inside the suite, after a brief exchange of lips, Su Chen yawned, feeling somewhat fatigued. Let us continue another day. I am a bit tired and wish to sleep. But I'm not sleepy yet. Xia Xinghe clutched a plush toy, kneeling on the floor with an icy demeanor. Then you can keep playing. I'll take a nap. Without my rest, you won't be able to sleep soundly. Su Chen, now accustomed to Xia Xinghe's manner of speaking, countered, is that so? Indeed. As the steady rhythm of his breathing filled the air, Xia Xinghe's gaze lingered on Su Chen's face, her heart racing. When she first learned of Su Chen's betrayal, her instinct was to topple the starlit entertainment. Yet, when Su Chen approached her with the idea of a contractual girlfriend, she decided to pause and savor the moments spent with him. However, later, a song titled Xinghua allowed Xia Xinghe to rediscover Su Chen's remarkable creative talent. Her plan shifted once more. She wanted Su Chen to shine brightly on his rightful stage. Delivering the most resounding slap to Chen Fei and Shiryuchi meant there are always certain things that must be done personally for them to hold meaning. Let us start by having Starlet take the initiative to breach the contract, setting Su Chen free. Knock, knock, knock. All guests, please proceed to the first floor hall for the program's inaugural couple activity. Su Chen opened his sleepy eyes and stretched luxuriously. Xia Xinghe, feeling the movement on her thigh, also opened her hazy eyes. Let us go. It's time to get active. Su Chen said cheerfully. Xia Xinghe nodded, but as she stepped off the sofa, she suddenly stumbled. Su Chen reacted swiftly, catching her slender waist, bringing them uncomfortably close. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before quickly averting, the scent lingering in the air making Su Chen's throat dry. Legs weak? My legs are numb. Xia Xinghe shot a glare at Su Chen, her expression pained. Beg me, and I might help you massage them. Beg you to touch my thigh? Xia Xinghe narrowed her beautiful eyes, as if ready to pounce. Though your reasoning is rather flimsy, I am a good person. Su Chen's hand reached out, only to be swatted away by Xia Xinghe. Her cheeks flushed. Xia Xinghe glared at the mischievous Su Chen, torn between annoyance and embarrassment. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with mischief as she opened her arms, resembling a spoiled little girl. My legs are numb. Carry me. Su Chen's eyes widened in realization that Xia Xinghe was being playful. Hey, don't go too far, he whispered. Are you incapable? Xia Xinghe replied, her tone steady. With an astonishing elasticity, as their backs met, Su Chen inexplicably felt as if the ground had vanished beneath him. The sweetness in the livestream reached an unprecedented level. On the first floor, before the activity had even begun, other guests began showcasing their remarkable skills. Lin, I don't really have any special talents. I can tell a few jokes, and I'm only in the entertainment industry thanks to the audience's patronage. Lu Yuan, the directors say that my portrayal of a domineering CEO is unparalleled. After all, I was born to play the part. Shinichen, my musical talent ensures that I cannot be mediocre. Mastering every instrument, I shine too brightly. Until Su Chen appeared, carrying Xia Xinghe, everyone's gazes turned peculiar. Ha, you really know how to steal the spotlight, Shinichen remarked, increasingly envious of Xia Xinghe's exceptional beauty, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Shiryuchi rolled her eyes. Naturally, Su Chen isn't like you, Ichen, with music oozing from every pore. Aside from his looks, he is utterly worthless. Just as Su Chen set Xia Xinghe down on the sofa, Shinichen's sarcasm resumed. Su Chen, we were just discussing instruments. As a top-tier idol, you must have some skills, right? Instruments? Su Chen glanced at him. Yes, there can't possibly be a top idol without some talent, right? Of course I can play instruments. I excel at the ceremonial drum. Chapter 18. Having just started a relationship, her mouth seems to have grown larger. Countless scornful remarks had been brewing in her heart, even rehearsing how to incite laughter and ridicule, compelling Su Chen to perform live while she basked in the glory of her own prowess. Yet, it felt as though her powerful strike landed on nothing but cotton. To add insult to injury, Su Chen threw a contemptuous lump of something at him. Come on, buddy, are you really going to give up this easily before your downfall is even complete? Everyone was momentarily stunned by Su Chen's retort. Shiryuchi let out a cold laugh. It's quite rare to find someone so self-assured despite lacking any talent. Don't you feel a twinge of embarrassment, Su Chen? Su Chen cast a glance at her and waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough of that. I know you've just started dating, and it seems to be going well. Shiryuchi initially thought Su Chen was attempting to change the subject, but she still sweetly linked her arm with Shin-Ichen's, saying, "Ichen and I have always had a good relationship, you think?" Before Shiryuchi could finish her sentence, Su Chen interrupted, it's evident, your mouth seems to have grown larger, and your chatter has increased." Suddenly, the atmosphere fell into a petrified silence. Within the confines of the villa, a chill breeze swept through. Shiryuchi, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Chen, seethed, "Su Chen, what are you barking about? I'm merely attempting to communicate with you. This is truly laughable. Your every word is laced with crude humor. Do you honestly find it amusing? If you find it funny, let us hear a couple of laughs to show your filial piety." Shiryuchi's chest heaved with fury, tears welling in her eyes. Who understands? She couldn't outwit him, couldn't retaliate. She was genuinely infuriated. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points in Shiryuchi's defense value. Shin-Chen stood up, glaring at Su Chen. "Yuchi, ignore him. He is just a lunatic." Summer Shingha, her legs no longer numb, shot him a cold glance. "You're not exactly more sane than Su Chen." Shin-Chen could hardly believe that Summer Shingha dared to confront him. "What gives you, a mere bystander, the right to speak? And what's wrong with being a bystander? Does one need to distinguish between them in a quarrel? You must be Aristotle's younger sibling, Jenny Marston." Summer Shingha's disdainful demeanor heightened her sarcasm to its peak. All right, how bold to insult someone live. You must be quite desperate. When a dog bites you, aren't you anxious? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points in Shin-Chen's defense value. With the defense value credited, Su Chen silently gave Summer Shingha a thumbs up. He acknowledged her combat prowess. The sudden chaos even made He Ling, an experienced host, feel a tad flustered, although Su Chen and Summer Shingha's banter was quite pleasant to the ear. All right, we've joked enough. Let us proceed to today's couple activity. He Ling's classic intervention has arrived. Jokingly, it's a game, let us begin the activity. I truly cannot wait for the stars CP. Their exchanges are filled with humor, huh? Shin-Chen will surely sing a love song to Shiryuchi, his musical talent is remarkable. Who in their right mind confesses while performing magic? The most anticipated must be Su Chen and Summer Shingha. Their interactions are the sweetest among everyone. Dressed in a white t-shirt and jeans, Qin Yuxuan stepped forward, inching closer to Su Jingwan under the watchful eyes of the crowd. As their proximity diminished, the air thickened with an ambiguous tension. Su Jingwan's alluring gaze fell upon Qin Yuxuan. The youthful shyness of a younger man harmonized perfectly with the mature elegance of a woman. Though they were merely a fabricated couple, for Qin Yuxuan, who often played the leading man in romantic dramas, this charade should have been a trivial affair. Yet, when Su Jingwan's breath brushed against his face, he felt a flutter of nerves. All the scripted romantic dialogues fled from his mind. After a lengthy pause, Qin Yuxuan finally mustered the courage to look at Su Jingwan, poised to speak. Put! Su Jingwan suddenly burst into laughter, doubling over with her hands on her hips. Tears streamed down her cheeks from laughter. The previously charged atmosphere shattered in an instant, and Qin Yuxuan joined in her laughter. He Ling and the other guests also erupted in chuckles. Although it was a moment of comedic failure, it felt remarkably harmonious. Aha, this is the correct way to approach a May-December romance. If I were Su Jingwan, and my younger brother were to confess earnestly, I would also burst into laughter, you know? Are you kidding? If Qin Yuxuan were to confess to me, I would surely wake up laughing in my dreams. Chapter 19. A good performance deserves an award. With the prelude set by Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan, the popularity of the livestream began to surge rapidly. Soon, it was the turn of the second pair. Lin Lin and Bai Yao. As the youngest couple in terms of average age, Bai Yao approached the bonfire with a slight blush on her charming face, feeling bashful. Lin Lin, equally flushed, gradually closed the distance between him and Bai Yao under the gaze of all present. Before long, Lin Lin stood firm. Bai Yao slightly lowered her head, and Lin Lin's lips quivered as he nervously rubbed the back of his head. Yao. Bai Yao responded softly, both of them appearing shy, as if they were performing a youthful romantic drama before the crowd. Then, I shall formally confess. Lin Lin's voice trembled. Bai Yiyao's shoulders slightly shook as she stifled a laugh. Lin Lin took a deep breath, grounding himself, and spoke each word with resounding clarity. Yiyao, your beauty is akin to that of a fish sinking and a flower hiding, with brows like distant mountains and eyes like autumn waters. Your face, radiant as a peach blossom in sunlight, and lips, reminiscent of blooming cherries, that visage is a delicate blend of white and red, with a hint of pink that exudes an enchanting vitality. When you smile, it is captivating enough to topple nations, akin to spring flowers blossoming under the warm sun. Your eyes, bright and spirited, shimmer with life. Lin Lin spoke at an astonishing pace. Initially, Bai Yiyao listened with interest, but soon her expression morphed into one of confusion. Isn't he supposed to confess, yet he's reciting a monologue? Lin Lin's dedication is almost painful to witness. Ha, Lin Lin, are you trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my misfortune? What a guy, indeed. A monologue confession. All present were left bewildered. Just as Lin Lin was delivering his fervent speech, he suddenly exclaimed, "Ouch, Yiyao, why are you stepping on my foot?" Bai Yiyao smiled through gritted teeth. What do you think I'm stepping on you for? Ha 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 ha. The crowd erupted into laughter. Speak properly. Bai Yiyao huffed playfully. Lin Lin, feeling awkward, took a moment before continuing. Honestly, I have no idea how to confess that. However, I believe that love can be both passionate and serene. It can be the heartfelt letters exchanged between longing souls, or the shared moments of simple joys in life. It can be elopement to escape worldly gossip, or couples enjoying the vibrant life of the city. It can be unrequited love, or an inability to let go, akin to the weariness resulting from longing. Do you not see the sorrow of Daiyu for Baoyu, or the tale of Liang and Zhu transforming into butterflies? I have a word that names the journey of my heart. Love is inherently selfless, yet it demands magnanimity. But if love is inherently selfish, how can one speak of generosity? Even if it means sacrificing myself, I shall still regard you with the same affection as ever, through the passage of time. Lin Lin's impassioned tone resonated like a solemn vow, leaving Bai Yiyao, who had initially struggled to contain her laughter, with a face now marked by contemplation and slightly moist eyes. A unique romanticism, characteristic of a performer, infused the night air with a sweet fragrance. Just as Bai Yiyao, unable to restrain herself, leaned in for a big hug, the audience erupted with thunderous applause. Bravo! Well done, that deserves an award. Su Chen tilted his head, clapping his hands loudly. Xiaoxing's forehead twitched with 3 visible lines of annoyance as she covered her head. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 10 points in Bai Yiyao's defense value. Damn, that's Su Chen. Crazy. In the director's group, Zhu Delong was fuming. Just when one pair had successfully elevated the romantic atmosphere, Su Chen had to go and ruin it with his exclamations. Director, this variety show is bound to be ruined by him one day, Wu Chang lamented, a look of despair on his face. He Ling forced a polite smile, urging the audience to maintain decorum. Lin Lin, do you have anything else to say? Lin Lin opened his mouth, glancing awkwardly in Su Chen's direction. I suddenly lost my train of thought. Teacher would it be alright if I started over? Ha, what a time to start over. Su Chen, are you a devil? They're in the midst of a confession, for heaven's sake. I declare Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao married on the spot, and I'll contribute 1 billion. Just bill it to Su Chen. Su Chen, wait for me, let me see which model to burn for you. Ultimately, Lin Lin, devoid of his earlier spirit, stepped down, casting a resentful glance at Su Chen. Bro, what are you doing? We have no feud. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly, I just couldn't help myself. Xiaoxing looked at Su Chen with a hint of concern. So, it's almost our turn, are you ready? Su Chen paused, furrowing his brows in contemplation. Among the rewards given by the system, the only presentable one was that song, Xinghua, yet he truly did not want to give Fanqing a free pass. Just as he was pondering, a light bulb went off in his head. By the way, Lin Lin, I remember you have a pair of clappers? Yes, I do. Let me borrow them. Xia Xinghe felt a sense of foreboding of the third pair. Lu Yuan and Li Hanyun had already taken the stage dressed in a white short skirt. Li Hanyun stood gracefully and confidently by the bonfire, tucking away her hair that had been tousled by the evening breeze. It proved that love for someone could also be performed. Li Hanyun gazed sweetly in the direction of Lu Yuan, who was about to make his entrance. The air was once again thick with romantic tension. At that moment, Lu Yuan finally appeared on camera, with a side-parted hairstyle typical of a domineering CEO. He donned a black shirt, and with each step closer to Li Hanyun, the corners of his mouth lifted higher. By the time he stood beside her, he was nearly grinning from ear to ear. Lu Yuan produced a rose from behind him and took a deep whiff. Achoo! Excuse me, I'm a bit allergic to pollen. A hint of surprise did not deter the CEO's declaration. Lu Yuan, exuding a blend of nonchalance, freedom, and confidence, said with a playful tone, "Hanyun, I'm thinking of changing my hairstyle, can you guess what it will be?" Li Hanyun appeared momentarily dazed. What trick was he up to now? Please, just don't be greasy. Is it a micro-powdered cover? No, Lu Yuan shook his head. Then, is it a side part? Of course not, Lu Yuan shook his head again, flashing a charming smile. Then it must be. Before Li Hanyun could finish, Su Chen raised his hand excitedly. It's the "you can't do without me" style. The crowd gasped, and a chilly breeze swept through, even bending the flames. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, visibly displeased. Su Chen, do you realize that what you're doing is incredibly impolite? You interrupted my meticulously crafted confession. Li Hanyun felt a bit awkward. So does that mean Su Chen was right? Humph, he just got lucky for a moment. How could he possibly understand such elevated romantic lines? Never mind, Hanyun, let's continue. Lu Yuan said, pulling out a bag of salt he had swiped from the kitchen, and in a playful tone, added, Hanyun, I just bought a bag of salt. Can you guess what kind of salt it is? Li Hanyun glanced at the bag with the brand name Absolutely Salty written on it, feeling uncertain. Is it Absolutely Salty table salt? Nope. Lu Yuan winked flirtatiously. Su Chen suddenly raised his hand high. I know, it's love you without any salt. Li Hanyun doofed, coughing up blood. Su Chen, enough already, just because you steal my love. Can you guess what kind of medicine it is? Su Chen, it's a love that's beyond cure. Lu Yuan, fuming, today, I went fishing, can you guess what I caught? Su Chen, it's a love that's steadfast and unyielding until death. Lu Yuan, turning red today, I bought a bucket of oil. Can you tell me what kind of oil it is? Su Chen, it's love tiger oil. Chapter 20. Happiness must be contended for. The atmosphere was suffocatingly silent. Lu Yuan's mind buzzed incessantly of the heartfelt declarations he had always prided himself on were known even to a scoundrel like Su Chen. Was this not a humiliation in itself? Meeting Lu Yuan's gaze, Su Chen pounded his chest and pointed at Lu Yuan, exclaiming, what a splendid exchange of romantic rhetoric, and my dear friend, I shall refer to you as the innate oil king Saint Body. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 points of defense breach value from Lu Yuan. After a brief pause, the barrage of laughter erupted, resonating throughout the venue. Lu Yuan. You've stolen my lines, what am I supposed to say now? Su Chen, say that you love me. I was planning to mute Lu Yuan's confession, but I never expected such a delightful surprise, ha ha. He Ling's cheeks trembled slightly. Let whoever wishes to host take the stage, he was no firefighter, so why must he perpetually extinguish flames, ahem. I truly did not anticipate that both Su Chen and Lu Yuan possess such unique insights into romantic expressions. He Ling felt an awkwardness envelop him as he spoke. Zhu Delong stared intently at the camera, smacking his lips. What's this, live father? Why are you meddling with others? Aren't you going to confess soon? At that moment, Wu Cheng suddenly turned around, exclaiming in delight, Director, the number of viewers in the livestream has reached 20 million. What nonsense is this? Zhu Delong's expression shifted to one of joy. I knew that Su Chen lad had the knack for it. On the scene, Lu Yuan grumbled as he walked down from the confession area alongside Li Hanyu, taking his place beside Shani Chen. That Su Chen is truly insufferable, he has disrupted my meticulously planned confession. Lu Yuan cursed. Shani Chen glanced at him, thinking, my friend, you are blissfully unaware of the oil surrounding you, yet, in an instant, his expression turned haughty again. as he had already devised a complete confession plan. The backstory revolved around his 3-year unrequited love for Shirayuchi. He had originally intended to silently bless her from the shadows. As long as he could witness her happiness, that was enough. However, he had not anticipated that Shirayuchi would end up with a scoundrel. He regretted his previous hesitations, which nearly caused him to miss out on the person he loved most. This time, he would grasp Shirayuchi's hand tightly and not let her slip away. He had even decided on the song he would sing after telling his story. Rest assured, Brother Yuan, Su-chen has no talents to speak of. His confession will surely lack originality. Yuchi and I will undoubtedly seize first place. In a couple of days, when Su-chen finds himself unable to afford a meal, he will have to come crying to us for scraps. Lu Yuan nodded emphatically, placing all his hopes on Shinichen. Just as the two were whispering to each other, it was time for Su-chen and Xia Xinghe to take the stage. Xia Xinghe donned a white spaghetti strap dress, showcasing her delicate, fair shoulders and collarbones. The burning flames cast a rosy hue upon her cool visage. She stood there quietly, adding a finishing touch to the meticulously arranged confession setting. In a moment unseen by the cameras, her slightly clenched hands unconsciously tapped her thumb against her index finger. As she gazed toward Su-chen, her calm eyes concealed the waves of anticipation beneath. Suddenly, a crisp and lively clapping sound filled the air. As Su-chen entered the confession area, clapping his hands and stepping lightly to the rhythm, with a charming Tianjin accent, he cheerfully set the beat. Ding 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 ding, ding 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 as the confession approaches. Oh, what a delightful mood. Seizing the day to confess, I'll lay my heart bare. I like you immensely. Hey, come sleep with me. Lin's mouth fell agape. Had this fellow come to steal her thunder? The unexpectedly catchy rhythm prompted everyone present to gently nod along. Only Xia Xinghe's previously hopeful gaze began to wane rapidly. Just as Su-chen was getting into the groove, Xia Xinghe's eyes flickered with determination. She stepped forward, snatching the clapper from Su-chen's hands, halting the rhythm abruptly. Su-chen, feeling somewhat guilty, rubbed his nose. How could this not count as a talent? Huh? I didn't expect your CP to crack first, did you? Shinichen sneered. Though it's quite amusing, Su-chen is indeed being a bit disrespectful. Exactly, it's a confession. What else with the clapper? Xia Xinghe, take him down. Just when everyone assumed that Su-chen and Xia Xinghe were about to falter, Xia Xinghe suddenly lifted her head, her blazing gaze locking onto Su-chen's face. I do not want your confession. My happiness, I will strive for myself. In the midst of Su-chen's bewildered expression, Xia Xinghe leaped into his embrace, her voice soft yet clear and measured. 5 years ago, we met. I never imagined that the friend who would tease and amuse me would ultimately occupy such a significant place in my life. It was 3 years ago, on the night you announced your relationship with Shirayuchi, that I belatedly realized my feelings for you. Countless times in the dead of night, I lamented my own dullness for having missed the most important person in my life. When I heard the news of your breakup, I was at a loss, unsure whether to feel relieved or mournful for the efforts you had invested in that relationship, only for it to end in tragedy. But once I regained my composure, I realized that none of that truly mattered. What's important is that, after all the twists and turns, you remain you, and I remain I, and now it is us. Xia Xinghe's tone remained steady, as if devoid of emotional turbulence, yet only Su-chen, held tightly in her embrace, could feel the tremors coursing through her body and the gradual dampness of his shoulder. Su-chen found himself momentarily unable to discern whether Xia Xinghe's words were meant to aid in the recording of the show or were a genuine confession of her feelings. The expressions of the other guests shifted at that moment. From Xia Xinghe's succinct words, they gathered a wealth of information. Combined with the rumors they had previously heard, a genuine narrative unfolded before their eyes. Thus, Shinichen, feeling uncomfortable under the gazes of others, instinctively distanced himself from Shirayuchi. Her expression was one of utter turmoil. She was now firmly convinced that Xia Xinghe was not a mere faux CP, but rather someone who harbored true feelings for Su-chen. Is it not quite normal for an ordinary person to like Su-chen? Someone like Su-chen deserves only the affections of an ordinary person. Shirayuchi endeavored to ignore Xia Xinghe's astonishing beauty, repeatedly reassuring herself with the disparity in their identities to soothe her complicated emotions. Wow! Xia Xinghe's words carry a significant weight. Did they get together only after Su-chen and Shirayuchi broke up? Wait, if Xia Xinghe isn't the mistress, then did Shirayuchi accuse Su-chen of cheating based on false pretenses, or was the entire matter fabricated? Xia Xinghe's words don't sound insincere. There seems to be a story between Shirayuchi and Su-chen. This is undoubtedly just Su Chen's attempt to redeem himself in the script. Princess Yuchi is the true victim. Chapter 21. Who invented this CP phenomenon? As discussions erupted in the barrage, the director's team, led by Zhu Delong, experienced a subtle shift in expression. With the concerns articulated by Xia Xinghe, it became evident that the chaos was likely to arrive sooner than anticipated, and it was even conceivable that after this variety show, both Su Chen and Shi Yuqi would Do not let anyone interrupt Su Chen and Xia Xinghe's confession, allow them to express themselves freely. Hearing the words through her earpiece, He Ling gently nodded. Her gaze, however, swiftly landed on Shi Yuqi and Shinichen. It was sufficient to fixate on them. By the campfire, Su Chen inhaled the fragrant aroma wafting from Xia Xinghe's hair, smiling serenely as he tightened their embrace. Regardless of the truth, the affection of a good brother towards oneself was undeniably real. Xia Xinghe suddenly whispered in his ear, "Shall I sing a song for you?" "Sure," Su Chen softly replied slowly. Xia Xinghe released herself from his embrace and nodded towards the music teacher nearby. As the rhythm began to build, the soothing prelude of the song Qinghua, which Su Chen had gifted to Xia Xinghe, resonated in the air. Xia Xinghe held the microphone, gazing at Su Chen just a step away. In March, the willow catkins scatter, lovers hurriedly part. My love remains unmoved by the winds. Flipping through yesterday's warm yet dusty secrets. In a daze, one feels as if in another world, that night of reunion halted the wandering, you once returned. To share mutual sorrow is still painful. Merely because yesterday's kindness stubbornly burdened us both. Shattering tokens cancels the next life. Regrets left unspoken, startled, the heart contracts, firmly grasping the token of Qinghua, faithfully upholding promises. Farewells are always spent in disappointment. Xia Xinghe's voice was ethereal and melodious, devoid of any trace of weariness, yet, it resembled that of a maiden under the moon, reminiscing about her beloved, stirring emotions within the hearts of listeners. In the midst of her enchanting song, each word articulated a sense of regret. He Ling, being a singer who had released albums, possessed a profound appreciation for music. The moment the prelude played, and Xia Xinghe's voice harmonized with the accompaniment, his eyes sparkled with realization. Firstly, he could ascertain that he had never heard this song before. Secondly, the lyrical and musical composition exuded remarkable artistic merit. Who penned this song? Such a question not only lingered in his mind but also in the thoughts of all viewers. Whose song is this? It's so beautiful. This song conveys emotions deeply, truly expressing regret to the core. Brothers, continue watching the livestream. I must attend my ex-girlfriend's wedding, and I won't miss it this time. Who understands? Lying in bed listening to this song makes me feel emo. Damn my ex-husband. Although it's evident that Xia Xinghe's singing technique is limited, every note is filled with emotion. Are you trying to kill me? Under the moonlight, by the campfire, a young girl softly sang. After the song concluded, before anyone could react, Xia Xinghe cupped Su Chen's face and swiftly kissed his lips. The kiss was fleeting. Even Su Chen had not fully comprehended the moment before he was left with a lingering sweetness and a refreshing softness to reminisce. The barrage erupted once more. Wait, I was just starting to feel emo, and you kissed in front of me? Ah. No way, you can't just bring a dog in to be slaughtered. Why doesn't Xia Xinghe kiss me? Is it just because I'm not Su Chen? Now, this is what sweet love looks like. Meanwhile, my love, he too. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of emotional damage from Chen Yuhan. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of emotional damage from Tian Fei. Ding. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 60 points of emotional damage from Shinichen. At this moment, Shinichen's expression was as hard as a rock. Was it envy towards Su Chen? Certainly not. Even if it was only a minuscule amount. The problem was that he realized that the background story Xia Xinghe mentioned, along with the subsequent flow of the love song, was eerily similar to his own. If Xia Xinghe's song were subpar, it could have been overlooked, yet, the song, in both lyrics and overall presentation, resonated even with him. More importantly, he could ascertain that this song had not appeared in the music scene of Longhua, implying that it might have been an original piece by Xia Xinghe or perhaps even written for Su Chen. How could Su Chen possibly deserve such a song? Wait a minute. Xia Xinghe was merely an amateur yet possessed such musical talent. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 60 points of emotional damage from Shinichen. He-Ling, at this point, had completely forgotten her role as the host. She simply watched Xia Xinghe and Su Chen with a smile reminiscent of an indulgent aunt. How sweet, truly sweet, who on earth invented this CP phenomenon? It is indeed intriguing. Suddenly, Zhu Delong's voice broke the reverie, pulling He-Ling back to reality. Teacher He, why are you still sitting there grinning like a fool? Continue hosting. Shinichen and Shiryuchi have yet to take the stage. He-Ling hurriedly stood up, but upon glancing at Shiryuchi and Shinichen, she inexplicably felt a sense of disinterest. How strange, why had they entered a sage mode? Next, let us welcome the final CP of the day, Shinichen and Shiryuchi, to the stage for their confession. Dressed in a flowing blue gown, Shiryuchi was the first to approach the campfire. From the side, after descending from the confession area, Su Chen and Xia Xinghe grew somewhat silent. After a long pause, both of them spoke simultaneously. You go first. They exchanged glances, then spoke in unison again. Never mind. Yet this time, there was no follow-up. They merely turned their heads in opposite directions, sharing a joyful smile. At the confession site, with the backstory no longer viable, Shinichen swiftly adjusted his strategy. What the foe CP feared most was the mention of marriage. Thus, he decided to drop a bombshell right from the start. Amid the soothing background music, Shinichen, feigning deep emotion, faced the seemingly sweet Shiryuchi. Yuchi, I am grateful for your presence in my life. Today, I wish to announce the most significant decision of my life. After a brief pause, Shinichen took a deep breath and, with utmost seriousness, proclaimed, Yuchi, when your hair reaches your waist, then you need to take a dump. The words, will you marry me, got stuck in Shinichen's throat due to Su Chen's abrupt interjection. Shinichen spun around, his eyes filled with indignation. Su Chen. I'm right here. Can't you see I'm confessing? Su Chen, bewildered, raised his head but did not look at Shinichen. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Xia Xinghe. Wasn't it you who mentioned when your hair reaches your waist? It was indeed me, Xia Xinghe responded quickly, nodding slightly. Only then did Su Chen apologize to Shinichen. My apologies, I misunderstood, please continue. Shinichen's teeth nearly ground to dust, and after several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure and gently addressed Shiryuchi. Yuchi, in the past, the pace of life was slow, and letters traveled far. One could only love one person for a lifetime, but you can take many concubines. Shinichen was once again frozen in place. He mechanically turned his head, only to see Su Chen's apologetic expression. Xinghe, please stop asking me questions. Shinichen is already upset. Understood, Xia Xinghe replied expressionlessly, nodding. Shinichen turned back to Shiryuchi, but this time, before he could speak, he abruptly turned to Su Chen once more. Su Chen innocently shrugged his shoulders. Shinichen composed himself again and softly said, Yuchi, I actually want to tell you that happiness has always been within your reach. Yes, it has always been with your prettier friends. Su Chen. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 70 points of emotional damage from Shinichen. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of emotional damage from Shiryuchi. Chapter 22. I have become the Taoist. The expressions of the crowd varied greatly. Even Lu Yuan wore a look of contentment. Thankfully, I am not the only one suffering misfortune. Netizens were also blown away by Su Chen's bizarre train of thought. This is simply hilarious. Is it appropriate to flirt while taking a dump? My ex-girlfriend asks me every day why she isn't happy, and I tell her that living well with her best friend is far superior. I laughed so hard in the middle of the night that I pounded the bed, and my mother asked if I had eaten bee feces. Su Chen, are you even human? Ari Chen is confessing. What kind of quality is this? He-Ling forcefully suppressed the corners of his mouth, cleared his throat, and feigned seriousness. Su Chen, you and Xia Xinghe can chat later. Sure. Su Chen nodded obediently. Shinichen watched as his carefully prepared grand confession was utterly ruined. He had no choice but to rely on his extraordinary improvisational skills to swiftly alter his plan. Indeed, at the end of all tricks, only one's innate musical talent serves as the ultimate trump card. Shinichen lightly shook his head in disdain. Yuching, although Su Chen has disrupted the atmosphere of our pure love, it does not diminish my fervent desire to express my affection for you. I have decided to present to you the most powerful new song I have ever written. Come witness our most genuine love. This song represents rebirth, pain, and the solitary torment of longing that I have endured alone. I shall use this song to convey my love for you. Ah, Shin-Chen is going to sing after all, can't wait. When Shin-Chen sings, it will be a knockout. Goodness, is the confession failing, and is he preparing to cast a spell? Amidst the fans' anticipation, Shin-Chen raised his head proudly and turned to signal, "Thank you, sound engineer." In the next moment, the originally tranquil and ambiguous night was suddenly enveloped by a faint, haunting melody, casting an oppressive atmosphere. As Shin-Chen began to sing, the tension escalated to a chilling and eerie level, especially for Shiryuchi, standing before Shin-Chen. The moment she faced the magical onslaught, every hair on her body stood on end. Goosebumps rose in layers. A unique, otherworldly romance enveloped everyone completely. The fans who had just been clamoring for Shin-Chen's performance suddenly froze, holding their phones in shock. "No, buddy, we asked you to confess." Director Zhu Delong watched the unfolding scene, unable to resist rubbing his arms. "Teacher should we ask Shin-Chen to stop singing?" "Director, look." Wu Cheng suddenly pointed at the screen in astonishment. There, on the screen, a whirlwind suddenly enveloped the bonfire beside Shin-Chen, and countless sparks rose with the wind, resembling a fiery tempest. "Holy cow!" Zhu Delong was genuinely alarmed. Shin-Chen continued singing obliviously, only to hear Su Chen shout beside him. "Shin-Chen, you've summoned your great-grandmother." Shin-Chen was taken aback, about to curse, but Shiryuchi, panic-stricken, tugged at his sleeve and pointed behind him. The whirlwind crackled ominously around the bonfire, its orange flames sending chills down the spine. Just as everyone looked on in terror at the bonfire, Su Chen, who had just made a loud noise, suddenly stiffened, staggering towards the fire pit like a drunken person. The scene descended into chaos. "Teacher save me." He Ling's scalp tingled as he directly hid behind Lin Lin. "What the hell, great-grandma, I'm not familiar with you, don't come on." Buzz, the still-playing accompaniment of Cancer, was abruptly switched to the original version, the volume increasing several times. The screeching echoed like a gathering of 100 ghosts. "Great-grandma, I'm not recording this show anymore." Lu Yuan shrank beneath the table, trembling. "This is insane, I didn't even sing, why is there still music?" Shin-Chen felt numb. Good grandson, I knew you could see me." Su Chen let out a few more eerie laughs, enjoying the chase even more. "Ah." The scene erupted into chaos, and the viewers in the live broadcast room collectively lost their minds. "Monsters and ghosts, please leave, monsters and ghosts, please leave." Wasn't I watching a dating show? What else with this ghost business? Help, please don't do this at night, are they coming through the internet to find me? At this moment, a muscular man quietly retracted his foot that had been sticking out from under the blanket. Breaking! A supernatural incident occurred at the Perfect Lover live show. Breaking, Shin-Chen performs a ritual at the dating show, successfully summoning his great-grandmother. Breaking, Perfect Lover Su Chen has been possessed by a ghost. The timid Bai Yi and the utterly bewildered Su Jingwan trembled as they clutched Xia Xingha's arms on either side. Xingha, why do you look so calm? Aren't you afraid? What about the fiery whirlwind? Isn't that just Shin-Chen's great-grandmother's entrance skill? Xia Xingha calmly explained, glancing at the two beautiful women beside her. At night, the temperature of the cement ground is low, while the temperature in the middle of the bonfire is high. The rising hot air creates a whirlwind as the cooler air descends, similar to the formation of a typhoon. The two women were left speechless once more. Netizens? Is it really not his great-grandmother? And does she really have an ultimate move? After Xia Xingha finished speaking, she looked over at Su Chen with great interest. Thud! Shin-Chen stumbled and fell to the ground, desperately trying to back away while pleading in terror. Great-grandma, I didn't mean it, I beg you, please go away. Upon hearing this, Su Chen stopped, her body trembling as her hunched back straightened like a gun, her gaze filled with an overwhelming dominance. Good grandson, at this moment, I have reached the pinnacle of the 9 turns. I want the heavens to no longer obscure my eyes, I want the earth to no longer bury my heart, I want all beings to know my intentions. Now, I merely need to sever this familial bond to achieve immortality. Good grandson, assist me, let me refine you. No, great-grandma, please. Su Chen's expression changed dramatically as she crazily lunged at Shinichen, shaking his neck and bursting into wild laughter. After hearing Xia Xinghe's explanation, Zhu Delong furiously threw the bucket. Su Chen, you. He was nearly driven to the brink of insanity, genuinely believing Shinichen's great-grand. He Ling and the others looked at Su Chen with twitching mouths, hastily pinching Shinichen's acupoints. The viewers in the livestream room finally grasped the situation, laughing uncontrollably. Ha, Su Chen, you're just like a bamboo shoot knocking on the door, you're so absurd. You've taken all the Panda's bamboo shoots, how outrageous you are. What kind of brain circuit could conjure up such an operation? Nine Turn's great-grandmother, refining her own grandson. I can't even imagine the psychological shadow this will leave on Shinichen. Chapter 23. You just rolled your eyes. Just now, aside from Shinichen, it was Shiyuki who was closest to Su Chen. After a series of events, she was thoroughly frightened. Now that she understood the situation, she stormed up to Zhu Delong, venting her frustrations. Director, how can Su Chen behave like this? Scaring people at night. I was merely trying to enhance Shinichen's live broadcast effect, Su Chen replied with a smile. How can you even say that, Su Chen? It seems you not only lack acting skills. Congratulations to the host for gaining 60 points of Shiyuki's defense value. At that moment, Lu Yuan crawled out from under the table, his face ashen as he glared at Zhu Delong. Director, look, you've scared Shinichen to the point of losing control. He's a star, doesn't he care about his image? I strongly demand that Su Chen be removed from the variety show. In a daze, Shinichen was jolted awake by a sharp pain in his abdomen, only to hear Lu Yuan's words. His first reaction was to glance down at his pants. Thankfully, they remained relatively dry. Suddenly, he leaped up, glaring fiercely at Lu Yuan. You're the one who has scared. Lu Yuan's expression froze. Wasn't he just trying to defend you? Shinichen turned to Su Chen, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. While he truly wished his grandmother would whisk Su Chen away, the most pressing concern was to uphold his own dignity. He couldn't even imagine how those marketing accounts would portray him if this matter remained unresolved. Men can sometimes be as stubborn as titanium alloy. Shinichen let out a cold laugh. Of course, I realize this is a joke. I was simply playing along with Su Chen, but you, it seems, were hiding under the table just a moment ago. Lu Yuan, incredulous, exclaimed, how is that possible? You just rolled your eyes. Shinichen continued to smirk coldly. It appears my acting skills are indeed commendable, having fooled all of you. Su Chen glanced at Lu Yuan and then at Shinichen, suddenly pointing behind Shinichen and exclaiming, oh my, your grandma is back. Ugh. Shinichen rolled his eyes again. TSK, truly impressive acting. Su Chen, enough. Zhu Delong was genuinely furious now. What have I done? Su Chen retorted. You're scaring people. The production team never said I couldn't. Su Chen replied innocently. Zhu Delong fell silent. Su Chen, I must convey this very seriously. We are live streaming a dating show that if you continue to disregard the rules, Zhu Delong's words trailed off as Wu Cheng subtly tugged at his sleeve. What is it? Zhu Delong's displeasure was evident. The number of viewers in the livestream has surpassed 27 million, and the related trending topics occupy the top 6 spots, all concerning Su Chen. Wu Cheng whispered. Zhu Delong raised an eyebrow but maintained his serious demeanor. Deputy Director Wu, did I not instruct you not to interrupt while I am addressing serious matters? Afterward, Zhu Delong turned back to Su Chen. Su Chen, I must seriously inform you that if you continue to disregard the rules, we can only say that you are indeed a remarkably innovative artist. Your style aligns perfectly with our innovative live broadcast format. I also encourage other guests to be as innovative as Su Chen, to further demonstrate that our show is an absolutely unscripted dating variety. Lu Yuan, who had been anticipating Zhu Delong kicking Su Chen out of the production team, was left in disbelief. Wait, has he changed his mind? Director! Lu Yuan shouted. Alright, we will discuss any issues later. If you wish to learn from Su Chen, please have a private conversation. The duration of the activity has already exceeded expectations. Let us promptly proceed to the voting, and everyone can rest early. After Zhu Delong finished speaking, he exchanged a knowing glance with He Ling and swiftly returned to the directing team. Quick, let me see the live data and trending topics. Ha ha ha, it's taking off now, it's really taking off. At the scene. As Shen Yichen was awakened once more, He Ling continued to cue the process. Alright, all 5 couples have completed their confessions and next, the staff should prepare to tally the votes from the viewers in the live stream to determine today's sweetest couple. A gigantic projection screen was brought in, displaying the profile pictures of the 5 couples. Voting countdown, 3, 2, 1, commence. As the voting commenced, the live chat room erupted with excitement. Support the EU, Shen Yichen, Shiryuchi, duo, family members, charge forth. I truly ship Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao. That heartfelt confession he delivered really struck a chord with me. I think Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu are also quite remarkable. Are you out of your mind? Lu Yuan is so slick that I wouldn't need to add oil when cooking, and Shen Yichen's ghostly wedding is beyond words, while Xia Xingha's Qinghua has genuinely captured my heart. Setting aside Su Chen, I genuinely admire Xia Xingha. She is both beautiful and lucid, and amidst the chaos, she alone offers reasonable analysis. Perhaps that is the unspoken understanding she shares with Su Chen. The Xingchen duo truly shines. He creates a ruckus while she laughs, they have me utterly enchanted. I stand by Xia Xingha. If anyone dares to label her a homewrecker, we shall confront them offline. The voting data for the 5 groups began to surge. Initially, they were neck and neck, but within mere minutes, the Xingchen duo surged ahead with a staggering lead. Soon, the voting concluded under the witness of all of the live stream boasted 27 million viewers. Su Chen and Xia Xingha amassed a total of 12 million votes, Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao garnered 6 million votes. Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan received 4 million votes, Shen Yichen and Shiryuchi obtained 3 million votes. Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu captured 2 million votes. Upon seeing the results, Su Chen turned to Shen Yichen and Lu Yuan with a mischievous smile. Why aren't you soliciting votes? Don't you fancy the rewards? Shen Yichen and Lu Yuan simultaneously ground their teeth in response. The series of events had already rattled He Ling significantly, he merely wished to conclude today's variety show swiftly. Well then, since the voting results are in, we shall distribute the rewards accordingly. Congratulations to Su Chen and Xia Xingha for winning 500 heartfelt coins. Congratulations. A few minutes later, Su Chen found himself holding a small yellow drawstring bag, containing 5 pink heartfelt coins, each valued at 100. Su Chen weighed the pouch, which jingled with coins. Here you go. Su Chen extended the bag towards Xia Xingha. I don't want it, Xia Xingha replied with a serene expression. You don't want our family's financial authority? At this, Xia Xingha felt her heart inexplicably quicken. What did you just say? I said the financial authority is yours. Repeat that last part, Xia Xingha pressed earnestly. Su Chen, captivated by her serious demeanor, leaned closer to her ear and chuckled, I forgot. At the headquarters of Starry Entertainment, within the president's office, Chen Fei stared gravely at the trending topics list. Su Chen and Xia Xingha share sweet moments on site, a rendition of Qinghua evoking deep memories, viral, the first female couple to confess in Perfect Lovers. Xia Xingha boldly pursues love, Xia Xingha, a paragon of talent and beauty, embodying a refreshing clarity. Each trending topic clawed at Chen Fei's heart like a cat's paw, causing him immense discomfort. An almost collapsing young star and an unknown individual, how dare they seize such prominence? Turning his gaze to the trending topics surrounding Shiryuchi and Shen Yichen, he noted Shen Yichen performs live magic, Su Chen cosplays a nurturing figure, maximizing the live stream effect, the mage's first mishap, this time it tormented himself. Viral, Shen Yichen's ghostly wedding surprises with inexplicable phenomena. Bang! Chen Fei slammed his fist onto the desk. His gaze had morphed into something almost feral. Su Chen, Xia Xingha, as long as I'm here, don't expect to have it easy. Knock, knock, knock. A knock echoed as a beautiful secretary, clad in high heels, entered. President Chen, I've gathered information on Xia Xingha. She is backed by Shangshur Entertainment. Chapter 24. If one's mind is useless, exchange it for a stainless steel basin. Shangshur Entertainment, Chen Fei received the documents, his brow furrowing slightly. Shengshi Entertainment had seemingly emerged out of nowhere 3 years ago, leveraging its formidable capital strength to rise abruptly in the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment industry. Initially, they invested heavily in acquiring a cohort of top-tier artists, followed by the establishment of the largest training base for aspiring talents in the Dragon Kingdom, continuously supplying fresh blood to their company, while also collaborating with several prestigious international fashion brands. They have now positioned themselves as a T0 level entertainment company domestically. As for the mastermind behind this company, some speculate it to be the handiwork of a top domestic family heir, while others believe it to be a foreign capital magnate. Even Chen Fei could not ascertain the truth. Reflecting on the strikingly handsome Xia Xinghe's sudden emergence, it indeed seemed to align with Shengshi Entertainment's penchant for star-making. The intersection between Fanqing and Shengshi was minimal. Had Xia Xinghe not been paired with Su Chen, Chen Fei would have decisively abandoned any thoughts of pursuing Xia Xinghe. However, Su Chen was aware of his relationship with Shirayuchi, which posed a ticking time bomb for Chen Fei. Therefore, even if he could not suppress Xia Xinghe, he must ensure her distance from Su Chen, stripping Su Chen of any opportunity for a resurgence in variety shows. Contact the general manager of Shengshi Entertainment for me. I wish to meet him. Understood. At Shengshi Entertainment, the usually dimly lit Shengshi building was ablaze with lights that night. A Rolls-Royce Phantom smoothly came to a halt outside the building. The long-awaited general manager of Shengshi Entertainment, Wang Quan, promptly bent down to open the car door. An elderly man with a head full of silver hair gracefully stepped out of the vehicle. Wang Quan's face immediately brightened with a smile. Zhang Bo, you still possess your remarkable charm. Zhang Bo nodded slightly in acknowledgement, striding purposefully into Shengshi building. You are aware of the young lady's situation, correct? Yes, Zhang Bo. The young lady spoke with me prior to her last program. Wang Quan followed closely behind Zhang Bo, his demeanor respectful. Good. I shall not interfere with the daily operations of Shengshi Entertainment, but when the need arises, I will take charge. Yes, I will comply with your instructions, Zhang Bo. As the two conversed, a secretary approached swiftly, whispering something into Wang Quan's ear. Understood. Wang Quan, with a look of confusion, nodded and turned to Zhang Bo, cautiously inquiring, Zhang Bo, Chen Fei from Fanqing Entertainment wishes to see me, likely regarding the young lady's matters. Zhang Bo's weathered eyes glinted with a flicker. Have him come to see me directly. 20 minutes later. A knock echoed at the door of the president's office of Shengshi Entertainment. Zhang Bo sat at the head of the table, while Chen Fei, having shut the door behind him, got straight to the point. Moments later, a keen glint emerged in Zhang Bo's eyes, though his expression remained inscrutably smiling. Are you suggesting, Mr. Chen, that we relinquish Xia Xinghe from our roster? Seeing Zhang Bo smile, Chen Fei felt a glimmer of hope for negotiations. Zhang Bo, it is not that I insist Shengshi abandon Xia Xinghe. As long as she withdraws from the dating show and distances herself from Su Chen, I am willing to provide her with alternative platforms for exposure. I am also aware that Shengshi's influence extends internationally. Should you agree, I am prepared to assist in introducing some domestic resources. Zhang Bo regarded Chen Fei thoughtfully, a hint of interest flickering in his gaze. May I ask, Mr. Chen, how exactly has Su Chen offended you to the extent that you feel compelled to see his downfall at such a cost? Chen Fei chuckled heartily. It is quite simple, really. Fanqing has nurtured Su Chen for many years, and now that he has gained some independence, he seeks to leverage his position for greater gains. If I do not rein him in, more artists will follow his example, treating the company as a stepping stone. I cannot allow such a travesty to unfold. Upon hearing this, Zhang Bo's smile deepened in profundity. I understand. I shall deliberate on this and provide you with a response in a couple of days. Chen Fei departed. Wang Quan knocked and entered. Zhang Bo's countenance shifted, the warmth replaced by a chilling disdain. What a frog in a well, offering us resources while attempting to suppress our young lady. Wang Quan, teach them a small lesson first. We will discuss the rest after I have spoken with the young lady. Wang Quan nodded, inquiring, then Zhang Bo, what should be the extent of this small lesson? Zhang Bo waved his hand nonchalantly. Sever all international collaborations Fanqing Entertainment has, rendering their artists speechless. On a rural path near the hillside villa, the scattered lights at night resembled stars hiding away, occasionally flickering. The exceptionally bright moonlight harmonized with the sounds of cicadas and frogs. Su Chen and Xia Xing had turned off their microphones and live streaming cameras, strolling leisurely in the evening breeze. Is it cold? Su Chen inquired. Not at all. Yet, Su Chen removed his jacket. Xia Xing made no objection, merely holding the pouch of peach blossom coins in her hand, a flicker of delight occasionally gracing her cool, elegant visage. Su Chen glanced at her out of the corner of his eye. Good brother, your acting is commendable, even I found the story quite moving. While walking side by side, Xia Xing suddenly halted, the joy on her face dissipating. Her calm gaze fixed on Su Chen, causing him to feel an inexplicable chill, as she spoke deliberately. Fools have their own blessings. Ha? Su Chen questioned. Fools do not. Xia Xing retorted sharply. If one's mind is useless, it ought to be exchanged for a stainless steel basin. With that, Xia Xing's long legs moved swiftly, quickly putting some distance between herself and Su Chen. Noticing the shift in Xia Xing's mood, Su Chen immediately chased after her. Wait, good brother, you can't be serious, can you? Xia Xing continued her brisk pace, her charming face, hidden in the night, beginning to flush. Su Chen exaggeratedly exclaimed, Hold on, I'm afraid of the dark. Xia Xing's voice echoed from a distance, Then are you afraid of green? Why can't you engage in a proper conversation? Let us talk. Su Chen called out from behind. I have nothing to discuss with you besides romance, Xia Xing replied, her face now nearly crimson. Su Chen froze momentarily, casting a strange glance at Xia Xing as he recalled her earlier tale. For a moment, he found himself at a loss for words. How about we discuss how to sleep tonight? Sleep with your non-existent conscience. Su Chen stiffened again, a jolt of electric-like tingling coursing through his heart. He spat inwardly, helping out a good brother, and yet she tempts him? Do not jest, I truly cannot withstand this. If you can't, then you shall be beneath. Minutes later, Xia Xing suddenly vanished at the end of the road. In the side woods, Zhang Bo, donned in humble farmer garb, looked at Xia Xing with a fond expression. Young lady, you have been quite elusive, perhaps you should carry a phone next time? No need. It is rather pleasant without any disturbances, Xia Xing replied, her gaze drifting beyond the woods to the path. By the way, Zhang Bo, find an opportunity to extricate Su Chen from Fanqing. Young lady, that is precisely why I sought you. Chen Fei visited Shangshi today, requesting I help him conceal you. Zhang Bo's tone hinted at a teasing mirth. Xia Xing was not surprised. Perfect, let us handle this together, but do not let Fanqing go bankrupt just yet. I want Su Chen to personally shatter this wretched company. Zhang Bo respectfully lowered his head. Understood, young lady. Within 3 days, Mr.S. will receive a contract from Shangshi. Chapter 25. Your dog can do backflips on the rural path leading back to the half-mountain villa. Su Chen and Xia Xing walked side by side once more. From time to time, Su Chen would glance back, a few question marks appearing on his forehead. I'm serious, I'm not joking. Just a moment ago, 4 or 5 children came rushing out and clung to my leg, calling me daddy. Otherwise, I would have certainly chased after you. Hearing this, Xia Xing couldn't help but smile, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. You seem quite capable of fathering children. What? Don't be ridiculous. I am completely innocent. As the two conversed, a faint wolf howl echoed through the mountain village, adding an element of eeriness to the tranquil night. Xia Xing bit her lip and frowned, asking, Are there wolves in this village? Su Chen, with a peculiar expression, tilted his head to listen closely. Awu, I'm gazing afar. Awu, above the moon. Awu, how many dreams are soaring freely? There really are wolves. Xia Xing's face flushed with alarm. Someone is singing. Su Chen looked utterly bewildered. The wolf howls drew nearer instinctively. Xia Xing tightened her grip on Su Chen's arm, her body trembling slightly. Awu, the boundless horizon is my love. Awu, beneath the rolling green hills, flowers are blooming. With an odd expression, Su Chen gazed towards the source of the sound, vigorously rubbing his ears. Suddenly, he recalled something and slowly released Xia Xinghe's hand, striding towards the sound. Su Chen, what are you doing? Don't go. It's fine, I'm just going to take a look. Stay here and wait for me. No way, I'm coming with you. Xia Xinghe's tone was resolute. Be obedient and stay put. Su Chen turned around, affectionately ruffling the top of Xia Xinghe's head. Overwhelmed by the sweetness of his gesture, she didn't realize he had already walked a short distance away. As the sound grew clearer, Su Chen squinted to assess the situation. Upon seeing the scene before him, the corners of his mouth twitched inexplicably. In the moonlight, a blue-eyed husky pranced along the path, clutching a bone in its mouth, strutting with an air of indifference, its tail wagging as it howled. So it's just a silly dog? Su Chen remarked, exasperated. The husky, noticing Su Chen, was momentarily taken aback, but upon catching the disdain in Su Chen's eyes, it suddenly bared its teeth. Woof woof woof, who are you calling a silly dog? I am a noble Siberian husky. Woof woof woof. The brothers on the street call me Biaogu. Can you understand what I'm saying? Su Chen asked, suddenly recalling the animal communication system reward he had neglected. Woof woof woof, what are you babbling about, kid? You look new around here, stick with me, and Biaogu will protect you. Su Chen cast a haughty glance at the dog. Turns out you're just a foolish mutt. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of Biaogu's defensive value. Woof woof woof, who are you calling a foolish mutt? Biaogu, indignant, chased after Su Chen. Su Chen rolled his eyes. A foolish mutt is just a foolish mutt. Beep. Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of Biaogu's defensive value. Woof woof woof, if you keep insulting me, I might just snap. Su Chen halted, pointing at the bone in its mouth. You can only choose one between me and the bone. If you drop the bone, you can't be brave and true to yourself. If you choose to be yourself, you won't be able to sustain your livelihood now. Make your choice. Biao Ji's azure eyes reflected a hint of human-like contemplation, even bearing a touch of gravity. Clatter! The bone fell to the ground. Without the bone as a constraint, Biaogu's voice rang out clearly. Woof woof woof, a hiss. I think you make a compelling argument. Foolish mutt. Su Chen shot at another eye roll and turned to continue walking. Woof woof woof, hey, I'm talking to you, you're quite rude. Su Chen maintained his pace. Woof woof woof, a kid, you stop right there. You can understand what Biaogu is saying, and that makes me happy, but I didn't like the tone you just used. Su Chen didn't look back. Woof woof woof, if you walk away, I might just start barking. Su Chen let out a cold laugh and even called it a foolish mutt once more. At that moment, Biaogu suddenly accelerated, stepping in front of Su Chen. Woof woof woof, you can't leave. Angry howl. Finally, Su Chen lifted his eyelids. What exactly do you want? Woof woof woof. Did you eat meat today? Was it dongpa pork? What the heck? Not bad, considering you're a dog, your sense of smell is quite impressive. Then, Su Chen chose to ignore Biao Ji's continued chatter. Before he could take a few steps, a gust of wind rushed from behind. Biaogu slid in front of him, nearly knocking him over. Woof woof woof, I'm giving you a chance to take me in. No interest. Woof woof woof. I can guard your home, just give me some meat. Not needed. Woof woof woof, don't push me. Are you going to bite me or bark? Biaogu's eyes sparkled, suddenly executing a backflip, landing proudly on the ground. Your dog can do backflips. Isn't that enough? This seems somewhat intriguing. Just as Su Chen was contemplating whether to adopt this silly dog as a pet, a delicate voice suddenly called from behind Biaogu. A muffled thud resounded from above Biaogu's head. The dog yelped in distress, rolling on the ground. Xia Xinghe stood there, brandishing a wooden stick, her gaze fixed warily on Biaogu, ready to strike again. Woof woof woof, how heartless, even dogs get beaten this isn't over without 10 big bones and 10 sausages. It's not dead yet. Xia Xinghe tightened her grip on the stick. Woof woof woof. Speak up, don't make me beg you, Biaogu whimpered, nudging Su Chen's pant leg. Perform for us. Su Chen suggested. Before Xia Xinghe could react, Biaogu swiftly executed another backflip. Xia Xinghe's cold eyes finally sparkled with amusement. This dog seems quite perceptive. If you don't wield the stick, I suspect it could be even more perceptive. The next moment, Xiao Xinghe tossed the stick aside. Biaogu, eager to please, rubbed against her leg. Woof woof woof, this girl is truly beautiful, and she smells delightful. Before Biaogu could finish, it received an unexpected slap to the nose. Su Chen turned to Xiao Xinghe. This dog hasn't had a bath, it's filthy. Biaogu, before the half-mountain villa, as the microphone and live streaming camera were activated, Xiao Xinghe and Su Chen had just reached the entrance when Yiling hurried over.
Why did you turn off the camera and microphone? Wasn't the event over? Su Chen inquired.
The director said that only sleeping can warrant turning it off. Otherwise, it can only be muted at most, and you're underestimating your current popularity. During the time Su Chen and Xiao Xinghe took a stroll, the CP fans in the livestream had nearly exploded. After all, watching the interaction between these two was quite addictive. At that moment, Lin Lin also approached, somewhat shyly leaning closer to Su Chen's ear.
Chenge, I'd like to ask you a question about ISNT that's simple?
Su Chen leaned in to whisper to Lin Lin. After their exchange, they both shared an ambiguous smile. Chapter 26, Are You Boiling Water? As the night deepened, all the live streaming cameras were obscured. In the modest couple's room on the first floor of the hillside villa, Shiryuchi, after switching off the microphone, took out her spare phone and, before she could utter more than a few words, burst into tears.
Woo woo. General Chen, when have I ever endured such humiliation?
You have no idea just how outrageous Su Chen is. When will he ever leave Perfect Lover? On the other end, Chen Fei was in remarkably high spirits. Don't worry, I've contacted the boss behind Xiao Xinghe's company. They won't be able to last much longer. As he spoke, he brought the phone closer to his eyes, lamenting with a tinge of sympathy, This production team is truly excessive, they even require us to boil water ourselves? Shiryuchi turned her head, casting a disdainful glance at the figure beside her, who was hiding under the covers and whimpering.
Yes, boiling water it is. There's a large kettle, and it's boiling.
Shinichen, a casualty of quality education, champion of the debating league, a national-level provocateur, and a notorious figure in Longwa, suddenly threw off the covers and glared at Shiryuchi.
Shiryu, do you have no conscience? If it weren't for helping you create a CP, would I endure this humiliation from Su Chen on this dreadful show? Shiryuchi, equally incensed, shot back, You can't outsmart me, nor can you win an argument.
Why blame me? I've never encountered such a spineless man. If you have any guts, go shout at Su Chen.
Chen Fei, overwhelmed by the exchange between the two, promptly hung up the phone.
Shinichen, with Shiryuchi's face thrust close to his, felt a surge of anger within him, but suddenly an idea struck him.
Hand me your spare phone.
What for? Shiryuchi asked, clutching her phone defensively.
Just give it to me. Before long, Shinichen typed into the search bar, What to do if you can't outwit others.
Regardless of what others may say, you simply respond with, indeed, thus maintaining a steadfast approach amidst all changes. When confronted with others' inquiries, respond with, If that is how you perceive me, there is little I can do. The emphasis lies in the notion that rather than engaging in self-inflicted turmoil, it is preferable to direct such discord towards others. When provoking others, take the initiative to ask, Are you angry now? Using a broad-minded approach as leverage to make the other party retreat. Shinichen gazed at the content above, her eyes growing increasingly bright. After perusing all the material, Shinichen felt an overwhelming surge of strength. She felt an irresistible urge to rush into Su Chen's room and engage him in a fierce battle of wits. In the luxurious suite on the top floor, Su Chen inexplicably sneezed this time. He no longer doubted whether someone was cursing him. It was merely a trivial matter of dust.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have gained 30 points of defensive value against Bai Yao. Upon hearing the system notification, Su Chen was somewhat puzzled. After all, he had not provoked Bai Yao at all. Before he could ponder further, the bathroom door swung open, and a rosy-cheeked Xiao Xinghe, clad in a bathrobe, slipped into the bed, revealing only her bright, curious eyes as she scrutinized Su Chen.
I'm going to sleep now. Su Chen nodded, feigning to lift the covers. What are you doing?
Xiao Xinghe's heart raced.
Didn't you say you wanted to touch me to sleep soundly? We're like comrades, don't be shy. Ouch, don't kick me.
The following day, sunlight pierced through the morning mist, and the chirping sparrows heralded a beautiful day after engagement. On the first floor of the villa, a dazed Su Jingwan rubbed her eyes as she descended the staircase. Huang Wei, with drooping eyelids, was brushing his tongue with a toothbrush. Ugh! Teacher Huang, your pharyngitis seems quite severe, Su Jingwan remarked. Just then, Su Chen and Xia Xingha also made their way downstairs. Huang Wei immediately responded with a sarcastic tone, it's not pharyngitis, it's just that seeing something disgusting makes me feel nauseous. Su Chen didn't even lift his gaze. Teacher Huang, we've told you not to brush your teeth while facing the mirror. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of defensive value against Huang Wei. Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu also arrived on the first floor, greeting everyone with exaggerated enthusiasm. Everyone is up so early. Good morning to all. Su Chen sprawled on the sofa, utterly exhausted. Who invented the phrase good morning? Who is actually having a good time while others are embracing and I'm stuck in the crew? Xia Xingha glanced at Su Chen, tugged at his hair, and rested his head on her thigh. Rest here. It's soft and comforting. Su Chen is simply my mouthpiece. I wake up early to squeeze into the subway, my frustration is heavier than a cursed sword. What is so good about the morning? Su Chen, don't be ridiculous. What do you mean by good? It's already annoying to go to work, and now it's even worse. Su Chen, act like a person. If I could sleep with my head on Xia Xingha's thigh, I'd be good at any time. As the crowd continued to descend, Shiryuchi and Shinichen, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, emerged from their rooms. What's wrong, Yuchi and Ichen? You look like you didn't sleep well? He Ling inquired. Teacher He, could you spare a coil of mosquito repellent? Shinichen had spent the first half of the night mastering the art of retorting and the latter half honing his mosquito extermination skills, feeling utterly shattered. Turning around, he noticed Su Chen dozing on the sofa, which only intensified his annoyance, and he instantly adopted a combative stance. Everyone else is awake, yet some people are still asleep, truly thinking the sofa is their own bed? As expected, Su Chen was snoring away. Hey, everyone is chatting, don't you think it's quite rude to sleep? Finally, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes. Don't you think it's even ruder for you to chat while someone is sleeping? As soon as Su Chen finished speaking, Shinichen became invigorated. If uncouth individuals think this way, then I can't help it. If you can't help it, just do as Dad says. Shinichen was momentarily taken aback. Wait, isn't that not the answer online? After losing the first round, Shinichen launched another assault. No way, are you really angry now? I'm not angry, am I supposed to be angry with you? Su Chen closed his eyes once more. Shinichen's face flushed, and with gritted teeth, she coldly chuckled. Yes, whatever you say is right, is that fine? If you know Dad is right, hurry up and jot it down. I can't write. Su Chen looked at the gleeful Shinichen and shook his head. I'm sorry, I mistook you for a person. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 60 points of defensive value against Shinichen. Early in the morning, Shinichen felt a warm glow in her heart. At that moment, Lin Lin and Bai Yao also arrived on the first floor. However, the usually cheerful duo seemed to emanate an unusual atmosphere today. Bai Yao would occasionally snort disdainfully while glancing at Lin Lin, who simply fidgeted awkwardly with his head down. Upon spotting Su Chen, Lin Lin immediately approached and poked him with his finger. Chen Gu, wake up. What is going on? I was just taking a quick nap, Su Chen complained halfway before realizing it was Lin Lin, instantly jolting awake. Quick, tell me how it went. Lin Lin's expression turned increasingly bitter. The issue arose after Lin Lin confessed to Bai Yao yesterday and, realizing he genuinely liked her, sought Su Chen's advice on how to pursue her. As the novice strategist, Su Chen had suggested gifting her something. Bai Yao was famously fond of necklaces and jewelry, thus, the most pressing question was how to ascertain Bai Yao's size, yet, this was a challenge that Su Chen could easily surmount. Didn't you tell me yesterday to measure her neck with a string while she was asleep? That's right. Su Chen nodded. Didn't he find the string? I found it. Lin Lin's expression grew even more desolate, but when I measured, she woke up at chapter 27. The duck thief not only Su Chen, but even Xia Xinghe was momentarily taken aback. Her gaze towards Bai Yao held a hint of sympathy. Though their voices were not loud, it did not hinder some details in the live broadcast from being heard quite clearly. In an instant, the bullet comments exploded. Did I hear correctly? Lin attempted to strangle Bai Yao with a rope in the dead of night? Ha, so early in the morning, are you all trying to make me die from laughter? Bai Yao. What lovers, that SA defendant. Shocking, Lin actually did such a thing to Bai Yao in the middle of the night. Question, just how hilarious can a dating show be? Lin Yao, let me explain. With the trending topic gaining momentum, the second episode of Perfect Lovers continued to attract attention the following day. Zhu Delong never imagined that the first trending topic of the next day had already been seeded on the first day. Observing the rising popularity, he began to urge He Ling to cue the process. Upon receiving the message, He Ling casually strolled around the room. After a short while, he mysteriously produced a bowl of beef noodles and began slurping it down. The enticing aroma immediately heightened everyone's hunger. Shinichen turned to Huang Wei. Teacher Huang, what are we having for breakfast? Huang Wei shrugged. Anything is fine, but I have no ingredients. Just as He Ling was waiting to interject, he immediately added, did everyone forget? Starting today, all food and daily necessities must be purchased with heartbeat coins. That if you buy anything, Teacher Huang can help you prepare it. After hearing this, Su Chen, unusually serious, asked, by the way, Teacher I have a question. Are the items sold in this Heartbeat supermarket limited in supply, or can we purchase them anytime as long as we have Heartbeat coins? He Ling did not expect Su Chen to ask such a question and quickly glanced at the director's team. Zhu Delong's voice resonated from the other end of the screen. In principle, all daily consumables will be adequately supplied, but to prevent waste, we will calculate and provide a certain quantity of goods, generally replenished every 3 days. Understood, so each phase of supply has a specific quantity, correct? Su Chen inquired. Zhu Delong pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes, you can understand it that way. Su Chen further asked, are you certain that the quantity of goods will not be randomly increased or decreased? Of course. Our production team will strictly adhere to the rules. Got it. Su Chen snapped his fingers. Zhu Delong was uncertain about Su Chen's intentions, yet for some reason, he felt an inexplicable shiver as he observed Su Chen smile. At that moment, all eyes turned towards Su Chen. After all, he had been the big winner of Heartbeat coins just yesterday. Little did they know, Su Chen had no intention of spending his Heartbeat coins. He grabbed Xia Xinghe and headed towards the door. Just as they stepped out of the villa, a black and white figure darted out. Woof woof woof. Hey, big brother. Call me master. Woof woof woof. Yes, big brother. Su Chen had not brought Biaoge back to the villa the previous day. Instead, he had given it a bottle of shower gel to have a good wash after its bath. Dao Ji's long fur was fluffy and its appearance remarkably handsome, though its eyes still carried the signature wisdom of a husky. Much cleaner, now it looks far more pleasant. Xia Xinghe patted Biao Ji's head. What is going on? How did Su Chen end up with a dog? This husky looks somewhat dashing. Good grief, why do I feel like this husky has a rather mischievous demeanor? Is it possible that it has been influenced by Su Chen? The bullet comments were filled with laughter. Humanity has always held a unique tolerance for dogs. Even when witnessing someone earnestly communicating with a dog, they would not find it surprising. If a dog could coincidentally interact with human commands, they would commend it for its understanding. In front of the camera, Su Chen whispered a few words into Biao Ji's ear before pulling Xia Xinghe along to continue their walk. Inside the villa, Lin exchanged 10 Heartbeat coins for 2 portions of breakfast. Su Jingwan and Xin Yuxuan had only 100 Heartbeat coins, so they only bought 2 eggs. Meanwhile, Shinichen and Lu Yuan's group, staring at their empty pockets, found that cursing Su Chen became their sole source of amusement. This Su Chen is truly ridiculous. With 500 Heartbeat coins, he can't even bring himself to buy breakfast. Who would disagree? This clearly shows that he must be stingy in his daily life. Li Hanyu, unable to endure his hunger any longer, asked He Ling, Teacher are there any other ways to earn Heartbeat coins? You can weed in the vegetable garden, or chop firewood as well. Just as He Ling was saying this, Biaoge strutted into view, disregarding all others. Why is there a dog here? Shinichen immediately stood up, eager to pet it. However, as he reached out, Biaogu dodged with a deft move, scurrying to rub against Heiling's leg. This husky is quite well behaved. You don't like to destroy things, do you? Woof woof woof. Shiryuchi, who despised dogs, feigned affection for the camera. This dog is adorable, but it seems to be from the village. I wonder if it carries any germs. As Biaogu rubbed against Heiling's calf, it suddenly turned and bared its teeth. Woof woof woof, you're the dirty one. This dog is quite fierce. Shiryuchi feigned a frightened expression. Heiling shot a glance at Shiryuchi. It must be unhappy because you called it dirty. Alright, we're not dirty, are we? Woof woof woof, Biaogu responded cheerfully, wagging its tail. After teasing Biaogu for a while longer, Heiling continued to introduce the small tasks for earning heartbeat coins. Everyone listened attentively. Unbeknownst to them, Biaogu slowly rose, stealthily making its way towards the vicinity of the refrigerator. With a soft pop, the double-door refrigerator swung open. Biaogu nimbly snatched up a packaged duck leg, its wise blue eyes scanning for any threats. The dog opened the fridge. Shinichen shouted, leaping to his feet. Everyone turned their heads, realizing the situation had turned against it. Biaogu bolted towards the door. Oh my, this dog, it turns out it came to steal something. This dog is too clever. Let me someone foolish. I feel like I haven't fully woken up, but I see a conspiratorial grin on this dog's face. Stop it. Lu Yuan's eyes were practically bursting with envy at the sight of the duck leg. Heiling shrugged. Oh well, it's just a poor little dog, let it have its meal. 20 minutes later, on a small hill 500 meters from the villa, a bonfire was lit, sending up wisps of smoke. A duck leg was skewered over the flames, rotating and heating. Biaogu sat on the ground, fixated on the duck leg, nearly drooling. Su Chen tore off a leg and handed it to Xia Xinghe. Eat. Hey. Xia Xinghe blinked. After Su Chen's re-preparation, the duck leg glistened golden, its surface crispy and fragrant. With one bite, the flavors lingered delightfully. Xia Xinghe savored her meal, not forgetting to pat Biaoji's head. Woof woof woof, I want some too. No one is competing with you, all the bones are yours. Case solved, the duck thief is actually Su Chen. I wondered why this guy wasn't eating breakfast. Turns out he had it all planned. Su Chen, who was the duck thief, my dog brother simply couldn't resist the hospitality. Chapter 28. Grateful for nature's bounty. The director's team, led by Zhu Delong, was jolted into awareness as he slammed his hand upon the table. I knew it. This dog bears an uncanny resemblance to Su Chen. Wu Cheng tapped his head thoughtfully. But is Su Chen really that stingy? He has 500 heartbeat coins in his pocket. According to our program's established purchasing power, he could certainly live quite lavishly. Ah, you fail to understand. It's about enjoying the finest things, preferably for free. Su Chen's voice resonated through the screen opposite him. Xia Xinghe nodded earnestly. It's like driving your own car for too long, you can't help but want to try someone else's, regardless of performance. It's purely for the experience. Are you truly referring to cars? Su Chen felt that this metaphor was somewhat misplaced. This isn't a deserted area. It's a dating reality show. What exactly are you two planning? Xia Xinghe's occasionally bizarre thought process leaves me worried that this show might one day cease to exist. Well, regardless of the car's nature, it's certainly not one meant for a kindergarten. Unbeknownst to the trio, a torrent of comments flooded the screen. After finishing a duck leg, Xia Xinghe rested her chin on her hand, watching Su Chen devour the remaining soy sauce duck with remarkable speed. Beside them, Biaogu crunched on a crispy duck bone, emitting sounds reminiscent of a pig squealing. Burp, I'm full. Su Chen wiped the grease from his mouth, patting his belly in satisfaction. Though it's a bit greasy. I wish we had some fruit. Woof woof woof, brother, there's a peach orchard in the village. Woof woof woof, I'm quite familiar with the big yellow dog that watches over the peach orchard. Su Chen's eyes lit up at the thought, but he maintained his serious demeanor. What does a peach orchard in the village have to do with me? The farmers work so hard. Would I dare to steal their peaches? Xia Xinghe had grown accustomed to the cross-species communication between Su Chen and Biaogu, yet perhaps having a peach wouldn't be so bad.
do you want to eat one? Su Chen inquired.
We can't steal, Xia Xinghe concurred with Su Chen's sentiment, but I don't believe the villagers would recognize heartbeat coins as currency. Su Chen fell silent, merely offering a mysterious smile as he extinguished the fire pit and made his way toward the villa. 10 minutes later, Su Chen was leisurely driving a rugged vehicle provided by the production team, meandering through the village. Before long, a densely packed orchard came into view. Woof woof woof.
Look, brother, it's right ahead.
Silence, I've told you repeatedly, we cannot steal the farmer's fruit. Su Chen shot a glare at Biaogu in the back seat. Sitting in the passenger seat, Xia Xinghe glanced from Su Chen to the burlap sack of urea he had handed her.
Weren't they just saying they wouldn't steal?
The vehicle continued to advance. On either side of the narrow concrete road, peach trees flourished, laden with abundant fruit. Each delicate, pale pink peach exuded an enticing sweetness.
Diao Ji's azure eyes twinkled with wisdom. Woof woof woof, brother, you wouldn't be planning to have me steal, would you?
Humph, Su Chen scoffed and subtly reduced the car's speed. I'm willing to acknowledge Su Chen's audacity, but I doubt his integrity.
I must be dreaming.
I can't believe I just saw someone pass the blame to a dog. If Su Chen doesn't make a move to steal peaches today, then I'll eat done while standing on my head. A person like Su Chen is bound to steal something.
I am already prepared to call the police. Hands caught red-handed.
Su Chen leisurely drove the vehicle, gradually slowing down until he came to a complete stop.
Open the sack, Su Chen commanded. Ha! Xia Xinghe was taken aback.
With a low hum, the passenger window slowly descended, the glass scraping against the branches heavy with fruit. As the window lowered halfway, with a whoosh, a branch swung, its peaches cascading into Xia Xinghe's palm. Buzz, the window began to rise slowly. With a crisp snap, a perfectly round peach unexpectedly fell into Xia Xinghe's hand. Xia Xinghe? Why are you staring at me? Put it in the bag, Su Chen grinned, clasping his hands together with a look of reverence.
Thank you, nature, for your generous gift.
Woof woof woof. My head feels itchy, it seems I might be growing a brain.
But weren't we supposed to refrain from stealing?
Xia Xinghe was at a loss for words, though she felt an urge to laugh.
I didn't steal.
These peach trees invaded my vehicle in an attempt to assault me, and I merely subdued them. They are guilty of vehicular robbery. Su Chen feigned seriousness, then slowly revved the engine, lowering the window once more.
No, buddy. Ha ha ha. Su Chen's antics would likely baffle even the police.
I genuinely imagined Su Chen would send the dog to steal, but I never anticipated him to engage in this manner.
Peach trees. Not only did he steal my body, but he also slandered me with vehicular robbery.
Of course, as a celebrity, Su Chen had his limits. After filling only half the sack, he decided to stop. By the riverside, Su Chen presented the freshly washed peaches to Xia Xinghe. Though she was reluctant to admit it, the sweet juice burst in her mouth, eliciting a delightful expression across her face. Free fruit certainly tasted sweeter, and the fact that Su Chen had washed it himself made it all the more delectable. On the first floor of the villa, chaos erupted as Su Chen returned with a bag of peaches.
Lin Lin and Bai Iyo held 2 water peaches, exclaiming in astonishment. Chenggu, where on earth did you get so many peaches?
Chen, his stomach growling, but still managing to be cheeky, remarked, where else could they come from?
It's clear that Su Chen stole them. Lu Yuan swallowed hard.
I never expected you to be this kind of person, Su Chen, stealing fruits cultivated with such effort by the farmers.
Bai Yao, realizing the absurdity, laughed and interjected, Chenggu would never steal. He merely borrowed them.
Lin Lin tugged at Bai Yao, whose words were faster than her thoughts.
You should just eat the peach. Su Chen looked at Bai Yao in exasperation. Eating peaches won't silence your mouth.
Whether you eat or not, I'll.
Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed an unexpected glimmer of anticipation in Chen's eyes. Goodness!
Of course, they were not stolen. The fruit farmers here are very generous. Upon learning we were filming a show, they insisted on gifting us some. They were simply too hospitable to refuse. Unintentionally, the listener took this to heart.
Once Su Chen departed, Chen and Lu Yuan's minds began to race. Lu Yuan, do you think what Su Chen said is true?
Shen Yichen inquired. I think it's possible, after all, we are celebrities. It is not uncommon for ordinary folks to offer us gifts, Lu Yuan thoughtfully analyzed. Exactly, I believe there is a high likelihood that Su Chen is telling the truth. Shiryuchi, equally famished, felt her resentment towards Su Chen peak upon realizing he had gathered so many peaches for Su Jingwan and Lin Lin, yet neglected to share with them. If he wouldn't give them, then they would simply take matters into their own hands. The four, lacking heartbeat coins and unwilling to engage in tasks, quickly reached a consensus. Chapter 29. Hey, brother, at the entrance of the orchard, Shen Yichen and Lu Yuan, along with two others, each grasped a sack made of urea. Director Zhu Delong observed the leisurely stroll of the four and, puzzled, inquired, what on earth are they up to? Wu Chang, who had just settled in front of the monitor, removed his headphones, looking bewildered. Director, are you unaware that they're going to pick peaches? Pick what, peaches? Su Chen mentioned that the orchard owner is offering peaches for free, so Shen Yichen and the others have gone. Upon hearing this, Zhu Delong's eyes widened in disbelief. What, are they out of their minds? Who permitted them to pick peaches? Wu Cheng timidly replied, I wasn't here earlier, and I thought you were letting them off easy since you hadn't said anything. Zhu Delong's heart raced anxiously. Goodness, Su Chen's methods were notorious, even the orchard owner would likely be astounded, and now, in the brief time he stepped away, these four characters had taken off with sacks to pick peaches? Quick, call them back. Director, is it really such a big deal to pick a few peaches? Wu Cheng hesitated to rise as Zhu Delong's voice pierced the air. Damn it, every household in this area has dogs. You think it's no big deal, oh my. In the orchard, hello, is anyone here? Shiryuchi surveyed the orchard but saw not a single soul, only the dew-laden peaches dangled enticingly from the trees. Shen Yichen and Lu Yuan, unable to contain their excitement, had already begun stuffing peaches into their sacks with laughter. The viewers in the livestream had initially anticipated some clever antics from them. However, witnessing their mundane act of stuffing sacks, their interest waned instantly. We thought they might pull some tricks like Su Chen, but they're just picking fruit? The production team is really going overboard. Knowing these four lack any incentive, they let them pick peaches to satisfy their hunger. It's commonly accepted that if you casually pick a peach while passing through an orchard, it's no big deal, but carrying a sack makes you a thief, script revealed. The comments flooded with cries of, seeing Li Hanyu standing idly with her sack, Lu Yuan remarked, Hanyu, darling, what are you dawdling for? Pick some peaches. Li Hanyu hesitated, glancing around the orchard. Is it really okay to do this without asking? What if we get mistaken for thieves? Shen Yichen, washing a peach with the water he brought, mumbled with his mouth full. Don't worry, Su Chen took back half a sack, and no one called him a thief. We reef 4 big stars, we can't be worse off than him, right? But Li Hanyu still seemed uncertain. Meanwhile, not far from them, next to a doghouse, a proud black and white husky scratched at the wooden structure. Hearing the commotion, a light-colored rural dog suddenly poked its head out. Spotting the husky, the rural dog excitedly dashed out. Woof, woof, woof. Hey, brother, the husky, looking at the rural dog, tilted its mouth. Woof, woof, woof. Little brother, you've lost weight after a few days apart. Woof, woof, woof. Indeed, each day spent watching the orchard, and the owner doesn't even give me meat. Woof, woof, woof. Exactly, how did you know I just had some braised duck? Smell it. I still have the taste of meat in my mouth. It's practically a feast for you. The rural dog appeared bewildered but was intrigued by the mention of braised duck. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, you've already tasted that marvelous dish. The husky grew even prouder. Woof, woof, woof. Before I was abandoned, I roamed the city. What delicacies haven't I savored? Woof, woof, woof. It is all thanks to my brother. As the rural dog spoke, its droopy ears perked up suddenly, and it emitted a whimper. Woof, woof, woof. Brother, stay here for a moment, I think I hear someone stealing peaches. The husky, upon hearing this, turned its striking blue eyes and thought of its dear brother. Woof, woof, woof. Well, wait, I'll join you to see what is going on the other side. Shen Yichen and his companions had quickly stripped the nearby peach trees bare. Their sacks were now bulging. That's enough, shouldn't we head back? Li Hanyu glanced around, feeling a pang of guilt. Shen Yichen rolled his eyes. We've come this far, we can't leave empty-handed, or the orchard owner might think we're being stingy. Lu Yuan nodded in agreement. Don't worry, Hanyu. Even if the production team didn't inform the orchard owner, seeing us as stars, they might actually hope we take more to promote their goods. Well, alright then, hurry up. In their conversation, they remained oblivious to the 2 sets of cold, piercing eyes fixated on them from the side. Woof, woof, woof stars, what nonsense, daring to steal peaches, the rural dog bared its teeth, ready to pounce. The husky restrained it, its azure eyes fixated on the sweaty Shiryuchi. Wasn't this the lady who had just insulted it? The rural dog, confused, asked, woof, woof, woof brother, do you know them? The husky smirked mischievously. Woof, woof, woof bo, I know them all too well. Don't rush, just wait for me to come back. Having said that, the husky nimbly slipped out of the orchard. 5 minutes later, while Li Hanyu was busy picking peaches, the rustling sound near her ear startled her. She turned in terror to the others. Did you hear that noise? The others ceased their actions, scanning the surroundings, as the leaves of a low-hanging fruit tree rustled. Suddenly, a rural dog dashed out, whimpering at the group of their essay dog. Shinichen exclaimed. Lu Yuan, reacting quickly, grabbed a stick to shield himself, trembling. Don't come any closer. I really don't want to hurt you. Shiryuchi looked at the two men, frightened by a small rural dog, and felt a wave of disdain. Are we four really scared of a single dog? Two of us are watching the dog while the other two carry peaches away. As soon as Shiryuchi finished speaking, the leaves rustled again, and the husky, with a wise look, poked its head out. Thief, Shinichen pointed at the husky. Upon seeing the husky, Shiryuchi swiftly snatched the stick from Shinichen's hands, pretending to shoo it away. The silly husky isn't very clever. Just ignore it, let us go. Woof, woof, woof brother, she is insulting you. The husky stood still, neither barking nor moving. After a few moments, it let out a resounding howl. Oh, get lost, don't bark. Shiryuchi felt an inexplicable chill from the husky. A gust of mountain wind swept through, ruffling the fur of the proud husky, enhancing its imposing presence. And the next moment, a flurry of sounds erupted in the orchard. More than a dozen rural dogs charged towards the husky, barking thunderously. Woof, woof, woof. Hey, brother, the pack of dogs surged like an army towards the four. Run, run, Shinichen, terrified, turned and fled. Woo, I told you not to steal peaches. Li Hanyu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Help, help. Chapter 30 of the Great Demon Suchen. In the orchard, chaos erupted, with chickens scattering and dogs barking wildly. Shinichen and his companions could no longer afford to concern themselves with their romantic pairings or celebrity identities, as they found themselves in a most undignified flight from a pack of hounds. Shiryuchi, tears streaming down her face, frantically lifted her skirt to run, exclaiming, Woo-woo, didn't Suchen say we could pick peaches? Woo-woo, but why are there so many dogs? Stop chasing us, please. The sudden appearance of the dog pack caught everyone off guard, including the viewers in the livestream, who were momentarily stunned. It wasn't until a rural dog lunged at Shiryuchi, tearing away a piece of her skirt and transforming her flowing gown into a much shorter ensemble, that reality dawned. Shinichen even lost his shoes. Laughing so hard, I can't believe you all followed Suchen's advice. Suchen appreciates the gifts of nature, while you've become nature's gifts. This is hilarious. Ever since Suchen appeared, the entire dating show has gone wild. The desire to become a dog has reached its peak. Xu Delon, running and glancing at the live broadcast, felt his heart leap into his throat upon witnessing Shinichen and Shiryuchi pursued by dogs. Suchen, it's always Suchen. If these celebrities get bitten by dogs, this show will be utterly ruined. Director, the program's popularity is skyrocketing. Wu Cheng shouted, breathless. Zhu Delong, overhearing, was immediately incensed. What are you talking about? It is not the time to focus on ratings. If they get hurt, it'll be a major incident. But the live viewer count just hit 30 million. What, 30 million? Zhu Delong exclaimed incredulously, glancing back towards the villa. 30 million. Damn it, hurry. Call the medical team to prepare rabies vaccines, and inform the station to arrange compensation for the four of them. Also, ensure the station manager is ready to contact two new couples. Breaking! Major incident occurs on Perfect Lovers variety show. Breaking, Perfect Lovers surpasses 30 million live viewers, becoming the pinnacle of live variety shows. Question, did the Peach's unauthorized entry into the carriage constitute robbery or a gift from nature? Renowned lawyer Zhang San states previously, I considered myself a legal expert, but after watching Suchen, I believe he has redefined theft. Hot, Xiaxinghe from Tsinghua tops the short video music charts. In the office of the president of Starry Entertainment, Chen Fei observed the utterly disheveled Shinichen and Shiryuchi being chased by the dogs, and then glanced at the trending topics featuring Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. Rage surged from his toes to the crown of his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible, I cannot allow Su Chen the chance to rise to fame. Prepare the car, we're heading to Shangshur Entertainment. An hour later. In the president's office of Shangshur Entertainment, Zhang Bo smiled at the restless Chen Fei. It seems like you're not in the best of moods, General Chen? Chen Fei forcibly suppressed his annoyance, forcing a smile. Just encountered a minor issue, but it's nothing serious. Mr. Zhang, let us discuss business. When can Xia Xinghe exit the recording of Perfect Lovers? Zhang Bo listened quietly as Chen Fei spoke, and with a knowing smile, replied, You must be aware that the song Qinghua has been quite popular recently, right? And? Chen Fei sensed impending trouble. Therefore, the price you proposed earlier may no longer hold sufficient weight. The very scenario Chen Fei dreaded had come to pass. Yet, as a shrewd businessman, he refrained from chastising Zhang Bo for his lack of integrity and instead began weighing his options, calculating how much more he would need to sacrifice. However, before he could settle on a decision, his phone buzzed insistently in his pocket. Frustrated, Chen Fei answered, What's going on? After a brief silence, he shot up from his chair, shouting, What did you say? Are you sure you're not mistaken? General Chen, how could I joke about such matters? I have no idea what possessed those foreign brands, but they all want to terminate their contracts with us. Each word from the secretary struck Chen Fei like a hammer to the chest, leaving him breathless. His face flushed, he hung up the phone and glared at Zhang Bo. There's been an issue at the company, we'll discuss this another day. Zhang Bo nodded in understanding. Once Chen Fei departed, not long after, Wang Quan entered the room with a beaming smile, respectfully addressing Zhang Bo. Mr. Zhang, what should we do next? Zhang Bo glanced at the direction Chen Fei had taken, confidently sipping his tea. As per the young lady's instructions, have Starry Entertainment initiate contract termination with Mr. Su. The signing contract with Mr.Su is no trivial matter, you'll oversee it personally. Understood. By a small riverside not far from the orchard, Shinichen and his companions lay sprawled on the sunlit ground, utterly exhausted, occasionally casting fearful glances towards the orchard. Shinichen, still trembling from the ordeal, patted his chest and murmured, Those dogs shouldn't be chasing us anymore, right? Probably not. Lu Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had narrowly. Shiryuchi, who had barely evaded the relentless pursuit, wore a pale expression as she gazed towards the orchard, her heart heavy with regret. All those peaches, and not a single one had she tasted. That scoundrel Su Chen. If it weren't for his deceit, we wouldn't have been chased by those dogs. Shiryuchi gritted her teeth at the mere mention of his name. Shinichen and Lu Yuan's resentment peaked at that moment. I've figured it out. Su Chen must have used the heartbeat coins to buy the peaches, then tricked us into thinking we were picking them himself, deliberately leading us into a dog chase. Shinichen proclaimed, transforming into a master of deduction. This is murder, outright murder. I am calling the police. Lu Yuan slammed his fist against the riverbank, only to wince at the sharp stones beneath, enduring for a moment of calm. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became. Shiryuchi clenched her fists tightly, unrestrained by the fact that their live streaming equipment had been rendered useless due to water damage, declaring, We must retaliate, we cannot allow him to have it easy. Right, yet, a prolonged silence ensued. After all, the devilish Su Chen seemed nearly impervious, criticizing him elicited no response, and confronting him was futile. As they racked their brains in frustration, an idea struck them, yet it bore little fruit. At that moment, a convoy adorned with the Perfect Lovers program logo slowly passed by. Exhausted, Li Hanyu yearned only to return home for a hot shower and a good night's sleep. That looks like the production team's vehicles. Perhaps we should head back? After all, sometimes, letting go of the inexplicable allows one to forget. In agreement, they approached the convoy, which, however, showed no signs of stopping. They trudged along, weary, for several more minutes until the convoy finally halted in front of a dilapidated 3-story rural school. Shinichen weakly knocked on the cargo truck's door, which swung open just as he was about to board. A paper figure with two large, sunburned, ghostly white patches suddenly materialized before his eyes. A wave of dizziness washed over Shinichien. The terror of being dominated by an apparition enveloped him. Ah! Shinichien let out a wail, collapsing backward. The others were startled by his scream, while the staff member clutching the paper figure jumped in shock. Seeing someone on the ground, the staff wiped the sweat from their brow. It was already bothersome to be working. Being startled only made it worse. "What are you screaming about?" the staff member snapped impatiently. Lu Yuan frowned at the staff member. "You don't recognize us?" The staff member squinted, scrutinizing the ragged group before hesitantly stating, Lu Yuan? "This isn't right. How did you all end up like this?" Shiryuchi did not answer but instead focused intently on the paper figure in the staff member's hands and the abandoned school behind him. "This is the new task, isn't it?" The staff member hesitated. "The director forbids us from saying anything." Shiryuchi nodded, her eyes narrowing with malice. She pulled the others aside and whispered, "Surely, there's been no activity all day. I bet today's task involves this. We have the perfect opportunity to get back at Suchen." The group began to murmur excitedly, yet they failed to notice a pair of azure eyes lurking in the grass, observing them intently. Chapter 31. Such flattering words. Did you wipe your mouth after using the toilet? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 60 points of defense value from Shinichien. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of defense value from Shiryuchi. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of defense value from Lu Yuan. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 40 points of defense value from Li Hanyu. Ding. Within the villa nestled in the mountains, Su Chen reclined on the sofa, unable to suppress his bewilderment at the incessant system notifications. Was it really that traumatic to be scolded by the orchard owner? The psychological resilience of the youth appears to be rather fragile. Ding, congratulations, host, your accumulated defense value has reached 3,000, granting you a chance to draw a prize. Lottery. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the godly fishing talent. Host's binding ability has reached max. Host's rod control ability has reached max. Host's casting accuracy has reached max. A flurry of reward notifications invigorated Su Chen. Yet, upon discerning the nature of the rewards, he was momentarily at a loss for words. System, what is the meaning of this? I am a celebrity, and you want me to become a fisherman. The system remains silent, feigning ignorance? System, do you not desire a partner? System. Just die already. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of defense value from the system. Indeed, the system's sentiments are rather petty. Was it not just a comment about being a eunuch? With the system in its phase of silence, Su Chen could only relent. Lying beside him, Lin Lin, noticing that Shinichien and the others had not yet returned, voiced her concerns. Brother Chen, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of defense value from Lin Lin. Lin Lin coughed twice. Brother, you truly are not putting on any act. At that moment, Xiaoxing has stretched out her hand, pinching Su Chen's face coolly. My legs are numb. Su Chen suddenly recalled that the soft pillow beneath his head was actually Xiaoxing his fair, delicate thigh, and he promptly sat up. So comfortable to rest upon, I forgot not only is it comfortable, but it's also fair and tender, Xiaoxing added nonchalantly, adjusting her position to drape her long legs over Su Chen's. Squeeze. All right. What is wrong with giving a good brother a leg squeeze? That is merely an act of kindness. Su Chen rubbed his hands together and, as he placed them upon Xiaoxing his thigh, a gust of wind rushed in, colliding directly into his embrace. What on earth, a mud truck, woof woof woof, hey, big brother. Biaogu excitedly opened his mouth wide, and then, he received a grand nose poke. With a whimper, Biaogu nestled closer to Su Chen, resembling an old lady gossiping at the village entrance. Woof woof woof, big brother, someone is talking behind your back. Su Chen's expression turned peculiar as he processed Biao Ji's words, suddenly coming to a realization. No wonder the production team had not organized any activities during the day. They were waiting to take everyone to the haunted house in the evening, teaming up to scare themselves. Perhaps the haunted house and the fisherman are a perfect match. As Su Chen pondered, the front of the villa suddenly erupted in commotion. All the staff rushed over in a frenzy. Su Chen glanced over and was met with the sight of 4 exceedingly disheveled figures. "Oh, did you not manage to pick any peaches?" Su Chen asked with a smile. The moment Shinichen spotted Su Chen, he stormed over in a fury. "Su Chen, you scoundrel, you deceived us into going peach picking." Shiryuchi, tearfully pointing at Su Chen, lamented, "We did have a disagreement earlier, but was it necessary for you to go this far? Do you have any idea how many dogs there are in the orchard?" Lu Yuan, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "Su Chen, this is murder, outright murder." Even Li Hanyu could no longer contain herself. "Indeed, Su Chen, you have gone too far this time." Su Chen regarded them with an amused expression. "With such sweet-talking, I presume you all wiped your mouths after using the restroom? Did I force you to go peach picking?" Shinichen retorted defiantly, "Did you not say that the orchard owner would allow us to pick for free? Would we have gone otherwise? I also claim that banks are filled with money. Are you planning to rob them as well? You seem to misunderstand human discourse. Did you hide during humanity's evolution?" Su Chen scoffed, casting an indifferent glance at him. "Besides, what is my status compared to yours? Picking the same peaches, I have acquaintances in the orchard, do you?" Shiryuchi erupted in laughter. "You have acquaintances in the orchard, who isn't visiting this village for the first time, who are you trying to fool?" Su Chen then seized Biaogu, who was still snuggling with Xia Xinghe, and brought him before them. "Well, while I may not have acquaintances, I do have a familiar dog. It led me here, claiming that the big yellow dog in the orchard is its sworn brother, allowing me to pick as I please." Biaogu immediately lifted his head, showcasing his status in the realm. Su Chen's mention of Biaogu instantly ignited fury among Shiryuchi and the others. This dead dog summoned the other dogs. Overwhelmed by humiliation, Shinichen clenched his teeth and lunged for Biaogu. Typically agile, Biaogu today did not flinch or evade, allowing Shinichen to charge at him. However, before Shinichen could act further, Biaogu let out a whimper, his body convulsing violently. "Woof woof woof, help, someone is committing heinous acts against dogs in broad daylight." With a sudden gasp, Biao Ji's body stiffened, and his head drooped down. All present froze in shock. Is he dead? Xia Xinghe abruptly sprang from the sofa, forcefully pulling Shinichen's hand away, her voice cold as ice. "If you cannot bully people, do not take it out on a dog." "If the dog dies, you shall not have it easy either." Su Chen took a moment to respond, only to suddenly notice a pair of blue eyes blinking at him. Instantly, he leaped up, pointing at Shinichen. "Roar! You dog killer! After being caught stealing peaches, you actually resorted to violence against this adorable, gentle, and understanding little dog." Shinichen was baffled. He had done nothing. He quickly retracted his hand. "No, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. You still wish to quibble?" Su Chen pressed relentlessly. At that moment, the comments section erupted. "You have gone too far, you stole peaches and got chased by a dog, yet this husky is just so adorable. Shinichen, just wait, I will contact the Dog Protection Association immediately, you are finished." Simultaneously, the production team's hotline was bombarded with calls. All were inquiries from dog lovers questioning Shinichen's mistreatment of dogs. Zhu Delong was sweating profusely. He had never anticipated that his meticulously crafted variety show could be jeopardized by a mere dog. This dog must not die. Zhu Delong threw down his headset and began to shout, "Veterinarian, quickly find a veterinarian." "Director, where would the production team find a veterinarian?" Wu Cheng exclaimed, jumping around like an ant on a hot pan. Chapter 32. Do you have halitosis? Zhu Delong dashed forward to Biaogu. "You cannot die, you simply cannot." Biao Ji's tongue dangled at the edge of his mouth, swaying in tandem with Zhu Delong's frantic movements. "Director, it's just a dog." Shinichen's words were barely uttered when Zhu Delong shot him a menacing glare, declaring, "Shinichen, regardless of how many fans you have, if this dog dies today, you can forget about ever appearing on any variety show from Fruit Station." Fruit Station holds absolute dominion in the domestic variety show realm, a coveted platform for stars vying for attention.
Shin Yichen panicked. Hey, don't die. Su Chen, observing the flurry around Biaogu, urgently shouted, he is moving, the dog is moving, quick, give him artificial respiration. Zhu Delong instantly echoed with delight, then what are we waiting for? Artificial respiration. He scanned the surroundings, only to find everyone retreating a step, avoiding his gaze as Zhu Delong seized Shin Yichen, stating, you caused this mess, you handle it. Me? Shin Yichen's mouth formed an oh, no, I haven't even given my first kiss on screen yet. ISN, it is a real dog, and you're just a game novice, you two are a match made in heaven. Su Chen remarked earnestly. You're a singer, what do you need a screen kiss for? Zhu Delong bellowed in agreement. Congratulations, host, you have gained 70 points of Shin Yichen's vulnerability. Zhu Delong observed Shin Yichen's reluctant expression, his gaze turning icy. Shin Yichen will do. Director, me. Shin Yichen's thought, just blow air into his mouth. Under Zhu Delong's urging, Shin Yichen gazed at Biaogu's escaping mouth, swallowing hard. No way, am I really going to give my first kiss to a dog? In that moment, Shin Yichen contemplated many things. He envisioned the tragic demise of the dog due to their failed rescue, leading to Perfect Lover being reported and taken down by dog lovers. Subsequently, he would bear the brunt of Fruit Station's wrath, resulting in a hasty retreat from the industry. No, he could not accept that. Shin Yichen steeled himself, grasped Biaoji's mouth, and leaned in fervently. Biaoji's azure eyes widened in shock. Woof woof woof, big brother, he is sticking out his tongue. Woof woof woof, ugh, big brother, I'm not clean anymore. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone furrowed their. Shin Yichen, his stomach churning, barely lifted his head before being pushed down again by Su Chen. Huff. Another breath. Biaoji's body jerked violently, and the next moment, he retched loudly. The room fell silent in an eerie manner. Even Su Chen's lips twitched as he turned to Shin Yichen. Buddy, do you have halitosis? Put. Bai Yao burst into uncontrollable laughter. Su Jingwan and others also erupted in fits of giggles. Shin Yichen's face turned crimson, wishing for death. Why did it have to be now? You're talking nonsense, I don't have halitosis. If you don't believe me, smell for yourselves. Shin Yichen opened his mouth to exhale, causing everyone to retreat 1,000 miles. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of Shin Yichen's vulnerability. At that moment, Biaogu ceased retching, looking weakly at Su Chen with a mournful expression. Woof woof woof. Bro, I exerted too much strength. Su Chen quickly withdrew his hand that had been pressing on Biaogu's heart. Upon seeing Biaogu revive, Zhu Delong was elated. It's alive, the dog is alive. Shin Yichen's halitosis, even the dog can't stand it? Help, I've instantaneously unfollowed Shin Yichen, I can't even bear to look at him. I was planning to scold Shin Yichen, but now I'm afraid he'll breathe on me. Breaking. Shin Yichen suspected of animal abuse. The Animal Protection Association issues a serious statement. Shocking, is it a decline of morality, or a distortion of humanity, that Shin Yichen could do such things to a dog? Shin Yichen has serious halitosis, but Shi Yuqi remains tight-lipped about the issue. Following this farcical episode, Biaogu, under Zhu Delong's tacit approval, firmly established himself within the production team, now gnawing on a large bone with fervor. He Ling, sensing the oppressive atmosphere in the room, patted Biaogu's head and initiated conversation. Su Chen, you seem to be quite familiar with this dog. Does it have a name? It says its name is Biaozi. It says its name is Biao-zi? He Ling shot an incredulous glance at Su Chen. Yes, if you don't believe me, ask it yourself. Su Chen pointed at Biaogu. Biaogu raised his head with indignation. Woof woof woof, big brother, why are you cursing? My surname is Biao, but I'm not fierce. Goodness, they're actually conversing. He Ling felt a shiver run down her spine. Has this world truly descended into such madness? Biao.Biaozi, that is quite a unique name. He Ling, fearing Su Chen would steer the conversation off course again, turned to the despondent Shin Yichen and his companions, offering comfort. Yichen, Lu Yuan, do not be too disheartened. This peach-picking incident was merely an accident. Shin Yichen opened his mouth, utterly at a loss for words. Su Chen leisurely crossed his legs. Indeed, I understand. While failing to steal peaches is certainly dreadful, my success is what truly keeps them on edge. Ding! Congratulations, host,
you have gained 60 points of Shini-chan's vulnerability. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of Shi-Yuqi's vulnerability. Exhausted, the four of them glanced at Su-chen, ultimately gritting their teeth and retreating to their rooms. Soon, lunchtime arrived. At this time, Su-chen immediately spent 40 heart coins to purchase a portion of pork tenderloin and green peppers. A simple farmhouse stir-fried dish that had Xia Xinghe devouring 2 bowls of rice in delight. Su Jingwan, Lin Lin, and Bai Iyo shamelessly managed to snag a few bites. The starving Shini-chen and his companions had no choice but to accept the weeding task. After toiling under the scorching sun for an hour, they successfully earned 10 heart coins. The four culinary novices engaged in heated discussions before settling on the prudent choice of exchanging for 3 packets of instant noodles. 10 minutes later, Shini-chen held a bowl of instant noodles with tears in his eyes, exclaiming, "My heavens, this is undoubtedly the most delicious instant noodles I have ever eaten." Lu Yuan slurped his noodles enthusiastically, praising, as expected, its still teacher Huang. "This broth is even delightful." Shi-Yuqi felt like the happiest person in the world at that moment. After satisfying their hunger, Su-chen lounged lazily under the sun, reflecting on Huang Wei's smug gaze directed at him. Indeed, it is those with thicker skin who truly savor the world. Ha ha ha, is this the reality of the entertainment industry? Those four are simply fake, just like me in front of the boss at the company. You weren't saying that when you chose instant noodles earlier. Su-chen seems to have hit the nail on the head. It is true, Huang Wei's cooking is horrendous. The afternoon drifted by leisurely. Soon, dinner was over. Just when everyone thought it was a day of idleness, the program team's loudspeaker suddenly blared throughout the villa. All guests, please proceed to the first floor of the villa for today's task. Chapter 33. Already have a partner, no more ride-hailing. In the midst of swatting mosquitoes in his room, Shini-chen suddenly turned with excitement towards Shiryuchi upon hearing a commotion. Gathering at this late hour, we must have guessed correctly. Today's task is undoubtedly related to the haunted house. Shiryuchi let out a cold laugh. Tonight, I intend to make Su-chen repay me for the humiliation I've endured over the past 2 days, with interest. Before long, all the guests had gathered on the first floor of the villa. As Ling made her entrance, the lights in the villa flickered ominously. Eerie background music began to echo from the corners of the house. The timid Bai Iyo immediately let out a shriek. Xia Xinghe quietly linked her arm with Su-chen's. Observing the reactions of the crowd, Ling smiled with satisfaction, adopting a tone of feigned terror as she pointed at the flickering lights to enhance the atmosphere. In this silent mountain village, with flickering lights, what on earth is happening tonight? It's nothing. It's probably just Shini-chan's grandmother coming to find him, Su-chen reassured as he patted Xia Xinghe's shoulder. Put. Xia Xinghe chuckled softly. Ling's expression turned particularly resentful, the carefully crafted sense of horror dissipated in an instant. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points in breaking Ling's defenses. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points in breaking Shini-chan's defenses. Shini-chen was taken aback. Su-chen, what madness are you up to now? Su-chen waved his hands apologetically. My apologies, please don't hold it against me. After all, I rarely have normal moments. Ha, Su-chen is truly full of wit, you've made me laugh to death. Earlier, I was watching the livestream was so scared, now, watching the livestream. So funny. Su-chen is simply the ultimate atmosphere destroyer. Seeing that the terrifying ambience had vanished, Ling quickly produced a glowing card emblazoned with the logo of Perfect Lovers. Let us not waste any more time. I believe you all have guessed it by now. The theme of this episode's task is the haunted house. The production team has chosen a deserted school site to construct the haunted house. Inside, I hold several heart-pounding cards. The guests will enter the haunted house in couples, and their rankings will be determined by the number of heart-pounding cards they collect. A friendly reminder. The couple who ranks first will receive a reward of 500 heart-pounding coins. However, the couple that comes in last will face a punishment. Upon hearing about the punishment, the expressions of the guests suddenly became lively. Shinichen, Lu Yuan, and the others exchanged knowing glances, ultimately turning their mischievous gazes towards Su Chen. 20 minutes later, under the guidance of the production team, they arrived at their destination shrouded in the night. The already deserted three-story teaching building appeared even more airy and foreboding. Shinichen nudged Li Hanyu, signaling her with his eyes. Although reluctant, Li Hanyu steeled herself and looked at Su Chen. Su Chen, this haunted house is so terrifying. I feel you're the bravest among us. How about we team up to enter the haunted house? Su Chen regarded her with a strange expression. Team up with you? Wouldn't your boyfriend get jealous? Li Hanyu? No, what I meant was, I understand. Although your boyfriend's charm is undeniable, I'm afraid I have a partner, so I can't accept your invitation, Su Chen said, shaking Xiaxing his hand. Li Hanyu felt a bit awkward. What I meant was that we should all enter the haunted house together as couples and search for the heart-pounding cards. That way, we have a better chance of finding the designated items. At that moment, Lu Yuan and the others felt a twinge of anxiety. If Su Chen refused to join them in the haunted house, their subsequent plans would be jeopardized. However, to their surprise, Su Chen seemed particularly agreeable today. Sure, he replied. Lin, eyeing the terrifying haunted house, joined in. Then let us all go together. Lu Yuan interjected, that won't work. Why not? Lin looked confused. Well, Lu Yuan pondered for a moment before chuckling awkwardly. Having too many people in a team isn't ideal. It would limit our search area. Alright then, Lin said, somewhat disappointed. In truth, she wasn't particularly keen on teaming up with Lu Yuan. She simply felt a greater sense of security being with Su Chen. Ultimately, the groupings were finalized. Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan, Lin and Bai Yi each chose different entrances to the haunted house. Shinichen, Shiryuchi, Lu Yuan, Li Hanyu, along with Su Chen, Xiaxinghe, and Biaogu opted to enter through the main entrance of the school together. He Ling then began to cue the process, urging everyone to enter the building. Shinichen, having already encountered the haunted house's props during the day, took the lead toward the school entrance. The others followed suit. However, as they stepped into the school, Shinichen quickly realized his naivety. The silent hall was illuminated by a ghastly green glow. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, a sharp click echoed beneath him. Suddenly, a head came hurtling towards Shinichen. The piercing scream resonated as if 100 ghosts were on a rampage, instantly amplifying the horror. Oh my god! Shinichen exclaimed in sheer terror, turning to flee towards the exit. But the door behind the group slammed shut with a resounding bang. Panic ensued among the crowd. The barrage of comments exploded as well. What are you trying to scare to death on this late night? Help! You guys are in a dating show, not a horror show. Intentional viewing, unintentional offense, don't bother me. At this moment, a muscular man quietly shrank back under the covers. Macho Man? Wasn't it you last time? Shiryuchi's face turned pale from fright, but upon catching a glimpse of Su Chen, who seemed unfazed and casually munching on seeds, she immediately pulled out Shinichen, who was hiding behind her. Look at you, being so spineless. It's all fake, what are you afraid of? Shinichen regained his composure, glancing at the calm Su Chen, and immediately feigned nonchalance, forcing a smile. I was just joking, I'm not scared at all. Su Chen nodded. Of course, you have your grandmother to protect you. The smile that Shinichen had just raised froze on his face. Let us keep. At that moment, Lu Yuan cleared his throat, and Shinichen, receiving the signal, immediately stopped in his tracks, his expression serious as he strained to listen. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted dramatically, trembling as he exclaimed, Do you hear something? What? Is your grandmother calling you home for dinner? Su Chen chimed in, ready with a retort, yet, this time, Shinichen showed no signs of anger. Instead, he anxiously urged, I'm not joking, listen closely. I think I hear a woman crying. Shiryuchi stole a glance at Su Chen, her own panic rising. Is there really a woman crying? Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu exchanged bewildered glances, then let out a collective scream. I heard it too, I heard it. Su Chen scrutinized the eerie silence around them. Don't play tricks on me. Whereas there a woman crying, you must be imagining things. Chapter 34. Is something amiss? Xiaxing had tilted her ear to listen. I don't hear anything. In a state of astonishment and exaggeration, Shen Yichen and the others turned to Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. You really didn't hear anything? No, Su Chen replied, though her gaze involuntarily shrank in trepidation. It's late at night. Please don't joke around. Who is joking with you? There is genuinely a woman crying, right over there. Shen Yichen pointed towards the end of the corridor, and the others echoed his sentiment. We really heard it. Is this place truly that eerie? Hush, listen, the crying is growing louder. Su Chen, feeling uneasy, glanced towards the corridor's end and stuttered, this isn't a matter for jest. Frightening someone can truly lead to dire consequences. No sooner had Su Chen spoken than Shen Yichen exclaimed, a shadow just darted past. I saw it too. Run, we must flee. Shiryuchi's face turned as pale as a ghost, as though she had encountered something profoundly terrifying. Is this truly an encounter with the supernatural? No. Why can't I hear anything? I can't hear it either. Please stop this, it's genuinely quite frightening. Yet, among the online spectators, some were genuine individuals, while others were mere jesters. The live stream's comments surged tumultuously. What, you didn't hear it? I certainly did. I heard it too, is this a selective phenomenon? Heard the crying one. Upon hearing the sound of weeping, the barrage of comments split into two factions, with some expressing disbelief and others acknowledging the eerie phenomenon. In that moment, not only those present, but even netizens separated by the vastness of the internet began to feel an unsettling unease. Shen Yichen, noticing the look of fear on Su Chen's face, forced a smile to suppress his own trepidation and spoke in a hushed tone, have you ever heard of a folk saying? It is said that when a female ghost seeks to ensnare someone, she will use the sound of crying to lure them in. Su Chen, half convinced, spat dismissively, are you speaking nonsense? Wouldn't hearing crying scare people away? Shen Yichen eagerly awaited this response and suddenly clapped his hands, exclaiming, exactly, thus, we hear the crying, while you do not. What do you mean? Su Chen's expression was vacant, akin to a CPU overheating. Shen Yichen's gaze turned complex, dripping with sympathy. What I mean is, while we would flee upon hearing the cries, you, having heard nothing, would continue onward. It is highly likely that this ghost has taken a liking to you and Xia Xinghe, seeking to ensnare you. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's complexion turned ashen, and he trembled uncontrollably. You mean, I've become enchanted? Shiyuki and the others exchanged glances, and in unison, nodded affirmatively. Su Chen's face was a canvas of terror, his lips murmuring incessantly, I've become enchanted, I've become enchanted? Just then, Shen Yichen pointed toward a distance where the weeping grew louder. Ah! Su Chen let out a piercing scream and fled. By the time Shen Yichen and the others processed the situation, Su Chen had already vanished, leaving behind only a vague silhouette. And he just ran off like that? Is Su Chen really that easily frightened? The four exchanged glances, erupting into laughter. The viewers in the live stream began to flood the screen with comments. Oh my, so it turns out these four were just trying to scare Su Chen. If only they'd said so earlier, I thought something truly dreadful had happened. Su Chen really isn't up to par. Just a moment ago he was munching on seeds, and I thought he had a strong constitution. Yichen's acting is superb, he nearly frightened Su Chen to death. As the laughter subsided, Shen Yichen glanced at Xia Xinghe, abandoned by Su Chen, and couldn't help but mock. Over a trivial matter, he has forsaken his partner. Shiyuki, observing the solitary Xia Xinghe, harbored vengeful thoughts, isn't it quite normal for a cheating man to abandon his mistress? Lu Yuan, captivated by the exquisite Xia Xinghe, felt a mischievous impulse arise, Su Chen merely talks a big game. Xia Xinghe, why not leave him behind and team up with us? A coupling from a romantic reality show teaming up with you, the implication behind Lu Yuan's words was unmistakable. Li Han Yu's expression darkened. However, contrary to expectations, Xia Xinghe did not respond with her usual bravado. Instead, she gazed solemnly into the depths of the corridor and spoke gravely, did none of you truly hear the crying? We already said it was just to scare Su Chen. Looks like we've frightened another one into silence. Shen Yichen laughed heartily. Xia Xinghe slowly turned, her face devoid of color, but there is crying now, can't you hear it? The four of them froze, their laughter abruptly halting. They then erupted into laughter once more. Ha ha, Xiaoxinghe, did you really think you could scare us using our own methods? Indeed, it's not frightening at all, is it? I expected something more clever. Turns out this is all it is. The mocking voices were particularly grating, yet at that moment, Biaogu, who had been quietly observing, suddenly began barking furiously toward the end of the corridor. The intense barking echoed within the spacious room, creating an atmosphere of uncanny eeriness. Shiyuki felt a chill run down her spine. Shut up, stop barking. Xiaoxinghe swallowed hard, whispering, Are you aware of the folk belief that dogs can see things invisible to humans? Though her voice was soft, it struck the others like a bolt from the blue. They were all too familiar with this belief. What was even more chilling was that Biaogu, who had been barking vigorously, suddenly ceased. His azure eyes gleamed green in the dim light, fixated intently ahead. Then, he emitted a series of pained whimpers, as if human-like terror had overtaken him. Woof, another fierce bark erupted, and Biaogu turned and dashed away in a frenzy. There really is a ghost. Xiaoxinghe's usually cold tone was now tinged with rare emotional fluctuation. With a scream, she sprinted in pursuit of Biaogu. Shinichen and the others stood frozen, a wave of dread washing over them from their feet to the crown of their heads. If Xiaoxinghe's words were mere fabrication, then how could one explain the dog's reaction? Ah! There's a ghost. The air was filled with ear-splitting cries. No way, are they joking about summoning a real spirit? When I was a child, the adults said dogs can see things beyond human perception. This dog's reaction is too sinister. We were told it wouldn't be frightening. How can anyone withstand this? Breaking, Perfect Lovers reenacts a supernatural incident. Shocking, a fabricated haunting has attracted a genuine spirit. Longhu Mountain's contemporary celestial master asserts, the filming location of Perfect Lovers has problematic feng shui. Director Zhu Delong and He Ling huddled before the monitor, their faces etched with horror. Zhu Delong swallowed hard. Teacher, you don't think this is real, do you? He Ling's back was soaked with cold sweat. After years of hosting, she had never encountered such an eerie situation. Perhaps we should consult a master? Zhu Delong nodded vigorously in agreement. This is truly uncanny. Chapter 35. Your presence is my blessing. Without further ado, Zhu Delong immediately began rummaging through the contact list. At that moment, the monitor flickered with activity once more. The mischievous laughter resonated in Zhu Delong's ears, becoming increasingly familiar. Upon glancing up, he beheld Su Chen, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of pearly white teeth, as he affectionately patted the head of Biao Ji's dog. However, encountering you seems to be their destined misfortune. Su Chen chuckled. In this vast sea of humanity, our acquaintance serves as a form of retribution. Come, I've just discovered a hidden chamber. There's something stirring over there. Zhu Delong silently observed the scene, his face suddenly twitching twice. So, it was yet another ruse? Did I transgress some celestial decree in my past life to encounter Su Chen while participating in a variety show? Zhu Delong clutched his chest, hastily swallowing 2 heart-saving pills. At this juncture, Wu Cheng rushed over, brimming with excitement. Director, the live stream viewership has surpassed 31 million. Zhu Delong, who had only just calmed his frayed nerves, was instantly stirred with exhilaration. Surpassed 30 million, 31 million. Another 2 heart-saving pills were hastily consumed. Zhu Delong let out a long sigh. Your presence is truly a blessing. Inside the hidden chamber, Su Chen led Xiaoxinghe through a corridor, arriving at the student dormitory area. The expansive hallway, lined with darkened dorm rooms, resembled ferocious beasts lurking in the night, poised to prey upon the unwary. Yet, Su Chen was all aflame with excitement as he forged ahead. Upon reaching the innermost dormitory, he turned to Xiaoxinghe and gestured for silence. Before she could react, a familiar mechanical voice echoed, "The enemy forces will arrive at the battlefield in 5 seconds. All troops, advance." Xiaoxinghe cast a questioning glance at Su Chen, only to turn and discover that he had stealthily opened the dormitory window. I knew it. Su Chen isn't as timid as he pretends, his act is simply too convincing. Report, an NPC is gaming on the job. But what is Su Chen doing opening the window? He just came from Shinichen's side. Those 4 are nearly petrified with fear. 1 kill. 2 kills. The triumphant kill notifications drowned out the sound of the window being opened. Su Chen nodded at Xia Xinghe, then nimbly climbed up to the windowsill. Inside the dimly lit dormitory, the white walls were plastered with a multitude of the word death and bloody handprints. The floor was strewn with numerous limbs and severed appendages. Above the iron-framed bed stood an NPC, his face smeared with blood, engrossed in wreaking havoc in the gaming arena. "Go on, Xiao Qiao, unleash your ultimate." Su Chen quietly clambered onto the adjacent upper bunk, nudging aside a half-body prop skeleton. Yet, sensing something was amiss, he decisively donned the grotesque mask from the prop skeleton. What is Su Chen up to? Instead of searching for the heartbeat card, he has perched at the bedside watching an NPC play games? I can hardly fathom the psychological impact on the NPC when it realizes it has been observed the whole time. A sophisticated hunter often presents itself in the guise of its prey. Su Chen lay quietly at the edge of the bed, observing the NPC directly opposite him as it continued its fervent assault. The NPC became increasingly absorbed, eventually even activating its microphone. Seriously, can this Han Xin even play? If you're bad, just practice more. The game situation became ever more tense. Sweat beaded on the NPC's brow as it muttered to itself while playing. Hurry up, I'm due for work soon. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the game screen rapidly reversed. Defeat. It's already annoying to go to work, losing at a game makes it even worse, the NPC lamented. A soothing male voice then interjected, no need to fret, no matter how much work there is, it won't be finished. But I believe your greatest blunder was using your ultimate just now. The NPC reflected on its actions, slapping its forehead, how true. Bro, you're absolutely right. Before the NPC could finish, its body stiffened, eyes widening in terror, lips trembling. Its gaze involuntarily drifted back to it, mechanically turned its head, and a grotesque, bloodied visage suddenly loomed before it. In an instant, the NPC felt every hair on its body stand on end. What the hell? A ghost. The NPC leapt from the bed in a panic, its eyes now completely consumed by terror. Su Chen lowered his voice, responding haltingly, Ghost, where is there a ghost? Ah! The NPC let out a piercing scream, jumping down from the upper bunk, but upon landing, it tripped over a prop limb. The red paint on the severed limb smeared onto its hand. Upon inspecting it closely, another scream erupted as it instinctively rolled and crawled towards the exit. Grasping the doorknob, it felt an overwhelming urge to weep with excitement. But suddenly, its calf felt a weight. Su Chen had seized its leg. Hey, buddy, don't leave me, hee. The NPC, like a startled cat, yelped and leapt 3 feet into the air. Wah, I've lived a virtuous life, merely enjoying some light entertainment. Why must you haunt me? The NPC struggled frantically. Su Chen cackled maniacally. Ultimately, after sacrificing a shoe, the NPC finally broke free from the grasp. It twisted the doorknob and bolted without looking back. Woof, a fierce bark erupted. Diao Ji's eyes glimmered eerily. The NPC's mind buzzed, and it collapsed unconscious. Quick, pinch its acupoint. Su Chen reacted swiftly, his actions even quicker. The NPC, who had just fainted from fright, was jolted awake by the sharp pain. Buddy. A ghost. Get away. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of Wu Chang's defense penetration value. Xia Xinghe emerged from the side, her gaze filled with reproach. You might want to take off the mask. As Su Chen belatedly prepared to remove the mask, the NPC in his arms sprang to life, leaping up and shouting as it dashed away. Wah! Mommy, this ghost is pretending to be human. Su Chen, what a masterful deception. Watching the NPC flee, Su Chen felt a tinge of regret. I originally wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of the heartbeat card, but alas, woof. Big brother, this, Biaogu emerged from the room, a glowing heartbeat card clutched in his mouth, emitting a faint luminescence. Upon receiving it, Su Chen discovered that, in addition to the heartbeat card, there was also a map of the employees, clearly marking the locations of various hidden chambers. Su Chen's heart soared with joy. Most heartbeat cards were likely hidden in these places. With this map, it would be akin to wielding a divine perspective. On the other side of the hidden chamber, Shinichen and his companions, having just witnessed the antics of Biaogu and Xia Xinghe, ventured into a few more hidden chambers, nearly meeting their demise at the hands of the overly dedicated NPCs. They were now thoroughly on edge. Glancing into the dim corners, they felt as though something terrifying might leap out at any moment. Shiryuchi, unable to express her frustrations before the live stream camera, could only helplessly glance at Shinichen and Lu Yuan, who were huddled behind her for comfort. Xia Xinghe is definitely putting on an act. There are no ghosts in this world. We should hurry and find the heartbeat card, otherwise, we'll be facing hunger again. Upon hearing this, Shinichen gradually regained his composure. A fleeting glance revealed something that made his heart leap with joy. Not far from them, in the innermost classroom, lay a heartbeat card, radiating a glow. The heartbeat card, in the stillness that enveloped them, Shinichen and Lu Yuan finally mustered the courage to step forward. Just as one foot crossed the threshold of the classroom door, a chilling shriek pierced the air, and a skeleton suddenly dangled from the ceiling, swaying ominously. A lamenting howl followed, causing the chairs and desks within the classroom to rattle on their own. The scene was exceedingly bizarre. Shinichen and the others felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively turned to flee, but just then, terrified screams echoed from the corridor behind them. The sound grew closer, rapidly approaching. Ghost, there's a ghost. Wei. Shinichen instinctively glanced back. A blood-soaked white specter, hair disheveled and face contorted, raced toward Shinichen and the others. Chapter 36. I observed that the spectral lady possesses an enduring charm. Amidst the cacophony of screams just moments ago, the resolute Shiryuchi, who confidently asserted the absence of ghosts, is now the swiftest to flee. The last to escape, Shinichen, is paralyzed with terror, his heart racing. A ghost, he cries out. Behind him, the phantom echoes his terror, pleading, "Don't run, please, wait for me. Are you out of your mind? Stop chasing us." The more the specter yells, the faster the four flee. As they sprint, the ghost pursues relentlessly. The live broadcast becomes a frenzied spectacle. What a spectacle! Is that ghost not the NPC that Su Chen would? They aim to frighten Su Chen, only to have the boomerang of fate strike them instead. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 70 points of Shinichen's vulnerability. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired 60 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability. Ding! Meanwhile, on the other side, Yao Gu halts before a classroom, a cunning smile adorning his face. Woof woof woof. Big brother, someone is here. Su Chen also hears the faint sounds of conversation and pauses to survey the interior of the classroom. Hurry up, the guests will be arriving soon. You are utterly clueless. How can you not even tie a rope? A petite girl, clad in a blood-stained white camisole and adorned with ghastly makeup, complains, her voluptuous form contrasting with her attire. The exposed joints of her skin are deceptively disguised with special effects to create a semblance of stitching. From a distance, it appears as though she has been dismembered and then stitched back together. Beside her stands a staff member, drenched in sweat, clutching a wire rope. All right, we can elevate it now. The lighting dims to a dark red hue. Amidst the buzzing of machinery, the ghostly NPC slowly ascends. The scene is inexplicably bizarre yet alluring. 3 pairs of glistening eyes by the window shine with varying expressions. Xia Xinghe fixates on the NPC's waist and asserts, the heartthrob card is stuck to the waist of the ghost NPC. Diao Gu licks his lips and eagerly states, "Big brother, let me take charge this time. I assure you I will accomplish the task." Su Chen chuckles, rubbing his chin. That heartthrob card is quite round and white. Ouch! A sharp pain strikes Su Chen's waist. Diao Gu receives a similar jolt to his head. At this moment, Xia Xinghe's gaze is colder than a fishmonger at the market. Hee, just a joke. This heartthrob card is mine for the taking. High-end operations often employ the simplest of plans. Su Chen turns and dons a ghostly mask, shimmering with an eerie glow. He also puts on the bloodied ghost attire collected from other escape rooms. As the classroom door opens slightly, Su Chen slips inside. The suspended ghost is leisurely swaying, seemingly unperturbed. The director truly knows how to have fun. Normal people would be terrified. As soon as the words leave his lips, a resounding click reverberates, extinguishing the ambient lighting. Only a solitary emergency exit sign emits a faint green glow, illuminating the doorway. The ghost NPC, striving to immerse herself in her role, freezes. What does this mean? Have the guests already arrived? The classroom, devoid of life, echoes her own voice. The word death, which she painted on the blackboard, now appears particularly chilling. Jia jia jia, a suppressed laughter suddenly pierces the silence, the ghost NPC's expression. Yet, less than 5 seconds later, another eerie laugh resounds. A fear wells up in the ghost NPC's eyes. Instinctively, she wants to retreat, but the ropes binding her keep her suspended, forcing her to writhe helplessly. Jia jia jia, the laughter grows closer. The ghost NPC's body involuntarily trembles. In the next instant, a hand suddenly emerges from the floor, leaving a blood-red handprint. A grotesque face follows suit. Ah! The sinister laughter intensifies. The ghostly figure on the ground moves with unnatural speed, twisting and crawling, closing the distance to the ghost NPC in the blink of an eye. A piercing scream, laced with sobs, resonates throughout the classroom. The more the ghost NPC struggles in fear, the more fervently she thrashes about, swinging in mid-air. Don't come any closer. Wu, please, I beg you. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired 50 points of Zhang Yaya's vulnerability. The ghostly figure, now less than a meter away, struggles to rise. Su Chen tilts his head, lowering his voice to deliver a smirk. Oh, you are a ghost too? The ghost NPC's mind is a whirlwind of confusion as she helplessly responds, yes, yes. I am also a ghost, we are of the same kind. Please, keep your distance, I beg you. Su Chen takes 2 steps closer, circling the suspended ghost NPC with a mischievous grin. If we are both ghosts, then this will be simple. I see you still possess your allure. Enchantress, I require your assistance in my cultivation. NPC. Wu, what are you doing? Amidst the ghost NPC's shrieks, Su Chen lunges forward. The ghost NPC feels a sudden shift at her waist, and in an instant, she plummets from the air, only to be caught in a firm embrace and gently placed on the ground. Su Chen slips the heartthrob card into his pocket. In one hand, he wields a pair of scissors, in the other, he grips a length of rope, his eyes roving over the ghost NPC. The ghost NPC, overwhelmed with terror, also feels a surge of indignation at Su Chen's unabashed gaze. Dear friends, who understands the plight of encountering a lecherous ghost? As Su Chen advances, the ghost NPC, resigned, shuts her eyes. Su Chen! What are you doing? This is a live broadcast. Don't mention Su Chen. I must admit, this ghost does possess a certain allure. Su Chen is grateful for nature's gifts. Oh no! Su Chen, I've started to bleed from my nose. What the hell? Who the heck blurred the ghost? A minute later, Su Chen exhales deeply, his mission accomplished. The ghost NPC hesitantly opens her eyes, instantly wishing to vanish into the earth in embarrassment. The ropes that once bound her are now undone, replaced instead by a masterfully crafted knot. Su Chen admires his handiwork, nodding in satisfaction. It must be Atong. The fishing knot skill he provided is simply legendary. Apologies, gentlemen, some descriptions cannot be written, as they will not pass review. It's the first time I've seen someone refer to a rope as SQ. The author has been chastised. Chapter 37. Being handsome is a lifelong affair. The director's team was in disarray. Ding ding ding. The incessant ringing of the telephone filled the air. Wu Chang, with a furrowed brow, grasped the receiver tightly, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind?" Once more, we are a dating reality show, there is no paid content. Zhu Delong's gaze was fixed on the sultry female ghost on the live broadcast, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. Su Chen. Zhu Delong squeezed Su Chen's name through clenched teeth. Are you insane? What nonsense are you pulling with the NPC's bondage? Wu Chang hung up the phone only to pick up another, his expression turning peculiar after listening for a mere 2 seconds. Director, the Black Lace Company is inquiring if they can exclusively sponsor our show. However, the condition is to have Su Chen endorse their newly released bondage props. Zhu Delong's temples throbbed, and he tossed 2 quick-acting heart revitalizers into his mouth, fuming. Let them negotiate with Su Chen themselves. He can forget about being part of this show. They're offering 80 million. 80 million? Zhu Delong was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a cold chuckle. This is laughable, they are truly deluded. We are a dating show, do they genuinely believe that wealth grants them carte blanche? Breaking, Perfect Lover sets a new precedent in variety show history with additional sponsorship. Breaking, Perfect Lover successfully signs a strategic cooperation agreement with Black Lace. Exposed, Su Chen's hidden identity revealed as the master of bondage in the Dragon Kingdom, trending, perfect lover modifies promotional slogan. At Starry Entertainment, Chen Fei watched as Su Chen once again surged into trending topics. His pent-up fury could no longer be contained. Bang! A glass cup shattered against the wall, scattering shards across the floor. Why is it that my company is inexplicably dropped by foreign brands while that scoundrel Su Chen is thriving? Beside him, his beautiful secretary stood frozen in place, allowing Chen Fei to vent his frustrations. At that moment, a knock resounded at the door. Chen Fei turned and shouted in anger, "What the hell do you want?" The business director poked his head in, barely able to conceal his delight. "President Chen, I bring splendid news. The renowned luxury brand Gucci has expressed interest in collaborating with us." "Really?" Chen Fei's face instantly brightened, yet the business director hesitated before continuing. "However, they have one condition: they want us to terminate Su Chen's contract, as it seems he offended one of their executives at a past gala." Offending an executive? Given Su Chen's personality, that did not come as a surprise. Chen Fei confirmed, "Is that the only condition?" Upon seeing the business director nod, Chen Fei burst into laughter. "Let's prepare to terminate Su Chen's contract immediately." Once the business director left the office, Chen Fei couldn't help but continue smiling. Initially troubled by Su Chen's resurgence, he had felt that continuing to target him was becoming increasingly unwise, yet now, fortune had smiled upon him unexpectedly. Moreover, when they signed the contract with Su Chen, Starry had cleverly safeguarded their interests. If a star were to breach the contract, the penalties would be astronomical, whereas the company's costs for breaching would be minimal. As for targeting Su Chen, Chen Fei's eyes turned sinister at the thought. As long as one remained in the entertainment industry, opportunities were bound to arise. "Su Chen, oh Su Chen, you truly are my benefactor. I never imagined you would inadvertently help me resolve this crisis." At Shengzhou Entertainment, Wang Quan cheerfully knocked on the door, respectfully addressing Zhang Bo. "Zhang Bo, news has come from Starry. They will soon initiate the contract termination with Su Chen. Shall we proceed as planned?" Zhang Bo sipped his tea and replied coolly, "Indeed, let us proceed as planned. Starry enjoys bullying the weak. This time, we shall show them what true power looks like." "Understood." Wang Quan responded before exiting the room. Zhang Bo reopened his computer, gazing intently at the screen displaying Su Chen's exquisite bondage work, falling into a contemplative silence. Su Chen truly was unorthodox in his methods. Inside the haunted house, Su Chen continued admiring his intricate bondage creation. A melodious female voice drifted to his ear. "I never would have guessed you had a penchant for such things." Su Chen cleared his throat. "Ahem, please don't misunderstand. I know some things might lead you to misjudge me, but the past is the past. Is it now perverse?" Xia Xinghe retorted coldly. Su Chen was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Biao Gu interjected, barking, "Big brother, I smell the scent of Shiryuchi, they are nearby." Su Chen's eyes brightened instantly. "This is all part of the plan." "Plan?" Xia Xinghe hesitated. Su Chen turned to the NPC female ghost, whose expression was one of deep longing. "I know you're in a hurry, but please hold on. In a moment, I can untie you, but you must remain silent. Can you manage that?" Upon realizing that Su Chen was the one who had bound her, the NPC female ghost's face turned crimson. She nodded in agreement. Su Chen then retrieved the heartbeat card. Examining it closely, the card was circular, featuring a small loop for easy suspension. Under Xia Xinghe's puzzled gaze, Su Chen approached the classroom door and tossed the newly acquired heartbeat card onto the ground. Before Xia Xinghe could inquire, Su Chen pulled out a set of fishing line and a reel from his pocket. He then proceeded to reach towards his groin. "What are you doing?" Xia Xinghe's face flushed red. Su Chen flashed a suggestive smile. "Let me show you my prized possession." Xia Xinghe hastily covered her eyes, yet her clear gaze peeked through her fingers, fixated on Su Chen. Upon realizing what he was holding, she felt an overwhelming urge to spray him with a mouthful of soda. "When did you bring a fishing rod?" Xia Xinghe asked. "No, let me correct you. This is called a lure rod, a divine tool I searched for all afternoon at the villa." "Is there a difference?" Su Chen chuckled silently as he rapidly began assembling the fishing rod. "Ah, cough Su Chen, you seem to be a bit unhinged. I was expecting some sort of paid content, but instead, you just showed me a fishing rod? Exactly, I had the recording ready. This is absurd. I was ready for something scandalous, and you show me this? Wait, why are you reaching into your pants, you scoundrel? In less than a minute, Su-Chen held a completed lure rod in his hands. He cast the line, aiming carefully. With a flick of his wrist, the fishing hook soared into the air, perfectly landing on the loop of the heartbeat card. He gently shook the hook, and the heartbeat card danced in rhythm with his movements. Xiaxing has seemed to grasp Su-Chen's intentions. You really don't need to go through all this trouble. I could just tie the hook onto the heartbeat card for you. Su-Chen proudly turned his head, raising the fishing rod. Not at all. Being handsome is a lifelong endeavor. Yet, the viewers were utterly astonished by Su-Chen's pinpoint casting. Su-Chen is indeed a fishing enthusiast. The thrill of the catch has him going for the heartbeat card. Holy moly! Are we sure this isn't special effects? Nearly 20 meters away, and Su-Chen managed to hook the heartbeat card? Please, it's just a fishing hook. Look at how naive you all are. It's merely a stroke of luck. Are you still asleep? As a seasoned angler with 2 decades of experience, I can tell from Su-Chen's casting technique that he is a master. Let's put it this way, if you handed Su-Chen a fishing rod, he could swing it from 20 meters away and hook your phone right out of your pocket, and that might not even be his maximum range. Shanghai Police, entering the live broadcast. Chapter 38. I must secure this heartbeat card. Xiaxing had remained oblivious to the fervor of the barrage of comments. She could only see Su-Chen fiddling with the fishing rod, resembling a child who had just discovered a beloved toy, which struck her as inexplicably endearing. So, what must I do now? Su-Chen, having long since formulated a plan, smiled mysteriously. The fishing rod is ready, so it's time to bait the hook. In the corridor, Shinichen, Lu Yuan, and Shiryuchi all turned their attention to Li Hanyu. Are you certain that was an NPC and not a ghost? Li Hanyu nodded, her expression serious. But don't you find that even more terrifying? The NPC was supposed to scare us, yet it was the one that fled in fright. Shinichen furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of unease himself. Shiryuchi suddenly let out a sarcastic laugh. No way, are you all scared by that? Since we know that person is an NPC, isn't it possible that the production team deliberately had him say that? The variety shows on Fruit Channel are notorious for their elaborate tricks. I don't see what there is to fear with this explanation. Lu Yuan and the others found it somewhat reasonable. The fear that had just begun to rise in their hearts was significantly alleviated, however, having been overshadowed by the specter of the grandmother incident for the past few days. Shinichen still felt a lingering dread. But what if it's real? I'm still afraid of ghosts. Shiryuchi had completely run out of patience, exasperatedly retorting, if you want to back out, I won't stop you, but I must say, I'm far more frightened of not being able to get the heartbeat coins today and going hungry. Her words resonated deeply with the others, as the discomfort of hunger was all too familiar. As they deliberated their next course of action, the air was punctuated by the creaking sound of wood scraping against wood from the side classroom door. The 4 of them instantly perked up, directing their gaze towards the source of the noise. Can you really find Su-Chen? Then hurry and take me to him. Tell him there is a heartbeat card here, but I'm too scared to go in alone. Woof, woof, woof. The sound of footsteps followed closely behind Ai. In the next moment, Xiaxingha appeared before Shinichen and the others, accompanied by Biaoge. Xiaxingha momentarily froze, her expression uncharacteristically flustered, but she quickly shifted to The atmosphere seemed to thicken with tension. Shinichen smirked. Xiaxingha, haven't you found Su-Chen yet? What is it to you? Xiaxingha replied coldly, turning to leave. However, just as she lifted her foot, she turned back, feigning terror as she pointed towards the adjacent classroom. You'd best not enter that classroom. Something feels off in there. Watching Xiaxingha flee, Lu Yuan burst into laughter. She can't possibly think her acting is that good, right? Shinichen also scoffed at the direction Xiaxingha had vanished. Her intellect is disappointingly simplistic. It's no different from trying to hide silver. Shiryuchi ground her teeth in derision. I actually think her acting is commendable. Otherwise, how could she have successfully lured Su-Chen into infidelity, seizing the rare opportunity to cast aspersions on Su-Chen? Shinichen was not about to let it slip away easily. He affectionately ruffled Shiryuchi's hair in front of the livestream, saying, It's alright, Yuchi, If it weren't for her, I fear I might miss you for a lifetime." Fans who had been intently watching their separate live stream rooms erupted with excitement. Ichen's head pat is simply heart-melting. "Brother, I want one too, I want a head pat." Xia Xinghe can't compare to Yuqi. Aside from having a sharper tongue, slightly better looks, and a more melodious voice, what else does she have to be so proud of? Get lost, you fake fan. As soon as Xia Xinghe's departure was no longer audible, Shiryuchi exchanged glances with the others, and the four of them swiftly made their way toward the classroom from which Xia Xinghe had just emerged. By the classroom door, Shinichen gave Lu Yuan a push. "You go in first." Lu Yuan at Lu Yuan shot him a glare. "Why not you? Your head is larger than mine, your thought process slower, and you're more resilient to scares." "Lu Yuan, you're also shorter than me, and you can run faster. What a useless fellow." Shiryuchi cursed inwardly and pushed past the two, stepping forward first. The door creaked open a crack. Shiryuchi peered inside with a solemn expression. The dimly lit classroom revealed walls adorned with various menacing graffiti, yet, apart from that, nothing seemed amiss. Creak as the door opened wider, Shiryuchi tentatively took a step inside. Everything appeared normal, however. A glimmer of fluorescence caught her eye, instantly filling her with delight. The heartbeat card. Just as she was about to enter the classroom to retrieve it, Shinichen suddenly seized her arm from behind. "Wait. What is it?" Shiryuchi stiffened. Shinichen flicked his bangs with an air of bravado. "Let me handle this." "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. I just think that in such a dangerous place, it's more suitable for a guy to go in first." Shinichen straightened his back, brimming with confidence. After suffering embarrassment due to the grandmother incident, he was determined not to miss this opportunity to shine safely. Next, he would demonstrate his unparalleled courage, declaring to all that he, Shinichen, was a true man. Without further ado, Shinichen thrust the classroom door open and bellowed, "NPCs, stop pretending. I've already discovered you. This heartbeat card is mine. Even Jesus couldn't stop me." "Wow, Brother Ichen is so manly." "Awesome. Brother Ichen is on fire." "How shameless." Seeing the spotlight snatched away, Lu Yuan pivoted, shielding Li Hanyu as he sought attention. "Hanyu, don't be afraid, I'm here." Li Hanyu's sad face awkward yet polite smile. At this moment, Shinichen had already swaggered confidently into the classroom. The heartbeat card lay just 5 meters away. 1 step, 2 steps. Bending down, he picked up the card, flipping his bangs. Fans gasped. "Brother, so handsome." Hee. Shinichen grinned broadly. "Shinichen, why aren't you picking up the heartbeat card and just grinning like an idiot?" Snapped back to reality, Shinichen awkwardly rubbed his nose. He took a few steps towards the heartbeat card, ready to perform the anticipated moves, only to grasp at thin air. Shinichen froze. The heartbeat card still lay peacefully beside him. "What is going on? An illusion?" "No, it was still there." Lu Yuan, growing impatient, urged, "Shinichen, what is taking you so long to pick up a heartbeat card?" Shinichen's body stiffened as he slowly turned his head. "You might not believe this, but it seems the heartbeat card seems to be running away." "I think you've been scared silly these past few days." Shinichen furrowed his brows, biting his lip, and tried again. This time, he bent down, braced himself, and aimed both hands at the heartbeat card. With a sudden leap, he lunged forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. Thud. With a thud, Shinichen landed on the ground, looking down only to see an expanse of darkness. Meanwhile, the heartbeat card remained tantalizingly 5 centimeters away, serene as time itself. In that instant, Shinichen's mind erupted with realization. The heartbeat card, it really does run away. Chapter 39. The grandmother's disdain for fool Shinichen's peculiar behavior did not raise any alarms among others. Instead, it was met with derision. "You look absolutely terrified. Hasn't that heartbeat card always been there?" "Exactly. Never mind, let me handle it." Lu Yuan, Shiryuchi, and Li Hanyu entered the classroom together. Pointing disdainfully at the heartbeat card on the floor, they scoffed at Shinichen. "Look, can it grow legs now?" Shinichen's complexion turned ashen. Was he truly losing his sanity? Shiryuchi, with a smirk of contempt, bent down to pick up the heartbeat card. The moment her finger brushed against it, the previously still heartbeat card suddenly shifted back 5 centimeters right before everyone's eyes. "What the hell?" Lu Yuan exclaimed, his voice rising in shock. The abrupt change rendered everyone speechless, momentarily forgetting to move. Gulp. Lu Yuan's throat tightened. He wanted to run but felt as if his feet were weighed down with lead. The words of Xia Xinghe echoed in their minds.
I dare not enter alone. This classroom feels wrong. Indeed, Xia Xinghe's warnings were not unfounded. Shinichen pointed at the heartbeat card, his voice trembling. I told you it would move. Li Hanyu, snapping out of her daze, spoke with a quiver in her voice. It's too terrifying. We should run. That NPC spoke the truth. There are really ghosts. Her words ignited the fear smoldering within everyone. Just then, the previously motionless heartbeat card suddenly began to tremble in place. It moved. It's moving again. Shinichen screamed at the top of his lungs. Whoosh! As the scream pierced the air, the heartbeat card began to dart about chaotically. In the dim classroom, the glowing heartbeat card left behind a series of afterimages, resembling flickering will-o'-the-wisps in the darkness. This scene shattered their last psychological defenses. Run! Lu Yuan shouted, his eyes aflame with terror. The four of them turned and bolted toward the door, all thoughts of hunger and entertainment dissipated into oblivion. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 110 points in Shinichen's vulnerability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 70 points in Shiryuchi's vulnerability. Ding! The four of them wailed and scrambled, just as they were about to escape the classroom. In the corner, a fiery figure ensnared by tortoise shells cast a mournful glance sideways before stepping onto a hidden mechanism. Bang! The wooden door of the classroom slammed shut. Shinichen stared at the tightly closed door, an overwhelming despair threatening to engulf him. Ignoring the pain, he pounded on the door repeatedly. Why the hell is it closing again? Open the door, open the door. Director, help! I don't want to play anymore, I want to quit. As the classroom echoed with cries of despair, a shimmer of fluorescence illuminated them. That eerie heartbeat card had somehow floated to their side, bouncing in midair. Screams erupted once more. A rough, gravelly voice resonated through every corner of the classroom. Good grandson, Shinichen, who was pounding on the door, felt as if struck by lightning. Grandma? Key kick. Good grandson, it has been quite a while since we last met. Why won't you come down to keep me company? Stay with me. The hollow echo felt like the whisper of a demon. Shiryuchi cried out amidst her sobs, Woo-woo, Shinichen, you must let your grandmother release us. Lu Yuan shrank behind Shinichen. If there's a debt, it should be settled with you. Grandma, seek Shinichen, not us. Li Hanyu was utterly terrified, tears streaming from her eyes like a faucet turned on full blast. Good grandson, why do you ignore your grandmother? As the hoarse call echoed, the heartbeat card soared above Shinichen's head. Its up and down motion resembled a hand caressing his crown. With his back against the door, Shinichen had nowhere to retreat, frantically waving his arms and shouting, Get away! Shinichen, why not sacrifice yourself and have a chat with your grandmother? Lu Yuan suggested, trembling. Shinichen exploded in anger, Your grandmother, why don't you go? Lu Yuan, determined, countered, It's touching your head. If you don't go, who will? Just as Lu Yuan finished speaking, the heartbeat card suddenly changed direction, hopping above Lu Yuan's head. In an instant, Lu Yuan felt a wave of dread wash over him, his legs turned to jelly, and just as he prepared to beg for mercy from the grandmother, the heartbeat card jumped back over Shinichen's head. Before Lu Yuan could feel relieved, the hoarse voice rang out again, That one do, Grandma, I have a disdain for fools. Lu Yuan, under immense pressure, Shinichen finally broke down completely. He began to scream and ran frantically around the classroom. This frantic run triggered the others to join in the mad dash. The heartbeat card, relentless, pursued him closely, as if it were a relentless parasite. He fled, it chased, there was no escape. In his despair, Shinichen noticed the window to his side. Quick, let us flee through the window. A fierce instinct for survival ignited Shinichen's spirit. With agility, he leaped onto a desk, gazing at the window within arm's reach, a smile of survival breaking across his face. Just as he prepared to jump down, the heartbeat card whooshed back, followed by another swish. It was as if he were being reeled in. Shinichen felt a tight grip behind him, a tremendous force yanking him back from midair. With the overwhelming pull, Shinichen could only watch helplessly as he was dragged further away from the window. The remaining three were now utterly frantic. They too had seen something pulling Shinichen back, yet there was clearly nothing behind him.
What the hell did I just witness? Su Chen reeled Shinichen back with a fishing rod. Though it seems absurd, as a fellow angler, I can't even imagine how strong Su Chen's fishing skills must be right now. I am willing to pay a fortune for it. This is hilarious. You think the fishing rod is impressive, it's Su Chen's control that's remarkable. I don't care. With this fishing rod, I am the ultimate angler. This fishing rod has so many potential uses, I never imagined it would be used to reel in people. As Shinichen thrashed about on the ground, struggling against Su Chen, Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom. He pulled Li Hanyu aside and quietly approached the window, muttering under his breath, I am a fool, Grandma despises fools, please spare me. The inexplicable rhyme and rhythm prompted Li Hanyu to chant along unconsciously. Seizing the moment, Lu Yuan leaped forward, flinging open the window, and launched himself out like a cheetah. Freedom, this was the taste of liberation. As Lu Yuan leaped from the window, he inhaled deeply, unable to contain his overwhelming joy, tears streaming down his face. Behind him, Li Hanyu followed suit, leaping out as well. Their hearts swelled with joy as they embraced each other, weeping uncontrollably. Shiryuchi, witnessing Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu's successful escape, immediately imitated them, chanting like a spell, I am a fool, Grandma despises fools, please spare me. After completing her incantation, Shiryuchi made a swift move to leap out the window. Yet, at that moment, Shinichen felt a sudden release at his lower back. The pulling sensation vanished. Shiryuchi's clothing tightened across her chest, the terrifying force yanking her back with brutal strength. Chapter 40 Madness is normal, emotional stability comes at a different price, panic, helplessness, disbelief. A myriad of emotions intertwined in the fleeting moment when Shiryuchi was yanked from the windowsill. Woo-woo. I'm not Shinichen, why won't you let me go? Shiryuchi cried and struggled. The voice of the great-grandmother echoed, dear grandson, do you want a wife or not? Shinichen, who had still, our Shin family has but one scion left, since you were so fond of Shiryuchi, let her stay and keep you company. Shiryuchi looked at Shinichen in astonishment. Shinichen, what are you babbling about? Are you out of your mind? Shinichen was beyond caring, lifting his leg to jump out of the window. At that moment, a weight fell upon him from behind, but this time it was Shiryuchi who caught him. I can't leave, and you can't escape either. Everything is because of you. Shiryuchi pulled at Shinichen fiercely. Shinichen, losing his composure, retorted, You woman, are you out of your mind? You can deceive others, but now you're dragging me down too. Shiryuchi ignored him entirely, clinging desperately to Shinichen's leg. Shinichen, in a fit of desperation, threatened, If you don't let go, I'll reveal everything you've done. Shiryuchi was resolute, no matter what you say, it seems there's more drama to unfold. Hurry up and tell me. I feel like a bystander in a melon patch, unafraid of Luantu's pitchfork. Su Chen must never have expected that while fishing, he would also reel in some juicy gossip. This is hilarious. Look at Su Chen's camera, his mouth is about to stretch back to his ears. The director's team Zhu Delong suddenly leapt from his seat, instinctively sensing that Su Chen had truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Quick! Hurry, rush into the haunted house and rescue Shinichen and Shiryuchi. If they blurt out something without a filter, they'll ruin us, and our show will be finished. Wu Chang was momentarily taken aback. Director, what does their downfall have to do with us? We still have Su Chen. Zhu Delong shot him a disdainful look. If they drop out of the show, who will Su Chen play with? I'm going now. Inside the haunted house. Shinichen and Shiryuchi perfectly demonstrated what it means to abandon ship in a crisis. Shinichen, seething with rage, declared, You struck first, so you can't blame me. Honestly, you look rather ordinary without makeup. Shiryuchi, struck by this remark, flipped her lid. Ordinary? Your overconfident, muscular physique is less impressive than a plucked hen. Shinichen was on the verge of grinding his teeth to dust. Even if my muscles are lacking, I'm not a fraud like you, slandering others. Inside the classroom, their verbal sparring was fierce. Outside, Wu Chang and a throng of staff members finally rushed to the scene. They were greeted with the sight of Xia Xinghe. What are you doing here? Wu Chang inquired. Xia Xinghe quietly released her grip on the doorknob, her icy demeanor marred by confusion. How strange, why can't I pull this door open? Wu Chang, is it possible that this door pushes open? Perhaps. Inside the classroom, Shiryuchi looked at Shinichen with a cold smile. Even if I'm a fraud, at least I'm better than your ordinary, self-assured self. Your singing is absolutely dreadful. Shinichen's proud musical talent was called into question, and he turned crimson with indignation. Shiryuchi, I don't even care to mention your affair with Su Chen. He treats you so well, yet you, before he could finish, bang. Wu Chang and the staff crashed through the door, tumbling into the classroom. Wait. Wu Chang, grimacing in pain, interrupted Shinichen. Both Shinichen and Shiryuchi paused, and upon seeing Wu Chang's face, their expressions changed in an instant. Wu, you finally came. Shiryuchi burst into tears. Hurry, save me, there are really ghosts here. Shinichen screamed hysterically. Yet, Wu Chang remained oddly calm, but he rubbed his backside, which had taken a hit, and completely ignored Shinichen and Shiryuchi, striding directly to the far corner of the classroom. Don't go there, it's dangerous. Shinichen warned, but Wu Chang paid him no heed. Click. The classroom lights flickered on. The dim room was instantly illuminated as bright as day, with the light dispelling the eerie atmosphere. Wu Chang yanked aside a black curtain. Not everyone's mouths fell agape in unison. Su Chen sat perched on a desk with a fishing rod, his face adorned with an exaggerated. Su Chen chuckled awkwardly and instinctively pulled on the fishing rod. Shiryuchi's clothes fluttered in response. Surprise, the atmosphere fell into an oppressive silence. Shinichen stared fixedly at Su Chen. So, you were using a. She swayed a couple of times, letting out a shrill scream. Su Chen, I'm going to kill you. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 120 points of Shinichen's vulnerability. Shinichen and Shiryuchi charged at Su Chen, their eyes ablaze. Wu Chang, seeing that a physical altercation was imminent, quickly restrained Shinichen. Another female staff member seized Shiryuchi. Don't act rashly, impulsiveness is the devil. Shinichen kicked out angrily, Su Chen is the devil, he is the real devil. Shiryuchi waved her arms in futile rage. Su Chen, whether you exist or I do, you better die. Observing that both were held back by the staff, Su Chen calmly put away his fishing rod. Stop with the theatrics. Just live well, after all, there are new challenges to face every day. Shiryuchi was nearly choked by his words. If looks could kill, Su Chen would have been executed under her glare. Shinichen, swallowing his anger for a moment, grew increasingly infuriated. Su Chen, you're a lunatic, a thorough lunatic, your mind is utterly different from that of a normal person. Su Chen, upon hearing this, felt a flicker of surprise. You rewrite, being a little crazy on a show is perfectly normal, after all, emotional stability comes at a different price. You. Su Chen's tongue is like it's been dipped in poison. This is killing me with laughter. I love Su Chen's state of mind, where everyone is sane, yet he is the only one who dances to his own tune. Su Chen, be sure to lock your door at night. I fear these two might come after you with knives. Did anyone notice that Shinichen's unfinished words hinted at something deeper? He said Su Chen has been really good to Shiryuchi. Wow! It seems there is an untold story hidden within. Where is the evidence, where is the truth, where are Shinichen's unfinished words? Chapter 41 Wandering the World, No Time for Modesty. Shocking. The reason behind Shiryuchi and Su Chen's breakup may be more complicated than it seems. At the scene of Perfect Lovers, Shiryuchi and Shinichen engage in a battle of self-disclosure. The Perfect Lovers variety show sees the return of the grandmother. Breaking, Su Chen's extraordinary fishing techniques captivate numerous anglers in the livestream. In the moonlit night, the guests emerging from the haunted house stood before an abandoned teaching building, their expressions a mix of amusement and inexplicable sympathy. Su Jingwan and Lin Lin could hardly contain their laughter, while Lu Yuan's gaze towards Su Chen was almost ablaze with indignation at the mere thought of idiot syndrome. Fraud, a complete charlatan, devoid of any moral compass. Su Chen did not deny it. Instead, he replied with a calm smile, "If life deceives you, do not rush into anger, for tomorrow will be just the same." Li Hanyu, recalling her own pitiful state of muttering "I'm such a fool," was equally incensed. "Su Chen, do you not feel the slightest remorse towards us?" "Remorse? Apologies are futile in this world, there is no time for shame." He Ling, sensing the impending conflict, hastily redirected the flow. "Now that the haunted house task is concluded, let us quickly announce the results of this round. Guests, please reveal the heart-throbbing cards you have acquired." The contentious pair of Shinichen and Shiryuchi ultimately garnered 3 heart-throbbing cards. Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu, driven by hunger, managed to find 2. Su Jingwan and Qin Yushuan, as a sibling duo, secured only 1. Unfortunately, the timid pairing of Lin Lin and Bai Yiyo found none at all. As the camera focused on Su Chen, the brightness of the scene escalated. 6 fluorescent heart-throbbing cards shimmered under the moonlight, illuminating Su Chen's dazzling smile, nearly blinding in its brilliance. Congratulations to Su Chen and Xia Xinghe for once again clinching first place in this round of the haunted house task with an overwhelming total of 6 heart-throbbing cards, earning a reward of 500 heart-throbbing coins. Shinichen and Shiryuchi, along with Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu, achieved commendable second and third places, receiving 300 and 100 heart-throbbing coins respectively. As for Lin Lin and "Are you prepared?" Bai Yiyao cutely stuck out her tongue, "We're ready." "Very well, then the punishment for this round is deserted island isolation." He Ling pointed towards a small island, resembling a dark beast lurking within the shimmering lake. Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao, still reeling from the haunted house's shadows, were visibly distressed. Although the haunted house was frightening, at least they were aware that those spirits were merely NPCs. But on a deserted island, any rustle could potentially frighten one to death. At that moment, He Ling suddenly smiled and added, "However, there is good news. For this deserted island isolation, you may choose one of the 2 to go." Without a second thought, Lin Lin declared, "I'll go alone." "That one do." Bai Yiyao immediately regretted her words, genuinely terrified. "Wow. Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao are truly adorable together." Bai Yiyao is obviously scared, yet she doesn't want Lin Lin to go alone. Lin Lin is becoming increasingly manly. I blindly guess Lin Lin will still go alone. As the atmosphere between Lin Lin and Bai Yiyao grew charged with unspoken affection, the quiet Su Chen suddenly interjected. His words, "Autumn bean sack," shattered the tension like glass. Meeting Lin Lin's reproachful gaze, Su Chen earnestly said, "I will go in place of Lin Lin." What? Everyone was momentarily stunned, the resentment in Lin Lin's eyes visibly transformed. "I have the courage, a mere deserted island is easily manageable." Tears of gratitude welled in Lin Lin's eyes, flowing like an unending river. "Thank you, Brother Chen, you are a true brother in my heart." Su Chen nodded resolutely and extended a finger, which Lin Lin instantly understood. Yes, lifelong good brothers. Su Chen waggled his raised finger, 100 heart-throbbing coins. Lin Lin. 100 heart tokens? Lin Lin's face twitched slightly. Su Chen, with a persuasive tone, remarked, "Forget about 998, forget about 888, with just 100 heart tokens, you can spend a wonderfully comfortable night on a soft king-sized bed with the girl of your dreams. Meanwhile, I shall endure solitary torment on a deserted island. It's evident that the good brother is the one who profits." Lin Lin appeared somewhat swayed. Although he had previously been rewarded with 300 heart tokens, this time there was no incentive. What if he found himself without food later on? Su Chen discerned Lin Lin's apprehension. "I can arrange for you to have meals." "Really?" Bai Yiyao exclaimed with delight. The prospect of getting meals in exchange for 100 heart tokens seemed quite advantageous to her, not to mention avoiding the ordeal of the deserted island. Upon hearing this, Lin Lin's interest was piqued instantly. Deal. Once the 100 heart tokens were transferred, Su Chen, like a money-obsessed individual, fondled the tokens for a moment before tossing them to Xia Xinghe. To be submitted to the treasury. Xia Xinghe opened her pouch, and the heart tokens clinked as they fell in. The melodious sound of the seemingly worthless currency brought an involuntary thrill to her heart, a satisfaction to the utmost degree. With the heart tokens now in hand, Shinichen stood tall, exclaiming, "Well, I never imagined that you, Su Chen, would be willing to venture to a deserted island for just 100 heart tokens." These are heart tokens, not Dragon Kingdom currency. Lu Yuan weighed the heart tokens in his hand, adding sarcastically, but this is to be expected. After all, given the scandalous revelations about Su Chen recently, it's wise to learn frugality early. Consider it a preparatory phase for the impending financial strain. Laughter erupted among Shi Yuqi and the others. Xia Xingha's smile gradually faded, though she was unsure why Su Chen had been so stringent with his expenditure of heart tokens in recent days. She sensed he had his reasons. Having merely enjoyed a few hearty meals, you dare mock others? A wretched mudloach, having touched a bit of seawater, truly believes itself to be seafood. Why not return to your drafty couple as sweet and rest? Oh, and do remember to cover yourselves well against the cold. Don't catch a chill. Xia Xingha's cold words pierced through the hearts of the four like sharp daggers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shenichen's 110 points of vulnerability. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining Shi Yuqi's 90 points of vulnerability. Ding! Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at them and chuckled. Having just satisfied basic needs, one can be quite smug. After all, even a beggar feels proud when they manage to acquire some coins. Shinichen, incensed, retorted, "Who are you calling a beggar? Whoever is red-faced, I shall call out." Shinichen's face turned rigid with indignation. "All right, I hope you remain just as defiant while you suffer alone on the deserted island." Su Chen turned away, not even sparing Shinichen a glance. "Rest assured, no matter how obstinate I may be, it pales in comparison to the hardness of your bed's frame. Ah, after indulging in the luxury of a soft bed in this top-tier suite, I find myself yearning for something firmer. Teacher, prepare the boat, we're heading to the island." Chapter 42. 200 on the boat. Just as Su Chen was about to leave with a handsome back, someone suddenly tugged at the corner of her clothes from behind. A pair of sparkling beautiful eyes fixed their gaze upon her face. "I'm going with you." Su Chen looked at the resolute-eyed Xia Xingha and said, "There are mosquitoes on the island." "Then you can take off your clothes and feed them," Xia Xingha replied nonchalantly. Su Chen raised an eyebrow in disbelief. "What if there are ghosts as well?" "You'll help me fend them off while I run," she stated confidently. Su Chen shook her head. "It'll be cold while sleeping." "Then it's perfect to sleep in my arms," Xia Xingha countered. Su Chen fell silent, her words caught in her throat, and she grimaced slightly. "Can't we just not go?" Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Xingha shook her head. "Wherever you go, I will follow." Ruffling Xia Xingha's hair, she reluctantly nodded. "Let us set off." Creak, the sound of teeth grinding erupted from Shinichen and Lu Yuan. Su Jingwan, Bai Yiyao, and He Ling exchanged knowing smiles, reveling in the romance of others. Xu Delong stared at the monitor, still grappling with why Su Chen was so determined to earn heartthrob coins. He was unexpectedly bombarded with a mouthful of dog food. Beside him, Wu Cheng tilted his head and chuckled, suddenly exclaiming, "Director, the live viewership has reached a new high. A whopping 33 million. Hee, this is so sweet. I feel like I might develop diabetes." "Who understands Xia Xingha's words? Wherever you go, I will follow. Are melting my heart." "How infuriating! What merit does Su Chen have to deserve a girlfriend like Xia Xingha? If I could date Xia Xingha, I'd be willing to become a superstar." But seriously, doesn't anyone care why Su Chen is so obsessed with earning heartthrob? He has almost reached 1,000 coins. The sound of the engine pierced the night sky under the watchful eyes of He Ling and the others. Su Chen emerged from the villa with a backpack, swiftly leaping onto the small boat's deck. Xia Xingha stood on the dock, arms wide open, afraid of water. "Come here." What could Su Chen say? Naturally, she chose to relish the close proximity of her good buddy. Once aboard and settled, she pulled out 2 cans of beer from her pocket and popped them open. The small boat gradually started, creating ripples on the lake's surface as it drifted away. He Ling watched the two, sipping their drinks and basking in the gentle breeze, embodying the essence of victorious adventurers, and felt a surge of emotion. "All right, everyone else, let us return and rest." At He Ling's urging, the guests, like weary birds returning to their nests, filed back into the villa. The lake's surface shimmered with mist, and the river breeze tousled Xia Xingha's long hair. The sky, adorned with countless stars, resembled a brilliant tapestry, dazzlingly beautiful. On the boat, Su Chen and amidst the roaring engine, Su Chen felt her own heartbeat, restless like the engine itself. 2 bodies nestled together, 2 hearts beating in unison, the distance between them felt infinitely close. Xia Xinghai's cheeks flushed slightly as she leaned against Su Chen's shoulder, her voice unusually gentle. What do you think love truly is? In the face of countless harsh words and criticism, Su Chen was usually unfazed, but this question left him at a loss for an answer. What he once believed to be love had ultimately revealed itself to be filled with schemes and manipulations. After gaining clarity, the concept of love had become somewhat blurred for him. The sound of water splashing caught his attention. Su Chen turned to the elderly man at the helm and playfully asked, "Sir, what do you think love is?" The old man, wearing a fisherman's straw hat, glanced at the two of them and then at the beer cans in his hands. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "If you're seasick, speak up early, or you'll end up throwing up 200 on the boat." 5 minutes later, Su Chen and Xia Xinghe stood on the shore, watching as the old man sped away in the boat. One word of epic. Ha ha, Su Chen has encountered a personal Waterloo, throwing up 200 on the boat. What was supposed to be a warm scene turned into comedic gold with the old man's quip, "I'm pounding the bed in laughter." This really is a deserted island, pitch black and foreboding. Su Chen is likely in for a rough night. The island chosen by the production team was labeled as deserted, yet it still bore signs of human presence. Perhaps out of concern for the guests freezing to death on the island, they had thoughtfully prepared a tent and a blanket. Xia Xinghe crawled into the tent, spreading the blanket and coolly patting it. Time to sleep. Su Chen set down his backpack, a teasing smile on his face. In such a wonderful place, wouldn't he be ashamed to just sleep? The surroundings were eerily quiet, an unusual stillness enveloping them. Xia Xinghe's cheeks instantly turned crimson. The live stream isn't off yet. Su Chen, realizing this only later, glanced at the live camera on him, and his smile took on a proud twist. Such matters are far more interesting when live-streamed. This declaration dropped like a bomb in the chat. What are you two planning? This isn't a busted kindergarten. A full live stream, I swear. Su Chen is now my brother. Haha, what did I say? I knew this show would have premium content. Stop wasting time, Su Chen, link it up. I need a membership. No, I want SVIP, I want to see the uncensored version. Xia Xinghe's flushed face was now visibly bright red, her neck also tinted pink. In the director's room, Zhu Delong, toothbrush in mouth, was about to take one last glance at Su Chen before heading to rest, yet, he heard Su Chen's explosive remarks. "No, what are you doing, you fool? If you really live stream this, my show is doomed. Wu Chang, stop Su Chen for me." Outside the villa, Zhu Delong's shouts echoed as he prepared to rush to the riverbank. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air, like a bullet shot from the monitor. On screen, amidst the pitch-black night sky, a dazzling green light streaked across, like a meteor trailing a brilliant tail. Splash! Water erupted, followed by the sound of clinking. This was not the end, it was just the beginning. A series of 4 sharp sounds pierced the air. Su Chen stood on the shore, fishing rod in hand, twisting his waist and casting a clean line. 5 fishing rods stood neatly arranged before him. Turning to Xia Xinghe, he playfully flicked his non-existent bangs and swaggered, "In the dead of night, on a deserted island, this is truly a fisherman's paradise." Chapter 43. Heartbreak and romance, triumph in fishing. Zhu Delong fixated on the 5 fishing rods. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "I knew it, why did that rascal sneak back to the villa before coming to the island?" Clearly, he was up to something. Wu Chang observed Su Chen, who was frantically casting his rod, and couldn't help but smirk. If Lin Lin discovers he spent 100 heart coins just to indulge a fishing enthusiast, she might just faint in the restroom. On the deserted island, Xia Xinghe sat in the tent, watching Su Chen flaunt his skills, her small hands clutching the blanket tightly as she twisted it in frustration. She wished the blanket were not in her hands, but rather Su Chen's flesh. Why must he fish with such flair and that ambiguous smile? At this moment, Xia Xinghe felt an overwhelming desire to vanish. Su Chen, puzzled, tilted his head. "What are you fiddling with on the blanket?" Xia Xinghe let out a long sigh, forcing a polite smile. "I'm just checking if there are any seams on the ground." "What do you mean?" Su Chen asked, bewildered. Xia Xinghe shook her head. "Never mind, just focus on your fishing." Upon hearing this, Su Chen eagerly turned back to his rod, excitedly adjusting his grip and reeling in. The essence of lure fishing was vividly displayed in his hands. Just as he immersed himself in this enthralling fishing atmosphere, a slender figure with an icy gaze exerted all her strength to lift a large stone, one step or two steps gradually approaching Su Chen. Completely absorbed in his fishing, Su Chen was attuned to every subtle shift in his rod. A fish was chasing the lure. Now was the moment. Just as he prepared to yank the rod with force, a splash resounded beside him. The massive stone plunged into the water, sending waves cascading. Su Chen opened his mouth to protest, only to be met with a pair of eyes that seemed ready to kill. Xiaoxing, his small fists were clenched tightly. I'm brandishing Cupid's arrow everywhere, and you little rascal, are wearing a bulletproof vest. You might as well go live with the fish for the rest of your life. With that, she stormed into the tent, leaving Su Chen standing in the wind, utterly bewildered. Ah, this is too funny. Serves you right, Su Chen. Xiaoxing had did splendidly. You flaunted your pathetic fishing rod, and this is what you get. Xiaoxing Ha's stone not hitting Su Chen on the head is already a tremendous. The key is to be at the water's edge first. Su Chen seems quite determined, yet somehow I feel he won't catch any fish. I feel the same. I haven't even seen him bait his hook. Blindly guessing he won't catch anything. The barrage of comments began to escalate wildly, quickly reaching 10086. After all, if you don't catch anything, what kind of fishing enthusiast are you? Su Chen gazed at the tent with a heavy sigh. At that moment, he felt a tug on his fishing rod, instantly captivating his full attention. With bated breath and a serious expression, he prepared himself. As the saying goes, failure in love, success in fishing. In the next instant, Su Chen gripped the rod with both hands and yanked it upward with vigor. A 15-centimeter crucian carp leaped out of the water. No way! Did Su Chen actually catch a fish? Is the water here really that bountiful? Can someone tell me where this fishing spot is? I'm anxious at home. Su Chen forcefully pulled the rod, tossing the crucian carp onto the shore. Immediately, he grabbed another fishing rod. The rod quivered in response to Su Chen's deft wrist movements. If anyone could see the underwater scene, they would witness a luminous imitation bait, resembling a lively little fish, swimming gracefully. Surrounding the imitation bait were numerous larger fish, rapidly closing in. Just then, Su Chen's fishing rod trembled once more. Slowly, he opened his partially closed eyes, a confident smile gracing his lips. Fish on! With a swift motion, the rod bent dramatically, the fishing line taut with tension. Water erupted from the lake's surface, creating ripples that spread across the moonlit expanse. Su Chen remained calm, turning the reel with practiced ease. As the water drew closer to the shore, a half-meter-long yellow catfish was effortlessly hoisted onto land. Did he catch another one? Who said fishing was difficult? You think fishing is easy? It's Su Chen's skills that are exceptional. Just observing Su Chen's casting and control techniques, one would need decades of practice to master them. So did Su Chen start fishing at the age of 3? Spread the word, Su Chen has been fishing since he was 3. Spread the word, at 3 years old, Su Chen was bitten by a fish and mastered godly fishing techniques. What? At 3, Su Chen transformed from fish to human. Spread the word. Having caught yet another fish, Su Chen did not rush to cast again. Instead, he retrieved a small knife from his backpack and began cleaning the 2 fish by the lake's edge. His backpack seemed to morph into Doraemon's magic pouch, producing salt, chili powder, and spices in succession. A campfire was ignited. The 2 marinated fish gradually transformed under the licking flames, maturing into a delectable dish. Pop! 2 cans of beer were opened. Beneath the night sky, the campfire illuminated Su Chen's handsome profile, the enticing aroma mingling with the smoke, rising and swirling into the air. What a joy! Wow, fishing is one thing, but Su Chen has started grilling. What is that about? Is this a joke? The production team sent you to a deserted island as punishment, not to indulge in life's pleasures. I want to file a complaint. The production team is rewarding Su Chen in disguise. Having prepared everything, Su Chen cast a glance towards the tent. He removed his jacket and stood hesitantly at the entrance, his gaze gradually firming as if he had made a momentous decision. I knew it, Su Chen couldn't resist. A lonely man and woman, a spark of passion, grilling and beer. I'm a woman and even I think something should happen. Ah! Su Chen has opened the tent, I'm so excited. After waiting all night, it seems there's indeed premium content. The tent flap was lifted, revealing Xia Xinghe's cold yet strikingly beautiful face. The glow of the campfire highlighted Su Chen's chiseled features, accentuating his charm. The sexual tension in the air was palpable. Xia Xinghe's heart raced once more, yet she maintained her bravado. Aren't you fishing? Why are you lifting my tent? Su Chen nodded earnestly. Fishing is important, but you are equally important. So you realize your mistake? Xia Xinghe's icy demeanor began to thaw. Yes, This grilled fish is absolutely divine. Freshly caught and grilled, truly a delight. What are you waiting for? Come out and eat. Chapter 44. Alluring the dog inside to kill. Xia Xinghe was momentarily stunned, even rubbing her eyes to confirm that she was not hallucinating. As she remained unresponsive, Su Chen waved his hands with even more fervor. Not a chance, buddy, ha ha ha. I'm truly flabbergasted. Xia Xinghe could become a killer. For the first time, I feel such vehement hostility towards a husband. I'm going into labor. Su Chen, alright, I've caught the fish, we can start the fire. Xia Xinghe narrowed her beautiful eyes, biting down hard with her silver teeth. Yet, an irresistible aroma wafted in, infiltrating her nostrils. The Maillard reaction born from the meeting of flames and fat acted like a siren, seducing her senses. The scent produced by the collision of charcoal and spices stirred an innate craving within her. Saliva began to pool uncontrollably in her mouth, forcing her to swallow hard, but she was truly furious. Come out and taste it. It'll be cold soon. I've also prepared beer chilled in lake water. It is bound to be delightful. She must not eat, absolutely not. The more Xia Xinghe was persuaded, the more she wavered. A small bite should not be too embarrassing, right? In the director's room, Zhu Delong and Wu Chang watched the live broadcast with a complex mix of emotions. Fortunately, nothing inappropriate had surfaced yet. Su Chen, have you ever been through detox? How can you resist this? I bet Xia Xinghe won't eat it. How good can a grilled fish actually be? Zhu Delong stated confidently. Wu Chang nodded in agreement. Exactly, although Su Chen used some spices, they are merely a few simple ones. How fragrant can it be? A gust of night wind blew from the riverside towards the villa. Zhu Delong and Wu Chang both sniffed in unison, their eyes widening in astonishment. What is that smell? Wu Chang inhaled deeply, his face alight with enjoyment. I think I can smell grilled fish, but how can it be this aromatic? Gulch. Zhu Delong's stomach betrayed him with a growl. What a tantalizing aroma! Even though the two had indulged in countless culinary delights, they couldn't help but succumb to the alluring fragrance. Another deep breath of that enticing scent made them smacking their lips in anticipation. Suddenly, Zhu Delong and Wu Chang awoke from their reverie, glancing at the live broadcast screen. Did Su Chen make the grilled fish? It is so fragrant, anyone who hasn't been through detox would struggle to resist. Within the villa, Shinichen and Shiryuchi wore grim expressions. Chen Fei's reprimands echoed from a phone on speaker. Do you two have a screw loose? How can there be ghosts in this world, let alone a nine-turn milk? I swear your brains must be been eaten by dogs. Over a trivial matter, you've escalated into mutual defamation. Do you realize how poor your public image is right now? With Su Chen and Xia Xinghe's popularity on the rise, do you have any idea how much more I'll have to sacrifice to convince Shengshi to allow Xia Xinghe to leave the show? Idiots, a pair of imbeciles. Chen Fei nearly wished he could leap through the phone and administer a few kicks to these two incompetent fools. Both Shiryuchi and Shinichen were seething internally but dared not voice their displeasure. Just then, an incredibly enticing aroma wafted through the gaps in their drafty window. Gulch, how fragrant! Both their eyes lit up simultaneously. Chen Fei's voice fell silent. Seconds later, heavy panting could be heard from the other end of the line. Damn it, are you two trying to give me a heart attack? What time is it? I'm craving your milk. On the second floor, Bai Yao, who had already fallen asleep, smacked her lips a few times. She groggily opened her eyes, taking a deep breath, with two droplets of glistening saliva hanging from the corners of her mouth. Lin, do you smell that? What a delightful fragrance! It truly is fragrant. It seems to be the scent of grilled fish. At the far end of the second floor, He Ling suddenly opened his eyes. Could it be that Teacher Huang was preparing a midnight snack? This thought flickered in his mind before he quickly extinguished it. Such tantalizing aromas could entice even the most disciplined of appetites, something Huang Wei would likely never manage to create in his lifetime. Awakened by the delightful smell, Huang Wei sat up abruptly. Teacher He, can you smell that? Someone is grilling fish. I can tell just from the aroma that this person's culinary skills should be on par with mine. The lights within the villa, previously extinguished, gradually flickered back to life. The now closed confounding store reopened in response to the fervent requests of the crowd. Don't you sell grilled fish? I can spend more heart tokens. The staff, despite being drawn in by the irresistible aroma, wore a helpless expression. This truly isn't our doing. On the deserted island, Xia Xinghe remained seated within the tent. Meanwhile, Su Chen had shed his outer garment, now holding a piece of golden brown grilled fish, swaying it tantalizingly before Xia Xinghe gulped. Ultimately, her stomach betrayed her resolve. With a frosty expression, Xia Xinghe uttered a single word, "Hey." Su Chen grinned triumphantly. Xia Xinghe replied, as the warm fish meat touched her tongue. An explosion of flavors, spicy, fragrant, and savory, assaulted her taste buds, causing her to involuntarily squint in delight. Another bite. Su Chen happily fed her, and Xia Xinghe relished every moment of his offering. Su Chen inquired, "What was that you said about Cupid's arrow?" With her cheeks bulging like a little squirrel, Xia Xinghe mumbled indistinctly, "Nothing, just pretend I didn't say anything." Su Chen fell silent for a moment, only to hear Xia Xinghe continue, "The arrow of love is ineffective, so I'm preparing to switch to a spear of love." "What do you mean? If you don't accept me, I'll stab you with it." A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Xia Xinghe's eyes. Su Chen's hand trembled slightly, nearly causing him to feed the grilled fish to her face. Why? Xia Xinghe, have you forgiven him this easily? I initially thought Su Chen would be bloodied today, but you're both back together so sweetly? What a twist! You re-enjoying grilled fish, blissfully sweet, while I'm left feeling frustrated? You can't play us like this, luring a dog inside to kill? Every time Su Chen feeds Xia Xinghe, it's incredibly sweet. Late at night, I'm feeling hungry again. How is my blood sugar spiking? Before long, the grilled fish was devoured clean by the two. Xia Xinghe, still craving more, licked her lips, now tinged red from the spices. Satisfied, she gently caressed her slightly rounded belly. It seems to be there. Su Chen's eyelids twitched. It's just the grilled fish. Watching Su Chen's complexion shift dramatically, Xia Xinghe revealed a triumphant smile. What a relief! Just as Su Chen was about to finish off the second grilled fish, a sudden commotion erupted from the side of the tent. Xia Xinghe instinctively froze, positioning herself protectively in front of Su Chen. Su Chen's expression turned grave. In the outdoors, it was not a ghost house. Encountering wild beasts could be perilous. As Su Chen grasped a knife, ready to investigate, a rustling sound came from the tent entrance. Just as the moment arrived, Su Chen swiftly raised the knife. A wet dog's head suddenly poked into the tent, its intelligent eyes glistening with drool cascading down. Damn it, Big Brother! Chapter 45. Big Brother. Xia Xinghe and Su Chen were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Diaogu. How did he manage to come over here? Diaogu offered no response, nearly flicking his dog head and using one paw to execute the rainfall pear blossom needle as a retort. Water droplets flew in every direction, splattering both individuals. Bang bang! The unspoken understanding between Xia Xinghe and Su Chen manifested for the first time on Biao Ji's canine visage. Woof woof woof. Big Brother, it smells absolutely divine. I can even catch the scent from across the river. Fearing that Biao Ji's drool might drip into the tent, Su Chen casually tossed the remaining grilled fish from his hand, which Diaogu deftly caught and devoured in a single sitting. In less than 2 minutes, Diaogu had consumed half a grilled fish, bone, and all. He then gazed at Su Chen with an insatiable hunger, his wise blue eyes brimming with a desire to please. Do not look at me with those eyes. I detest sycophants. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of defense penetration from Diaogu. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points of defense penetration from Zhang Chang. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 points of defense penetration from Li Ming. I'm merely watching a show. Who have I offended? Just saying, I have a sycophant friend who has now been penetrated. Su Chen, cease this at once. The inexplicably clever defense points made Su Chen rub his nose. It was unintentional, but he would dare to do it again. The fishing rod swung once more. A few minutes later, the surface of the water erupted again. Another half-meter-long fish was placed on the grill. In the night, the orange-red flames licked the grilled fish incessantly. Standing tall by the riverbank, Su Chen appeared tireless, repeatedly casting his rod like a machine. Biaogu sat quietly beside him, occasionally licking his tongue and casting furtive glances at the aromatic grilled fish. Xia Xinghe lay on the blanket inside the tent, propping her chin up, her delicate white legs swinging as she quietly observed Su Chen. The firelight reflected in her sparkling eyes, dazzling like a galaxy of stars. Doesn't anyone feel that this scene is simply heartwarming? I am overwhelmed with sweetness. The three of them, a man, a woman, and a dog, under the tent by the bonfire, with Xia Xinghe's gaze fixed on Su Chen. My blood sugar is rising. At this moment, I declare that Su Chen and Xia Xinghe are the sweetest couple of this season's perfect lovers. It turns out, it's not that fishermen dislike bringing their wives fishing. It's just that not every wife is named Xia Xinghe. The ideal partner, Xia Xinghe. Darling, if you talk to me, I can accompany you fishing too. The comments flooded with sugary remarks. Su Chen yanked the rod vigorously. The water erupted once more. Another half-meter-long fish was caught. Su Chen's luck tonight is indeed remarkable. Wow, the number of fish Su Chen has caught tonight is equivalent to my catch over the past 6 months. I beg you, I would trade 10 years of Shen Chen's life for this fishing spot. Shen Chen. How dare you? The 5 fishing rods brought by Su Chen began to show their true potential. Each rod took turns catching fish, causing ripples to dance across the water's surface. The stone-pile fishing pit quickly filled to the brim with an abundance of catches. The fishing enthusiasts in the livestream could no longer sit still. Wait, have you found the fish haven? I would pay 10,000 to buy this fishing spot, no joke. As a fellow fisherman, I can only imagine how ecstatic Su Chen must be right now. If I could catch fish like that, I'd be willing to date Xia Xinghe as well. Despite it being well past midnight, the director's phone rang off the hook once again. All from fishermen eager to purchase the coveted fishing spot. Wu Cheng dropped the phone, rubbing his eyes in disbelief as he observed Su Chen reeling in yet another catch. Is this the 12th fish already? Xu Delong incredulously scratched his head. We were previously worried that the guests wouldn't have enough heart-pounding coins to spend on fishing, and even conducted experiments proving that the lake is difficult to fish in. That's why we prepared extra fishing rods. How is it that for Su Chen, fishing seems easier than earning heart-pounding coins? Could it be that Su Chen is a top-tier fisherman, possessing some secret fishing technique unknown to others? As Wu Cheng pondered this, he suddenly leaped up, pointing at the screen. Director, look at that. What was once a tranquil lake bathed in moonlight was now disturbed by over a dozen small dark shapes swiftly moving across the surface. As they drew nearer, these dark forms grew into shadowy figures. In the dead of night, on a solitary island, mysterious creatures traversed the water's surface. This not only startled the production crew but also shocked the viewers in the livestream. Look quickly, there's something on the lake. Oh my heavens, it seems to be heading towards Su Chen. I came here to watch a dating reality show, not a scientific exploration. Just as Su Chen caught another fish, he noticed the disturbance on the lake's surface. After squinting for a moment, he suddenly threw down his fishing rod and grabbed Biaogu, preparing for a swift escape. Su Chen, run, don't hit the dog. It's over, it's over. Su Chen, look out. In stark contrast to the viewer's excitement, Su Chen remained remarkably calm. Xia Xinghe also noticed the commotion on the lake. Just as she was about to emerge from the tent, she received a reassuring glance from Su Chen. The once placid water now erupted with a resounding splash through the mist. Sounds of splashing could be heard. They've reached the shore, its eyes are glowing green. Could it be a water ghost? Amidst the flurry of comments, over a dozen pairs of glowing eyes suddenly accelerated, surging from the water towards the shore. A cacophony of barks erupted, echoing through the night. Woof woof woof, damn it, big brother. More than 10 wet rural dogs stared hungrily at the grilled fish over the bonfire, drool pooling beneath them. I told you, you can call me master, but not big brother. Su Chen scowled. Who would let dogs call him big brother? Just as Su Chen prepared to reward them with a treat akin to Biao Ji's, he suddenly felt a nudge on his calf. Biao Ge turned his head, shyly blinking at Su Chen. Woof woof woof, big brother, they are calling for me. As Biao Ge, with an air of authority, squeezed in front of Su Chen, the pack of dogs instantly raised their heads solemnly, resembling soldiers awaiting inspection. Su Chen felt a slight tremor in his skin. Biao Ji's fierce bark pierced the night. Woof woof woof, call your people. The entire pack fixated their gaze on Su Chen, barking in unison. Woof woof woof, big brother. Good grief, Su Chen felt as if he had lost all composure. Woof woof woof, I'm not lying, big brother. The brothers on the road are giving me face, calling me by name. Biao Ji's bravado was abruptly cut short as Su Chen seized him by the throat. So, you plan to reward your little brothers with my grilled fish, do you? Biao Ge rolled his eyes dramatically. Woof woof woof, I swear, I didn't call them here, they came because they caught a whiff of the aroma. Woof woof woof, in front of the little brothers, show some respect. Don T forced me to beg you. Chapter 46. Encountering me, you've kicked a steel plate. Su Chen gazed intently at the canine visage of Biao Ge for an extended moment before suddenly releasing his grip. Would you care for some grilled fish? Biao Ge, unusually bashful, responded with a series of barks. We can share one amongst us. You just ate, didn't you? Biao Ge barked again. I wasn't full. Su Chen glanced at the dozen fish swimming in the puddle, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Is it really worth it for just a few fish? If word gets out, it'll make me, Su Chen, seem miserly. Let us eat well, eat lavishly. If we're eating, let it be for free. Goodness, it's astonishing, I see Su Chen conversing with a dog. Why does it feel as though Su Chen can genuinely communicate with Biao Ge? Indeed, this world has become utterly bizarre, just as I imagined. One must wonder, can Biao Ge comprehend human speech, or is it Su Chen who understands canine language? Su Chen. What ass with your incessant barking? Releasing Biao Ge, Su Chen took a small knife and approached the riverbank to prepare the fish. Xia Xinghe emerged from the tent, cautiously eyeing the pack of dogs, and tentatively inquired, are they after grilled fish? Indeed, much like you, they are all quite gluttonous. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 points of Xia Xinghe's defense value. A sharp pain shot through Su Chen's waist as he met Xia Xinghe's slightly resentful gaze. I'm not greedy. How could I decline your invitation? After speaking, Xia Xinghe pulled out a small rubber band, bit it with her lips, and tied her flowing hair into a high ponytail. She awkwardly picked up a fish, stating, I'll help you with this. Observing her determined expression, yet getting splashed in the face by a fishtail, Su Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps you should simply remain a lovely maiden. I can manage this task. Xia Xinghe furrowed her brow. Do you look down on me? Without lifting his gaze, Su Chen retorted, it's merely out of concern for my good friend. Xia Xinghe, holding the fish, froze momentarily, her ears burning with embarrassment. Very well, you do have a way with words. As she frolicked with the pack of dogs under Biao Ge's guidance, Su Chen hastened his own tasks. As a man endowed with the divine talent of fishing and the dual buff of the title god of food, his proficiency in preparing fish was smoother than silk. Before long, over 10 fish were skewered by the campfire, their rich aroma enveloping the entire deserted island. Biao Ge, visibly moved, rubbed his canine head against Su Chen's calf. Biao Ge barked, brother, you are truly too kind. Thank you for treating my little brothers so well. Biao Ge continued, brother, I have nothing to repay you with. Should you not reject me, I would gladly pledge allegiance. Before Biao Ge could finish, Su Chen placed a hand over the dog's mouth, forcibly interrupting his incantation. Let us not speak recklessly. If you feel indebted, after we finish eating, just call your little brothers to assist me. Upon hearing this, Biao Ge instantly bared his sharp teeth menacingly. The pack of dogs collectively whined softly. Biao Ge barked, brother, just give me a name. Su Chen chuckled, this is absurd, communicating with dogs is more challenging than with Shinichen. Let us discuss it after we eat. As the fish grilled, Su Chen resumed fishing, this time unleashing the full potential of 5 fishing rods. The surface of the water erupted with splashes as plump fish were continuously pulled from the depths. 10, 20, 30. Has Su Chen gone mad? He is catching so many fish. Goodness, I'll never claim to be a fisherman again. I am unworthy. My wife asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Now she is comfortable kneeling beside me. Su Chen is nothing short of a fishing deity. The barrage of comments exploded as Su Chen's unending catch continued. Yet, his actions remained relentless until the puddle could hold no more. At Su Chen's feet lay numerous flopping fish. Over 50, has the tribe of fish violated some celestial decree to encounter Su Chen? So many fish, the dogs can't possibly eat all of these. Isn't this wasteful? Report, Su Chen is wasting natural resources. Indeed, these fish would surely rot if left overnight. They must not be given to the production team. Confusion in the comments abruptly ceased with a sharp, piercing cry. While Su Chen was fishing, he hesitated momentarily. However, the violent shaking of his fishing rod brought a smile to his face. Nothing could deter the resolve of a fisherman. The reel spun rapidly, the fishing line drew closer, yet the sharp cries became increasingly distinct. Xia Xinghao looked up at the lake, puzzled. Why are there still birds calling at this hour? Su Chen continued reeling in until a voice, tinged with a sob, echoed in his mind. Gagaga, what a fool, I merely sought a midnight snack. Which fool has caught me? Su Chen jolted, his gaze shifting to the water where a flailing white shape struggled. Gagaga, it's you. I'll have my revenge. The white figure suddenly leapt from the water, charging directly at Su Chen. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. Oh my goodness, how did Su Chen manage to catch this creature? Heavens! This show is finished for today. How is it that I feel both sympathy and amusement for Su Chen at the same time? It's confirmed, indeed, a fisherman can catch the most bizarre of things. When Su Chen finally discerned what lay before him, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Before him stood a large bird, approximately 60 centimeters tall, entirely white, with a sharp beak and slender legs, flapping its wings and lunging at him. Xia Xingha's eyes widened in disbelief. A heron. Su Chen, how did you manage to catch this creature? Meanwhile, Zhu Delong, watching the live stream, sprang from his seat as if his backside were on fire. Good heavens, you truly are my father. This is the end for the show. Wu Cheng gazed at the heron, murmuring in disbelief. A nationally protected species, classified as a precious and endangered wild animal under Article 341 of the Criminal Law. According to this statute, the illegal hunting or killing of such protected species can result in imprisonment for up to 5 years or detention. Oh no, Su Chen is in deep trouble now. This is it. Another celebrity in the entertainment industry is heading for prison. While others go to prison for tax evasion or, at the very least, for some scandalous affair, here we have someone who caught himself a prison sentence while fishing. I declare, Su Chen's fishing has transcended into an art form. On the deserted island, Su Chen fumbled to restrain the heron. Gagaga kid, I advise you to release me at once, otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Su Chen's expression darkened. I never said I wouldn't release you. Now, let me remove the hook, and you are free to go. As Su Chen loosened his grip, the heron cursed and attempted to take flight. However, after merely a few flaps, it dove back down. As Su Chen raised an eyebrow, are you trying to play tricks? The heron gracefully landed before Su Chen, proudly lifting its head, but its keen eyes fixated on the grilled fish not far away. Gagaga kid, if you give me a fish, consider it compensation. Su Chen regarded the heron with an odd expression, then glanced back at the grilled fish, a sly smile forming on his lips. Meeting me, you've truly bitten off more than you can chew. The state never declared that it's illegal to deny you grilled fish, did it? Chapter 47. Dare to move, big sister. A man and a bird remained locked in a standoff. I seem to hear Su Chen conversing with the egret? Although this world is quite mad, what on earth are you playing at, my friend? This egret appears to be yearning for the grilled fish made by Su Chen?
Excuse me, is this the animal kingdom? A chill evening breeze swept through. The egret, momentarily frozen in place, suddenly sprang into action. Caw caw caw, I want to eat fish. As the raucous cries erupted, the egret swiftly propelled itself forward on its long legs, darting away like an arrow released from a bow. Su Chen, like a protective mother hen, spread his arms wide to block the egret's path. A fierce battle ensued between man and bird. The egret flailed its long legs, alternating between deep and shallow steps, attempting to break through Su Chen's blockade. The grilled fish, tantalizingly close, emanated a deadly allure, yet Su Chen consistently intercepted its advance, keeping it at bay, 3 meters away from the fish. Caw caw caw, move aside, you little brat. The egret flustered in circles. Su Chen cast a cool glance its way and retorted with a smirk, when I unexpectedly hooked you, you turned a blind eye, but this grilled fish, my friend, is beyond your reach. The egret's brown eyes flickered with shifting emotions, and suddenly, it turned away, no longer gazing at the fish. With wings unfurled, it ascended into the air. However, in the next moment, the soaring egret abruptly changed direction, its slender beak grinning cunningly as it dove down towards Su Chen from above. This egret is quite the trickster. So clever, and you call this a bird? It rivals my boss. I suddenly understand why this creature is a protected species. Don't lose heart, it may be a protected animal, but you are merely a protected nuisance. The egret and Su Chen locked eyes. From a glimmer of amusement flickered in their gazes. Snap! Su Chen snapped his fingers. Biaozi, block it. Woof woof woof, anyone who dares to snatch the grilled fish shall perish. Biaozi howled, and in an instant, the pack of dogs sprang into action. Their gaping maws revealed sharp teeth as they lunged toward the egret. The egret's expression changed drastically, screeching as it flapped its wings, its slender legs thrashing in the air, desperate to avoid becoming a meal. Feathers flew, and chaos erupted on the scene. Caw caw caw, this is madness, I just wanted a late-night snack, and you lot want to turn me into one. The egret soared in circles above. Su Chen remained unperturbed, strolling to the fire and tossing several grilled fish to the pack, grinning at the creature in the sky. This is what we call professionalism. The dogs devoured the fish in no time, licking their tongues in satisfaction, their eyes now fixated on the airborne egret. The egret flapped its wings a couple of times, panic-stricken, shielding its head with its wings. Caw caw caw, I'm livid, I'm absolutely livid. Su Chen chuckled leisurely, if you're livid, that's not my crime. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 20 points of egret defense value. What kind of devil is Su Chen, the first person to make a bird this furious? Though it sounds a bit absurd, not only does he speak dog language, but he also seems to converse with birds? I suggest taking Su Chen to 749 for an examination. Su Chen, if you wish for my demise, you could just say so. The scene fell back into a tense standoff. The egret flapped its wings increasingly, growing more agitated, piercing screeches echoed through the night sky. Su Chen's expression grew serious, suspecting the creature was up to its old tricks again. The pack of dogs stood poised, ready for action. Another screech rang out, and the egret suddenly dove towards Su Chen. Wing Chun, Ip Man. Su Chen clenched his fist, bracing himself. Before he could launch a counterattack, the egret was upon him, landing with a slide and wrapping its wings around his leg with tearful eyes. The bird's gaze held a stubborn defiance, an unyielding pride, and a plea, caw caw caw. Just one bite, I swear, just one bite, don't force me to beg. This infuriating familiarity prompted Su Chen to glance at Biaozi, who wore an awkward expression. Woof woof woof, what are you looking at? We got a new dish, charcoal grilled whole bird. Their integrity truly lay shattered. Su Chen turned his attention back to the egret, a knowing look in his eyes. Do you truly wish to eat? Caw caw caw. Brother, dear brother, just one bite. Perhaps, but there's a condition. The egret flapped its wings and leaped onto Su Chen's shoulder, lowering its head to listen intently. The sudden shift in dynamics left the livestream audience utterly bewildered. Guarantee they just locked in a battle. What is this now? Egret, you are a protected species, where is your pride, your arrogance? Spread the word. Su Chen can truly communicate with animals. Spread the word. Su Chen is not human. What is happening? Is Su Chen a man-eater?
Xia Xinghe observed the man and bird whispering conspiratorially, finding the scene oddly charming. Gathering her courage, she approached Su Chen and tentatively reached out to stroke the egret's head.
Caw caw caw.
Big guts. The egret instantly changed its demeanor, ready to snap at Xia Xinghe. In that moment, a dark shadow leapt up, striking its snout with a hefty blow.
Woof woof woof, you dare to touch my sister-in-law?
The egret's beak twitched. How strange, suddenly its waist no longer ached, its legs felt strong, as if it could ascend 5 flights of stairs in one breath.
Caw caw caw, my head itches, come help me scratch it.
Watching the egret present its head invitingly, Xia Xinghe reached out to touch it. Its smooth feathers felt like the finest satin. Xia Xinghe's eyes sparkled. If only I could have a feather duster made from such exquisite plumage.
Su Chen, your thoughts are dangerously misguided.
At that moment, the clandestine plotting between man and bird came to an end. Without warning, the egret took flight, soaring high into the night sky, quickly vanishing from sight. The production team as Zhu Delong let out a long sigh of relief. It seemed his job was safe. Wu Chang wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. My career almost got ruined because of a bird. Zhu Delong, still trembling from the ordeal, nodded in agreement, but before he could fully relax, the screen suddenly filled with more than 20 small white dots. The piercing cries of birds filled the air as Zhu Delong's eyes widened in shock as he raised his trembling hand. Though the egret is back.
Chapter 48, is this survival on a deserted island?
Beneath the radiant moonlight, a formidable flock of egrets, numbering in the dozens, took to the skies. Their pure white feathers danced gracefully amidst the interplay of moonlight and lake reflections. The leading egret, its eyes shimmering with excitement, proclaimed, "Caw, caw, caw, or brothers, feast upon the finest, indulge in the lavish, for today, it is all free." The avian assembly blinked and spiraled above the deserted isle, soon diving down to hover before Su Chen, rendering the once expansive island somewhat cramped. A dozen freshly grilled fish, expertly prepared, were tossed before them by Su Chen. The egrets eagerly pecked at the delectable morsels, vying for the culinary delights. Another batch of fish began to roast, meanwhile, as Su Chen hurled yet another dozen into the throng of dogs. Both the birds and the canines succumbed utterly to the pleasures of gastronomic indulgence. Although they belonged to different species, they were united in their gluttony, their sounds reminiscent of pigs squealing in delight. In merely 10 minutes, over 20 of the 40-odd fish Su Chen had previously caught had vanished into the air. Biaogu, as Su Chen's trusted companion, lay back contentedly on the riverbank, his round belly exposed.
Such is dog life. What more could one desire?
10 minutes later, every last grilled fish had been devoured, swept away like leaves in the wind. Su Chen cleared his throat and uttered 2 words, "Let's get to work." At this, Biaogu howled in response, and the pack of dogs swiftly dispersed around the island's perimeter. The leading egret lifted its elongated neck, emitting a piercing cry as the flock of egrets flapped their wings and ascended gracefully into the night sky.
Ah, this is hilarious. It turns out the freeloaders aren't just humans.
Once the fish is consumed, they scatter, resembling me rushing out of the office at closing time.
Ha, it's the first time I've seen Su Chen at a disadvantage, and it's with animals. What did Su Chen just say? Let us get to work? Laughable. Did he really just tell animals to work?
Exactly, doesn't he realize that true beasts of burden aren't actually animals? Certainly not me. Sob. While the audience was busy teasing Su Chen for being taken advantage of by the egrets, a sudden rustling sound echoed around them. A fleet-footed figure, a striking black and white, burst forth from the thicket. Biaogu, clutching a stick in his mouth, spat it onto the ground before vanishing back into the woods. The pack of dogs reappeared, each carrying dry twigs which they nonchalantly dropped. In the sky, a line of shadows emerged, as a flurry of verdant cypress branches were airdropped by the egrets onto the ground. After several trips back and forth, a towering pile of firewood and cypress branches began to form. Su Chen then resumed casting his line, the water erupting with splashes and bountiful catches. Xinghe watched in disbelief as the industrious animals and the tirelessly casting Su Chen filled her mind with confusion. What on earth was happening? The viewers in the livestream were equally petrified, glued to their screens.
What in the world are these animals doing? Firewood, cypress branches, quails.
I have a bold theory, but I can hardly believe it. I knew this wasn't a dating show, it's an animal kingdom. Zhu Delong and Wu Chang, both fixated on the screen, shared a similarly puzzled expression. No joke, this bizarre spectacle could easily fill 10 episodes of a science documentary. The commotion in the forest grew louder as over a dozen farm dogs worked in unison to drag out dried sticks. Su Chen then set aside his fishing rod and began to process his fresh catch. He cleaned, drained, and salted the fish before walking toward the pile of wood, where he drove a thick stick into the ground. In no time, a basic square framework was erected. Then, thinner twigs were used to construct a ribbing to support the top, which Su Chen covered with freshly cut cypress branches to create a roof. Once these tasks were completed, Su Chen arranged the freshly caught quails neatly within the small wooden shelter. Finally, he approached the tent and retrieved a large roll of barbecue foil from his backpack, sealing off the area surrounding the small wooden structure. As the flames flickered and wisps of smoke began to rise, some viewers who had pieced together the situation became utterly agitated. "It's smoked fish, Su Chen is making smoked fish. I thought these items looked familiar. He is actually preparing smoked fish. So these animals are genuinely working for Su Chen? Who understands? I can even see a second-class protected animal laboring for him. Come on, isn't it a bit far-fetched that these animals can actually follow Su Chen's commands?" In the director's booth, Zhu Delong stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, his mind blank. Wu Chang gaped, unable to close his mouth. This is utterly unscientific. It wasn't until the pungent aroma of burning cypress branches enveloped the villa that Zhu Delong snapped back to reality. Is this really happening? In the frame, the flock of egrets and the pack of farm dogs were quietly squatting behind Su Chen, wide-eyed as they watched him add cypress branches to the shelter. Zhu Delong's scalp tingled in apprehension. He suddenly erupted. What on earth is Su Chen doing? He has 1,000 heart tokens at his disposal but chooses to fish and make smoked fish. Heart tokens aren't gold or diamonds, they're worthless. Wu Chang tugged at Zhu Delong's sleeve and hesitantly inquired, "Director, are we truly in a dating show and not some wilderness survival scenario?" After a moment of serious contemplation, Zhu Delong furrowed his brow. "To be honest, I'm beginning to have my doubts." At the Dragon Nation Animal Research Institute, Director Zhou Rui was engrossed in his work. The warm light illuminated his white hair and the creases on his face. His phone chimed, and upon opening a green chat bubble, a melodious female voice, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Grandpa, are you busy? Guess what I just saw? I saw dozens of egrets helping someone carry cypress branches to make smoked fish." Zhou Rui smiled indulgently at her words and replied via voice message, "Shan'an, you're teasing Grandpa again. Not to mention that night is when egrets rest, even if they are precious protected animals. How could they help someone carry cypress branches? Moreover, egrets are notoriously timid." Before he could finish, a live stream link was sent over. Zhou Rui clicked it open, and the affectionate smile on his face gradually froze, replaced by shocked eye. In the end, he stood up abruptly, phone in hand. Amidst a thick haze of white smoke, flickers of fire could be seen. Get back, get back. Stay away, or you'll get roasted if I'm not careful. I'll smoke the sewing machine. Why won't you listen? Scram. Caw, caw, caw. A dozen egrets clustered around a young man, their curious heads stretched forward. Go fetch some more. Caw, caw, caw. The egret that had just been nudged away by the young man flapped its wings and ascended slowly into the air. Minutes later, the egrets returned, forming a neat line as they dropped the cypress branches they had carried into the young man's hands. The words live stream on the screen shone glaringly. Zhou Rui's eyes, once clouded, were now filled with exhilaration. To think there is truly someone who can communicate with birds. He swiftly picked up the landline and dialed a number, his voice trembling with excitement. "Director, I've discovered an extraordinarily rare phenomenon. This could be crucial for our research and the conservation of the endangered egret species." Chapter 49. Open the door, police check. Time passed. Su Chen neatly arranged batches of freshly made smoked fish. He also rewarded the flocks of birds and dogs with grilled fish. Dawn was breaking. Su Chen stretched lazily, his gaze falling upon Xia Xinghe, who was curled up like a small creature, sleeping soundly in the tent. The blanket that had once covered her was now kicked aside, its whereabouts unknown. Su Chen stealthily entered the tent, grasped a corner of the blanket, and was about to cover Xia Xinghe when she, in the depths of her slumber, murmured softly and grasped his hand. Like a clingy kitten, she wrapped her arms around him and nestled into his embrace, nuzzling comfortably against him. Let's sleep together. Xiaoxing's long, thick eyelashes fluttered gently, her exquisite features devoid of their usual coldness, making her even more captivating. Su Chen quietly admired the sleeping Xiaoxing, feeling an unexpected tranquility within. All right, let's sleep together. Upon saying this, Su Chen turned off all the live streaming devices they had on them. The audience, who had stayed up all night, was instantly displeased. Su Chen, where is your conscience? Where is the paid content? Where are the unapproved scenes? Though I admit, Su Chen's grilled fish and horseshoe repairs are addictive, what does it mean that you've turned off the cameras now? You're being distant, aren't you? Treating us like outsiders, avoiding even the small matter of sleeping. Su Chen, you rascal, let go of Xiaoxing. Just the thought of Xiaoxing asking Su Chen to sleep together is more painful than death. Ultimately, Su Chen could not resist Xiaoxing's pull and dove into the warmth of the blanket. The warmth radiating from his chest provided an extraordinary sense of security. Xiaoxing slept even more soundly, whispering sweet nothings that tugged at the heart. I once thought you were a big star, but who would have thought you were also a fool, Su Chen? Do you pretend to be confused every day? You understand everything, don't you, Su Chen? I will always be with you, Su Chen. Su Chen merely listened quietly, responding with occasional murmurs of acknowledgement. However, the unmuted microphone captured their intimate exchanges clearly. The viewers, who had just expressed their discontent at the camera being turned off, were now bombarded with a wave of emotional impact. It's the early morning, dear viewers, I really can't handle this sweetness so early. If you two were engaging in something inappropriate, I could handle it better, but you're playing pure love? Su Chen can actually endure this? No joke, I suspect this guy has kicked a bad habit. Xiaoxing is the perfect girlfriend in my heart. Su Chen, break up with Xiaoxing right now, let me date her. An hour later, ding. Congratulations to the host, successfully gaining 20 points of emotional defense from Wang Defa. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully gaining 20 points of emotional defense from Li Chang. Ding. Congratulations to the host, successfully gaining 50 points of emotional defense from Zhu Delong. Ding, congratulations to the host, successfully gaining 50 points of emotional defense from Wu Chang. In the directors group, Zhu Delong and Wu Chang, both sporting dark circles under their eyes, glared at the black screen of the monitor with simmering frustration. Damn it! Why must the cameras be turned off while sleeping? Zhu Delong slammed his fist on the table in exasperation. Wu Chang, wearing headphones, suddenly hushed him. Listen, they're talking again. Zhu Delong angrily yanked off his headphones. You keep listening. I'll pass on this dog food. After all, there's no dragon in my house. Wu Chang shot him a strange look. Right, no dragon, but there is a Siberian tiger. Ding. Congratulations to the host, gaining 50 points of emotional defense from Zhu Delong. Zhu Delong turned and left, as if having made a certain decision. Director, where are you going? Wu Chang inquired. Zhu Delong halted, his gaze profound. I'm sending a boat to bring that guy back. Phew, just as Su Chen had dozed off for a moment, he was suddenly awakened by a series of notifications from the system. The morning sun had risen above the horizon, casting a gentle glow into the tent, leaving a patchwork of light. A rumbling noise grew steadily closer. The old fisherman, once again at the helm of his boat, was slowly making his way to shore. Su Chen roused Xiaoxing and, with dozens of smoked fish in tow, boarded the fishing boat. In the early morning villa, the only ones awake besides the birds were the insects feasted upon by them. Su Chen chose not to catch up on sleep. Instead, he promptly knocked on the door of the heartfelt supermarket. The staff, having received news from the director's team, immediately turned wary upon seeing Su Chen. We don't accept smoked fish, nor can it be exchanged for heartfelt coins. Exchange for heartfelt coins? I am here to shop. Shop? This was indeed unprecedented. This man, who had spent 40 heartfelt coins in just 2 days, was now here to buy something. Su Chen strolled through the aisles of the heartfelt supermarket, noticing that the shelves were running low on stock. He casually inquired, didn't the director mention that the goods would be restocked every 3 days? Shouldn't it be time today? The staff, thinking perhaps Su Chen hadn't found what he wanted, replied, "Yes, the restock is due shortly. If you have specific items in mind, you can come back later." "No need for that." Su Chen smiled cheerfully. The staff couldn't shake the feeling that there was something mischievous lurking behind his smile. "How about this? I'll write a list, and you can deliver it to the villa later." Su Chen leaned over and quickly scribbled down a list, then he sauntered out of the heartfelt supermarket. Kiwi fruit, pure milk? What does Su Chen need these for? I think I also saw dragon fruit and spinach oatmeal. Indeed, even with smoked fish, he still can't escape the fate of buying vegetables and fruits. I declare Su Chen's wilderness survival this season a failure. As he walked along the path, Su Chen seemed to be in particularly high spirits. What do you think is the most important thing for survival in this show? Xia Xinghe immediately thought of the hungry Shinichen and the others. It must be food. After all, being hungry is indeed unbearable. Su Chen smiled mysteriously. Not quite. Inside the villa, all was silent. The goods from the heartfelt supermarket had been delivered, filling a small cart with various foods, costing a total of 300 heartfelt coins. Xia Xinghe was still pondering Su Chen's earlier question when he had already donned an apron and begun preparing the fresh ingredients that had just arrived. "Can the two of us eat all this?" Xia Xinghe pointed at the mountain of ingredients. Su Chen, wielding a spatula, turned back with a smile. "One must be generous. Today, I'm treating everyone to a meal." Xia Xinghe was left in a state of confusion. This man sometimes had an air of mystery that even she couldn't comprehend. As the fire ignited and the pot heated up, the villa soon filled with enticing aromas. He Ling, who usually rose early, rubbed her eyes in disbelief at the sight of Su Chen. It must have been that last night, Su Chen and the others had endured considerable hardship on the deserted island, and today he was making a heartfelt breakfast to compensate Xia Xinghe. However, as she watched, He Ling sensed something was amiss. Stir-fried spinach, spicy crayfish, and an array of dishes came pouring out of the kitchen. Kiwi fruit, dragon fruit, and other fruits followed suit. Pure milk, chia seed smoothies, and several drinks were also prepared in abundance. Could two people possibly finish all this? Even if one were a big spender of heartfelt coins, such wastefulness was unacceptable. The alluring aroma, coupled with the torment of having endured the scent of grilled fish the previous night, made He Ling's stomach protest. "Su Chen, you two can't possibly eat all this, can you? It's not just for the two of us. It is for everyone." Su Chen replied without looking back. He Ling felt as if she hadn't fully woken up. Lin Lin and Bai Yao also descended the stairs, drawn by the tempting aroma, and upon hearing that Su Chen was treating everyone to a meal, Bai Yao nearly jumped 3 feet high, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Once all the dishes were prepared, Su Chen noticed that Shinichen and Lu Yuan had yet to rise. He abandoned the spatula and hurried towards their room. Approaching Shinichen and Shiryuchi's tightly shut door, Su Chen delivered a swift kick. "Hey! Open up, police check." Chapter 50. A fool who misses a bargain. 20 minutes later, urged by Su Chen's little alarm clock, the first floor of the villa was already filled with guests. Even Shinichen and Shirichi, startled awake by Su Chen's shout about a police check, were taken aback by the lavish spread laid out before them. What on earth is happening? Did Su Chen stay up all night and suddenly decide to treat everyone to a meal? I see, Su Chen must think he went too far with his pranks before and wants to mend fences with the others. That seems to be the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, I can't fathom what would compel Su Chen to be so generous. Wow, this table full of dishes looks incredibly delicious. The confused gazes of everyone ultimately converged on Su Chen. Unfazed, he untied his apron and approached the dining table, saying, "Stop dawdling, let us dig in." Shinichen and Lu Yuan exchanged wary glances. "You haven't poisoned the food, have you?" Su Chen smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. There are no green beans in this meal, right, Teacher Huang?" Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 60 points of defense against Huang Wei. Huang Wei twitched at the corner of his mouth, muttering a string of obscenities. Shinichen looked at Su Chen with a sardonic smile. "Don't pretend to be the good guy here, Su Chen, who doesn't know you are notoriously stingy, practically splitting a heart coin in half to spend it?" Su Chen maintained his smile. "You're misjudging me. The past is the past, and the present is the present. After yesterday's adventure on the deserted island, I suddenly realized that friendships are paramount, wealth is merely an external possession. Su Chen's words elicited enthusiastic nods from Daling, yet Shinichen and the others were skeptical of even a single period in his statement. However, the tantalizing aroma of the roasted fish from yesterday still lingered in their minds, and the delicious scents wafting from the table continued to tease their senses. Lin Lin had already taken a seat at the table, while Lu Yuan and Shinichen whispered to each other, "I get it. Su Chen probably wants to flaunt his wealth and create a facade of being a good person." Shinichen's eyes brightened in agreement, and he regarded Su Chen with a hint of mockery. "You wish to create a scene, that's your business. While I may not be able to stop you, I can certainly eat you out of house and home." Shinichen was determined to feast heartily first and then belittle Su Chen's culinary efforts. As more guests arrived at the table, Su Chen began to leisurely introduce the dishes. He pointed to a vibrant green dish of stir-fried spinach and said, "Don't underestimate this stir-fried spinach. It is rich in dietary fiber, which promotes digestive health." He then gestured to a rich, thick tomato and enoki mushroom stew with beef. Beef is widely recognized as an excellent source of nutrition, and enoki mushrooms can enhance metabolism. Together, they make a perfect pairing. And here we have chia seed smoothies, which are universally acknowledged as a health food. When paired with kiwi, they not only reduce digestive burdens but also enhance beauty. And let's not forget the dragon fruit. Su Chen, like a living encyclopedia, continued to expound on the benefits of the ingredients. Lin Lin and her companions listened with great interest. Shurichi rolled her eyes. No wonder he is so generous with the meal. It's merely to showcase his cooking skills and flaunt his talents. Shinichen chimed in, "I knew this little rascal had no good intentions. But no matter, a fool who misses a bargain, let us eat our fill." Once the introductions concluded, Su Chen took a seat beside Xia Xinghe. With the call to start eating, the only sounds left were the clattering of cutlery. Just as Xia Xinghe was about to reach for a cup of chia seed smoothie, Su Chen discreetly grabbed her arm under the table. "Try the spicy crayfish, it's delectable." Xia Xinghe looked at Su Chen, who maintained a calm demeanor. Though unsure of his motives, she chose to comply obediently. "Hey. All right." Su Chen proved adept at peeling the crayfish, quickly filling Xia Xinghe's bowl with succulent morsels. The spicy, mouth-watering crayfish ignited her taste buds, causing her cheeks to flush as she savored bite after bite. Lu Yuan watched Su Chen and Xia Xinghe with a hint of envy and began crafting his own scene. He picked up a crayfish and waved it in front of Li Hanyu. "Hanyu, do you know what this is?" "What else could it be but a crayfish?" "It's a crayfish," Li Hanyu replied sweetly. Lu Yuan shook his head, his gaze roaming over Li Hanyu. "There are 100 ways to enjoy spice. One is through the spicy crayfish, and the other 99 are thanks to your fiery figure, Hanyu." Li Hanyu's smile froze. Were it not for the irresistible array of dishes on the table, she would have eagerly sought a crevice to hide in. At that moment, Shinichen sought to seize his moment, perfectly enacting a facade of false affection with Shurichi. He recalled the breakfast Su Chen had painstakingly prepared, which had only served as a stepping stone for his own sugary antics. Shinichen shot Su Chen a provocative glance, yet the space beside Xia Xinghe remained desolate, devoid of any company. At the Heartbeat supermarket, the staff, freshly restocked, looked in astonishment at Su Chen pushing a shopping cart. "Su Chen, are you really sure about this? Once items are purchased at Heartbeat supermarket, they are non-returnable." Su Chen confidently produced 500 heart coins. "Enough chatter. I'll take every last roll of toilet paper, sanitary products, and wet wipes." "Can you possibly use that much?" "Yes, I have a lot of family members." Staff member, 5 minutes later. All the hygiene products freshly stocked at Heartbeat supermarket were completely cleared out by Su Chen. The staff stood in a daze, watching him leave, muttering to themselves, evidently a sign of their CPU overloading. "So many of family members?" Chapter 51. Your entire family is a cannon. On the ground floor of the villa, a grand table laden with sumptuous dishes had been thoroughly devoured. Shinichen let out a satisfied belch, contentedly rubbing his round belly as he slumped on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. Is this what Su Chen meant? Eating well and eating expensively, but if one must eat, it should be for free? Indeed, how utterly satisfying. Lu Yuan leaned beside him, equally content. The face I once lost from my mouth has finally been regained today through my mouth. Listening to their conversation, Shiryuchi couldn't help but smirk. Su-chan was notoriously stingy. Treating them to a lavish meal was quite the victory. After a substantial intake of carbohydrates, blood sugar levels rapidly soared, and the secretion of melatonin, stimulated by insulin, rendered this group, who had just crawled out of their warm beds, once more drowsy. Healing stifled a yawn and rose. I suddenly feel so sleepy, I need to go back and catch a few more Z's. Huang Wei rubbed his nearly shut eyes. I'm so sleepy too. Did Su-chan slip some sleeping pills into the food? Bai Yao, already awakened by the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish the previous day, had her spirit retreating back into the comfort of her blankets. The guests returned to their respective rooms, drawing the curtains and snuggling under their covers. Good night, Makabaka. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream chat, witnessing the black screens one after another, could no longer contain themselves. It's Monday. Why am I up early for work while you're all up early to sleep? After seeing the lives of celebrities, I realize my existence is akin to boiled vegetables, bland, low-fat, and utterly uninspired. I get it. Su-chan must have wanted to slack off today and purposely sent the guests to bed. This is a blatant conspiracy. Strange, where's Su-chan? Why is the screen black again? Is he snuggled up with Xia Xingha again? In a corner room on the first floor, Shinichi suddenly found the hard bed to be an unprecedented source of comfort. He couldn't help but nuzzle his head against the pillow. Drowsiness washed over him, just as the god of dreams beckoned from afar. Shinichi's weary eyes suddenly flew wide open. Gurgle, gurgle, his stomach roiled violently, an urgent call of nature jolting him awake. Moments later, Shinichi emerged from the bathroom, his expression one of utter relief, feeling so refreshed that he couldn't help but groan. Suddenly, the door to the adjacent room swung open. Shiryuchi rolled her eyes in disdain. What on earth are you doing in there, summoning the thunder at this early hour? Can't you control yourself? It's a disgrace to be paired with someone as uncouth as you. Shinichi had already harbored a mountain of frustration towards Shiryuchi since the first appearance of the too-much-to-handle grandmother character, and being criticized for something as natural as using the toilet pushed his annoyance to its peak. Shiryuchi, do you manage the heavens and the earth, and now my bowel movements too? Do you live in the Pacific Ocean, that you can meddle in others' affairs so broadly? Shiryuchi, uninterested in further banter, slammed the door shut. Seeing this, Shinichi rolled his eyes, stumbling back to bed. Drowsiness surged once more just as he was about to drift into a hazy slumber. A loud bang startled him upright. He jumped out of bed and opened the door, only to bump into Shiryuchi, who was emerging from the bathroom with a beaming face. I thought Li Yunlong was attacking Ping'an County again. Turns out you are the canon of the family. Shiryuchi's sunny demeanor instantly turned frosty. You are the canon. Your whole family is a canon, you lunatic. A sudden itch in his brain made Shinichi blurt out, right, I'm a lunatic, but I don't see you being any more sane. Upon uttering those words, both Shinichi and Shiryuchi froze. Wasn't that a classic line from Su-chan? They exchanged glances, shared a look of disdain, and then simultaneously slammed their doors shut. However, before Shinichi could nestle back into his cozy retreat, his stomach gurgled once again. His expression shifted, and he immediately tensed, clenching his legs together. One hand pressed against his belly, the other against his rear. He tiptoed hurriedly to the bathroom. The righteous thunder had not yet finished. Outside, the knocking on the door persisted. Shinichi, are you done yet? The bathroom isn't your home. Are you preparing a feast in there? Shinichi, with toilet paper clenched in his mouth, felt his face flush crimson, his toes silently bracing for impact. He squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Yeah, I'm preparing lunch for you. Relief. Shiryuchi gritted her teeth, kicking the bathroom door twice. Suddenly, she realized that her movements were not ideal at that moment. Where did you put the remaining toilet paper? I need to go to another room. We've run out in our room, so go borrow some first. We'll buy more at the Heartbeat supermarket later. Shiryuchi forcefully pushed the door open. Shinichi's stomach churned once more. After a series of sounds, he suddenly felt a wave of warmth wash over him. His entire body turned as red as a cooked shrimp, visibly enveloped in a blush. The burning sensation below made him feel utterly unwell. He even began to suspect that someone had set fire to the toilet. Overwhelmed with emotion, he burst into tears, looking up to the sky as he howled, I hate spicy little lobsters. Bang, bang, bang. When Shiryuchi burst into Li Hanyu's room, her forehead was already beaded with fine sweat. Observing Li Hanyu's equally pale face, she whispered, "Do you have any paper left?" Li Hanyu awkwardly shook her head. "We just ran out in our room too." No sooner had she spoken than a loud thud echoed through the air. Li Hanyu gritted her teeth, smiling as she glanced toward the bathroom. "Lu Yuan, are you throwing Y bullets into the toilet?" The sound of Lu Yuan's voice, squeezed out between clenched teeth, wafted through the door. "Hanyu, this is my overwhelming proof of affection for you, you can go die." Shiryuchi, witnessing the all-too-familiar scene, could only silently turn and leave, embarking once again on the arduous quest for toilet paper. Just as all the live streams of perfect lovers went black and silent, the long-immersed Su-Chen stream suddenly flickered to life. However, the first image that appeared was not Su-Chen's handsome face, but rather a jowly, weary visage adorned with dark circles. Xu Delong, having just fallen asleep, was rudely yanked from his slumber by Su-Chen. On awakening, he found the world had collapsed, all the guests on the show were shrouded in darkness. After some investigation, he grasped the severity of the situation. As Su-Chen shoved the camera forward, Xu Delong retched, "You just shoved the microphone in my mouth." Unfazed, Su-Chen merely retracted his hand slightly, yet his gaze remained resolute as if he were aspiring to join the party. "Director, I just have one question for you. Does what you say on camera truly hold weight? And is it true that the supplies at the Heartbeat supermarket are only replenished every 3 days?" Chapter 52. Indeed, I am a pure villain, and you are a true scoundrel. Faced with the aggressive Su-Chen, Xu Delong smacked his lips, yet found himself utterly speechless. What the hell is going on? Ever since he realized that Su-Chen was hoarding the heartfelt coins for some ulterior motive, he had been racking his brain for flaws in the program. He even briefly speculated whether Su-Chen intended to monopolize the food supplies at the heartfelt supermarket, even going so far as to raise the prices. However, in a moment of oversight, Su-Chen had purchased every single hygiene product available at the supermarket. Any person of sound mind would never conceive of such a devious scheme. Su-Chen was akin to Hai Lan Home, each time passing through his world, leaving a novel impression. Observing the nearly 30 million viewers in the live stream, Xu Delong felt tears welling up in his eyes, lamenting, "But you can't possibly leave them without toilet paper, can you?" Su-Chen slowly lifted his head, casting a glance at the leaves blanketing the surrounding hills. Xu Delong's heart sank. "No, that is too excessive." Su-Chen withdrew his gaze and smiled lightly. "Director, you've misunderstood my intent. I meant to say that life is a vast wilderness, and my heart is even more expansive than these mountains and forests. How could I stand idly by while they resort to using leaves?" "Ah, well, that is acceptable," Xu Delong sighed in relief. At that moment, a long strip of bamboo suddenly appeared in Su-Chen's hand. "Director, I wonder if you have heard of a thing called toilet poker." "What on earth?" "Su-Chen, I haven't wronged you, have I?" Xu Delong's eyes were filled with indignation. "No joke, this kid was definitely out to get him." Su-Chen smiled nonchalantly. "Director, you've misinterpreted me again. What I mean is that my character is like this bamboo strip, upright and unyielding." "That's enough, truly enough." Xu Delong frantically shook his head. Only when he faced Su-Chen in person did he understand why Shinichen and the others harbored such resentment towards him. He genuinely did not wish to hear another word from Su-Chen. "What exactly do you intend to do?" Xu Delong asked, his heart heavy with despair. Stepping back slightly, Su-Chen proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Director, rest assured, I have no intention of threatening you with the online audience. I merely detest other guests wasting resources, so I wish to centralize management. And perhaps, make a small profit from the heartfelt coins in the process." Xu Delong suddenly understood. This kid had been circling around, all to earn heartfelt coins. A new question arose in Xu Delong's mind. "Can you tell me what you intend to do with all those heartfelt coins?" Su-Chen, for once, appeared somewhat serious. "Director, do you remember that there are fireworks available at the heartfelt supermarket?" Xu Delong gestured for him to continue. "In truth, I want to earn heartfelt coins diligently to put on a fireworks show for Xiaoxinghe." Upon hearing this, Xu Delong couldn't help but regard Su-Chen with newfound admiration. It turned out Su-Chen was truly a pure-hearted romantic. After listening to their conversation for a while, the viewers in the livestream finally caught up with their line of thought. What? Su-Chen monopolized hygiene products, painstakingly earned heartfelt coins, just to give Xiaoxingha a spectacular fireworks show. Although Su Chen's methods are somewhat unscrupulous, I am utterly enchanted. What kind of star plays the pure love card like this? If anyone dares to say he would cheat, I wouldn't mind taking them down. Su Chen has been saving money for a long time, which means he has been preparing for this fireworks show for quite a while. Wow! I envy Xiaoxingha so much. Su Chen truly loves her. The moment Su Chen, the sly one, began to play the sincere card, it became an art form. Zhu Delong suddenly recalled the late-night scenes of the two of them sweetly exchanging affection. Su Chen's rationale began to sway him beside him. Wu Chang was also deeply moved by Su Chen's sincere gaze. Such a pure act of love was perfectly aligned with the theme of their show, perfect lovers, was it not? Zhu Delong was completely persuaded by Su Chen. He asked, then how many heartfelt coins do you plan to charge the other guests? Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, that's my business. Zhu Delong cautioned, just don't go too far. Su Chen smiled enigmatically, some people spend a few bucks on incense, making wishes worth millions, while I'm investing this high cost to earn a little hard-earned cash. Is that excessive? Zhu Delong was momentarily at a loss for words. Su Chen then raised a finger dramatically, declaring, I swear, I guarantee that every guest will have toilet paper. If I fail to deliver, may I, Shinichen, be struck by lightning. Zhu Delong's mind was somewhat in disarray. Seeing Su Chen swear an oath, he could only nod in agreement. As for the heartfelt coins, if the other guests found themselves in dire straits, he could always increase the task rewards, allowing them to live normally. In the end, Su Chen's pure-hearted actions would elevate the program's fame, and the other guests would continue participating. It was truly a win-win situation. Zhu Delong silently commended his own cleverness. Alright then, let us proceed as you suggest. Su Chen confidently gave Zhu Delong a thumbs up. Director, you are wise. Yet beneath his earnest demeanor lay a triumphant smirk that was harder to suppress than a gunshot. As he watched Su Chen exuberantly depart, a thought flickered in Zhu Delong's mind, and he turned to the still grinning Wu Chang with a hint of suspicion. Who did Su Chen say would be struck by lightning? At the entrance of the heartfelt supermarket, Shiryuchi stared incredulously at the staff, pounding the counter with a resounding thud. What did you say? All the toilet paper has been bought out by Su Chen. Yes, Miss Sure. What about wet wipes? They've been sold out as well. Then, surely you have sanitary napkins? The staff was left speechless, only managing a forced smile. In an instant, Shiryuchi felt as if the sky had fallen, yet the turmoil in her stomach left her no time to curse Su Chen. I and the director's group. Director, won't you do something about Su Chen's behavior? He is simply acting with impunity. Zhu Delong nodded empathetically. However, I cannot refuse a pure-hearted warrior charging forth for love. After all, love is the essence that binds our entire variety show. Rest assured, Su Chen won't go too far. Seeing the discussion yield no results, Shiryuchi could only turn on her heel and leave in frustration. In front of the now quiet villa, the sudden blast of upbeat DJ music resonated. Su Chen, microphone in hand, stood before a mountain of toilet paper rolls, passionately shouting, for those coming from the south and heading north, from Jiamusi to Hugon, don't miss out. Our store is grateful to you all, clearing out all merchandise in a grand sale. The deafening commotion instantly captured the attention of the entire villa. Just returning from the director's group, Shiryuchi's eyes glinted with longing at the sight of the toilet paper. Give me toilet paper. Damn it, Su Chen stepped in front of the rolls, glaring fiercely. In broad daylight, are you attempting to rob me? Shiryuchi could only grit her teeth in frustration and retreat. At that moment, Shinichen descended the stairs, legs tightly crossed, and suddenly understood the unfolding situation. Pointing furiously at Su Chen, she exclaimed, "Oh, I knew it, that's why you were so kind to treat us to dinner. It was a deliberate ploy to serve us a laxative meal, forcing us to need toilet paper." Lu Yuan, drenched in sweat, barely containing his urge, added angrily, "Su Chen, you are nothing but a pure villain." Su Chen regarded him coldly. Indeed, I am a pure villain, and you are a true scoundrel. Chapter 53. A gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means, while a scoundrel seeks wealth without decorum. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 60 points of defense value from Lu Yuan. Faced with the unblinking gazes of the crowd, Su Chen shrugged his shoulders and sighed. Honestly, I find myself quite helpless. Each dish was meticulously introduced with its benefits upon being served, yet now you all blame me when your stomachs are in turmoil. Look, isn't Teacher He doing just fine? Emerging from the villa, He Ling offered an awkward smile. Indeed, he was in decent shape at present. This was partly due to his ample supply of toilet paper, and partly because he hadn't consumed much. Of course, it wasn't for lack of desire. He simply hadn't managed to grab any before Shinichen and the others. Su-Chen, you monopolize all the hygiene products now, you can't just have them sitting there, can you? He Ling pointedly remarked. Su-Chen shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. What if I say that your gastrointestinal distress and my procurement of toilet paper are merely coincidental? Would you believe me? Ignoring the collective eye rolls from the crowd, he continued, in truth, I have noticed the excessive waste of toilet paper among everyone, which is why I thought it prudent to manage distribution myself. For the sake of environmental protection, of course. Shirayuchi gritted her teeth and scoffed, such eloquent words, you simply wish to earn heart tokens in various guises, hypocrite. Rather than taking offense, Su-Chen smiled and patted the roll of paper before him with significance. You understand me. As the saying goes, a gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means, while a scoundrel seeks wealth without decorum. I apologize, I had no choice in the past, but now I simply wish to be the villain. What? Did Su-Chen just admit to being a villain? Ah, this is hilarious. If I could, I'd also want to be an impolite rogue. Su-Chen's every response seems to tread upon the blind spots of my understanding. But what wrong has Su-Chen committed? He is merely a valiant warrior charging forth for love. Shinichen felt another wave of unease in his abdomen, clenching his sphincter in desperation. Stop wasting time, you just want heart tokens, right? This time, I concede, just name your price. Lu Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his brow, contorting his face like a pretzel. Yes, just tell us how many heart tokens you want. So, are we all in agreement? Su-Chen scanned the group, slowly extending a single finger. 10 heart tokens? Su-Chen, why don't you go rob a bank? Shirayuchi snapped. However, Su-Chen shook his finger in midair. No, that's not right. 100 heart tokens, Su-Chen. Have you completely lost your mind? Shinichen blurted out, panic evident in his voice. Exactly. Those rolls of paper cost at most 2 heart tokens. To sell them for 100 is akin to robbery. Lu Yuan shouted, clutching his behind in outraged eye in the face of their collective disdain. Su-Chen could only shake his head in disappointment. He pinched his raised index finger with his thumb and slowly opened it. Expand your horizons. I am speaking of 10,000 heart tokens. The atmosphere instantly fell into an eerie silence. A gentle breeze swept through, clearing the bewildered expressions from everyone's faces. 10,000? Su-Chen, have you had too much to drink? Su-Chen, this joke is truly not amusing. I can't believe it. Does Su-Chen know what he is saying? 10,000 heart tokens. This entire show hasn't even issued 10,000 heart tokens. I see, Su-Chen is attempting to persuade the guests to borrow heart tokens from the production team. Director's team. Zhu Delong dug at his ears, incredulous as he turned to Wu Chang. If I heard correctly, Su-Chen just said 10,000 heart tokens? Wu Chang nodded, his lips trembling. It appears so. Zhu Delong suddenly resembled a cat with its fur bristled. I see now. This brat is here to cause chaos. Everyone regarded Su-Chen with expressions that conveyed they believed him to be insane in goodness. Even my ancestors would not dare make such outrageous demands of me. As a member of the production team, Huang Wei naturally had no concerns about running out of paper. However, this did not prevent him from joining the others in their onslaught against Su-Chen. Do you even know what you're saying? 10,000 heart tokens, you could bundle Shinichen and the others together and still not reach that amount. Shinichen, seeing Su-Chen remain silent, Huang Wei continued with a sardonic grin. Moreover, I know you previously promised the director that you would ensure every guest had access to paper. Their stock of heart tokens is limited. Do you not fear divine retribution for going back on your word? At this moment, Zhu Delong felt that Huang Wei was indeed his mouthpiece. Who would have guessed that Su Chen would merely smirk? Divine retribution for Shinichen, what does that have to do with me? Just check the replay. Haha, I thought Su Chen had misspoken, but it seems he had a plan all along. My heart ached for Director Zhu for a moment, but now I'm ready to laugh. I knew I couldn't trust a single punctuation mark of Su Chen's words. Zhu Delong. What the hell? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of defense value from Shinichen. Just as Zhu Delong was about to slap his thigh in frustration, cursing himself for believing Su Chen's nonsense, the situation took a sudden turn. Su Chen cast a flirtatious glance at the vexed Shinichen. Rest assured, we are all part of the same company. I won't easily strip you of your dignity as a human being. After all, I am not your great-grandmother. There's no point in summoning divine retribution against you. Although the price of 10,000 heart tokens remains unchanged, I have decided to sell these rolls of toilet paper for Dragon Country currency. Dragon Country currency? The crowd once again fell into a state of shock. Meanwhile, the previously energizing DJ music was replaced with a soothing piano background score. Su Chen gently cradled a pack of tissues in his palm, his face radiating tenderness as he spoke. Go, relieve yourself. Defy the confines of conventionality, go forth and relieve yourself anywhere but the restroom. Go and relieve yourself with friends, and remember to wipe after you're done. Everyone watched as Su Chen's demeanor shifted dramatically. For a moment, their CPUs seemed to overheat. However, Shinichen and the others inexplicably felt that Su Chen's seemingly nonsensical lines resonated as the inner monologue of their own sphincters. The urge was overwhelming, like a torrent. Shiryuchi's complexion shifted through several shades, leaving her as pale as a ghost. Fine, Dragon Country currency it is. How much? Name your price. Su Chen raised a finger once more, quickly stating, 1,000. Upon hearing this figure, everyone inexplicably sighed in relief. Their usual expenses as celebrities were astronomical in the eyes of the average person. 1,000 was indeed a trivial sum to resolve the current predicament. But we have neither cash nor phones. What do we do? Shinichen inquired. Su Chen had anticipated this, producing a stack of handwritten IOUs from beneath him. Shiryuchi was the first to rush forward, scribbling down 1,000 on the debt contract. She then tossed down the pen in frustration, extending her hand. Give me the paper. Su Chen glanced at the IOU, snapped his fingers, and gleefully tucked it into his pocket. Then, under Shiryuchi's watchful gaze, he unwrapped a roll of paper with utmost seriousness and gravity. His fingers paused at the dotted line, and with a swift motion, he tore it apart. The action was effortlessly graceful. Shiryuchi stared at the solitary piece of paper resting in his palm, her spirits seemingly left adrift. Chapter 54. He could have just taken it directly. What do you mean? Shiryuchi asked, momentarily bewildered. Su Chen rolled his eyes. It means a clear exchange of goods for cash. So 1,000 yuan isn't for a roll, but for a square? Shiryuchi fixed her gaze on the man before her, trying to etch his image into her memory. Su Chen. Shiryuchi felt as if she were being made a fool of. Tell me how this square of paper can be used in the restroom. The barrage of comments erupted in chaos. What the heck? Su Chen, didn't you say you were making heartbeat coins to show Xiaoxing how the fireworks? See, I told you, you can't trust a single punctuation mark from Su Chen. Bro, you're a celebrity, and now you're shamelessly selling toilet paper? Su Chen is simply unparalleled in his madness. Su Chen. Did you think I participated in the variety show just to make money? I did it to make money from the variety show. A square of toilet paper for 1,000 yuan? You must be out of your mind. Come on, I really want to see how you use a square of toilet paper in the restroom. Ah, I love this show. It's always full of surprises I could never predict. Shinichen was on the verge of grinding his teeth. Su Chen, if you want to mess with people, you don't have to go this far. Su Chen cast a disdainful glance at the crowd. Each of you has short hair and an even shorter understanding. How can a square of toilet paper not be used in the restroom? He took the square of toilet paper from Shiryuchi's palm, folded it twice in front of everyone, transforming it into a small square. Then, with his thumb and index finger, he gently tore one corner, the toilet paper unfolded, revealing a thumb-sized hole in the center of what was once a rectangle. The guests were left dumbfounded by Su Chen's bewildering actions. If this square of toilet paper was sufficient, they would gladly eat excrement upside down. At that moment, Su Chen's index finger suddenly slipped through the small hole.
Understand now? Su Chen inquired. The crowd? What about this? Su Chen asked, sliding his finger back and forth in the air. Now you should comprehend, right? The crowd. Su Chen looked at them with exasperation, finally sweeping the toilet paper surrounding his finger upward. He then tossed the toilet paper into a nearby trash bin. After washing his hands and drying them, he spread them out, clean and hygienic, my friends. Everyone seemed to suddenly awaken to enlightenment, their expressions blank. But as they regained their senses, they all shuddered in unison. Oh, right, there is one crucial step, Su Chen exclaimed, slapping his forehead, picking up the corner of paper he had torn earlier, and rubbing it in the crevice of his fingernail. Thus, he completed the entire process. The scene erupted into an O. The comments section fell silent for 2 seconds before bursting forth. What the heck, is this something a normal person could think of? I've learned too much. I'll have to try this tonight. Haha, miracles always happen around Su Chen. Using the torn corner to clean under the nail, so meticulous. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 70 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability. Shiryuchi's pupils trembled. She looked at Su Chen with a complex expression, resignedly closing her eyes. Can't I just buy a few more squares? Of course, but the one used in the experiment doesn't count. Consider it your tuition, as I wouldn't share this with an ordinary person. Shiryuchi, just like someone desperately wanting to learn, Su Chen picked up the roll of paper again and asked, how many do you want this time? Shiryuchi, now thoroughly disinterested in conversing with Su Chen, waved her hand irritably, whatever. All right. Su Chen responded cheerfully. Suddenly, he gathered his breath and shouted. The roll of paper was hurled into the air. The pristine toilet paper shone brilliantly like a white cloud. Su Chen wrapped the paper around his hand and went into a frenzy of wrapping. Shiryuchi snapped back to reality and shouted in panic, that's enough. All right. Su Chen agreed, yet his hands did not stop moving. When the roll finally settled in his grasp, it had visibly thinned. Not too much, not too little, just 30 squares. Now, please sign. 30 squares. Shiryuchi nearly spat out blood. It wasn't that she couldn't afford 30,000, this was no different from being robbed. That's too much. Shiryuchi glared at Su Chen. What, you don't want it? Fine, next. Su Chen waved his hand impatiently. Shiryuchi panicked. No, I don't need this much. Weren't you the one who said whatever? But you've taken whatever to an extreme. Shiryuchi managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. Su Chen shot her a glance. Why are you so strange? You casually said it first, and when I took it casually, you claim I'm being too casual. T0 is truly difficult to deal with. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability. You're the T0. Shiryuchi retorted. Su Chen, uninterested in continuing the argument, coldly asked, I'll ask one last time, do you want it or not? If you don't bother asking for it in the next 3 days. After saying this, Su Chen paused, realizing the implication of his words, and slapped himself lightly. Sorry, I misspoke. Almost let you take advantage. I take advantage? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 120 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability. Shiryuchi trembled with rage, wishing to rush over and bite Su Chen to death. Bring me the IOU. Shiryuchi wrote down the enormous sum of 30,000 on the IOU, feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen. She could only glare at Su Chen with hatred before hastily retreating into the villa. Seeing Shiryuchi being swindled, Shinichen became significantly more cautious. Su Chen, I only need 10 squares. Alright, got it. Su Chen offered him a warm smile and slowly unfolded the roll of paper on the table. 1 square, 2 squares, 10 squares, is this okay?
Su Chen inquired. Shen Yichen nodded cautiously. Alright, that's it. Su Chen flicked his hand, moving back 5 squares and ripped it off. Here you go, the 15 squares you wanted, please sign for 1005. Shen Yichen. Ha, I'm going to die laughing. Shen Yichen is questioning his life choices. The last person who cut to the quick like this was selling rice cakes. Selling rice cakes? Even they would call Su Chen an expert. Ha, where did you learn this, Su Chen? From the Cake Clan. Su Chen could have just taken it directly, yet he handed them a chunk of toilet paper each. As the guests gradually dwindled in front of the villa, Lin Lin stepped forward, immediately putting on a friendly smile. Brother Chen, you see, before Lin Lin could finish his sentence, Su Chen tossed a bundle of toilet paper to Lin Lin, Bai Yiyao, Su Jingwan, and Qin Yuxuan, startling them to the point of nearly dropping it. We don't charge our own people. After Su Chen finished speaking, the 4 looked at him in disbelief. Just help out a bit. Su Chen's harmless smile warmed their hearts. 20 minutes later, on the first floor of the villa, Lin Lin stared at the mountain of paper stacked before him, his mind racing. He weakly said, Brother Chen, actually, my signature is quite valuable. Chapter 55. The gift for you. He Ling sat to the side, observing Lin Lin, Bai Yiyao, Su Jingwan, and Qin Yuxuan as they fervently scribbled signatures. An inexplicable shiver coursed through him. Fortunately, he was the host. Had he been a guest, he would likely have awakened in the middle of the night, startled, cursing Su Chen for being unhinged. Bai Yiyao completed yet another signature card, pouting with a look of pitiful grievance directed at Su Chen. Su Chen, I truly can't write anymore. Even at a fan meeting, I've never had to sign so many. Click. A sound echoed as Su Chen realized he had unwittingly acquired a Polaroid camera, perfectly capturing Bai Yiyao's woeful expression. He waved the freshly developed photo in front of her. You must sign this too. It's a collector's item, it could fetch a handsome price. Bai Yiyao's sad face, Su Jingwan pushed a stack of signature cards aside with a long sigh. I can't do it anymore, Su Chen. Please, spare us. If you keep squeezing us like this, aren't you afraid that Yiyao's online husbands will come after you? Hearing this, Bai Yiyao shot Su Chen a haughty glare. After all, she was known as the nation's first love, with a fan base that numbered in the millions. That's right. Dog Su Chen, don't exploit our Yiyo wife. I can toil like an ox, but my wife cannot. Su Chen, you'd better be a decent person, don't force me to kneel and beg you. Su Chen nodded in agreement and sighed, how could I not be afraid? However, one must accept the trade-offs in life. With financial gain comes the inevitable disappearance of many troubles. It's merely a bit of hardship. Su Jingwan and Bai Yiyao froze in place. Damn it. Su Chen's ability to paint enticing visions was more ruthless than that of their company's boss. Their boss merely manipulated them. This kid was manipulating himself. The atmosphere fell silent once more, save for the sound of pens scratching against paper. After a refreshing nap, Xia Xinghe awoke to find Su Chen absent from her side. She ventured out in search of him. Upon seeing Xia Xinghe, Bai Yiyao felt as though she had found a savior, discarding her pen and diving into her embrace, lamenting, Xinghe, you must rein in your man. At this rate, I might die of exhaustion from signing before the show even ends. With an expression of indifference, Xia Xinghe pressed a finger against Bai Yiyao's forehead. No bending, no disturbance. Bai Yiyao looked utterly despondent. She knew it, neither of this couple was normal. After grasping the full context, Xia Xinghe turned her gaze toward Lin Lin and the others, who looked at her with pleading eyes, her ire directed at Su Chen. Everyone seemed to anticipate that Xia Xinghe would chastise Su Chen for being excessive, leading to a scene where he would repent, weeping, and ultimately release them from their plight. Xia Xinghe spoke clearly, Su Chen, you have gone too far. Such a splendid opportunity, and you didn't wake me? A single roll of tissue paper is priced at a mere 1,000 Longhua coins. Do you look down upon the worth of Shi Yuqi and the others? He Ling and the others, netizens. Huang Wei observed the duo's back and forth with a cold smirk. Xia Xinghe, Su Chen is using your trust to buy fireworks as a cover for profit. Aren't you upset? He is exploiting you. As soon as Huang Wei uttered these words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The old artist's ability to sow discord was clearly beyond what young artists could muster. Xia Xinghe looked earnestly at Huang Wei and inquired,
who manages the finances in your household, Teacher Huan? Huang Wei straightened his back. Of course, it's me after all. I graduated from a prestigious university, and my financial acumen is well known in the industry. Xia Xinghe nodded in understanding, tossing a small bag of heartwarming coins onto the table with a clatter. Su Chen entrusted all the heartwarming coins to me. He trusts me, so I trust him in return. Moreover, he is mine in every sense. How could that be exploitation? On the contrary, I have safeguarded all the heartwarming coins without ever considering giving him a gift. That is indeed excessive. Xia Xinghe's beautiful gaze turned towards Su Chen, and Huang Wei felt a flush of heat on his face. Meanwhile, Bai Yao gazed at Xia Xinghe with hearts in her eyes. Her sister Xia was still her sister Xia, dominant and enchanting. Lin Lin and Qin Yushuan were struck by lightning, only feeling envy and jealousy towards Su Chen. He Ling rested her chin on her palm, wearing a knowing smile. How sweet it was. The audience, originally bracing for a confrontation between Xia Xinghe and Su Chen, found themselves nearly choked by an unexpected deluge of affection. Xia Xinghe, I'm literally crying. What a goddess of a girlfriend. If my girlfriend could trust me like that, I would never resort to spending money on foot massages. We're both in charge of finances. Why is it that Xia Xinghe reflects on not gifting Su Chen, while my wife always complains I earn too little? Could it be that you really earn too little? To the one above, go die. Su Chen felt his face flush under Xia Xinghe's gaze. What kind of gifts do old couples need? However, Xia Xinghe shook her head resolutely. I shall present you with a gift shortly. The atmosphere, already steeped in sweetness, was now thick with anticipation. It seemed Xia Xinghe's self-reproach was merely a facade, as she had long prepared a gift. Su Chen had never noticed anything amiss with Xia Xinghe. The heartwarming coins remained untouched. The sudden mention of a gift stirred a small excitement within him. At this moment, Xia Xinghe deftly untied the black lace scarf that had been securing her hair before Su Chen's eyes. She wrapped it loosely around her wrist twice, then skillfully fashioned it into an exquisite bow. With a flourish, she presented the dangling ends of the bow to Su Chen, her cool demeanor betraying an underlying shyness that she could not conceal, yet, her voice remained clear and steady. A gift. Even Su Chen, who had resolved to live life to the fullest, found himself at a loss. Xia Xinghe's fair and slender wrist, adorned with the pure black lace scarf, exuded an allure that was simply irresistible. Coupled with her ethereal beauty, the contrast intensified to an extraordinary degree. Gulps of swallowed breaths rippled through the crowd. Even Su Jingwan felt an urge to reach out and seize that bow. Who could withstand such temptation? Help, I can't handle this anymore. Xia Xinghe must have been a succubus in her past life. How does she manage to evoke such fervor with just a hair tie? Is this something we can watch? This show should be pay-per-view. Su Chen, what are you waiting for? You don't understand. If you don't, I'll show you. Oh no, if I, as a woman, can't withstand this, Su Chen is surely doomed to be enchanted by Xia Xinghe. Bai Yao also felt a surge of restlessness. Oh dear, her hands were itching. The atmosphere was charged with flirtation. Xia Xinghe brought her entwined hands closer to Su Chen's chest, and he felt the heat pooling in his palms, his fingertips trembling slightly. He grasped the knot and gave it a gentle tug. The bow unraveled instantly, and the delicate lace scarf fell limply beside Xia Xinghe's wrist. Despite everything remaining unchanged apart from the bow, it felt as though everything had shifted. The heartbeats of the onlookers quickened in unison. Xia Xinghe slowly lifted her gaze, nonchalantly grasping the scarf and draping it around Su Chen's neck. As their eyes met, she pulled the scarf taut, prompting Su Chen to rise from the sofa. Together, they walked, step by step, towards the staircase. Chapter 56. Late nights lead to rapid change. It was not until the figures of the two individuals had completely vanished at the end of the staircase that everyone seemed to awaken from their stupor. Only the lingering air of ambiguity remained, a constant reminder of what had just transpired before their very eyes. What sort of intoxicating and heart-stirring sweetness had unfolded before them? No joke, some of the adult content I've seen pales in comparison to their flirtation. This is a variety show, not your private bedroom. What are you two up to? Come back, come back. Why has the live stream of Su Chen and Xia Xinghe gone dark? Turn it back on. The production team has made it clear, the live stream cannot be turned off except during sleeping hours. If you don't turn it back on, we'll see you in court.
Brother, just let me see for a moment, I beg you, even if the resolution is 360p, I'd still be willing. On the first floor of the villa, Bai Yiyao and Su Jingwan felt an inexplicable warmth creep across their cheeks. This girl was simply too skilled. How could a mere variety show lead to such ambiguity regarding their orientations? Lin Lin and Qin Yuxuan exchanged glances, each filled with envy. How sweet, truly sweet. Who can argue with that? How on earth did this couple come to be? He Ling, with a look of reminiscence, remarked, no wonder there's a saying about happy weight, eating such sweetness every day, how could one not gain weight? Lin Lin wore a silly grin, he, is this what sweet love feels like? Just as Lin Lin finished speaking, she suddenly felt a cold gaze upon her. Bai Yiyao, who had been playing the role of a shipper, snorted disdainfully. Look at them, and then look at you. They're tied together with a bond so sweet it thickens the air. And you? With a rope, you'd only squeeze my neck in the middle of the night. Ah, this. Lin Lin's mouth quivered slightly. If I were to tie myself up and ask you to untie the bow, wouldn't you jump up and kick me out of the room, calling me a pervert? Why don't you try it? Lin Lin glanced at the silk belt around Bai Yiyao's waist. Bai Yiyao rolled her eyes dramatically. I knew you were a pervert. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points in Lin Lin's defense value. In the luxurious suite on the third floor, Su Chen was too preoccupied to notice the notification about the defense value. Xia Xinghe hooked her foot around the door, guiding Su Chen step by step to the edge of the large bed. With a gentle push, Su Chen fell onto the bed. The scent of her lingering fragrance still clung to the sheets. Is this the bit too fast? Su Chen felt a mix of nervousness and excitement, even his toes curling tightly. Xia Xinghe lay beside him, extending a finger to silence him. Shoo! Don't speak. Close your eyes. Obediently, Su Chen closed his eyes, his heartbeat echoing loudly in his ears. 1 second, 2 seconds. Su Chen peeked through a narrow slit in his left eye, only to find Xia Xinghe tilting her head, gazing at him. What are you waiting for? Ahem, Su Chen forced a chuckle. Suddenly, Xia Xinghe huffed, throwing a pillow at him. You stayed up all night yesterday, and today you're full of energy. Staying up like this, are you not concerned for your health? Su Chen opened his mouth. The footsteps gradually faded away. Beneath the light covering, Su Chen felt like a chrysalis, absurd, utterly ridiculous. In the director's room, Zhu Delong and Wu Chang, resembling two infatuated fools, stared at the black screen of Su Chen's livestream, grinning foolishly. He came back to his senses, looking at Wu Chang. Alright, let's begin today's regular program flow. Wu Chang nodded, smiling as he picked up the program schedule. However, after a brief glance, he abruptly set it down again. What's wrong? Zhu Delong inquired. Director, did you forget that the other guests are currently experiencing digestive issues? Zhu Delong, shall we postpone until tomorrow? Zhu Delong, having snapped out of the earlier sweet shock, felt a surge of resentment towards Su Chen. I fear this program will eventually collapse under Su Chen's influence. I've directed variety shows for over 20 years and have never seen a program incapacitated by a single guest. Wu Chang nodded in agreement. I've never encountered a situation where a variety show could profit from underhanded dealings. If Bai Yiyao and her company don't pursue this, we might be in the clear, but if they do, we'll have quite the headache. Just as Wu Chang finished speaking, Zhu Delong's phone rang from his pocket. He glanced at the caller ID, glaring at Wu Chang. Did you speak carelessly? As soon as he answered the call, Zhu Delong dropped his facade and started ingratiating himself. Old Zhao, I completely understand your feelings, but this was an unforeseen circumstance. I assure you, I will never allow such an incident to occur again. I will make sure Su Chen keeps his distance from Bai Yiyao. Regarding the signature issue, Zhu Delong's words were abruptly halted. What did you say? Are you mistaken? Just as that call ended, Su Jingwan's company called again. After hanging up, a full 10 seconds passed before Wu Chang hesitantly spoke. Director, how about I have a word with Su Chen? He loves money so much, if necessary, I could deduct his pay. At this, Zhu Delong seemed to awaken from a stupor. He slammed his palm on the table. Deputy Director Wu, I have always treated you well, so how could you betray me like this? Wu Cheng. How could we possibly deduct the pay of a star so adept at enlivening the atmosphere? I've said it before, having him around is a blessing. Once Zhu Delong finished speaking, he eagerly picked up the intercom, exclaiming, "Logistics, listen up. Adhere strictly to the production team's standards for material supplies. Hygiene products, if they are not needed within 3 days, not a single roll of toilet paper shall appear in the Heartbeat supermarket." Until an assistant approached him, holding a tablet. Wu Director, Bai Yiyao's company and Su Jingwan's company have voluntarily reduced their fee by 5%, hoping for more interaction between them and Su Chen. Has Director Wu mentioned this to you? What? It was not until the glaring red headlines on the tablet pricked his eyes that he grasped the situation. Trending, Perfect Partners program topic hits over 1 billion. Trending, trust and love are the ultimate weapons in a marriage. Exposed, Perfect Partners Xia Xinghai's hand-tying stunt causes lace headbands to sell out on a certain e-commerce site, with 90% of customers being male. Shocking, Perfect Partners variety show features exorbitant toilet paper prices. Is this a decline in morality or a distortion of human nature? No, it's Su Chen's impolite love for money. Chapter 57. A fiery temper on the expressway from the magical city to the hillside villa, a Mercedes sped along. Chen Fei sat in the back seat, caressing the silky legs of his beautiful secretary, wearing an expression that was both excited and lewd. Ha ha. As long as we successfully terminate the contract with Su Chen today, our Xingxing will ascend to a new echelon. The exclusive endorsement for Cookie Long in the national region is an opportunity that countless entertainment companies would break their necks to seize. Who would have imagined that due to that fool Su Chen offending their executives, it has fallen into our laps? Ha ha ha. The beautiful secretary beside him wore a forced smile, her eyes filled with trepidation. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a telephone interrupted Chen Fei's laughter. He answered the call, and after listening for a moment, the smile on his face gradually darkened. He frowned as he picked up his tablet. Trending, Perfect Lover discussion topic has surpassed 100 million, explosive, Perfect Girlfriend Xia Xinghe. His gaze was filled with hot searches related to Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. There was also a picture of Zhu Delong jumping around with a foolish grin. Chen Fei slammed his fist down on the armrest, startling his beautiful secretary. Are these two on some lucky streak? What good fortune always seems to find them? What are Shirayuchi and Shen Yichen doing? Chen Fei suppressed his rage and continued to scroll. Finally, a photo appeared of Shen Yichen with his legs crossed, one hand covering the front and the other covering the back. Chen Fei nearly exploded. Upon seeing the title, he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Shit flows like a fountain, urgency like a flood. I wanted you to stir up a CP for the variety show, not to create the ultimate clown duo. Shen Yichen, Shirayuchi, you are both worthless. Chen Fei cursed vehemently as he tossed the tablet aside. He picked up his phone and directly dialed a number. I've made up my mind. I agree to your terms. Get started on having Xia Xinghe withdraw from the variety show. On the other end of the line, Zhang Bo was also seated in the back of a speeding car. He nodded with a faint smile. All right. Chen Fei discarded his phone and cast a wicked grin at his secretary, tugging her by the hair and pulling her closer. I am in a very foul mood right now. At the hillside villa, the pale-faced Shirayuchi and Shen Yichen emerged from their room, clutching their stomachs. After enduring the entire morning, Shen Yichen felt utterly depleted. As soon as he saw the sofa, he collapsed onto it. The moment his backside touched the couch, he felt as if he had encountered a scorching iron and jumped up, clutching his rear. It hurts so much. He felt as if a raging fire was searing the delicate flower behind him. Yet, the more pain he endured, the more radiant his smile became. Shirayuchi slowly settled onto the sofa, searching for Su Chen's figure. At a normal variety show time, where is Su Chen? He Ling and Bai Yiyao exchanged glances, their eyes filled with ambiguous meanings. Su Chen, huh? He might be busy right now. Shirayuchi, unaware of the earlier events, thought He Ling and the others were just trying to smooth things over for Su Chen. The memory of Chen Fei's call, informing her that he was on the way to terminate the contract with Su Chen, made her feel a surge of satisfaction. Her tone turned sarcastic. Su Chen is a coward who runs away when trouble arises. He truly lacks any sense of responsibility. Someone like that would be disliked anywhere. The group who had just finished their sugary snack suddenly turned sour upon hearing Shiryuchi's remarks. Bai Iyo shot a proud glance at Shiryuchi. I find Su-chen quite interesting at times. It's the people who speak ill of others behind their backs who lack character. Shiryuchi looked at Bai Iyo in surprise, not understanding why this little flower had inexplicably started to challenge her. Yet, she wouldn't back down. Her gaze meaningfully landed on Bai Iyo's chest, and she puffed out her own, which was fairly ample. Character, you say? Perhaps some people lack it? Bai Iyo glanced at Shiryuchi, then at herself, her delicate face visibly flushing. She ground her little tiger teeth, fuming. At that moment, she suddenly longed to share a mouth with Su-chen. Just then, footsteps approached from behind. Su-chen and Xia Xinghe were descending the stairs. Bai Iyo, observing Xia Xinghe's unsteady gait, grinned like a cunning little fox. She quickly ran up and pulled Xia Xinghe to her side. Humph. What seemed to be a simple interjection felt loaded with meaning. Indeed, the warmth of tension would never dissipate, it merely transferred to Shiryuchi's face. You. Shiryuchi glared at Bai Iyo, silently pulling her shawl closer to her chest. The atmosphere inexplicably fell into an eerie silence. Wow, so it turns out the wives of Xinghe and Iyo are so close? Wait, why does the atmosphere feel so strange? Can't you all see? Bai Iyo said Shiryuchi speaks ill of others behind their backs, and Shiryuchi retorted about Bai Iyo's small chest. Then Bai Iyo brought Xia Xinghe over for the finishing blow. Whoa, I didn't realize it until the class representative pointed it out. So Xinghe's wife really said D is true. Not envious of the couple, just envious of Su-chen every day. Why does Su-chen look so listless? Feeling listless is just right, haha. What a downer. Shiryuchi felt an overwhelming sense of defeat emanating from Xia Xinghe. The sight of Su-chen only fueled her anger further. A villain who stops at nothing for profit. Su-chen, still half asleep, tilted his head at the sight of Shiryuchi. I'm just a small head filled with big dreams of wealth. What wrong is there in that? Shinichen, feeling the fiery discomfort in his rear, couldn't he help but curse. For such a paltry sum, you resort to such dirty tricks. Su-chen, don't you have an ounce of moral integrity? Su-chen struggled to open one eye. I suppose I do, so I've decided to sell you toilet paper for 2,000 a roll. Shen Yi-chen? What kind of morality is that? It's a form of wealth redistribution. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 defense points from Shinichen. Huang Wei observed Shinichen capitulating and decisively mounted a counterattack. Su-chen, it's not that I'm saying this, but your behavior is quite beneath you, making it seem as if you lack ambition. Life is so exhausting. Lacking ambition is normal, just being alive is already impressive. Huang Wei choked momentarily, pondering how to retort. Suddenly, Su-chen seemed to have an epiphany and earnestly said, however, you're right, Teacher Huang. I should be more ambitious. Thus, I've decided to raise the price of toilet paper sold to Shiryuchi to 3,000 a roll. Shiryuchi's surprised face. Oh, wait, what does this have to do with me? Shiryuchi was bewildered, speechless, and utterly flabbergasted. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 100 defense points from Shiryuchi. Chapter 58. The two-faced bitch. Bai Iyo found herself comfortably seated amidst the two groups of people, instantly feeling a sense of relief as if her very essence had become unburdened. She even entertained the thought of inquiring about the price of Su-chen's lips. The previously silent Xia Xinghe, upon hearing Su-chen's decision, blinked her confused eyes and coldly asked, do you look down on Shiryuchi? Ha? Xia Xinghe suddenly continued, or are you simply reminiscing about old feelings? Su-chen slapped his forehead. 5,000. Lin, observing Bai Iyo's silly grin, couldn't help but smile weakly. It seems the staff have just cleared away all the newspapers and books from the villa. 8,000 per box. Su-chen, ever considerate, raised the stakes once more. 8,000. A box of tissues sells for 8,000. Production team, are you indulging Su-chen? Ha, at first I thought Xia Xinghe had a winning move, but then realized Lin wasn't about to let Shiryuchi off the hook either. Is this the legendary strike while the iron is hot? Upon hearing the price of 8,000 per box, Xia Xinghe appeared somewhat satisfied. She gently patted her smooth thigh beneath her hot pants as a form of reward. Go ahead and take another nap. Su Chen complied and laid back down. Huang Wei, watching Su Chen slumbering comfortably, felt a prickling sensation all over. He nudged He Ling, who was happily munching on seeds in the center. He Ling, I believe you should have a word with Su Chen. After all, it was his actions that delayed the production team today. He Ling's smile faltered. Talk to Su Chen, are you out of your mind, or do you not wish for my well-being? She casually spat out a seed shell like Su Chen and replied nonchalantly, the director just spoke to me. He said to proceed as Su Chen suggested. Su Chen, what good advice could he possibly offer? Su Chen said, what needs to be done today should be done today, if not, then just give it up. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 60 points of Huang Wei's defense value. Shiryuchi glared at Su Chen's face resting on Xia Xinghe's thigh, wishing she could leap forward and tear that handsome face to shreds. Just then, footsteps at the villa's entrance captured her attention. Upon seeing the newcomers, Shiryuchi's face lit up with delight. Su Chen, let us see how long you can keep smiling. Zhu Delong, with a grave expression, entered the villa alongside the sullen Chen Fei. As soon as Zhu Delong stepped inside, he addressed He Ling, Teacher He, it seems the live broadcast will need to pause for a moment. There's an urgent matter to attend to. Zhu Delong's expression was anything but pleasant. Just half an hour prior, he had been preparing to pop champagne in celebration of the hot topic surrounding Perfect Lover when Chen Fei arrived at the production team, demanding to terminate Su Chen's contract. Zhu Delong's heart, once warmed, was now doused with icy coldness. Was this not a clear-cut disaster for the show? Fortunately, Chen Fei had clarified that Su Chen's contract with the program would remain unaffected and even offered to relinquish part of the profits as compensation. Had it not been for the show's current popularity, Zhu Delong would surely have had to meet Chen Fei in court. Understanding the situation, He Ling was about to apologize to the viewers and pause the live broadcast when Chen Fei suddenly interrupted her, smiling, actually, there's no need for such formality. I am here merely to sign the termination contract with Su Chen, and our Star Entertainment is willing to compensate according to the contract terms, so it won't take much time. The audience, who had been merrily engaged, collectively raised their eyebrows in confusion. Am I watching a dating show, or has it suddenly turned into a business channel? Did I hear correctly? Star Entertainment wants to voluntarily terminate with Su Chen? I've never seen this before. I've only witnessed artists requesting to terminate contracts, never a company doing so willingly. In an instant, all attention shifted to Su Chen, who was snoring peacefully. Zhu Delong narrowed his eyes at Chen Fei. This guy was stirring up trouble. We agreed to resolve this privately, yet here you are, spilling everything live. With matters at this juncture, Zhu Delong could only turn to Xia Xinghe. She nodded and gently shook Su Chen. Is it time to eat? Chen Fei is here to terminate your contract, Xia Xinghe informed him. Su Chen rubbed his face. I must still be dreaming. Is there such good fortune? Is that idiot Chen Fei drunk on fake wine? Only then did Su Chen notice everyone was staring at him. He quickly offered an awkward smile. Apologies, I may have spoken a bit coarsely. Has Chen Fei's brain been kicked by a donkey? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of Chen Fei's defense value. Su Chen. Chen Fei shouted angrily, striding over to throw a contract at Su Chen. On behalf of Star Entertainment, I solemnly inform you that due to your despicable behavior and tarnished character during your tenure as our artist, we have faced numerous client complaints, which have severely impacted our company. After careful consideration by the board, we have decided to terminate our contract with you and are willing to bear the penalty for breach of contract. Su Chen, if you have any sense, do not waste time. The penalty will be transferred to your account. Su Chen was now fully attentive. Although he had no idea why Chen Fei was acting this way, he certainly welcomed the news. Sitting up straight, Su Chen remarked, TSK, Chen Fei, you've truly made me laugh like an old woman climbing into bed. With your pathetic company, I've longed to leave. Had it not been for the measly penalty, even if you begged on your knees, I wouldn't spare you a glance. The crowd, still reeling from the shock of Su Chen's contract termination, had yet to recover when Su Chen's rapid-fire retorts elevated their awareness to a new pinnacle. Lin Lin discreetly tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. Bro, we're still live. Su Chen waved his hand dismissively. So what if we're live? Encountering this little brain-dead, underdeveloped boss, cursing him is my rightful due.
I see, is Su Chen fired up now? Let us flood the screen with Su Chen's character was always questionable, let us see how he stays arrogant when no one wants him. Serves him right, let him bully our brother. To the one above, have you become accustomed to being a horse? Chen Fei is the boss, why should we believe you? Shiryuchi felt she had finally encountered a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, immediately feigning innocence. Su Chen, how can you speak to President Chen like that? He was the one who brought you into the industry, giving you the chance to become a star. Su Chen shot her a glance, amused, and retorted, and who brought you into the industry? Who helped you secure resources when you were still a nobody, and you, seducing the big boss, betraying your comrades? I've seen plenty of two-faced traitors, but to see a two-faced bitch like you, playing the victim while vilifying your benefactor, is indeed a first. Su Chen, who are you calling a two-faced bitch? Shiryuchi shrieked, realizing they were live. The usually composed Xia Xinghe spoke with a rare playfulness. Well, whoever is currently trending, of course. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 120 points of Shiryuchi's defense value. Chapter 59. The wealthy old rogue. The viewers in the livestream were utterly dumbfounded. From the very first day the program aired, it was common knowledge that Shiryuchi and Su Chen harbored deep-seated animosity towards each other. They had endured their fair share of confrontations, however, witnessing such a blatant exchange today, with them practically nose-to-nose, was a first. This long-anticipated battleground of life and death has finally materialized. What are you all focusing on? Did no one catch that remark from Su Chen just now? Flattering the boss, playing the victim, slandering the benefactor, doesn't this imply that Shiryuchi has latched onto the boss's leg and is maligning Su Chen? Goodness! The more I think about it, the more chilling it becomes. What are you rascals saying? Our Princess Yuchi could never be that kind of person. Honestly speaking, while Su Chen may be cunning and shameless, he truly does not strike me as the type to engage in infidelity. Indeed, even his moments of self-deprecation seem sincere. Su Chen, if you think I'm being shameless, feel free to say it outright. The other guests, who were also keen observers, were equally taken aback. When did a dating show become a platform for such raucous drama? He Ling glanced at Zhu Delong and, noticing that even the director remained unresponsive, he comfortably prepared his little stool, gathering by Iyo and Su Jingwan to sit together. May I interject? Lin Lin suddenly spoke up, capturing everyone's attention. He leaned towards Su Chen, scurried to his pocket, and with a seamless motion, returned to the snack table, wearing an awkward smile. Come, enjoy the snacks, don't be shy. He Ling watched Lin Lin diligently distributing sunflower seeds, and couldn't he help but smile with a sense of liberation. Indeed, proximity to the red leads to the crimson, and closeness to Su Chen results in madness. Ha, Lin Lin, what are you doing? While they're arguing, you're rummaging through Su Chen's pockets for snacks. I can't stop laughing. I suspect Lin Lin is exacting revenge on Su Chen for interrupting his confession last time. And it's not just that. There's also that mountain of signed cards. Su Chen shot Lin Lin a glare, muttering under his breath, before turning his attention to the yet-to-speak Shinichen. Shinichen's eyelids twitched, retreating behind Shiryuchi. This was no mere skirmish with Su Chen. At best, it would only yield minor losses. If it weren't for the fruit knife being too slow previously, Chen Fei and Shiryuchi would likely be celebrating a full moon feast by now. Chen Fei, witnessing Shiryuchi's futile attempts to defend herself, dropped the pretense. He stepped forward, pointing at Su Chen. You're spouting nonsense. What is your dog barking about? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Chen retorted, because I was trying to communicate with you. Chen Fei stood there momentarily stunned, feeling a tightness in his chest. Shinichen covered his face and waved his hand, this damn sense of familiarity. After a pause lasting over 10 seconds, Chen Fei finally smirked. Su Chen, I know you're sharp-tongued. I won't waste time arguing with you. Let us sign the contract. Su Chen swiftly scanned the contract and signed his name without delay. The moment he dropped the pen, Chen Fei's face lit up with a sense of triumph. Signing is all that matters. Su Chen, mark my words, your time in this show is limited. From now on, you will be a stray dog, and I'll see who dares to take you in.
Having said that, Chen Fei prepared to exit gracefully. Almost simultaneously, a sharp screech of brakes echoed from the entrance of the villa. Before anyone could catch a glimpse of the newcomers, a hearty laughter resonated from within. Director Zhu, long time no see. Zhu Delong turned to locate the source of the voice, and upon recognizing the visitor, he rushed over with a beaming smile. Uncle Zhang, after all these years, you still exude charm. Following Uncle Zhang was Wang Quan, who entered the villa. Uncle Zhang discreetly cast a glance at Xia Xinghe, affectionately patting Zhu Delong's shoulder. It's been years, you've become quite the renowned director now. In the world of variety shows, Zhu Delong was a figure of authority, yet in front of Uncle Zhang, he appeared like a compliant schoolboy. Uncle Zhang, just call me Little Zhu. If it weren't for your introduction back then, I would never have had the chance to join Fruit TV. Uncle Zhang waved his hand dismissively. That's merely a testament to your talent. Listening to their exchange, Chen Fei realized he had underestimated this elderly gentleman's significance. However, he couldn't help but chuckle as he glanced at Su Chen. Su Chen, I just mentioned your time in this show is numbered. Your retribution is at hand, Zhu Delong inquired. Uncle Zhang, what brings you here today? Uncle Zhang pointed at Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. Because of these two. Su Chen furrowed his brows, scrutinizing this imposing elder, feeling a twinge of unease as he glanced at Chen Fei's sly grin. Meanwhile, Xia Xinghe, unperturbed, casually draped her slender leg over Su Chen's, urging, squeeze. Adhering to the principle that the bold enjoy the world, Su Chen complied with his good brother's request. The smooth sensation calmed him considerably. Zhu Delong hesitated for a moment. For Su Chen and Xia Xinghe, Uncle Zhang nodded and made his way to the sofa. Chen Fei, seeing this, chuckled in agreement. Uncle Zhang, you're swift in your actions. Uncle Zhang, ignoring Chen Fei's outstretched hand, fixed his piercing gaze on Su Chen's hand as it caressed Xia Xinghe's thigh, a hint of anger flickering in his eyes. He attempted to engage Xia Xinghe with his gaze, but she merely turned her head away, leaning against Su Chen's shoulder. Noticing Uncle Zhang's scrutinizing expression, Su Chen raised his chin defiantly. Old man, are your eyes bothering you? Old man, it had been years since anyone had referred to him in such a manner. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of Zhang Lingfeng's irritation. Su Chen was taken aback. Was this elder truly that short-tempered? Uncle Zhang took a couple of deep breaths, then unexpectedly smiled, extending his hand toward Su Chen. Hello, Mr. Su, you little rascal, you want to shake hands with me? As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Su Chen leaned forward slightly, their hands barely brushing before he returned to resting on Xia Xinghe's thigh. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 120 points of Zhang Lingfeng's irritation. Su Chen felt an odd sensation wash over him. He noticed that the peculiar elder occasionally glanced at Xia Xinghe, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. He swiftly pulled Xia Xinghe into his embrace. You lecherous old man, what are you staring at, lecherous old man? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 130 points of Zhang Lingfeng's irritation. It was evident to all that Zhu Delong's demeanor indicated Uncle Zhang was not someone to be trifled with. Yet, Su Chen continued to refer to him as an old man and a lecherous elder. The atmosphere in the room was suddenly tense and silent. Wang Quan, standing behind Uncle Zhang, was sweating profusely. Zhu Delong, fearing that Su Chen might utter something outrageous next, quickly leaned in closer to Su Chen's ear. Have you lost your mind? When I first entered the industry, Uncle Zhang was already a well-known capital agent in Longhua. You'd better shut your mouth. Su Chen, embodying the spirit of resilience, had no intention of backing down. He smirked disdainfully. Oh, so he is just a wealthy old rogue, then. Chapter 60. In truth, you have always been exceptional. The previously tranquil atmosphere became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Su Chen felt the gentle tremor of Xia Xinghe's shoulder against him. Do not be afraid. I am without a company now as well. At worst, I can support you through my future endeavors, he reassured her. I cannot allow you to suffer loss. The once cheerful smile on Xia Xinghe's face instantly froze. The calm sea of her heart surged once more. She softly hummed in response and nestled closer into Su Chen's embrace. Zhang Bo, whose pallid visage bore the marks of age, suddenly bloomed with color. Ding! A series of notification sounds echoed, revealing the tumultuous emotions roiling within Zhang Bo at that moment. He had never contemplated such audacity towards anyone, yet, he restrained himself. Behind him, Wang Quan could no longer remain seated. He hastily pushed a contract towards Su Chen, forcing a smile. I believe there has been a misunderstanding, Mr. Su, we have come here to seek a contract with you.
At Shengshi Entertainment, we eagerly anticipate your joining us, this is our earnest intent. Wang Quan flipped to the final page of the contract.
Upon seeing the numerous zeros that followed the figures, Su Chen was utterly astounded. A signing fee of 1 billion, Wang Quan promptly added, this signing fee is merely a token of our sincerity, and in all subsequent revenue sharing, you shall receive 60%. Should you ever wish to part ways with Shengshi, we shall not demand any breach of contract compensation.
Su Chen stared at the contract, utterly bewildered. Was there truly no difference between this old rogue and the god of wealth, aside from the fact that he did not shine? He cast a peculiar glance at Wang Quan, then at the composed Zhang Bo. Do you truly believe I have not downloaded an anti-fraud app?
Zhang Bo nearly tumbled off the sofa in shock.
At that moment, Chen Fei abruptly turned to Zhang Bo. What do you mean by that?
Zhang Bo, already filled with pent-up anger, found no outlet for it. Chen Fei's intrusion would not end well for him.
What do I mean? You have terminated your contract with Mr. Su. What issue is there in us signing with him? Besides, who do you think you are, that I must explain myself to you?
Zhang Bo's presence radiated authority, making Chen Fei feel as though he faced an insurmountable mountain. Yet, having swallowed his pride, Chen Fei could not simply accept defeat.
Very well, so you at Shengshi are playing tricks, are you?
Zhang Bo replied with a calm smile, it has always been you who sought collaboration.
How can you claim we are playing tricks? Zhu Delong's head was spinning, and the other guests wore expressions of bewilderment. What on earth was happening? Can someone explain this situation? Don't ask, even the representative is baffled. So, has Su Chen fallen out with the two entertainment giants, Shengshi and Fanqing? Am I hearing this right? The conditions offered by Shengshi are terrifyingly dreamlike. But why does Su Chen deserve this?
Zhang Bo and Chen Fei were at an impasse. At this moment, Su Chen reluctantly released his hold on his friend's long leg and approached the two men.
3 pairs of eyes locked onto each other, each filled with confusion. Su Chen, what exactly are you playing at? Chen Fei, despicable. Zhang Bo, a fool.
The three spoke in unison. Zhang Bo, wishing to end the entanglement, bypassed the furious Chen Fei.
Mr.
Su, we at Shengshi sincerely wish to explore a collaboration with you.
But why? Su Chen gestured toward Zhu Delong. Do I even qualify?
Zhu Delong remained silent. Su Chen then turned to Lin Lin. Lin Lin interjected, I too have downloaded the anti-fraud app, so I believe, Brother Chen, that you indeed do not. Alright, no need to elaborate, Su Chen interjected, pinching Lin Lin's mouth between his thumb, index, and middle fingers.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of Lin Lin's defense value. Zhang Bo seemed to anticipate this, revealing his trump card.
Amr.su, please do not underestimate yourself. The reason we can offer such terms is precisely because we recognize your talent.
Upon hearing this, Shiryuchi became instantly incensed.
Ha ha ha, how amusing. Who would have thought I'd hear someone claim Su Chen has talent? Aside from his looks, what else does he have to offer? When did being glib become a means to earn money? Zhang Bo dismissed Shiryuchi entirely. Mr.
Su, to speak frankly, your song Qinghua has dominated the charts across major music platforms for days. We believe your future stage will not be confined to the silver screen. The Dragon Kingdom's music scene will undoubtedly have a place for you. This revelation struck like a bolt of lightning, leaving everyone present in stunned silence. Shiryuchi hesitated before laughing. You must be mistaken, that song belongs to Xia Xinghe.
Has this old man received erroneous information? Wasn't that song meant for Su Chen? Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Su Chen write a song like Xinghua?
You might call Su Chen cunning, but you can never claim he has talent.
Su Chen could not help but furrow his brow.
He glanced at Xia Xinghe behind him, her cool gaze meeting his, and she nodded gently. Indeed, Xia Xinghe is also one of our artists, which is why we are aware that this song originated from you.
After Zhang Bo spoke, Xia Xinghe added, Thank you for gifting me that song.
I truly cherish it. However, I can sing it for you but cannot deprive you of the glory it brings you.
You need it to vindicate yourself. Su Chen immediately grasped the entirety of the situation.
He smiled and shook his head. If that song was originally meant for you, it is a gift from me. The mutual longing was profoundly moving, however, according to Murphy's Law, where there is joy for some, there must be sorrow for others. Chen Fei's eyes widened in disbelief as he laughed. False, it must be false. Do I not know whether Su Chen can write songs? At this moment, Shen Chen also felt his defenses crumbling, for he acknowledged the intrinsic value of Qinghua. Learning that this song was penned by Su Chen was more painful than a death sentence. Su Chen, that song is not yours, is it? By Yi Yao, He Ling, and their group of onlookers were equally shocked. Su Chen, radiating the air of a clever trickster, hardly resembled someone with even a hint of musical talent. Facing the incredulous gazes, Xiao Xinghe observed Su Chen's silhouette, her eyes brimming with pride. Even if no one believed in you, what did it matter? You alone proved your worth. Xiao Xinghe took out a mini USB drive and plugged it into the speaker. She gently pressed the play button. The familiar prelude of Qinghua immediately captivated the attention of the crowd, whose minds were clouded with thoughts. Xiao Xinghe quietly stood beside Su Chen, her cool hand entwining with his. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "In truth, you have always been exceptional." Chapter 61. This old man exhibits signs of madness. The music flowed in waves. The prelude was identical until a clear male voice emerged, infusing the song with an entirely different essence. March passed by, willow catkins drifting, lovers in a hurry. My love, motionless at the whisper of the wind. Flipping through yesterday's still warm, dusty heartaches. In a daze, it feels like a world apart. The same melody lingered that night. In the song of Xiao Xinghe, there was only boundless regret and desolation. Yet now, this mellifluous male voice conveyed not so much regret, but an outpouring of heartfelt emotions. It was reminiscent of a stubborn youth, battered by the trials of life and the tribulations of love, who, despite having seen it all, still harbored infinite hopes for the future. Two voices intertwined, one male, one female. One reminiscing with passion, the other healing from love's wounds. That's definitely Su Chen's voice. He Ling exclaimed, her sunflower seeds tumbling from her lips to the floor. The revelation that Su Chen could write songs had already left her astounded, yet the mastery he exhibited over the nuances of music and pitch during his performance was a shock that surpassed a century. Undoubtedly, Su Chen's vocal prowess was of a professional caliber. Lin, with remnants of sunflower seed shells clinging to his lips, stared blankly at Su Chen. Bro, with that singing talent, why are you asking me for advice on how to confess? Su Chen, you sing so well, why not become a pop idol? The truth is, Su Chen didn't choose to be a pop idol, he chose to be an old cynic. A pop idol who can't sing isn't a qualified entertainer? Alright, Su Chen can sing. I am unfollowing. Su Chen's voice truly tells a story. I'm in love. Su Chen who can't sing, lip sync. Su Chen who can sing, a husband. Xiao Xinghe clearly could continue her reign as a talented woman in the entertainment industry, yet she insists on proving herself for Su Chen. Oh dear, how sour. Woe is me, I've become a lemon, envious of Su Chen. The song continued. Su Chen's performance remained steady. Zhang Bo, for the first time, scrutinized Su Chen with earnest attention. Striking features, exceptional musical talent. A mouth he'd like to personally silence. If only Su Chen were mute, perhaps he would shine even brighter. Until Xiao Xinghe gradually leaned against Su Chen's shoulder, and he instinctively wrapped his arm around her slender waist. Zhang Bo's inner alarm blared, let go. His furious shout shattered the enchanting ambience created by the music. Everyone turned to stare at the inexplicably enraged Zhang Bo. He himself was momentarily taken aback, and then he sensed a chilling intent directed at him from a 45-degree angle. Meanwhile, Su Chen's hand remained steadfast, even daring to give a secret squeeze. Realizing the situation, Su Chen turned to Zhang Bo. Are you referring to me? Xiao Xinghe spoke languidly. Who else would you be talking about? Zhang Bo's face twitched. He desperately wanted to flee, yet escape was futile. His previously restored complexion reddened once more. After a moment of stammering, he suddenly clutched his chest and howled skyward. Let go. Had I known my first love would end in vain, I should have released it sooner. The pain, it hurts too much. Fearing his performance lacked sufficient dramatics, he devoted this moment to recalling the saddest events of his life. Memories drifted like smoke, life felt like a fleeting spectacle. At 18, crowned as the top student in the province, he entered Qingbei University. At 24, he was recommended for further studies by his mentor. At 27, he caught the eye of the elder of the Xia family and became a personal secretary. At 30, entrusted by the family head, he independently helmed a food company valued at over 100 million. At 40, he was given significant responsibilities and became CEO of a listed company. At 50, though a steward, he successfully infiltrated the core circle of the Xia family, becoming a sought-after mogul. At 52, his children established families and entered the Xia family management, enjoying the blessings of their grandchildren. At 60, he was bestowed with great expectations by the elder family head, nurturing the successor of the Xia lineage, his status comparable to a high-ranking official from 3 dynasties. Lost in thought, he suddenly chuckled, "Old man, what are you laughing about?" Su Chen suspected this fellow harbored a hint of madness. Zhang Bo awkwardly chuckled twice. "I was merely reminiscing about my unattainable love." Perhaps this is what they mean by deriving joy from sorrow. Joy from sorrow? Su Chen raised an eyebrow, his mind tingling with curiosity. Xia Xinghe shot Zhang Bo an imperceptible glare with her icy gaze. She picked up the contract on the table and handed it to Su Chen. "Sign here, and from now on, we can conspire together at the company. We will surely thrive and grow." Although Su Chen was intrigued as to why Xia Xinghe would start a modeling company yet become a signed artist of Shengshi, who could resist the allure of collaborating with a good brother? Wait a minute, why did it feel as though Xia Xinghe intended to usurp the throne alongside him? Was it typical for both the boss and the artist of Shengshi to be so unconventional? If so, this was remarkably appealing to him. With swift strokes, Su Chen signed his name. As soon as he set the pen down, Zhu Delong dutifully led the applause. Chen Fei stood rooted, listening to the applause directed at Su Chen, wishing he could equally humiliate everyone present. He had originally requested not to broadcast the live stream to publicly slap Su Chen in the face. Instead, he had inadvertently shot himself in the foot. Thankfully, the thought of the collaboration with Kiki brought some balance back to his heart. It was just a mediocre song. Could Su Chen truly rely on this song for a lifetime? Chen Fei wished to leave this exasperating place. With a sullen expression, he prepared to depart. Yet today, the popularity of Perfect Lovers seemed exceptionally high. Just then, 2 middle-aged men in suits entered the villa of Zhu Delong. Spotting one of them, immediately jogged over, extending his hand. "Mr. Qian, why didn't you inform us of your arrival?" Bai Yao whispered. "Could they also be here to sign with Su Chen?" He Ling confidently shook her head. "Impossible. The only person who could make Director Zhu run with a tail wagging is one kind of individual." "Who?" Lin Lin reacted swiftly. "A sponsor." Indeed, the newcomers were representatives from the Black Lace brand, which had previously reached a strategic cooperation agreement with Perfect Lover. "Mr. Xian shook hands warmly with Zhu Delong, smiling broadly. "Director Zhu, you seem to have forgotten. We agreed to discuss the cooperation details today and meet with our exclusive spokesperson." Mr. Qian scanned the room before finally landing his gaze on Su Chen, offering a friendly smile. Zhu Delong slapped his forehead. "How could I forget? Come, take a seat." "Wait, let me introduce someone first." Mr. Qian pulled the middle-aged man beside him forward. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Dong from the No Air Force Fishing Tackle Company." Mr. Dong, sporting a buzz cut, also extended his hand. "Hello, Director Zhu. I'm here to represent No Air Force Fishing Tackle to discuss sponsorship opportunities." Chapter 62. Threatening my sister-in-law, No Air Force? Zhu Delong silently recited to himself and immediately broke into a broad smile. No Air Force Fishing Gear, as the leading enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom's fishing industry, holds an unequivocal dominance in the realm of fishing. Their advertisements boldly claim that if all the fishing rods sold each year were lined up, they could encircle the blue planet several times. Zhu Delong felt as though a pie had fallen from the heavens, landing directly in his mouth. Welcome, please take a seat." General Dong and General Qian approached the sofa with clear intent, sitting beside Su Chen, one on the left and one on the right. Their gazes locked onto Su Chen, shimmering with interest. "Amar.su, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance," they chorused, instinctively extending their hands. Su Chen looked from left to right, sensing that the capitalists present today appeared rather dim-witted. An awkward silence enveloped the atmosphere, yet General Dong and General Qian seemed oblivious, their hands still suspended in the air. The others were bewildered by the situation. Zhu Delong, a seasoned entertainer, understood all too well. These two appeared to be friends, yet it was evident they harbored immense interest in Su Chen. However, with the limited duration of the show, one could not balance the scales easily. How would they navigate this delicate matter, without formally discussing remuneration? Prematurely grasping either party's hand would leave the other party at a disadvantage. Zhang Bo observed the scene with keen interest, anticipating how Su Chen would resolve this unexpected predicament. Chen Fei wore a cold smirk, convinced that no matter the opportunity presented to Su Chen, he would inevitably botch it. Zhu Delong quickly stepped forward, ready to extricate Su Chen from the awkwardness. Meanwhile, Su Chen maintained a polite smile, crossing his hands before his chest and simultaneously shaking the hands of both General Dong and General Qian. They both froze in surprise, evidently taken aback by this unexpected resolution. Zhu Delong sighed in relief. What a clever little rascal, General Qian chuckled. Mr. Su is indeed a most interesting individual. This is our company, Black Rays, extending our sincerity to you. Su Chen did not accept the contract but turned to Zhang Bo. I recall that the contract states I have the autonomy to choose my endorsements, correct? Zhang Bo nodded. Indeed, the decision lies with you. Only then did Su Chen feel at ease to peruse the Black Rays contract. Upon seeing the endorsement fee, he was momentarily taken aback. 100 million. General Chen noticed Su Chen's fleeting expression and immediately grinned with satisfaction. Mr.Su, please do not be surprised, this is our company's carefully considered offer, and you are indeed worth this price. Su Chen, upon hearing this, was even more astonished. General Qian observed Su Chen's reaction, sensing that this matter was likely secured. Wait, is selling TT this lucrative? What? General Qian momentarily struggled to comprehend Su Chen's line of thought. Wasn't he astonished by the high endorsement fee? General Dong, noticing General Qian's speechlessness, seized the opportunity to present the contract. Mr.Su, this signifies our sincerity. At Black Rays Fishing Gear, we do not prioritize commercial value. Rather, we value you as an individual. The merchant's lies flowed effortlessly. With the same endorsement fee, coupled with an emotional appeal, he was confident he could win over Su Chen. Su Chen, however, promptly turned to General Dong. Are you implying that you value me as a person? General Dong nodded, even winking suggestively at Su Chen. Mr. Su's personal charm is priceless. Strangely, Su Chen was no longer taken aback. Instead, he clasped his hands in mock horror. I am an artist for hire, not a commodity. Though I love money, it can be quite painful, General Dong. It turns out my mother tongue is silence. Is there a possibility that I meant the charm of using our fishing gear to catch 40 prized fish? Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points of vulnerability value from Dong Chang. Ha ha ha, what a ridiculous fear of pain. Su Chen, do you even realize what you're saying? Su Chen's thought process never fails to amuse me. Laughing until my stomach hurts, Su Chen's timing and location for humor is completely off. He truly performs everywhere. Chen Fei could no longer remain seated. Why should Su Chen be entitled to 2 endorsement fees exceeding 100 million? The crux of the matter was that he had just terminated his contract with him. Those 200 million should have been his, Chen Fei's. With this thought, Chen Fei's resentment towards Su Chen reached new heights, and he harbored intense hatred towards Zhang Bo for playing him. As for Zhu Delong, he seemed to be grinning like a fool, completely ignoring Chen Fei. Zhang Bo either refused to acknowledge him or regarded him with utter disdain. Under such intense humiliation, Chen Fei's desire for revenge peaked. He suddenly interrupted the conversation among the group. General Dong, since Mr. Su seems reluctant to sign, why not consider our company Shinichen? He is undoubtedly the hottest singer at the moment and would not disappoint your company. Shinichen, enticed by the prospect of a 100 million endorsement fee, straightened up eagerly. Indeed, I believe I align perfectly with your company. Su Chen set down the contract, eyeing him quizzically. What, are you not afraid of pain? Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 120 points of vulnerability value from Shinichen. Shinichen stammered. Chen Fei shot a glare at this inept fool. Shinichen is also an avid angler with exceptional skills. If General Dong is willing, we can secure an endorsement for 80 million. Yes, 80 million will suffice. Shinichen chimed in eagerly. General Dong chuckled at the two of them. I'm afraid our primary collaboration goal remains Mr.Su. Chen Fei, resolute in his determination to sabotage Su Chen's partnership, retorted, General Dong, your interest in Su Chen stems merely from his fishing prowess. But have you considered that Su Chen, observing Chen Fei's relentless pursuit, smiled nonchalantly, since General Chen is so keen on this representative, then Su Chen paused abruptly. Chen Fei felt a surge of hope. Was Su Chen about to falter? Then I must hasten to sign. Su Chen picked up the pen and, in front of Chen Fei, elegantly inscribed his name. Chen Fei glared at Su Chen, eager to continue his retort. Su Chen raised a hand to interrupt him. Waving my hand is not a rejection, rather, your relentless behavior is truly unbecoming. You should leave. Faced with the mocking and derisive gazes of the crowd, Chen Fei felt a seething anger within him. He could leave, but he would ensure they felt discomfort. Chen Fei cast a sinister glance at Xia Xinghe, how about considering joining our starry sky? I am willing to offer you 3 times the salary. However, he overlooked the silent yet formidable strength of Xia Xinghe. She lifted her cold gaze. You might as well keep that money for yourself, after all, the underworld does not heed empty promises. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 points of vulnerability value from Chen Fei. Chen Fei nearly spat blood in exasperation. He had never endured such humiliation in his life as he had in this single hour. The overwhelming feeling of indignity caused him to lose his composure, and he furiously pointed at Xia Xinghe. Fine, we shall see. Just as he threatened Xia Xinghe, Biaogu, who had been loitering near the refrigerator, suddenly perked up his long ears, his wise gaze turning menacing. Woof woof woof, how dare you threaten my sister-in-law? Woof woof woof, humans can endure, but dogs cannot. Chapter 63. A sister-in-law close-up before the crowd, a shadow of black and white darted forth like a bolt of lightning. It lunged at Chen Fei's calf with a snap. Chen Fei winced in pain, letting out a howl, and retaliated with a punch directed at Biaogu. Having landed his blow, Biaogu swiftly turned and fled, leaving behind only a stylish silhouette. The incident transpired so abruptly that by the time the onlookers reacted, Chen Fei already bore several bloody punctures on his leg. Quick, take me to the hospital. Chen Fei, disregarding all sense of dignity, hobbled towards the exit. The atmosphere shifted to an odd tension. Lin Lin, still trembling with trepidation, gazed in the direction of Biaogu's departure and whispered, Teacher, that dog seems to heed Su Chen's commands. Do you think it could be related to Su Chen? Before she could finish, Healing, resembling a cat startled by a footstep, clamped her hand over Lin Lin's mouth. You mustn't speak recklessly. Not long after Chen Fei's departure, a curious canine head peeked back through the villa's entrance. Upon failing to spot Chen Fei, Biaogu raised his head high and returned with a lively, bounding gait. Shiryuchi and Shinichen, upon seeing Biaogu, sprang up in alarm. Quick, get it out of here, that dog is far too dangerous. Zhu Delong wore a conflicted expression. After all, a dog that bites is indeed an unpredictable element in a variety show. Just as he was grappling with indecision, Biaogu approached Xia Xinghe, nuzzling her feet in a submissive manner. Had they not just witnessed the dog's aggression, they would never have believed it capable of biting. Xia Xinghe smiled slightly and patted Biaogu on the head. Good boy. Biaogu promptly leapt onto the sofa, wagging his tail in an endearing manner. Woof woof woof, if my brother is present, I call her sister-in-law. If he is absent, I call her treasure. Woof woof woof. A sister-in-law. Come close. Just as Biaogu was about to burrow into Xia Xinghe's embrace, a sharp reprimand met him. Brother invites you to dine, your favorite big mouthfuls. Su Chen sneered, gripping Biaogu's head in his arms. You're not allowed to scavenge for food in the next few days, understand? Biaogu blinked with his azure eyes and offered a sheepish smile. Oh, brother, you're here. Goodness, is this dog really that protective of its owner? With this dog around, I feel an overwhelming sense of security. This dog is more human than my wife. It is simply delightful. Su Chen speaks the most caring words with the fiercest tone. It's truly heartwarming. At this moment, Su Chen released his hold, and Biaogu scampered over to Bai Yao. His tail spun like a propeller. Woof woof woof. Yao, come close. Bai Yao and Lin Lin often fed Biaogu, so seeing him unafraid brought them comfort. Bai Yao gently ruffled Biaogu's head. Biaozi, you're amazing. You must protect me like this next time, understood? Biaogu barked twice and nestled into Bai Yao's arms. Woof woof woof. So fragrant. So fragrant. Lin Lin watched the interaction between the girl and the dog with fondness, only for her expression to shift dramatically. She was convinced she had witnessed a dog smirking. Surely, she must be imagining things due to lack of sleep yesterday. the atmosphere was filled with warmth and harmony. Shinichien and Shiryuchi attempted to interject several times but were completely overlooked. After pondering for a moment, Shinichien leaned closer to Lu Yuan and murmured a few words. Lu Yuan's eyes brightened as he nodded as Zhu Delong, noticing their departure, paid little mind. Given the circumstances of the day, it was clear that other activities could not proceed. It would be wiser to focus all efforts on Su Chen and the sponsors. Who knows, if Su Chen could charm the sponsors, perhaps they would shower them with more gold coins. During this time, Zheng Bo cast several meaningful glances at Xia Xinghe, yet she remained oblivious, quietly seated beside Su Chen, occasionally smiling softly at General Dong and General Chen delved. At that moment, General Dong straightened his expression. Mr.Su, we can now consider ourselves formal partners. I've found many of your insights to be quite professional. I wonder if you might have any suggestions regarding our company's products? Suggestions? Su Chen seldom took a serious tone. General Dong nodded, setting aside his role as a spokesperson. Merely observing Su Chen's streaming replay confirmed him to be an exceptional angler. Gaining his insights could not only General Qian promptly added, Mr.Su, if it's convenient, we would appreciate any suggestions. After all, in my years of experience, I have only witnessed such exquisite turtle shell bindings in the hands of Master Katu. Su Chen smiled with an air of confidence. Then allow me to share my humble thoughts. Shall we begin with rope art? Just then, Zhu Delong sprang up as if jolted by an electric shock. Gentlemen, let us discuss this matter privately. We are still live streaming. Zhu Delong leaned closer to Su Chen. This is a dating show. Please be mindful of the impact. Su Chen pouted. Don't speak. I have my own rhythm. Until Xia Xinghe's clear voice floated to his ears. I suddenly want to learn rope art. Teach me tonight, especially where you learned it. Your skill is astonishing. I was ready to take notes, and now you're not sharing? Director Zhu, you wouldn't want your show to top the complaint charts, would you? After so many years of freedom of speech, why can't you let Su Chen speak his mind? Report. I strongly demand a change of director. Su Chen hesitated, suppressing a wealth of knowledge about rope art, exchanging a reassuring glance with Zhu Delong. Then I shall refrain from discussing rope art. Instead, let me share my views on the future development directions of your two companies. General Dong and General Qian exchanged bewildered glances, thinking they must have misheard. You asked for suggestions, and he is proposing a strategic blueprint? Yet, seeing Su Chen's earnest demeanor, their anticipation grew. I believe your two companies could engage in a profound collaboration between a fishing tackle company and a bait manufacturer? Su Chen, we appreciate your creativity, but let us skip the suggestions. Can't you just quietly play your part as the charming rogue? Su Chen. Everyone, watch closely, I'm about to show off. General Qian and General Dong shared a smile, asking, then please, Mr.Su, elaborate on the collaborative opportunities between us. Su Chen stroked his chin, shaking his head. It won't suffice with just the two of you. We must also bring in another company. Which company? Cadillac, the car company. Zheng Bo frowned, recognizing the folly of an outsider advising experts. Such advice often leads to embarrassment, much like Su Chen's current predicament. General Qian and General Dong had entirely lost faith in any valuable ideas from him. However, in front of the cameras, they would humor Su Chen and play along. Forgive my short-sightedness. Kindly clarify your thoughts further. Mr.Su. Su Chen smiled enigmatically. Have you not considered what commonalities exist among your customers? Let me be candid. In my view, anglers and Cadillac car, when they meet, they greet each other warmly, share cigarettes, and humbly inquire, do you have? The specifics cannot be disclosed. Those who are unaware can refer to the comments. The author is confident that astute readers will provide the answer. A dog's head to ensure safety. Chapter 64: The Subtle Scheme Splutter. As Zheng Bo was sipping his tea, he inadvertently sprayed it all over Zhu Delong. Aside from that, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Su Chen maintained an exceedingly serious demeanor. General Dong and General Qian appeared to be lost in thought, perhaps conjuring some indescribable imagery. Chi Chi's face twitched slightly. No, brother, you can't. As Su Chen seemed poised to speak again, Zhu Delong leapt forward, landing gracefully into Su Chen's embrace, swiftly covering his mouth. Is this what you meant by being mindful of your influence? If you wish for my demise, you could have simply stated it. Xiaoxing had cast a resentful glance at Su Chen, pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Have you been there? Feeling the unusual sensation at his waist, Su Chen pried Zhu Delong's hand away and raised his head, exuding an air of masculinity. When men speak, women should refrain from interrupting. Xiaoxing, his cool, delicate face stiffened for a moment before she lowered her gaze. Understood, yet, the next moment, Su Chen felt a sharp pain at his waist and let out a wail, akin to a mudloach thrashing about on the sofa. Ha ha! Just now, when someone said Su Chen was an outsider instructing the insiders, he clearly is one of them. Su Chen's performance remains consistently remarkable, his responses are always beyond my expectations. I am a Cadillac owner, no joke. What Su Chen said is true. Our chat records in the car owners group would need to be censored if streamed live, but it's genuinely harmonious. Caddy doesn't pick up clients, only the ladies and models. Su Chen, truly the emperor of bathing. Su Chen is being obstinate now. Be cautious tonight when Xiaoxing may demand your life. At this moment, Zhang Bo's face was darker than the bottom of a pot that he would have preferred if Su Chen were merely an outsider, rather than this fellow spouting forbidden words. This scene was swiftly recorded and shared by netizens, initially trending for its sensational entertainment industry rivalry. The topic was soon overshadowed by a new wave of discussions that surged forth with explosive fervor. Shock, Su Chen's fierce remarks resurface, netizens sharply critique, not resembling a joke, revealed, the internal harmony between the Fisher and Cadillac owner apparently relies on this, perfect lovers suspected to be under the watchful eye of online police. At the scene of perfect lovers, Zhu Delong scrutinized Su Chen as if facing a formidable opponent. If you promise not to speak recklessly again, I will release my grip. Su Chen nodded, raising his finger with an innocent sparkle in his eyes, mumbling, I swear. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of Zhu Delong's vulnerability. You little rascal, swearing with a raised middle finger, are you? Alright, everyone just stop living. In an instant, chaos erupted. Zhu Delong and Su Chen engaged in a playful scuffle on the sofa, all before the viewers in the live stream. 10 minutes later, Zhu Delong glared at Su Chen from 5 meters away, his teeth clenched in frustration. If you have the guts, let go of me. If you have the guts, come over here. If you have the guts, throw away that broken fishing rod. Su Chen, clutching the fishing rod, lifted it slightly, producing a strained creaking sound. The fishing line was firmly hooked onto Zhu Delong's waistband. Every time Zhu Delong attempted to charge forward, Su Chen would lift the rod, the immense tension rendering him immobile. Zhu Delong's face turned crimson, and he squeezed out an enraged shout through gritted teeth, let go. I won. Fight back. I won. Su Chen defiantly raised his chin. You hooked my underwear. The transformation from boxers to a thong brought an overwhelming sense of pressure and shame, making Zhu Delong feel utterly unraveled. Never in his life had he wished to harm someone as much as he did at this moment. General Dong, upon noticing that the fishing rod in Su Chen's hand was from his own brand, immediately perked up. He dashed over to Zhu Delong's side. Before Zhu Delong could express his gratitude, General Dong swiftly demonstrated what it meant to possess a keen business acumen. Dear netizens, greetings, I am the general manager of Unconventional Fishing Gear. What you are seeing now is one of our company's flagship products. Observe this exceptional pulling strength. It can handle over 200 pounds with ease. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of Zhu Delong's vulnerability. I'm dying of laughter. At this moment, I wish to equally annihilate every individual in this world. Another 10 minutes passed. He Ling could no longer bear to watch. Silently, he produced a pair of scissors, snipping the fishing line with a decisive snip, thereby ending Zhu Delong's humiliating predicament. Zhu Delong sat opposite Su Chen, taking a moment to compose himself. Suddenly, an enigmatic smile spread across his face. General Dong, feeling uneasy, noticed Zhu Delong seemed to be concocting something and was about to make a quick exit. However, Zhu Delong leaned in close to Su Chen and whispered something in his ear. Su Chen's eyes visibly brightened as he promptly blocked General Dong's path. General Dong, General Qian, and my new boss, please stay a moment. General Dong cautiously inquired, the contract has been signed. What else is there to discuss? Su Chen donned a remarkably friendly smile. Nothing much, it's getting late, and I would like to treat you all to a meal in celebration of our delightful collaboration. A meager meal? General Qian and General Dong immediately recalled Su Chen's insincere smile when he treated the other guests to a meal that morning. Perhaps we should pass? Xu Delong abruptly shut the villa door, grinning maliciously as he draped his arm over General Dong's shoulder. No need for pleasantries. Now that you're here. Xu Delong quickly secured the three individuals. Su Chen tied on an apron and busied himself in the kitchen. Soon, the villa was filled with the rich aroma of cooked dishes. Su Chen emerged from the kitchen with three exquisite dishes. As is well known, exquisite often denotes a meager portion. Lifting the covers revealed merely a small bite of oil-braised smoked fish of the elegant presentation, combined with the fish's unique fragrance. Even Zhang Bo, accustomed to delicacies, couldn't help but swallow hard, confirming it wasn't a meager meal. The three eagerly grasped their utensils. Please, indulge yourselves. Upon hearing this, they immediately picked up the smoked fish and tasted it. The fresh and slightly spicy flavors, along with the fish's distinct aroma, burst in their mouths. The three of them instantly squinted in delight. They had heard Su Chen was an excellent cook, but they never anticipated it would be this delicious. Yet, the portions were exceedingly scant. Before they could savor it further, it was gone. The trio could only gaze at Su Chen with lingering desire. Su Chen smiled and nodded, snapping his fingers. Xu Delong approached with a grin. Everyone, how does Su Chen's oil-braised smoked fish suit your palate? General Qian and General Dong nodded frantically, their eyes filled with yearning. That's wonderful. Suddenly, Xu Delong produced a small wooden hammer from behind him, declaring, I announce that the smoked fish auction is now commencing. The starting bid for this smoked fish is 100 dragon currency. Everyone, please place your bids. General Qian, General Dong, and Zhang Bo were all rendered speechless. No, weren't you the ones treating us to a... At that moment, the comments section erupted. I see, Director Zhu is playing a subtle scheme. Zhang Bo is fine, but General Dong and General Qian are both sponsors. If they don't bid, it's a slap. He retaliates on the spot. Xu Delong, you started it. Chapter 65. You are truly a den of bandits. Mr. Dong and Mr. Qian both sighed in dismay, realizing the situation had turned against them. Mr. Qian forced a smile. I didn't bring much cash today. Xu Delong, ever prepared, produced 2 QR codes. Both green bubble and little blue gem will suffice. Mr. Dong shook his phone. The signal ISNT2 good. Su Chen swiftly retrieved the IOU he had prepared for Shinichen and the others, declaring, the IOU grand stage beckons. If you dare to write, I, Su Chen, shall trust. Observing the two men floundering, Xu Delong exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Is this the joy of Su Chen? Mr. Dong and Mr. Qian exchanged silent glances. Another fragrant plate of smoked fish was served as Xu Delong and Su Chen harmonized their tones, coaxing, this smoked fish is truly delectable. Are you certain you want to indulge in just one more bite? Zhang Bo, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly noticed Xia Xinghe coughed discreetly. Zhang Bo instantly understood the unspoken cue. What else could he do but comply with the lady's wishes? He glanced at Mr. Dong and Mr. Qian, then smiled broadly. This smoked fish is indeed delightful. If you gentlemen feel hesitant, I shall purchase it all. Both Mr. Dong and Mr. Qian turned their heads sharply to glare at Zhang Bo. Oh no, an accomplice has emerged. The atmosphere in the room grew strangely tense. Mr. Dong and Mr. Qian felt as if they were the ones being grilled rather than the fish, unable to withstand the pressure any longer, and acknowledging the undeniable flavor of Su Chen's. Dong relented. Well, I suppose I shall support a little. 40 minutes later, Mr. Dong and Mr. Qian reclined in their chairs, contentedly patting their bellies, though their faces betrayed a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. Yet, upon witnessing Su Chen greedily counting the IOUs, their hearts ached painfully. The urge to compete with others sometimes overpowers reason, leading one to partake in what one knows is a pitfall. Spending 200,000 on a plate of smoked fish, it was enough to make one feel like a fool. Mr. Dong and Mr. Qian could only console themselves, rationalizing it as a form of indirect compensation. Until they exited the villa and beheld their Mercedes, its 4 tires utterly empty, and their spirits plummeted. Are you all part of a production team? You truly are a bandit's den. Mr. Qian grasped Mr. Dong, who was ready to dash back into the villa, offering comfort. let us just consider it a financial misfortune to avert calamity. Mr. Dong turned, rolling his eyes dramatically. This is my car, my car. By the lakeside, Shinichen, Lu Yuan, Shirayuchi, and Li Hanyu arrived mysteriously at the water's edge. Gazing at the expansive surface of the lake, Shirayuchi furrowed her brow. You say there's good fortune, yet you've brought us here to drink the northwestern wind? Is the breeze by the lake particularly refreshing? Indeed, don't you sense that the wind carries a hint of fishy aroma? Originally eager, Shinichen felt doused by a bucket of cold water, casting Shirayuchi a disdainful look. She pretended to open her mouth wide, taking deep breaths of air, only to be met with a sharp breeze that made her hiccup uncontrollably. A fool, Shirayuchi secretly cursed. Li Hanyu gazed at the shimmering lake, her mind occupied with the 10 billion contract Su Chen had recently signed, and the 2 endorsements worth $1 million each, all from celebrities. Why is the disparity between individuals so vast, even greater than that between humans and pigs? Lu Yuan sidled up to her, casually flipping his bangs. In this moment, I feel compelled to compose a poem. Ah, this lake is so green, this sky is so blue. Li Hanyu felt a sense of helplessness. Brother, perhaps you should stick to sweet nothings, the realm of poetry is not suited for you. Shirayuchi, unable to contain herself, interjected, what exactly did you summon us here for by the lake? Shinichen and Lu Yuan exchanged knowing smiles, confidently retrieving fishing rods from their backpacks. IV inquired with the staff. Su Chen secured the fishing gear endorsement because he caught a considerable number of fish on the deserted island yesterday, and so, Li Hanyu seemed to grasp the implication. And so I shall go and catch big carp. Shinichen paused before adding, you don't actually believe Su Chen's fishing skills are exceptional, do you? It's merely due to the advantageous location of that island. To be frank, I could do it too, Lu Yuan chimed in. Indeed, if we reach the island today, we will surely achieve fame. The endorsement contract Su Chen had landed stirred a competitive fire within the 4 of them. Li Hanyu, unfamiliar with fishing, found herself intrigued by Shinichen's professional jargon like fishing spots and casting lines. What if they truly managed to catch some fish? Even without the endorsement, they could at least enjoy a hearty meal without spending. Shirayuchi shared similar thoughts, though a part of her felt deeply unsettled by the stark contrast of Su Chen being celebrated while she was overlooked like a mere shadow. This immense disparity was something she, a self-proclaimed top-tier actress, could not accept. However, gazing at the vast lake, Shirayuchi recognized the first problem. How do we get to the island? As her words fell, a distant sound of a tractor echoed across the lake. Old Man Airby piloted a fishing boat toward them. Shinichen waved enthusiastically. Old man, could you take us to that island? Old Man Airby assessed the 4 of them, extending 2 fingers. 200 heartbeat coins. Are you robbing us? Shinichen exclaimed, jumping in outrage. Yesterday, Su Chen went to the island for free. Old Man Airby's weathered eyes seemed to see through everything. Yesterday, the director had no idea that boy could catch fish. This morning, he just altered the attributes of that deserted island. It now belongs to a hidden map. You need to pay 200 heartbeat coins as a fare to access it, but any fish you catch will be yours. Upon hearing this, the 4 realized that what was originally a punishment island now required them to pay to access it. Their resolve strengthened. It must have been Su Chen's luck that led him to such a prime fishing spot. The determination to succeed surged within them. Shirayuchi blinked her large, bright eyes at Old Man Airby, playfully pleading, Old man, can you give us a discount? Please. Old Man Airby stiffened his neck, his expression unyielding. Girl, did sand get in your eyes? Why do they seem to be poking at me? Ha ha ha. Shirayuchi faces a humiliating defeat in her attempts to charm. The attributes of this deserted island have changed. Could it be that Shinichen and the others will actually catch fish? Are others heading to the deserted island again? Where is this fishing spot? Go, Brother HN. You can definitely catch fish. Exactly, slap Su Chen in the face and reclaim the contract that rightfully belongs to you. Ultimately, left with no choice, the 4 could only part with 200 heartbeat coins to board the small fishing boat. As the boat approached the island, Shinichen eagerly leaped onto the shore. The others observed as he skillfully assembled his fishing rod, momentarily filled with confidence. I'm ready. Shinichen grasped the fishing rod, feeling as though he held the key to unlocking a path to lucrative endorsements. He turned, pulling back the rod with practiced ease, his body and hands working in harmony to exert force, the fishing line whistling through the air. Here we go. Chapter 66. QQ Farm sent me a message, notifying me that your vegetables have perished. With a swift whoosh, the fishing hook, adorned with a lifelike bait, suddenly propelled forward due to inertia. Shinichien squinted, searching the air for the direction of the bait. In the next moment, amidst the stillness of the deserted island, a wretched wail pierced the silence. It hurts. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it really hurts. Lu Yuan exclaimed, leaping 3 feet into the air while clutching his rear. Shinichien turned around, cradling the fishing rod, and reproached him, "Why are you making such a fuss? You've scared the fish away." Cold sweat streamed down Lu Yuan's face as he hopped several steps in the direction Shinichien had turned. "You've got the fishing hook stuck to my backside." Shinichien's lips twitched. "My apologies, that was an oversight." "Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter, what a catch." Lu Yuan's expedition ended before it even began. It's painful to watch. Lu Yuan, first of all, I didn't provoke any of you. Lu Yuan, his lips pale from the agony, urged, "Hurry and remove the hook." Shinichien, feeling a twinge of guilt, abandoned the fishing rod and hurried over to Lu Yuan. The hook was already embedded halfway into his rear. "You really need to take it out quickly." Lu Yuan pressed. Shinichien, glancing at the area where blood had begun to seep, felt somewhat at a loss. A wild fishing video he had stumbled upon flashed through his mind. He looked at Lu Yuan seriously and said, "This might hurt a bit, bear with me. I'll count to 3, and then I'll remove the hook." At that moment, Lu Yuan was too pained to utter any curses, and could only nod in resignation. 1. 2. You are more shameless than Su Chen. It was better when Su Chen remained silent. However, once he spoke, not only did he deliver a devastating blow to Shinichien, but he also unleashed the humiliation of failing to fish and the envy that bred animosity, all at once. "What are you so proud of, Su Chen?" "You were merely fortunate for a moment. Do you truly consider yourself a fishing master?" "They didn't choose me, that was their loss." Su Chen replied nonchalantly, "The sponsors simply did not see your worth." Shinichien, visibly aggrieved, "It's not that they didn't see it, it's just that they failed to recognize my brilliance." "The sponsors did not see your worth." "Ah, shut your mouth, you shameless bastard. I can sell you a roll of toilet paper for 7,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for gaining 160 points of Shinichien's defense value. Shinichien's eyes reddened as he gasped for breath. At the villa entrance, Lu Yuan, returning from the hospital, limped inside. Upon seeing him, Shinichien immediately felt embarrassed and rushed over. "Lu Yuan, I truly apologize for today, are you alright?" Lu Yuan, pale-faced, shook off Shinichien's hand. "Don't touch me." Having been humiliated in public and still reeling from Su Chen's verbal onslaught, Shinichien's expression darkened. "I already said it was unintentional. It was just a small piece of meat. Was it really necessary to react like this?" Lu Yuan widened his eyes and laughed derisively. "Necessary? Shinichien, do you even hear yourself? That was a huge chunk of meat you're talking about." "You're even more shameless than Su Chen." The moment those words left his lips, Shinichien felt as though he had been struck by the most vicious curse in existence, erupting in fury. "You are the one who is more shameless than Su Chen." Lu Yuan clutched. Meanwhile, the others discreetly shifted their attention to Su Chen. Goodness, when did he become a unit of measurement? Su Chen stood up and intervened. Enough. As the saying goes, flowers may bloom again, but youth never returns. Do not let momentary anger inflict irreparable harm on others. Both Shinichien and Lu Yuan were momentarily taken aback. Had this person transformed? Was he actually speaking sensibly today? "Give me some face." "Let us each take a step back. Lu Yuan, you can apologize to Shinichien first, and then take a piece of flesh from him with the fishhook, and that would balance things out, wouldn't it?" Put. Bai Yao couldn't help but laugh, and soon others joined in the laughter. Yet Lu Yuan inexplicably felt that Su Chen's words held a certain wisdom. If apologies were effective, why would we need the law? He immediately turned around and marched towards the fishing rod at the door. "What the heck?" Shinichien's eyelids twitched. "Lu Yuan, calm down, what are you planning to do?" Lu Yuan grasped the fishing rod and executed a deep bow toward Shinichen. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. As he lifted his head, a piercing crimson flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Awaken, it's time to hunt. Though limping, Lu Yuan maintained his speed, wielding the fishing rod with intent. Shinichen, sensing the danger, circled around the sofa, performing the ultimate maneuver to evade. What had once been a peaceful live-streaming scene erupted into chaos once more. Haha, Su Chen isn't planning to let Shinichen off the hook. Su Chen is truly putting on a show. The live-stream effect is off the charts. Laughing so hard, the last person I saw running with a limp was the sprinting Jean. Please, stop fighting, please, stop fighting. How come those upstairs can send voice messages? The ensuing battle concluded with Shinichen retreating to his room. Xia Xinghe, noticing Zhang Bo lingering, gently remarked, Mr. Zhang, it's getting late, you should head back to rest. Upon hearing the word rest, Zhang Bo recalled Su Chen's earlier conduct towards his daughter and the prospect of them sharing a room, feeling an overwhelming urge to eliminate Su Chen on the spot. Su Chen also stood up in agreement. Indeed, at our age, staying up late can be detrimental to one's health. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 30 points of Zhang Lingfeng's defense value. Xu Delong glanced at the time and also rose to see them off. The other guests followed suit, with the atmosphere having reached this point. Staying any longer would be inappropriate. At the villa entrance, Zhang Bo, with a tone laced with reluctance and caution, said, Well, I shall take my leave. Xia Xinghe nodded obediently. Goodbye, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Bo hesitated again. Well, I truly am leaving now. Xia Xinghe nodded once more. Safe travels, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Bo pondered briefly before speaking again. Young people don't need to sleep so early, enjoy yourselves a bit longer, chat a while. Xia Xinghe's eyes turned cold. Zhang Bo's footsteps quickened. I'm leaving. Xia Xinghe and Su Chen stood side by side. Let us head back to rest as well. By the way, what kind of rope do you usually use? Su Chen replied without a second thought, a true champion never complains about their tools. I can handle anything. Bang! The car door slammed shut the moment the glass rose. Anguished wails erupted from the back seat of the Rolls-Royce. Too much, simply too much. I've painstakingly nurtured this little flower since childhood, and just as it blooms, some little brat comes along and takes it away. He even dares to call me old man. The lament continued. Wang Quan silently handed over tissues. After a long while, the interior of the Rolls-Royce grew silent. Zhang Bo's murky eyes flashed with a fierce glint, a commanding aura radiating from him. The contract has been signed. Call Selina. Make sure to eliminate Chen Fei. At a hospital in the Magic City, Chen Fei, having just received a rabies vaccine, struggled to sit in the car with the assistance of a beautiful secretary. Mad dog, that was a mad dog. Find someone to take care of that mad dog. Chen Fei stomped his foot in anger, only to wince at the pain in his wound. His phone rang. The beautiful secretary glanced at it, her eyes lighting up with excitement. Mr. Chen, it's the call from the head of Kiki. They must be discussing further cooperation. This scarce piece. He answered the phone, his tone ingratiating. Hello, Ms. Selina. We have successfully terminated our contract with Su Chen. When can we sign the exclusive agency agreement? There was a brief silence on the other end of the line, followed by a magnetic female voice, speaking in broken Dragon Kingdom Mandarin, exclaiming, Mr. Chen, what did you say? You've terminated the contract with Su Chen. Chen Fei was momentarily stunned. That's right, didn't your company say that we could proceed with further cooperation only after terminating our contract with Su Chen? Selina, sensing urgency, responded, This must be a misunderstanding. Our headquarters specifically requested to cooperate with Su Chen, which is why we contacted you. Why would you terminate your contract with him? In an instant, Chen Fei felt as if he had been struck by lightning, frozen in place. His ears buzzed with disbelief. You mean your headquarters specifically requested to work with Su Chen? That is impossible. Your representative clearly stated that we could proceed with further cooperation as long as we terminated our contract with Su Chen. Selina directly interrupted him. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, there must be some misunderstanding here. The decision to make Su Chen the exclusive spokesperson for the Dragon Kingdom region was reached after deliberation among our top executives. This answer was clearly unacceptable to Chen Fei, but faced with a renowned international luxury brand's representative, he could only strive to salvage the situation. Ms. Selena, even without Su Chen, we have many other top-tier artists in our company. How about, once again, Chen Fei was interrupted. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, without Su Chen, our collaboration cannot proceed. I heard Su Chen has just signed a contract with Shangshi, so let us not waste each other's time. I need to reach out to Shangshi promptly. Selena, please listen to me. The cold sound of the call being disconnected echoed in the silent car. The beautiful secretary and the driver sat in their seats, trembling in fear. After a few seconds of silence, Chen Fei hurled his phone, roaring like a beast ready to pounce. Who can tell me why this is happening? Why is this happening? Damn it, that vile bitch is playing me. Chapter 68. Between the pursuit of wealth and love, he chose the wealth of love. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of defense value from Chen Fei. The notification sounded. However, Su Chen was too preoccupied to pay it any mind. Within the luxurious couple's suite, he faced countless paid viewing requests from online spectators, promptly shutting off the camera and audio devices. Under the soft glow of the pale yellow ambience lights, a haze enveloped the room. The scent of hormones lingered in the air. Xiaoxing, his gaze, cold and piercing, fixated on Su Chen, as she tugged at a red nylon rope in her hand, producing a crackling sound. Speak up, where did you learn this? Su Chen swallowed hard, retorting stubbornly, I wasn't even aware that you had signed with Shangshi. Aren't you the one who runs your own modeling agency? Xiaoxing's sparkling eyes blinked, and she replied nonchalantly, Indeed, I own a modeling agency. By chance, I took my agency's models to an interview at Shangshi, but they weren't impressed with my models and insisted on signing me instead. They only handle endorsements and miscellaneous matters for me, and I still have ample opportunities to recommend my own models for collaboration. Isn't that quite normal? After hearing Xiaoxing's explanation, Su Chen didn't dwell on it. After all, the entertainment industry was rife with unexpected partnerships. And what about you? Xiaoxing pressed further. Su Chen cleared his throat twice. It was a Tom who provided it. Ask it if you don't believe me. Ding. The system has detected the host's summoning, ready to elucidate the system's function for Xiaoxing. Damn, is this your way of settling the score? Shut your mouth. Xiaoxing paused, pointing at herself in confusion. Are you referring to me? No. Su Chen shook his head vigorously. Xiaoxing cast him a knowing glance, less staring. It's not good for your health. I swear, I wasn't. I understand. Xiaoxing extended her finger to silence Su Chen, casually discarding the red rope that quickened her heartbeat. Following a brief silence, both chose to divert the conversation. Xiaoxing remarked, Shangshi is actually quite good. Su Chen inquired, what is the internal situation like at Shangshi? Their simultaneous questions and answers elicited a shared smile. Xiaoxing comfortably rested her head on Su Chen's lap, twirling a strand of her long hair around her fingers. The internal dynamics at Shangshi are relatively harmonious, devoid of excessively dark interpersonal relationships. Furthermore, if they're offering such a high signing fee, they must be keen to promote you. Su Chen leaned back, resting his hands behind his head and exhaling. Truthfully, if I could choose to be lazy, I would prefer that. Xiaoxing suddenly sat up straight. So, are you expecting me to support you? Wouldn't that lead to starvation? Su Chen shook his head. Honestly, I believe if you dedicated yourself to the entertainment industry, you'd soar far beyond me. I genuinely no longer wish to exert effort. Only the sound of Xiaoxing's even breathing filled the air. As he gazed at the charming figure curled up like a kitten in his embrace, Su Chen slowly extended his hand, gently ruffling the top of Xiaoxing's head, an affectionate smile creeping onto his face. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of defense value from Chen Fei. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of defense value from Chen Fei. A series of system notifications chimed in succession. Su Chen recalled the valiant performance of Biao Gu earlier that day. Ding, defense value has accumulated to 5,000 points, granting one lottery opportunity.
Would you like to draw?
Draw. The moment Su Chen confirmed, his defense value reset to 0. The lottery will spun dazzlingly in his mind.
Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired master-level traditional Chinese medicine skills.
Su Chen's smile stiffened. I am a star, a Talon. Su Chen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. A torrent of vast knowledge in traditional Chinese medicine suddenly surged into his mind. After a brief bout of headache, his thoughts began to weave together various pharmacological insights, forming effective traditional Chinese medicine prescriptions. Adhering to the principle of making the most of his circumstances, Su Chen could only accept this new reality with goodwill. Subsequently, he quietly extended his right hand to rest upon his left wrist. With a slight attunement, Su Chen smirked. Indeed, he was a dashing and fragrant young man, in excellent health, devoid of any male-related ailments, and surely not suffering from kidney deficiency. His gaze then shifted to the slumbering Xia Xinghe. Well then, let me also conduct a health check on my dear friend. Su Chen stealthily reached out, his hand barely brushing against Xia Xinghe's smooth wrist when her long lashes fluttered. She seized his forearm, pulling him close as if cradling a cherished toy. Feeling the pressure on his arm, Su Chen let out a long sigh. Which official could withstand such a trial? He extended his other hand, ready to touch Xia Xinghe's shoulder, only to retract it. Looking down, he met a pair of pure, innocent eyes.
Ahem, my hand has gone numb.
Su Chen averted his gaze, embodying the spirit of a modern-day Lu Xianghui. Xia Xinghe nodded thoughtfully. Actually, there is no need to be so sneaky.
Su Chen? Chapter 69 is Su Chen is right. The following day, early in the morning. Bang! Bang, bang. Su Chen, open the door.
I know you're inside, don't hide and stay silent, open up. The door emitted a mournful creak. Su Chen, startled, sprang up like a startled bird, landing on the mattress as he readied himself for confrontation.
I can take on 10 of you.
Before him lay the familiar confines of his suite. Xia Xinghe rubbed her bleary eyes and glanced impatiently towards the door.
Who is it?
Outside the door, Shiryuchi squeezed her legs together tightly, her face flushed. Open the door, I'm here to buy some paper. The door was abruptly yanked open. Su Chen was greeted by a lively scene outside. Shinichen, Shiryuchi, and Li Hanyu stood there, and even Lu Yuan, who was covering his backside, was at the threshold.
Su Chen surveyed the group with a yawn.
How rude, making such a racket this early in the morning. With a resounding bang, the door slammed shut once more, leaving the four outside in a state of shock, staring at the closed door in disbelief.
Bang! Bang, bang! Su Chen, what do you mean by this? Are you trading on superiority now?
I'll have you know, my live stream is already up and running, and your despicable actions are being watched by the viewers. Shiryuchi ground her teeth, feeling as if she might lose her composure at any moment.
Ha! The door swung open again, and Su Chen regarded Shiryuchi with a calm demeanor.
She immediately smirked coldly. Are you scared? It's not too late to apologize now.
Su Chen regarded her with a look of incredulity.
I've realized that compared to quarreling with a fool, making money is far more important.
Besides, isn't it you who was selling superiority? Su Chen, you scoundrel!
Shiryuchi felt an overwhelming urge to tear his mouth apart. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 130 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability value. The viewers in the livestream, who had previously been lethargic, suddenly perked up.
Is there really such a fiery atmosphere this early in the morning? Zhu Dao must still be half asleep.
The variety show's boundaries are so expansive. It's entertaining, starting the day with Shiryuchi feeling all warm inside. Wow, the richness of this program's content is even more substantial than my super invincible deluxe pancake version.
Li Hanyu, could you hand over the paper now? Su Chen cast a glance at Li Hanyu, pleased.
Look at her, now that's what I call a humble request. With swift efficiency, Su Chen handed Li Hanyu the toilet paper. Shiryuchi's teeth were nearly grinding to dust, yet the pressure of her situation was far greater than her mental turmoil. She could only force a smile. Su Chen, it was indeed our loud knocking, but there was a reason for it, wouldn't you agree?
Su Chen nodded, relishing the moment.
Yet, internally, Shiryuchi was chuckling at his gullibility, thinking that a little flattery would suffice as always. Before her sincere smile could fully manifest, Su-chen suddenly raised 2 fingers. You, 20,000 a roll. What? Shiryuchi felt as if she had just heard the most absurd thing imaginable. Why do you sell to Li Hanyu for 1,000 per roll and charge me 20,000? Su-chen grinned, because you're having a bad day. Ding. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 160 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability value. Are you buying or not? Su-chen inquired. Shiryuchi's fists were clenched tightly, her nails digging into her skin without providing any relief for her mounting frustration. Lu Yuan, unsure if he was hallucinating, thought he saw 2 large dollar signs reflected in Su-chen's eyes. At this moment, Shinichen was anxiously bouncing around, observing Lu Yuan's prolonged silence. Without hesitation, he slapped Lu Yuan on the backside. If you don't buy, then let. Before he could finish, a loud ow erupted as Lu Yuan jumped as if propelled by a spring, his eyes ablaze with indignation. Shinichen, are you out of your mind? Shinichen, realizing his blunder, chuckled awkwardly. My bad. I forgot. The painful memories of yesterday's humiliation surged back into Lu Yuan's mind, his anger visibly boiling to the surface. Casting a glance at the mountain of toilet paper piled in Su-chen's room and at Shinichen who was still covering his backside, he furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before patting Shinichen on the shoulder with an unusual camaraderie. It's fine, we're all brothers. Shinichen assumed Lu Yuan was seeking reconciliation, immediately pounding his chest in solidarity. Brotherhood is held in the heart. Are you two buying or not? Su-chen asked, growing increasingly impatient. Shinichen was about to respond when Lu Yuan interjected, not buying. Right. Shinichen nodded, then turned to Lu Yuan in confusion. What, not buying? Lu Yuan shot Su-chen a disdainful glare. Buying paper from him will only encourage his arrogance and exacerbate this corrupt trend. I refuse to associate with such a person. Ichen, let us go. Without waiting for a response, Lu Yuan pulled Shinichen away. Don't go, I still want to buy paper. Lu Yuan ignored him. Can a living person really die from holding it in? I have a plan. Shinichen's eyes lit up. Really? Lu Yuan nodded decisively. Would I deceive you, my brother? Upon hearing this, Shinichen instantly transformed his expression, disdainfully spitting at Su-chen. I'm ashamed to be associated with you. Fool! Su-chen rolled his eyes and slammed the door shut. Outside the villa, Shinichen was filled with elation as he followed Lu Yuan, feeling as if he had just consumed honey. This was the first time he had faced Su-chen without being undermined. A cause for celebration indeed. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan halted at the edge of a lush grove. All right, we've arrived. Shinichen was puzzled. So your plan is? Lu Yuan waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry. We often had to relieve ourselves in the wild while filming. Shinichen frowned. What I meant was, do you have paper? Lu Yuan patted his pocket. Of course. Remember to turn off the camera. With that, Lu Yuan ducked into the woods and squatted down. Truth be told, Shinichen suddenly found Lu Yuan a tad unreliable, yet, with his already strained situation, he had little choice. Shinichen turned off the camera and followed him into the thicket. The morning forest was shrouded in mist, the air filled with the melodious chirping of birds. The proximity to nature brought a sense of tranquility to Shinichen, who exhaled a sigh of relief. Lu Yuan, you know, this actually feels quite nice. Whereas the paper? Hand it over. Shinichen demanded. As he spoke, he noticed movement in the leaves beside him. Clad in his usual attire, Lu Yuan approached with a mischievous grin. You're quite quick on your feet, Shinichen remarked. Lu Yuan waggled his finger. No, I just realized that the paper I brought isn't quite enough, so I'm letting you use it first. Good brother. Shinichen hadn't yet had. Shinichen, unable to bear the sight of the leaves, stammered, Are you really going to use that? I want tea, I'll buy paper from Su-chen, Lu Yuan replied with a wicked smile, reveling in the moment. Damn it! Lu Yuan, you scoundrel! Shen Yichen felt tears welling up in his eyes. Lu Yuan turned his back on him, laughter ringing out as he departed, scattering the birds in the forest. Suddenly, a poetic voice rose in the air. Throwing my head back in laughter as I step outside, Yichen wild relief comes without paper. Revenge must be swift. Su Chen was right, he was right. Ha ha ha. Chapter 70. Whosoever provokes me, I shall confront. Whosoever I provoked, shall meet their misfortune. Though no visuals were presented, the audio equipment captured every word with utmost clarity. Furthermore, the hour was still early, leaving netizens with few livestream options. Nearly 10 million viewers bore witness to the entire spectacle, from Lu Yuan's coaxing of Shen Yichen to refrain from purchasing paper, to the moment he extended 2 leaves towards him. Insane, this is positively absurd. I feel that Lu Yuan has been driven to madness. It's hilarious. Everyone is cursing Su Chen, yet they are all emulating him. Is no one concerned about Shen Yichen's predicament? What else can he do? Naturally, it shall be a grand affair, trending on social media. Trending. Shen Yichen claims to support environmentalism by foregoing toilet paper while filming Perfect Lover in the wild. Explosive, Lu Yuan executes an intricate plan of vengeance in Perfect Lover. By revelation, Su's worldview continues to gain value. Inside the villa, Su Chen was on the verge of indulging in a delightful nap. Knock, 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 the incessant rapping at the door jolted him awake. Su Chen, dragging his stiff body, moved with a zombie-like gait, his face contorted in irritation. Do they all think me easy prey? Strangers, stay away. Acquaintances, be gone. 1 slap for a woman, 2 for a man. Disturbing my slumber is a capital offense. With a swift motion, Su Chen flung open the door, his hand poised in midair, fueled by resentment, yet hesitating to strike neither man nor woman, but an elderly person. Outside stood Yiling, sporting her signature smile. Apologies, Su Chen, for interrupting your rest. Considering Yiling's long-standing role as the amiable mediator, Su Chen forced a smile. Is there something you need, teachery? Yiling replied with a hint of regret. Actually, Director Zhu wishes to discuss a matter with you, but he is currently occupied and sent me to fetch you. Very well, I shall seek him shortly. Without hesitation, Yiling turned and departed. I and the director's team, Zhu Delong, exchanged a knowing smile, well aware that Su Chen had woken up grumpier than a specter. Before long, the freshly groomed Su Chen emerged from the villa. Is there something the director requires? Zhu Delong nodded. Suddenly, Su Chen grew wary. The payments from yesterday have already been distributed. If you seek me today, it shall not count. Zhu Delong's lips twitched. No money involved, no money involved. Let us converse whilst we stroll. Inhaling the crisp morning air, Zhu Delong, glancing at the yawning Su Chen, initiated the dialogue. Waking you so early for a walk is quite the imposition. You surely lack the habit of rising at dawn. Su Chen, still half asleep, without a moment's thought replied, I do have a habit of walking my dog, hence I occasionally rise early. Zhu Delong, Su Chen paused, realizing the implication. Director, that was not my intent. Zhu Delong swiftly covered Su Chen's mouth. No need for explanations, I comprehend. Ah, truly amusing. Su Chen appears oblivious yet delivers a crushing blow. My stomach aches from laughter. How does Su Chen manage to be so blunt? Su Chen's responses always defy my expectations. I feel the only one capable of matching wits with Su Chen is Xia Xinghe, yet, he finally continued, the purpose of my visit is to inform you that our production team is about to commence the rural segment of the program. Consequently, you will be entering the countryside to complete various tasks. And, Su Chen queried, baffled thus, I hope you will exercise caution. While we have communicated with the villagers, any unnecessary disputes could leave you, as public figures, in a rather precarious position. Zhu Delong had deliberated long before deciding to converse with Su Chen, fully aware that the success of Perfect Lover was paramount and any abrupt halt would be devastating. Seeing the expectant look in Zhu Delong's eyes, Su Chen readily agreed, of course, that's no issue. It is well known that I possess a friendly disposition. Zhu Delong was pleasantly surprised by Su Chen's willingness to cooperate. However, Su Chen followed up with, whosoever provokes me, I shall confront. Whosoever I provoke, shall meet their misfortune. Zhu Delong, is this what you call avoiding trouble? Zhu Delong felt utterly flabbergasted, sensing that this situation was far from resolved. At that moment, a feeble cry for help echoed from the roadside. Zhu Delong perked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Shen Yichen, half an hour later, on the ground floor of the villa, the guests were partaking in a diverse breakfast when a furious voice rang out from the entrance. Lu Yuan, you scoundrel, Come out, I must have been blinded by foolishness to have believed your nonsense. 40 minutes, I squatted for a full 40 minutes. Shinichen was practically carried into the villa by several staff members, his legs numb from the ordeal, causing him to don an expression of agony. Lu Yuan, clutching his rear, not only remained unperturbed but chuckled with glee. Didn't I provide you with paper? What's wrong? Is it not satisfactory? Upon hearing the word paper, Shinichen exploded on the spot. Ignoring the discomfort in his legs, he hobbled towards Lu Yuan. In an instant, the two limping figures engaged in a comedic chase within the villa, resembling a scene from the Paralympics. Meanwhile, the program's announcement resonated. A new day has commenced. All guests are to proceed to the first floor of the villa to embark on the next round of tasks. At that moment, He Ling ambled down the stairs, only to be startled as two figures dashed past him. Swiftly now, Milady accelerates, ardently pursuing the fleeing Jean. Ahem, I urge everyone to temporarily set aside your tasks and attentively listen to the rules for the new round of challenges. As He Ling concluded, Shinichen and Lu Yuan showed no signs of halting. In exasperation, He Ling cast a pleading glance at Zhu Delong. Faithfully, their eyes met with Su Chen, who grasped the situation immediately. Then, as Shinichen and Lu Yuan sprinted towards him for the umpteenth time, he suddenly extended his leg. Chapter 71 E300, the blazing flames of the sprint surged forth, leaving no time for evasion. Lu Yuan felt a sudden lightness in his body as he was lifted from the ground. In that fleeting moment, a childhood proclamation echoed in his mind, Mother, when I grow up, I shall become an astronaut. Regrettably, he did not receive the joyous reward from his grandparents. Instead, Lu Yuan crashed to the ground in a most disheveled manner. Shinichen, unable to grasp the situation, merely observed as Lu Yuan seemingly took off from the ground like a sprouting seedling. He stumbled in turn, only to then plummet towards Lu Yuan in a most graceful fashion. Thud! Two sounds resonated, causing the wooden floor of the villa to tremble. Already dazed from his fall, Lu Yuan was further jolted by Shinichen's unexpected embrace from behind, nearly forcing out his meal from the previous day. The sharp pain from the fishhook wound intertwined with the aches throughout his body, and Lu Yuan's cries of distress reached a fever pitch, only to be overshadowed by another piercing wail. It hurts, it hurts. My leg. Su Chen clutched his divine right leg, his face contorted in anguish as he wrung. Why must I suffer harm? I am so kind, so small, so helpless. Su Chen lamented, resembling a wronged bride. Lu Yuan, momentarily taken aback, found him. He glared at Su Chen. It was you who tripped me, and yet you demand compensation. Have you lost your mind over money? Su Chen's expression shifted as he ceased his lamentations. I tripped you? Are you lying in front of so many witnesses? Does your left chest not ache? Left chest. Lu Yuan instinctively touched his left side. Didn't he hurt? I knew you were heartless. Su Chen let out a dramatic cry of grievance before abruptly slapping a piece of paper onto Lu Yuan's face. Open your titanium. No boisterous laughter or play is permitted within the villa. Once harm is inflicted upon another, the perpetrator must bear the responsibility for compensation. Lu Yuan gazed at the management regulations, his complexion oscillating between shades of crimson, pallor, and ebony. In a fit of vexation, he pointed an accusatory finger at Su Chen, exclaiming, You are resorting to sophistry. Just yesterday, you were using a fishhook to bait the director. But I did not inflict any harm upon him, Su Chen retorted, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. The director's team erupted in indignation, with Zhu Delong suddenly slamming his palm on the table, exclaiming, You speak nonsense, have you not caused me enough distress? Shinichen, fully aware of Su Chen's impudence and penchant for stirring trouble, recognized that if Su Chen were to be granted the upper hand, he would become even more unrestrained. Casting a glance at Su Chen's legs, he maintained a stoic demeanor and resigned himself to misfortune, stating, Very well, I shall take you to the hospital. I will cover the medical expenses. Indeed, I can manage a few medical bills. No need for a few hundred yuan for nutritional compensation will suffice, Su Chen replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing a few hundred yuan, Shinichen felt a wave of contempt wash over him for Su Chen. Truly, he was a petty individual blinded by greed. A mere few hundred yuan hardly warranted the invocation of the villa management regulations. He accepted the promissory note Su Chen offered, adopting a tone of condescension as he inquired, A few hundred, is it?
Consider it done. Su Chen pouted, revealing his gleaming white teeth. E300. What?
Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 150 points in Shini-chan's vulnerability. Ding, congratulations to the host, you have gained 100 points in Lu Yuan's vulnerability.
Shini-chan's hand trembled as he gripped the pen, drawing a long, deliberate line on the promissory note. Su Chen, can you not behave like a decent human being for once? You are not merely asking for a lion's share. You are demanding the entire ocean. Ha ha ha, what? Those two words have become a trending phrase in the variety show Perfect Lovers. There is no way around it. Primarily, Su Chen's responses are utterly unpredictable. I laughed so hard I pounded my fist on the thigh of the person next to me. Now, the girl sitting beside me on the subway insists I am a pervert. Last time someone bumped into my Yachty electric bike, he asked me what D was. I replied, Audi. So what if Su Chen is compensated with a Mercedes E300? He is so small and helpless, he deserves to ride in a Mercedes E300. I've learned my lesson. Once I get off the bus, I'll look for a large truck to test my luck. Buddy, I told you to test it, not to meet your demise. Lin Lin and Bai Yao, realizing the humor, were already holding their bellies in laughter. Even Qin Yushuan, typically known for his aloof and cool demeanor, let out a hearty give of laughter. This variety show is worth it. There is not only money to be won but also plenty of jokes to enjoy. It is entertaining, truly delightful. He Ling wished to laugh but, upon seeing the pitiable expressions of Shini-chen and Lu Yuan, could only step in to mediate. Alright, it's getting late. We have already postponed the task from yesterday, let us discuss the compensation matter this evening. Alright then, Su Chen replied obediently with a nod. He Ling offered Su Chen a grateful smile before producing the task card to explain the rules. Members of the coupled with the fact that the other guests possess limited heartbeat coins, upon hearing that they could creatively entice customers, all the stars were eager to get started. After all, with the current popularity of Perfect Lovers, showcasing their additional talents could greatly expand their opportunities within the entertainment industry. Although Su Chen, as the deity managing the heartbeat coins, once held a substantial amount, after the previous two transactions, his own reserves had dwindled significantly. As the saying goes, a penny can topple a hero, and a deity accustomed to controlling others could never accept being at the mercy of mere mortals. He regarded this task with considerable seriousness. The production team had prepared 5 types of products: eggs, pork, beef, mangosteen, and grass carp. Su Chen and Xia Xinghe began to whisper conspiratorially, discussing the intricate details of their strategy. Shini-chen's gaze fixated intently on the eggs, as he deemed them the most ideal product. After all, who does not consume eggs? Each pair of CP had their own calculations. Just as they were about to spring into action, He Ling interjected promptly. What you see before you are the 5 products for this round. However, before we select the products, we must engage in a small game to determine the order of selection. Please, all guests, proceed to the front of the villa. Chapter 72. What moral integrity do I possess to discuss martial ethics? In front of the villa, as seasoned entertainers, the guests immediately grasped the nature of the game upon seeing the prepared short-sleeved shirts and shorts, along with the designer labels. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be divided into male and female teams for a name-tag tearing battle. The final results will be determined by the combined scores of both genders within each group, which will dictate the order of product selection. Next, we will draw lots to select our opponents. Lu Yuan, having participated in numerous variety shows, held a particular confidence in this classic game of name-tag tearing. After changing into his short sleeves, he couldn't resist rolling up his sleeves to flaunt his robust biceps. Hanyu, rest assured, I have already secured the championship for our boys team. Feel free to showcase your skills. We certainly won. Finish at the bottom. Li Hanyu had long heard of Lu Yuan's dedication to fitness, and witnessing it firsthand alleviated her concerns somewhat. After changing, Shini-chen was equally unwilling to be outdone, striking a pose that showcased his slender arms. Do you really think you can reserve the championship? Just wait and see my superior muscle definition. Wow, Lu Yuan is indeed impressive. I absolutely adore those strong biceps. Ichen is fantastic, his exceptional muscle definition is unparalleled. Laughing so hard, can that be called muscle? Calling it a thin dog would be an insult to dogs. Now Su Chen has no tricks left. Lu Yuan, please teach him a lesson. Hey, where's Su Chen? I wonder what Xia Xinghe and Su Chen are up to. With a gasp from the audience, everyone turned their attention to the direction of Su Chen and Xia Xinghe. Su Chen had previously maintained a fitness routine, though his goal was not to bulk up but rather to ensure his health through exercise. However, the slight definition visible in his forearms suggested that he had a commendable physique hidden beneath his short sleeves. Yet, at this moment, Su Chen stood in place, appearing rather indifferent. Beside him, Xia Xinghe, though maintaining a cool demeanor, had her cool hand reach into Su Chen's short sleeve, feeling the rise and fall of his abs with her fingertips. Is that enough? We're still live streaming, just a little more, Xia Xinghe replied coolly, her voice crisp. Ah, what on earth are you two doing? Oh no, I'm going to faint from this ship. Is the reason I don't have a boyfriend that I can't maintain a cool facade while touching abs? Another warning. This is a live broadcast, not your private bedroom. Su Chen, just indulge her. Xinghe, touch me too, I have abs. If you want to touch my abs, you'll have to cover your face. Otherwise, it's hard to reach. Shiryuchi watched coldly as Xia Xinghe and Su Chen engaged in their intimate interaction, seething silently. Xia Xinghe, you can pretend to be aloof all you want. When the time comes, I will surely tear off your seemingly perfect mask, exposing you to everyone in your embarrassment. He Ling felt an inexplicable chill run down her spine. There's a murderous intent. Soon, the drawing began. Lin Lin looked at the number 1 in her hand, feeling somewhat speechless. With 5 people drawing lots, it was inevitable that one would be left out. Why couldn't it be herself? Oh dear, what bad luck, Bai Iyo pouted, revealing her number 1 as well. What kind of bad luck? CP are Lin Lin and Bai Iyo, both left out. Haha, they some. Shini Chen and Lin Lin stepped forward to the center of the arena. Lin Lin forced a laugh. Chen, please go easy on me. Shini Chen smiled confidently and struck another pose. Facing me means you've drawn the short straw. I shall show you what true dominance looks like. Lin Lin, your shoelace is untied. Oh, is that so? Lin Lin turned to look down at that moment, and Shini Chen dashed forward. Rip, Shini Chen swiftly tore off the name tag from Lin Lin's back, waving it triumphantly in his hand. You've lost. Lin Lin stared at her perfectly intact shoelaces, lost in thought. Brother, that is just too underhanded. Shini Chen nonchalantly raised his chin. The rules state that once you step into the arena, the competition begins. All is fair in love and war. Yuritu Navi, little brother. No one expected that the Shinichi who had just boasted about overwhelming with skill would suddenly resort to such tactics. A brief silence enveloped the scene. Only Shiryuchi clapped excitedly. Ichen is amazing. Ichen not only has exceptional muscle definition but also extraordinary intelligence. He is fantastic. Seriously, Shinichi, do you have no shame? Why is it that when Su-Chen plays dirty, I just want to laugh? But when Shinichi does, I want to leap into the screen and smack him. The first round of the nametag battle concluded in such a fashion, instantly igniting a fiery atmosphere. Shinichi's stated rules were correct. He Ling, left with no choice, announced the result. The first round goes to Shinichi. Please have the second group of contestants come forward. Qin Yuxuan revealed his number 2. Su Jingwan clenched her fists in encouragement. Little brother, it's your turn. Qin Yuxuan walked to the center of the arena. Lu Yuan followed suit, displaying his number 2, a mocking smile on his face. Sorry, little brother, I've already secured the nametag defense battle was about to commence. Although Lu Yuan was physically robust, he was still nursing an injury on his backside, preventing him from giving his all for a time. The two were evenly matched. In the final moments, Lu Yuan, enduring the sharp pain in his rear, managed to tear off Qin Yuxuan's name tag, claiming victory. Second round, Lu Yuan wins. Now Lu Yuan and Shinichi will play rock paper scissors to determine who faces Su-Chen first. Rock paper scissors, rock paper scissors. Ultimately, Lu Yuan lost to Shinichi, becoming the first to face Su-Chen. Despite just having fought a fierce battle, Lu Yuan couldn't help but flash a disdainful smile at Su-Chen. Su-Chen, why not just admit defeat? It would be more dignified. Go, Lu Yuan, take down Su-Chen. It's time for revenge. In response to Lu Yuan's haughty demeanor, Su-Chen remained remarkably unperturbed. He lifted his eyelids slightly. Fools enjoy their foolish luck, but fools do not. Su-Chen, who are you calling a fool? Lu Yuan immediately rolled up his sleeves, ready to engage. Su-Chen calmly stepped back. How amusing. It's laughable how you bark without thinking, yet you still need to ask me who I'm referring to. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 120 points of defensive breach value from Lu Yuan.
Fury surged within Lu Yuan as he suddenly recalled Su Chen's magical prowess. He forced a cold smile. What is that barking dog doing? Su Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. I'm sorry, it's just my first time seeing such a large pile of dung. I am thrilled. Su Chen, you're dead. Lu Yuan let out a roar and lunged at Su Chen. Su Chen, instead of advancing, retreated, dodging several times in succession. Lu Yuan, already fatigued, was now both enraged and exhausted. Su Chen, is running your only tactic? Su Chen nodded. Lu Yuan charged again, and Su Chen evaded once more, but this time, Su Chen seized the opportunity and delivered a sharp slap to Lu Yuan's rear. A thunderous scream echoed throughout the venue. Su Chen, you lack martial ethics. You deliberately struck my injury. Laughable. I possess no morals, so why should I discuss martial ethics with you? Chapter 73. Is it your birth year? Su Chen moved with the agility of the wind, weaving around Lu Yuan each time he found an opening. He would unrelentingly deliver a slap to Lu Yuan's backside. The crisp sound of slaps, mingling with Lu Yuan's pained wails, resounded above the villa. I'm blind. Is this show even a legitimate variety show? Is this the legendary kicking a disabled person esque? It is clearly punishment for Lu Yuan. Su Chen could have easily torn off Lu Yuan's name tag multiple times, yet he refrained from doing so. 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Even Su Chen, despite his relentless assault, began to pant heavily, yet, Lu Yuan's cries gradually diminished. It was not that he no longer wished to shout, he simply lacked the strength to do so. Lu Yuan leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. The fiery pain in his rear was overwhelming, and before him stood the eager Su Chen. He opened his mouth, forcing out the last remnants of his fury from his hoarse throat. You bastard, Su Chen, you are truly a bastard. I've never encountered someone as shameless as you in my life. Su Chen grinned. Congratulations, you've now met one. Behold my palm. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 150 points of defensive breach value from Lu Yuan. As Su Chen prepared to advance again, Lu Yuan suddenly raised his hand. Wait, Su Chen stood cautiously in place. In an instant, Lu Yuan's eyes grew red, and he tore off his short sleeve, yanking off his name tag and throwing it to the ground, his voice trembling with emotion. Here, is this enough for you? Take my name tag and get lost. With the shout of get lost, Lu Yuan covered his face, weeping as he dashed from the name tag battlefield. This is too much, utterly excessive. My mother never hit me this hard during my early romances in middle school. Hey, don't go. I haven't even unleashed my aerial palm technique yet. Su Chen attempted to pursue him, but He Ling quickly held him back. Good heavens, if you land a few more slaps, Lu Yuan might end up altered for life. Don't chase him, don't chase him. There is still Shinichen. Hearing this, Shinichen immediately looked at He Ling, puzzled. Ahem, I meant to say, you still have to tear name tags. Upon hearing this, Su Chen indeed paused, beckoning Shinichen with a finger. You, come here. Shinichen's expression darkened. Did he seem like someone easily bullied? Today, you shall witness what true variety show prowess looks like. The two faced each other. Shinichen snorted coldly. Su Chen, don't think your underhanded tactics will work on me. I won't be foolish enough to let you exploit my weaknesses. Oh, Lu Yuan, Shinichen just called you a fool. Su Chen shouted towards the side. Shinichen, you're a bastard too, Lu Yuan retorted. Shinichen remained unfazed, suddenly adopting a serious expression as he glanced behind Su Chen. What, the director is calling for Su Chen? Su Chen, the director is calling you. Su Chen paused momentarily. Really, no sooner had he spoken than he crouched down, gripping the hem of Shinichen's shorts, and yanked it forcefully. Ah, by Iyo, and the other girls screamed, covering their eyes simultaneously. Shinichen felt a chill at his lower half, his mind blank and buzzing. Oh, is it your birth year? Su Chen exclaimed, his eyes wide. Shinichen froze momentarily, instinctively covering himself, letting out a sharp cry. His bright red boxer shorts, emblazoned with a neatly drawn character for fortune, were undeniably a sight to behold. Like a humiliated little bride, Shinichen frantically bent down to pull up his pants. In that instant, his name tag was starkly exposed to Su Chen's gaze. Rip, I'll take this name tag. Su Chen waved the name tag in his hand, looking at Shinichen's flushed face. Didn't he expect it, did you, Shinichen? Not much to show for your size, huh? As the stunned crowd regained their senses, a wave of uproarious laughter erupted. Haha, Shinichen, this year is indeed your birth year. Shinichen, don't cover yourself, it's not like you're not wearing underwear. Just moments ago, Lu Yuan, who had been sulking, seemed to have found an outlet for his emotions, grinning widely as he pointed at Shinichen, laughing uncontrollably while delivering witty remarks. Ha, Shinichen, don't hide, hurry and contact the underwear brand for a sponsorship fee. Shiryuchi couldn't bear to look at Shinichen. Associating with him and his CP would be an affront to her dignity. Shinichen, what are you still doing? Do you think this is a Victoria's Secret runway? Shinichen clutched his waistband tightly, wishing he could cover his face as well. Su-chen looked at him with a smirk. Oh. Shinichen, I see you prefer wearing thongs. In the Director S group, Zhu Delong was pondering how to salvage the situation when he felt a tightening in his groin, immediately erupting in a curse. Damn. Shinichen-'s hand clutched at his waistband trembled. Su-chen, I vow never to share the same sky with you in this lifetime. You're still human, you just pulled down my pants. You bastard, foul-leg, rotten scoundrel, people like you deserve to be dragged out and executed with a flaming Gatling gun. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 300 points of defensive breach value from Shinichen. In response to Shinichen-'s accusations, Su-chen nonchalantly waved his hand. Didn't he expect it, did you? This is what it means when you gaze into the abyss, and the abyss gazes back at you, surprised, unexpected. I'm going to kill you. Shinichen-'s face contorted with rage as he lunged at Su-chen. Su-chen tactically leaped back a step, exclaiming, your pants fell again. Shinichen immediately panicked and looked down, not seeing his birth year red shorts. He felt a wave of relief wash over him, only to be immediately engulfed by overwhelming humiliation. You tricked me again. But where was Su-chen's infuriatingly handsome face? All that remained was a distant figure reminiscent of Sun Wukong surfing by the sea, laughing maniacally as he sprinted away. Jie. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of defensive breach value from Shinichen. Su-chen, you are no human. I usually don't laugh because 6 flipped. Trending, perfect lover Shinichen publicly displays his underwear. Breaking, Shinichen-'s variety show reveals a family heirloom, the most traditional man in the entertainment industry is born. Inquiry, does pulling down pants constitute sexual harassment? In the Director S group, the sound of incessant ringing phones echoed. Wu Cheng clutched a landline. You've dialed the wrong number, we don't sell underwear here. What are you talking about? No, this isn't a prank show, it's a dating variety show. Don't ask, there is no paid content. What did you say? Wu Cheng paused, his expression odd as he handed the phone to Zhu Delong. Hey, they're looking for Shinichen to endorse underwear. Chapter 74. Is this not bullying? In an effort to prevent the situation from escalating, the Master of Rescue, He Ling, hurriedly grasped Shinichen's arm. These are all unforeseen circumstances. Enduring relentless torment, Shinichen, upon hearing He Ling's gentle words of comfort, could no longer maintain his composure. Woo. Teacher it's not that my mentality is lacking, it's just that Su-chen has gone too far. Do you understand the extent of harm that being publicly humiliated can inflict upon a young man? Woo, He Ling nodded sympathetically, tenderly stroking Shinichen's head. It's alright. At that moment, Lu Yuan, maintaining a strained smile, approached and nodded in agreement. Yes, it's nothing. Just like when you hooked my backside with your fishing line, it was merely an accident. Once the nation has witnessed this, they will soon forget your face, but will forever remember the auspicious character on your rear. The previously comforted Shinichen crumbled once more. He shot Lu Yuan a fierce glare, his face darkening ominously, ultimately contorting into a twisted, malevolent grin. You all should just cease to exist. In a swift motion, Shinichen struck Lu Yuan's injured backside. Before Lu Yuan could utter a cry of despair, Shinichen retaliated with a sharp twist. Blissful relief, Lu Yuan, who had just begun to recover, was once again seized by excruciating pain. Ow woo! Lu Yuan howled in agony. Enduring the searing pain, Lu Yuan seized Shinichen's pant leg and desperately pulled downward. The scene descended into chaos. Su-chen, emerging from an unseen corner, fixated on the grappling Shinichen and Lu Yuan, his vibrant eyes sparkling with excitement. He proclaimed with fervor, who can rival my ambition in the heavens? With a sharp blade in hand, who can rely on their sword to slay dragons? Dear audience, what you are witnessing is an exclusive presentation of Perfect Martial Arts, sponsored by the Perfect Lovers Program.
I am your referee and host. A successful score. The blue team contestant, Lu Yuan, begins his counterattack. Splendid, a simple yet effective slap, generating a tenfold impact on Shini-chan's physical and psychological well-being. Su Chen's passionate commentary captivated the audience, immersing other guests in the moment. Ha, Su Chen, how did you end up commentating? I declare, without Su Chen, I won't watch Perfect Lovers. I strongly demand an extra chicken leg for Su Chen. Being both referee and commentator is too taxing. Xu Delong, having just concluded a call with a brand regarding underwear, turned to witness the chaotic scene of the dating show. He felt a wave of darkness envelop him. Wu Chang, acting swiftly, grabbed a handful of heart rescue pills from the table and thrust them into Xu Delong's mouth, following it with a bottle of mineral water, forcing him to gulp down half a bottle in one go. Exhaling a sigh of relief, Xu Delong weakly extended his hand, separate them, and shut Su Chen's mouth. I'll handle it, don't worry. Wu Chang, with unwavering determination, rushed out. Why did it suddenly cut off? Give me the footage, I want to see the martial arts show. Alright, it's time for the paid content again, take my money and show me the footage. Betting is open, I'm wagering on Lu Yuan's victory. Su Chen. The only true victor shall be me. In the director's group, Xu Delong pointed at Shini-chen and Lu Yuan, his voice trembling, are you both out of your minds? Why not sprout wings and soar to the sun? Put. Su Chen couldn't suppress his laughter as Xu Delong immediately slammed the table, barking, be serious. Xu Delong then turned to Shini-chen and Lu Yuan. Do you find your antics amusing? You're turning this program into a chaotic mess. Especially you, Shini-chen, do you have any idea how much our production team believed in you? We went to great lengths to secure you an endorsement, and this is how you repay us. The once dejected Shini-chen, upon hearing of the endorsement, lifted his head, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he looked at Xu Delong. Thank you, director, thank you. Director, I was wrong. I promise not to cause trouble again. Xu Delong nodded in satisfaction, and you, Lu Yuan? Lu Yuan pouted, he started it first. Alright, enough of that, just continue the livestream properly. Xu Delong waved Shini-chen and Lu Yuan away, turning to the heart rescue pills on the table and tossing them in front of Su Chen. Look at this, I'm forced to consume these. Can you just behave for once? Su Chen nodded. Speak. Xu Delong slammed the table once more. Su Chen, feeling wronged, pointed at his mouth. Xu Delong's heart quivered violently, and Su Chen, ever so considerate, inserted the heart rescue pills into his mouth. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 60 points of defense value from Xu Delong. Get lost. Xu Delong could no longer contain himself. If murder were not a crime, he would surely be the first to strangle Su Chen. 5 minutes later, the livestream resumed its normal state. Xu Delong slumped over the table, soothing his chest to regain composure. He glanced at Wu Chang with disappointment. The audience engagement must have plummeted. Wu Chang, staring blankly at the data screen, muttered, "Oh my, the peak of life has arrived." Xu Delong, growing impatient, shot him a glance. What nonsense are you babbling about? Xu Delong leaned over to examine the data screen. His eyes nearly bulged out in disbelief. The number of viewers in the livestream had reached an unprecedented high, 37 million. Su Chen, I love you. At the livestream venue, Healing resumed the scheduled process. The female contestants had been determined. Xia Xinghe was not as fortunate as Su Chen, while Shiryuchi had secured a bye. The first match showcased Su Jingwan against Li Hanyu, the combination of a mature woman and a young flower. Both contestants paid special attention to their appearances. After a brief and symbolic tug, Su Jingwan successfully obtained the name tag from Li Hanyu's back to eye. In the second match, Xia Xinghe faced Bai Yao. As soon as Bai Yao entered, she raised her small fist towards Xia Xinghe, playfully declaring, "I won't go easy on you." Xia Xinghe merely nodded indifferently. With a fierce shout, Bai Yao lunged forward with her slightly plump little hand, poised to touch the hem of Xia Xinghe's clothing. In that moment, a slender,
fair hand pressed firmly against her forehead. Xia Xinghe looked up coolly, her eyes glimmering with icy detachment. You cannot reach me. Unyielding, Bai Yao persisted, attempting to grab again, pouting her lips, she indignantly exclaimed, "Isn't this bullying?" Chapter 75. The day was unbearably cold, much like the heart of that dog of a man. Bai Yao rubbed her small hands vigorously, but after realizing her efforts were futile, she completely surrendered to the situation. Xia Xinghe effortlessly acquired the name tag behind Bai Yao. Shiryuchi observed Xia Xinghe's every move with a cold gaze. Upon confirming that Xia Xinghe's victory was merely due to her superior height and reach, a sinister plan began to brew in her mind. Congratulations to Xia Xinghe for winning this round. He Ling continued to direct the proceedings. Su Jingwan stood facing Xia Xinghe. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Su Jingwan stomped her foot in frustration. Xinghe, your reaction is just too fast. Who could understand? She had clearly seen Xia Xinghe extend her fingers, yet what appeared before her was a clenched fist. Xia Xinghe wore a nonchalant expression. Spending time with the sixth brother makes you quicker on the uptake. Su Jingwan, curious, inquired, "What do you mean?" Cough, cough, it's nothing, she is just joking, Su Chen suddenly interjected, whispering to Xia Xinghe, "Can we not have fun anymore? Is this how you talk about your ship?" Xia Xinghe turned her gaze, her eyes gleaming with mischief, as if affirming yet questioning. But if you can't keep up with the logic, you'll soon find yourself devoured whole. Su Chen looked at Xia Xinghe in astonishment. Wait, you. So, you no longer wish to take responsibility? Xia Xinghe lowered her brow, her long eyelashes fluttering. Oh dear, what are you up to again? This is still being broadcast live. As expected, after Xia Xinghe finished speaking, the comments instantly erupted in a fervent condemnation of the scoundrel. My heavens, Xia Xinghe looks so wronged. Su Chen, you truly ought to be ashamed. Even as a fan of Su Chen, I stand with Xia Xinghe on this one, scoundrel. Woo woo. You better treat Xia Xinghe well, she is almost in pieces from this injustice. I declare the star-crossed duo to be irrevocably bound, the key has been swallowed by me. Can you even take care of my wife? If not, I'll step in. Anger, 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 so sweet, so sweet. Su Jingwan stood frozen, watching the two whispering sweet nothings in public. She couldn't help but feel delighted. However, she suddenly paused. So, am I also a part of your play? He Ling wore a knowing smile, eager to announce their marriage. Shiryuchi's heart was filled with venomous curses. It was as if no one else could steal the spotlight. She turned her gaze, suddenly softening as she looked at Shinichen beside her. Shinichen was still lost in his thoughts about the embarrassment of his zodiac year. His jaw clenched, his muscles taut. What are you looking at? It's not like you're in your zodiac year. Shiryuchi quickly retracted her sugary display, mentally flipping Shinichen the bird. I won't wear any auspicious red briefs for my zodiac year either. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have gained 150 points in breaking Shinichen's defenses. If we don't continue soon, it'll be dark. He Ling heard Zhu Delong's anxious voice in her earpiece. He Ling snapped back to reality. Let us resume the competition. This time, it's Su Jingwan versus the Bai contestant, Shiryuchi. The two moved to the center of the stage. Shiryuchi smiled amicably at Su Jingwan. Sister Jingwan, please go easy on me later. Su Jingwan nodded with a smile. Then Yuchi, you must also show me some mercy. The false niceties of the entertainment industry. Mutual flattery, the harsh reality. You will perish. As the match commenced, Su Jingwan proactively reached for the name tag on Shiryuchi's back. Shiryuchi seemed prepared, retreating a step unhurriedly. In the next moment, she suddenly lunged for the collar of Su Jingwan's short sleeve. All eyes in the venue were instantly drawn to the already slightly loose short sleeve, when tugged, fell even looser. Su Jingwan felt a chill in front of her and, forgetting about the name tag on her back, instinctively covered her chest to prevent any wardrobe malfunction. Rip!
Shiryuchi tore off Su Jingwan's name tag. She smirked triumphantly but quickly masked her delight, pretending to be apologetic. She approached Su Jingwan. Sister Jingwan, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. As Shiryuchi spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears, which soon flowed down her cheeks. Su Jingwan coldly regarded Shiryuchi's performance, yet a smile graced her lips. It's fine, unexpected occurrences are normal in games. Upon hearing this, Shiryuchi did not stop crying. Instead, her tears flowed even more profusely, resembling a textbook example of a green tea act. The effect on sight was one thing, but the comments were already boiling over. Wow! Shiryuchi is clearly acting. What else with the pretense? What nonsense are you spouting? Yuchi was obviously careless, she already apologized. What more do you want? Yuchi is crying like this, and you still have the heart to criticize her? Besides, didn't Su Jingwan say it was fine? Exactly, and it was just a near miss, nothing was exposed anyway. Zhu Delong frowned as he watched Shiryuchi. She's gone a bit too far. There's nothing we can do about it's a lack of preparation on our part. On site. Indeed, she is a true green tea veteran from 82, her tea skills are. That woman is not to be trifled with. Concern for me? Xiaxing had tilted her head, raising her chin in inquiry. Su Chen was at a loss regarding what his good brother was up to. Not concerned for you, who else would I ship? Ha! Xiaxing has shot a playful glare at Su Chen. It's freezing, just like the heart of that dog of a man. Su Chen glanced at the sun rising slowly, opting to remain silent. Heling didn't wish to waste more time on this matter. Soon, she announced the start of the next round. Xiaxinghe and Shiryuchi stepped into the center of the arena. The tension between them was palpable, a veritable scent of gunpowder hung in the air. Wow, it's happening, Xiaxinghe is up against Shiryuchi. One is an ex-girlfriend, the other a current girlfriend. One must say, Su Chen is truly enjoying himself. I can't wait to see their clash. Where's the doctor, where's the ambulance? I need to report, there might be a casualty here. This was also Shiryuchi's first serious appraisal of Xiaxinghe. Upon closer inspection, she realized that this woman was strikingly beautiful, to the point of inciting jealousy in her, who prided herself on her looks. But what of it, she was merely an obscure little model. With this thought, Shiryuchi couldn't help but raise her head proudly. If you lose later, don't cry. In response to Shiryuchi's taunt, Xiaxinghe didn't even spare her a glance, softly murmuring, I truly look forward to it. Xiaxinghe's indifference struck deep into Shiryuchi's heart, igniting a fierce jealousy that twisted into a vengeful glare. As the word begin echoed, Shiryuchi stepped forward, aiming to grab the short sleeve on Xiaxinghe's shoulder, intent on tearing it apart. Chapter 76. I feel like your brain has been consumed by zombies, damn it. Su Chen exclaimed, fearing that his good friend. After uttering a curse, he prepared to forfeit. After all, he had already secured first place in the men's group, granting him a priority eye in the blink of an eye. It seemed that Shiryuchi was on the verge of success. However, just as she was about to touch the hem of Xiaxinghe's clothing, a hint of a smile appeared in Xiaxinghe's cold, clear eyes. Got you. With a swift motion, Xiaxinghe seized Shiryuchi's wrist with her delicate white hand. Before Shiryuchi could react, Xiaxinghe stepped forward, not retreating but advancing, offering her back to Shiryuchi. Shiryuchi reached out to snatch the name tag from Xiaxinghe's back, but in the next instant, she felt herself lifted, the world spinning before her eyes. Fear enveloped her. Ah! Shiryuchi screamed, and the entire audience gasped, covering their mouths in shock at the unfolding scene. With a resounding thud, Xiaxinghe executed a shoulder throw, sending Shiryuchi crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, she ripped off Shiryuchi's name tag. Looks sturdy like a mountain, yet a mere touch reveals its fragility like paper. If you're inexperienced, practice more. Shiryuchi's backside ached from the fall, her face instantly flushed with indignation. Congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability. Ha ha ha. Bai Iyo was the first to burst into laughter. Su Jingwan followed suit, her laughter trembling. Heling, Zhu Delong, and the other male contestants, including Su Chen, looked at Xiaxinghe as though they had encountered a ghost. Xiaxinghe's decisive action had been astonishing, some of them hadn't even seen the move clearly,
the next second, Shiryuchi was airborne. As everyone processed what had just happened, they immediately flocked to Shiryuchi's side. Shiryuchi, are you alright? He Ling asked with concern. Don't worry, I cushioned her fall. It won't be too painful, and besides, her backside seems quite resilient, Xia Xinghe remarked nonchalantly, tossing Shiryuchi's name tag aside before returning quietly to Su Chen's side. Su Chen turned slowly, his face betraying a tremor of disbelief. Are you really that fierce? Xia Xinghe nodded earnestly, her gaze innocent. I'm just afraid you might abuse me later. Su Chen. Do you even hear what you're saying? Am I going to abuse you? Hey, is this a scam? In the live broadcast chat, the moment Xia Xinghe executed her stunning throw, the comments erupted in chaos. Xia Xinghe, like Su Chen, is indeed a lunatic. This is murder, pure murder. Oh my god, how much pain must Shiryuchi be in? My heart aches for her. What are we waiting for? Hurry and take her to the hospital. To the one above, can you use your brain? Xia Xinghe clearly didn't exert full force and even caught Shiryuchi, otherwise, would she still have the chance to scold her? That was a good throw. Shiryuchi clearly had ill intentions, wanting to grab. She deserves this. Wife, throw me. I've never seen such a bizarre request before. Su Chen's future married life will surely be very harmonious. Su Chen. From now on, I guess my life will be a barbecue. In the director's booth, Zhu Delong and Wu Chang, having confirmed that Xia Xinghe had held back and that Shiryuchi was uninjured, allowed He Ling to continue with the proceedings. As for Shiryuchi, who still insisted on demanding an explanation, she fell silent after receiving a warning glance from Zhu Delong. Both are cunning foxes, who doesn't know what Shiryuchi was up to both then and now. Su Chen discreetly extended his finger to poke Xia Xinghe's palm, wearing a sycophantic smile as he asked, My good brother, tell me honestly, where did you learn all this? Xia Xinghe turned her head. Want to learn? Just, ugh. Su Chen swiftly covered Xia Xinghe's mouth. This isn't something to say on a live broadcast. Does he not care about his reputation? How will he navigate the world after this? Is this judo? Su Chen, still not willing to let it go, asked. Black belt. Su Chen suddenly lost interest in pursuing the topic. Perhaps it was destined. Su Chen, somewhat puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Xia Xinghe stared intently at Su Chen. After all, some unconventional hobbies. He wanted to retort but found no words. Xia Xinghe continued, After all, you're both inexperienced and playful, or is it that sneaking around is more thrilling? Su Chen, no, listen to my defense. Oh no, my explanation. Their conversation was quiet, yet it ignited excitement in the chat. Show me, what kind of interaction requires good physical condition and flexibility? Can't you avoid me? Taking my presidential suite key card and going to sleep. Just a second ago, I felt sorry for Su Chen. This second, I envy Su Chen. In the future, I want to become Su Chen. Demanding surveillance cameras installed in Su Chen and Xia Xinghe's room. Preferably blue light, no censorship. Now, we invite the top-ranked Su Chen and Xia Xinghe duo to select their goods first. He Ling interrupted their dialogue. Xia Xinghe and Su Chen stepped forward together. Their gazes instinctively fell upon a basket of fresh mangosteens. We want this. Others, witnessing their choice, were somewhat incredulous. Although the show did not list prices, the items had. The basket brimmed with mangosteens, yet items like eggs and pork weighed in at dozens of pounds. By all accounts, mangosteen, being a luxury fruit, was not the optimal choice, especially considering the potential for villagers unfamiliar with it to not purchase it. Seeing Su Chen leave with the mangosteens, Shinichen sprang up like an excited monkey. Fool, look at that fool. I choose eggs. I choose pork. I choose, Shinichen, with 2 large baskets of eggs, boasted to Su Chen, You're definitely going to lose this time. I am sure I can sell all my eggs since who doesn't eat them? Su Chen looked at him as though he were a simpleton. Why don't you just wear your red shorts on your head for good luck? I feel like your brain has been devoured by zombies. This time, Shinichen was unfazed. Oh please, you must be regretting it now. Su Chen couldn't help but ask, did you forget this is the countryside? Shinichen scoffed, so what if it's the countryside? Who doesn't T eat eggs? Exactly, who doesn't T raise chickens? Shinichen's smile suddenly froze. At that moment, Lu Yuan approached with pork in hand. Even if every household raises chickens, they can't possibly slaughter pigs every day. Su Chen nodded, neither affirming nor denying. So what? Lu Yuan proclaimed proudly, that means I'm guaranteed to win. That makes some sense, but not much. Haven't you all been to the Heartbeat supermarket lately? Su Chen queried. The others exchanged glances, unsure of Su Chen's point. Heartbeat supermarket has recently stocked mangosteens. 50 Heartbeat coins per pound. I have no less than 15 pounds here, so even if I don't sell. Oh no, this kid has found a loophole again. Su Chen disregarded the astonished looks from the others, snapping his fingers and suddenly raising his voice. Our life principle is to eat well, to eat luxuriously. The best, Xia Xinghe popped a segment of mangosteen into Su Chen's mouth, savoring a piece herself, her eyes narrowing in delight as she added, preferably, it should be free. Chapter 77. The power of freebies. As Su Chen spoke, the other guests suddenly felt that the items in their hands were far less appealing. While they were still contemplating how to sell their goods, Su Chen had already secured items equivalent to the first-place prize. It was akin to a marathon where they stood at the starting line while Su Chen lounged at the finish line. Wasn't this a blatant act of bullying against the honest? He Ling cast a helpless glance toward the directing team as Zhu Delong, looking rather disgruntled, waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the task to continue. Ha, Su Chen, don't show off. In this short time, you've already devoured a pound of mangosteen. Su Chen, don't you have hands? You actually had my wife feed you. Watching Su Chen eat is making me envious. I must go buy some mangosteen too. By the way, where can I find a wife like Xia Xinghe? Why not go home and claim one? After all, dreams can be quite accommodating. He Ling continued to cue the process, explaining the precautions for entering the village. Meanwhile, Su Chen was still indulging in his feast. Eventually, when they grew weary from standing, the two simply plopped down on the ground, continuing their display of excess. Alright, that concludes all the precautions, He Ling announced. To ensure the safety of the guests and facilitate filming, we have arranged for a following cameraman. Everyone can set off now. As Su Chen continued to flaunt, a bespectacled, chubby man cheerfully jogged up to him, extending his hand. Hello, Brother Chen, I'm your cameraman for this trip. Oh, hello. Su Chen nodded amicably. Suddenly, the cameraman found a mangosteen thrust into his hand. This seems inappropriate, he said, a touch embarrassed. Oh, you find it inconvenient, let me peel it for you. Without waiting for a response, Su Chen shoved a chunk of mangosteen into the cameraman's mouth. The cameraman's already round face swelled even more. How does it taste? Isn't this mangosteen exceptionally sweet? Su Chen inquired. The cameraman savored it carefully. To his surprise, this mangosteen was indeed more delicious than any he had tasted before. Seeing this, Su Chen suddenly raised his hands in a gesture of reverence, exclaiming, "This is the power of freebies." The phrase struck the cameraman like a bolt from the blue, as if it had shattered the shackles of his understanding, leaving his mind clear and invigorated. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Was Su Chen radiating some sort of divine aura? Gathering his courage, the cameraman asked, "Brother, can I have another one?" Of course. They swallowed hard, feeling a pang of envy. They were all in the same boat. Why should he revel in such delights first? Shinichen gazed thoughtfully at Su Chen and, seizing a chicken egg from a basket, turned to offer it to the cameraman. Don't be shy. You deserve to be played by Su Chen. While he operates on the basis of human connections, you're just causing trouble. Gradually, the guests departed the villa, heading toward the village. Having eaten his fill, Su Chen satisfiedly burped. Let us go. The cameraman discreetly tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, his small eyes peering out from behind the camera frame, signaling toward the side of the villa. Su Chen, holding up a mangosteen, ambled over. The next moment, the hum of an engine resonated from the side of the villa. Su Chen sat upright in a tricycle, while Xia Xinghe wrapped her arms around his waist in the back seat. The cameraman, proudly perched in the cargo area, beamed with joy at the other guests, struggling to carry their goods, were left dumbfounded. Hadn't they agreed to find their own way to the village? Facing the many gazes, Su Chen nodded in acknowledgement, raising a hand. Greetings, comrades. What the heck, how did Su Chen get a vehicle? The others were still processing the situation when the tricycle roared to life, rumbling out of the villa escort yard. Xu Delong gritted his teeth, glaring at the cameraman, who sat proudly in the cargo area. Traitor, you're a traitor. On the roadside, the first to set up, Shi Yuqi, hands on her hips, wore a disdainful expression. You're a guy, what's wrong with you carrying more? I've helped too. Shinichen glanced at the 2 baskets of eggs at his feet and then, is that egg yours? Shinichen, you jerk, I must have been blind to like you. Shi Yuqi pointed and berated him. At that moment, Su Chen rode up on the tricycle, revving the engine. Shinichen and Shi Yuqi were momentarily stunned, then finally realized what had happened and shouted at Su Chen's departing figure, you're the one who can't do it, your whole family can't do it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 defense points from Shinichen. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 defense points from Shi Yuqi. As the system notifications chimed, Su Chen came to a stop in front of a signpost. Taoyuan Village. The name indeed carries a hint of an idyllic paradise. Su Chen surveyed the surroundings. Taoyuan Village was not large, with clusters of black-topped, white-walled 2-story buildings dotting the landscape. The village was enveloped by mountains and forests, filled with the sounds of birds and frogs. Xia Xinghe inhaled deeply, relishing the faint scent of fresh grass in the air. It was refreshing and invigorating. After parking the tricycle, the 3 prepared to enter the village. However, a low shout from nearby caught their attention. Su Chen turned to look. Under a sprawling ancient tree, a simple-clothed elder with white hair was executing an exceptionally vigorous and mysterious martial art. Each punch and kick flowed with power, exuding the aura of a true master. Is this truly an idyllic paradise, harboring hidden masters? The cameraman immediately trained his lens on the elder, eager to share this rare sight with the viewers. Noticing the trio, the elder paused, offering a warm smile. Are you travelers from afar? Su Chen nodded with a smile, acknowledging the elder. Good sir, you must be nearing 70, yet you seem so spirited. The elder chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. I'm 90 this year. Su Chen and Xia Xinghe exchanged incredulous glances. Don't be so surprised. I've practiced hard Qigong for years, my goal is to live to 101. The elder seemed to sense their disbelief and, without hesitation, picked up a red brick from the ground. With a swift motion, he struck the brick with his palm, and with a resounding ha, it shattered like paper in 2. Wow! The cameraman couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Su Chen blinked in disbelief. A formidable warrior indeed. Chapter 78. Go ahead and call the police. Do not mention Su Chen. Even Xia Xinghe's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Shocking, a monk appears in a small mountain village. No joke, this red brick is harder than my life. And it was so easily shattered? What is Su Chen waiting for? Hurry up and kneel to recognize your master. The old man brushed off the dust from his hands and gestured with his low murmurs were as intimidating as they were captivating. Break, with a sudden movement, the elder unleashed a whip kick towards a tree no thicker than an arm. Crack, the tree trembled violently. A second later, it emitted a painful creak before snapping in half. Su Chen's eyes widened in disbelief, and he couldn't help but shiver. He tugged at the eager Xia Xinghe and threatened, if you want to learn that, I'll find a block of tofu and bash my head against it, leaving you a widow. Xia Xinghe bit her lip, conceding, all right then. The old man smiled slightly, these are mere trifles. I have practiced hard Qigong for a lifetime. Not only can I break bricks and trees, but anyone who dares to attack me would find themselves harmed by the rebound of my energy. The more Su Chen listened, the more he felt the old man was a bit outlandish. Compliment him as a Dozong powerhouse, and he truly believed he was Shinichen's great-grandfather. At the pinnacle of the 9 turns, invincible in the world, the old man seemed to sense Su Chen's skepticism and took a stance, pointing to his own abdomen. Young man, throw a punch here, but be gentle. I fear the rebound might injure you. Hit him. Xiao Xinghe, unable to contain herself, waved her fist. As Su Chen hesitated. Are we really doing this? The old man chuckled nonchalantly, exuding an impressive aura. Don't worry, go ahead. Well, here I come. Su Chen took a deep breath, raised his fist, and aimed for the old man's belly. I'm exhausted. I've finally arrived. Outside Taoyuan village, Shinichen huffed as he set down 2 large baskets of eggs, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He turned to see the parked Bajaj vehicle beside him and immediately felt a surge of anger. Damn you, Su Chen, you're useless. He kicked the Bajaj several times, imagining he was kicking Su Chen. At that moment, a low voice echoed from afar. It was the familiar ancient tree and the familiar old man. Shinichen gasped in astonishment, covering his mouth. Is this old man really that powerful? Are you from out of town? Shinichen pointed to himself. How did you know? The old man paused, then chuckled inexplicably. Old man, what kind of martial art are you practicing? It looks quite formidable, Shinichen inquired. Just some trivial skills, not worth mentioning, the old man replied with a dismissive smile, turning to break a red brick with a single slap. Shinichen's eyelids twitched. He dashed over to the old man. Old man, what incredible skills! He gave a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with uncontainable admiration. If only he could learn even a move or two from this elder, he could easily overpower Su Chen and Lu Yuan. Do you wish to learn? The old man asked. Shinichen nodded eagerly. This is hard Qigong, the elder explained, then waved his hand, channeling his energy, and executed a whip kick. Bang! Another sapling snapped in 2. At this point, Shinichen and Shiryuchi were completely awestruck by the old man's display of prowess. Shiryuchi instinctively rubbed her slightly swollen backside, recalling Xiao Xinghe. Old man, can I also learn martial arts from you? Do you truly wish to learn? The elder inquired. Shinichen and Shiryuchi nodded vigorously, like chicks pecking at grain. Ha, good. Come, throw a punch at me, but don't exert too much force. I'm afraid the rebound might hurt you. Shinichen bit his lip. So, I'm really going for it? Shiryuchi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Perhaps her journey as a female fighter was about to begin. Shinichen stepped forward, aimed at the old man's abdomen, and threw a punch. Bang! Ow! A heart-wrenching wail echoed from the entrance of Taoyuan village. That hurts, it really hurts. Shinichen stared blankly at his fist. Could it be he had awakened some special ability? Until, help, help, someone is attacking an old man. Villagers, come and see. I feel like I'm dying. The old man rolled on the ground, clutching his belly in agony. I didn't do it. It was you who told me to hit you. Shinichen panicked. The old man straightened his face, looking disdainful. Would you let someone else hit you? I certainly won't. I'm not sick, Shinichen replied without a second thought. Upon hearing this, the old man's cries grew louder. Not only did you hit me, but you also insulted me for being ill. Villagers, come and see. How could you do this? Shiryuchi stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Seeing villagers approaching, Shinichen quickly said, Stop shouting. I'll pay you for medical expenses. Is that not enough a compensation? The old man perked up. This is something you must pay for. It is not me demanding it from you. Shinichen gritted his teeth. Yes, it is indeed my responsibility. But I have no money on me right now. How about that? Before Shinichen could finish, 3 figures emerged from the side. No money, lack of funds. Come to me. I have an IOU. Su Chen waved the IOU in his hand. Upon seeing Su Chen's smug grin, Shinichen realized he had been duped. This is extortion. It's illegal. Shiryuchi furiously pointed at Su Chen. Su Chen swatted away Shiryuchi's finger with a face like a husky. You shouldn't be pointing at others. Who is extorting? Shinichen is the one who wants to pay. The old man nodded in agreement. Exactly. But it was you who told me to hit you. Shinichen felt he had grasped the crux of the issue. As Su Chen scoffed. Is there someone who would tell you to die? Yet you're living just fine, aren't you? Forget it. If you don't want to pay, just leave. You're making us look like extortionists. The old man instantly understood Su Chen's intention and plopped back down on the ground. Help! Villagers, someone is brazenly assaulting an old man in broad daylight. Stop shouting. Shinichen was about to grind his teeth to dust, but then he chuckled coldly to himself that he was certain Suchen had no ground to stand on. Even if an IOU was written, the money might not even need to be paid. Worst case, they could settle it in court. After all, Suchen would still end up with a bad reputation. There was even a chance he might end up behind bars. The thought was delightful, however. When Shinichen received the IOU, he suddenly lost his composure and pointed at Suchen, cursing, "Suchen, you must be seriously ill. Isn't it about paying money? What on earth is a heart movement coin? You want me to pay in heart movement coins? Are you even human? Damn it." Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 200 points of defensive value from Shinichen. Suchen paid. Then go ahead and call the police. Chapter 79I. And the FBI. Suchen's composure struck like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Shinichen's fragile psyche. In a fit of rage, he laughed bitterly. Is there still a law? Is there still justice? Suchen, do you believe that even calling the police is futile against you? How laughable, do you not realize how pretentious you truly are? Ah, look at this person, he is not even afraid of the police. Ha ha ha, Hatsab, damn it. Some individuals drifted away as they walked, while others found themselves laughing one moment and weeping the next. Suchen grew weary of prolonging this dispute with Shinichen. Without hesitation, he slapped the IOU against Shin's forehead. I will count to 3, if you refuse to sign, then so be it. As for the remaining word, where's 2? I'm asking you about 2. Shinichen seethed with indignation, pointing at Suchen. Suchen produced a small mirror that Xia Xinghe used for touch-ups and aimed it at Shinichen. Shinichen quickly grabbed him, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. Fine, I'll sign, how much? Suchen pondered, would 300 heart tokens? He was even a bit moved by Suchen's sudden benevolence. Then let it be 250. All right. Shinichen took the paper and pen, signing his name with a flourish. As he put down the pen, he suddenly lifted his head, glaring at Suchen. You're the one who's 250. Suchen, you truly have no shame. Suchen shrugged indifferently. Xia Xinghe took the IOU and tucked it into her pocket, saying with equal nonchalance, this is just how we operate. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 200 defense points from Shinichen. Oh my wife is going to kill me. That line was simply breathtaking. Shinichen felt like he was losing his mind. 250 indeed. I almost thought Suchen was about to step into a sewing machine, but you made Shinichen pay heart tokens instead. Help, I too desire a rivalry like Suchen and Xia Xinghe, a love that is both playful and maddening. Rascals, a pair of rascals. You two truly deserve to be punished. Shinichen felt an overwhelming urge to spit at them both. But upon seeing Xia Xinghe, he felt an inexplicable pain in his backside. He stomped the ground a few times, howling as he gradually retreated. Useless scoundrels. Shiryuchi muttered quietly, but she too could only chase after him. 5 minutes later, Lu Yuan, shouldering a stick and balancing 2 baskets of pork, wiped the sweat from his brow as he gazed at the sign for Taoyuan village, tossing his bangs aside with confidence. So, Hanyu, do you think I'm quite clever? To be honest, rather than riding that silly motorcycle and showing off like Suchen, I believe carrying vegetables with a shoulder pole fits the theme of our rural segment much better. Li Hanyu smiled but remained silent. Who would prefer to walk when they could ride? Grumble. Li Hanyu's stomach protested its hunger, and she chuckled shyly. Lu Yuan seized the opportunity to speak. Hungry? MHM. Poverty had led her to eat only an egg for breakfast, and with the rush of tearing name tags and hurrying along, it was no surprise she felt famished. It's normal to be hungry. By the way, Hanyu, do you know what I like to eat? Upon seeing Lu Yuan's subtly playful smile, Li Hanyu inwardly cursed her luck, but facing the camera, she had no choice but to feign a thoughtful expression. You like beef? Lu Yuan shook his head. Then, is it eggs? He shook his head again. With a look of deep affection directed at Li Hanyu, his lower lip curled slightly as he spoke gently. I enjoy gazing at you with longing. Li Hanyu, still hungry? Have you been filled by my sweetness? Lu Yuan continued with his overly flirtatious banter. Li Hanyu felt nauseous at the syrupy tone. Just then, a series of low hisses reached her ears. Seeing what she perceived as a ray of hope, she exclaimed, "Lu Yuan, look, there's an old man over there practicing martial arts." "Is there?" Lu Yuan followed the direction of Li Hanyu's finger and immediately found himself captivated. Under the ancient tree, an old man practicing martial arts. The keywords triggered. Ding. Ouch. Help, someone's attacking the old man. Heart tokens? You want me to pay heart tokens? Su Chen, damn it. So, will you sign or not? Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Fine, I'll sign. Great, another 250 added. Watching Lu Yuan's retreating figure, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, hard work leads to wealth. It's all a lie. Xia Xinghan nodded in agreement. Of course, earning money is never as quick as robbing it. Su Chen, no, I meant using your brain, do you understand? Just as Su Chen was preparing to impart a vivid lesson on entrepreneurial thinking to Xia Xinghan, an old man suddenly tugged at Su Chen's sleeve, excitedly pointing towards the village entrance. People are coming, more people are coming. Su Chen focused his gaze and saw Lin Lin and Bai Iyo approaching. Realizing the old man was about to enter the fray again, Su Chen pinched the old man's gaping mouth shut with 3 fingers. Don't speak, we're done for today. The old man's excitement quickly dimmed. Bai Iyo and Lin Lin also spotted Su Chen and Xia Xinghan. Brother Chen, sister Xinghan. Bai Iyo waved and hopped over. Who is this? Lin Lin pointed at the old man beside Su Chen. Ahem. My name is Sun Guocheng, you can call me Old Sun, or the first master of Taoyuan village. Enough, Su Chen forcibly silenced Old Sun again. He's just an old man. After sending Bai Iyo and Lin Lin away, how will they give me money? Su Chen smiled nonchalantly. Of course, it's for meal expenses. Come on, let's head home for a meal. Old Sun chuckled knowingly, his eyes sparkled. They didn't even state the reward outright. Just as he took a couple of steps, he suddenly spun around and dashed back to the ancient tree. In front of Su Chen, he grabbed a hidden saw from the grass and chuckled. Can't forget the tools for earning a living. Half an hour earlier. Just as Su Chen was about to deliver a punch to Old Sun's abdomen, that forceful blow halted just an inch away. The anticipated pain never came, interrupting Old Sun's spellcasting. Old Sun's tightly shut eyes squinted open a crack, only to find Su Chen grinning at him, simultaneously raising the camera operator's phone. Su Chen raised his small face, speaking with grave authority. FBI. Chapter 80 Cuisine, Practice Makes Perfect. Taoyuan village in a quaint farmhouse courtyard, Su Chen stepped in behind Grandpa Sunday. The modest courtyard was adorned with strings of vibrant chili peppers and garlic hanging from the red brick walls. A small yellow dog lounged lazily in a corner, basking in the sunlight. The main room was embellished with portraits of revered figures from the last century, lending a rustic charm to the tidy surroundings. Upon seeing Grandpa Sun return, the little yellow dog wagged its tail excitedly. Had he just awakened from a dream to find his grandfather had brought home an agent, he was about to unleash a torrent of expletives when he caught a glimpse of his phone, which sent him into a state of astonishment. No way! Su Chen, he exclaimed. I'm such a huge fan of yours. I've never encountered someone so audacious while working. After watching your livestream for so long, to finally see you in person is exhilarating. As an ardent admirer of Su Chen, Fuxing had become captivated by the variety show Perfect Lover. After returning home from being dismissed from his job in the city, after a late night, he had just opened the livestream to find Su Chen appear. Unfazed by the revelation, Su Chen openly acknowledged his identity and clarified his acquaintance with Grandpa Sunday. Upon hearing this, Fuxing immediately replayed the livestream, his face shifting to a rare seriousness. Grandpa, I told you to stay home and behave, he admonished. If it weren't for meeting Brother Chen today, you might have ended up in serious trouble with the authorities. Grandpa Sun scratched his head, feeling a sudden itch of embarrassment. So, does this mean the reward for deceiving the bad guys is gone? He inquired. Su Chen nodded and pointed to the cured meats by the wall. However, there are meal expenses. You can request them from our production team. Their address is in the director's team. Zhu Delong looked at the livestream with a bemused expression. Do we have any bad guys among us? While other guests are busy promoting products, you've set your sights on the cured meats at a villager's home? He felt an overwhelming urge to report someone impersonating an FBI agent. Wu Chung timidly asked, "Director, what about the heartbeat coins that Shinichen and Lu Yuan owe Su Chen?" Xu Delong groaned, "Don't ask, the answer is I haven't figured it out yet. By the way, where's my rescue pill?" In the courtyard, the aroma of cooking wafted through the air. As the high-quality ingredients required only the simplest of culinary techniques, Master Su was well aware of this subtlety. With a casual flourish, he prepared 5 authentic farmhouse dishes. Regaining his composure, Grandpa Sun, under the influence of his grandson's persuasion, realized the potential illegality of his actions and broke into a cold sweat. Looking at Su Chen, his eyes brimmed with uncontainable gratitude. "Little Su, I truly appreciate your help today. I've been rather muddled lately. Come, let us share a drink." The homemade yellow wine from the countryside was particularly flavorful. At the small table, Su Chen learned that Fuxing's academic performance in the college entrance examination was less than stellar. Fuxing's father, a notorious gambler, had succumbed to the pressures of loan sharks and tragically chosen to take his own life. His mother had left the household the following year, disappearing without a trace. For many years, Grandpa Sun had single-handedly raised him. The hardships they endured were palpable. Listening to their tale, Su Chen felt a pang of sorrow. A determined glint flickered in his slightly tipsy eyes. "I stand against gambling and drugs with unwavering resolve." Xia Xinghe nodded empathetically. Meanwhile, the cameraman, who had been voraciously eating, paused momentarily in a gesture of sympathy. As the drinks flowed, the atmosphere grew more convivial. Xia Xinghe, feeling adventurous, tugged at Su Chen's sleeve. "I want to drink." Su Chen glanced at his cup and then back at Xia Xinghe's eager expression. "This is alcohol." "But Grandpa Sun said it's sweet," Xia Xinghe insisted. "Even so, it can easily lead to drunkenness," Su Chen replied. Xia Xinghe sighed but gazed longingly at the pale yellow liquid. Just as Su Chen and Grandpa Sun were engrossed in conversation, a small hand stealthily emerged from beneath the table, both mischievous and brazen, lifting Su Chen's yellow wine. A delicate sip revealed its sweetness, followed by a hint of alcohol that was surprisingly palatable. Each subsequent sip made it all the more enjoyable. When Su Chen finally raised his cup, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Had he truly had that much? His cup had once been full, but now it was half empty. Yet he shot a sidelong glance at Xia Xinghe, noticing her fair complexion now tinged with a rosy hue. "Why is your face so red?" he inquired. Xia Xinghe, avoiding his gaze, pointed at the stir-fried green peppers with cured pork. "Spicy. If you can't handle it, just don't eat it," Su Chen chuckled, pushing the cold cucumber salad toward her. Xia Xinghe hesitated momentarily with her chopsticks over the cucumber, but then resolutely shifted back to the spicy dish, her moist eyes reflecting determination. "One must practice. Surely, a brother as charming as this would cry for a long time after receiving a punch," he mused. This thought flitted through his mind until the image of Xia Xinghe receiving a punch transformed into a graceful shoulder throw. Su Chen shivered slightly, the alcohol's effects dissipating. With a resigned sigh, he ruffled Xia Xinghe's hair. Noticing Su Chen's empty glass, Grandpa Sun promptly filled it again, and the conversation resumed with renewed vigor. Once more, that small hand slipped from beneath the table, akin to a cat pawing from its hidden corner. A sip, another sip, and then the final sip. This time, it was undoubtedly the last. The cameraman, having finished his meal, caught sight of that little hand. He coughed a couple of times, only to suddenly feel a chill run down his spine as a pair of sparkling yet fierce eyes bore into him. Su Chen, belatedly realizing what was happening, turned to see the cameraman's face flushed crimson, as though he were struggling to find words. The cameraman's neck occasionally jerked towards Xia Xinghe, who was oblivious to the tension. Su Chen squinted his narrow eyes and smacked his forehead. "I get it now." The cameraman let out a sigh of relief, but before he could fully relax, Su Chen quipped, "You must have cramped up, right?" "Look at how you're devouring your food, you've probably choked yourself." Cameraman Bug. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points of Wuhao's defense value. Chapter 81 of the Blessings of Descendants. Enjoying life without them. The atmosphere around the small table grew increasingly lively. As Su Chen and the old man's son exchanged toasts, Xiaoxing's mischievous antics became ever more unabashed. After receiving a warning glare from the cameraman, it seemed he had muted his mic, though not entirely. In close-up shots, a small hand, imbued with a sense of mischief, would occasionally reach towards Su Chen's glass. "Su Chen, can't you keep an eye on Xiaoxing? Can't you see she's stealing sips of wine? Help! Who understands? My aloof wife is sneaking drinks. Who can resist this adorable contrast?" Xiaoxing's little face is flushed, simply too cute. "This is rice wine, it tastes delightful, but soon she'll be fast asleep." Su Chen, son, with a cheerful smile, glanced in Xiaoxing's direction. Realization dawned on Su Chen as he turned to see Xiaoxing, who usually sat upright, now swaying slightly, her complexion reminiscent of blossoming peach petals. Upon meeting his gaze, she tilted her head and grinned. "What's wrong?" Su Chen, fully aware, feigned indignation. "Is the green pepper that spicy that it has intoxicated you?" Xiaoxing blinked her bright eyes and nodded earnestly. "Spicy? Ah." He struggled to suppress his laughter, adopting a serious expression. "No more drinking." "All right," Xiaoxing obediently nodded, her lips curling into a joyful smile, her beautiful eyes gradually narrowing into slits as she leaned against Su Chen's shoulder. With a sigh, Su Chen set down his glass and said to old man's son, "Sir, we need to find a place for her to rest." Son, still chuckling, signaled for Fu Sheng to prepare a bed. Su Chen effortlessly scooped Xiaoxing into a princess carry, her warm, wine-scented breath brushing against his cheek. Instinctively, she tightened her grip around his neck, nuzzling her head against his chest. "Hey, don't do that. We still live." The cameraman, understanding the cue, promptly raised his camera. "Brother Chen, if you feed me mangosteens, I will surely help you steal the spotlight." A close-up captured the The cameraman deserves an extra treat for this. Yes, just like that, follow them into the room. This sweetness might just give me diabetes, please keep the live stream going. No joke, my intuition tells me that by the end of this show, Su Chen might just become a father. Su Chen followed old man's son into a side room, gently laying Xiaoxing on the bed and covering her with a quilt. Watching her smacking her lips, Su Chen couldn't help but pinch her nose playfully. "Next time, don't sneak drinks. You're so inexperienced, how can you navigate the world with me?" Xiaoxing feigned ignorance, grasping Su Chen's hand and pulling. Just as he was caught in this internal struggle, the cameraman darted to the head of the bed. "Whoa, how bold of you! Out. Su Chen pushed the cameraman away, feeling as if he had fed his previous mangosteens to a dog. "Rest well. I'll call you later," he whispered in Xiaoxing's ear before exiting the room. As the door closed, Xiaoxing, already in a deep slumber, fluttered her eyelids slightly, a sly smile playing on her lips. Fu Sheng sat nearby, staring intently at Su Chen as if he were some mysterious creature. "Brother Chen, I want to be a star too," he suddenly declared. Su Chen looked at Fu Sheng's peculiar hairstyle, falling into an awkward silence. Old man's son shot Fu Sheng a disapproving look. "What do you mean by star? You're heading back to the city to work tomorrow." "Why not? Brother Chen can be a star, why can't I?" "Su Chen." Old man's son gave Fu Sheng a light smack on the head. "What do you have in common with little Su besides being human?" Fu Sheng stubbornly retorted, "There's definitely something. My friend said, when I'm being foolish, I'm just like Brother Chen." Su Chen was left speechless. In the distance, it seemed 3 crows flew by, calling. "Put." The cameraman couldn't help but laugh. "Ha, Fu Sheng is trying to make me laugh to death. Does he think he can inherit my legacy? Seriously, Fu Sheng's movements are just too much. I personally think Fu Sheng proudly declaring he is as foolish as Su Chen is definitely a true supporter. "Shut up, you fake fan." Su Chen awkwardly chuckled twice before adopting a serious demeanor. "I can dance. Show me a routine." Without hesitation, Fu Sheng sprinted back to the room, returning with a massive speaker. The next moment, a pulsating DJ track filled the air. Su Chen's heart sank with a foreboding sense. "Oh no, it's that social dance." Fu Sheng stood confidently before Su Chen, his face radiating newfound self-assurance, yet, the anticipated social dance was nowhere to be seen. Fu Sheng exhibited a peculiar rhythm, his feet Su Chen found himself entranced of this dance, both quaint and trendy, exuded a unique charm that drew him in, reminiscent of the lively handshakes of spirited youths.
Kick down the poverty with your feet, shake out a Lamborghini with your hands?
The phrase involuntarily popped into Su Chen's mind as he chuckled amidst the laughter echoing in the livestream.
Su Chen, don't force compliments. Kicking down poverty with your feet is a stretch.
This lad should focus on his studies, he is unlikely to become a star in this lifetime.
Ha, I'm dying of laughter, shaking out a Lamborghini? Does he think everyone can gather enough fragments for a Cullinan?
As the dance concluded, Su Chen felt as if he had been transported to another realm. It was hard to judge.
Yet, Fu Sheng threw an arm around Su Chen's shoulders, excitedly asking, "What did you just say?" Su Chen, still dazed, replied, "What did I say?"
You said, kick down poverty with your feet, shake out a Lamborghini with your hands.
Brother Chen, are you suggesting I take a different path to become an internet celebrity? Is that so? Su Chen hesitated. Ha, I've got it.
I am going to write that down. Watching Fu Sheng dash out the door, Su Chen exchanged a knowing glance with Old Man Sun, feeling a twinge of guilt. He chuckled awkwardly, trying to reassure him.
Sir, don't worry. Their essay saying, "The blessings of descendants belong to them, without descendants, I shall enjoy life." Ah, wait, that's not what I meant.
Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 50 defense points from Sun Guochang.
Chapter 82.
Do you raise chickens at home? Su Chen, with a hand resting on his left breast, swore he did not mean to offend. It was merely a slip of the tongue. Old Sun sighed, feeling as if he had aged several years in an instant.
Xiao Su, take a break. Don T, you still need to sell your mangosteens?
I'll help you contact the villagers. I'll be back shortly. Old Sun rose, and it was at that moment that Su Chen noticed the slight arthritis. Instantly, various treatment methods flashed through Su Chen's mind. Glancing at the dishes on the table and Old Sun's frail figure, he suddenly spoke up.
Wait, Grandpa, perhaps I can treat your arthritis.
Old Sun chuckled lightly. Xiao Su, no need to comfort me.
This arthritis cannot be cured. Without further ado, Su Chen firmly pressed Old Sun back into his chair.
In the past, I had no choice, but now, I wish to be a good person.
Xiao Su, wait a moment. Hey, don't tug at my waistband. Old Sun grasped his belt tightly, fearing he might lose his dignity in the next moment.
How can Su Chen just blurt it out? He is going to treat Grandpa's arthritis.
If he succeeds, I'll eat my hat. Although Su Chen intends to comfort Grandpa, one tea that just lead to greater disappointment if it doesn't work? Su Chen, wake up.
You refit to be a rascal, not a village healer.
Are you trying to swindle the old man out of his money? I'm calling the police. Strangely enough, Su Chen does resemble a shady practitioner of folk medicine right now. Ultimately, Old Sun could not withstand Su Chen's insistence. He reluctantly rolled up his pant leg, revealing a noticeably swollen knee.
It might hurt a bit at first, bear with it. Su Chen placed his palm gently on Old Sun's knee, relying solely on muscle memory to execute a series of massage techniques. Old Sun's expression was tense, but as Su Chen continued, his demeanor gradually relaxed. He could distinctly feel the stiffness and numbness from years of arthritis dissipating, as if a warm current coursed through his veins.
20 minutes later, Su Chen wiped the sweat from his brow.
Try to take a few steps. Old Sun, in disbelief, slowly rose. 1 step, then another. He felt as if he had shed heavy shackles, moving with increasing ease.
Remarkable. Truly remarkable.
Old Sun's face was a blend of astonishment and joy, and he could not help but shed tears of happiness. This is just the first session. With a few more treatments and proper care, it should not recur, Su Chen said nonchalantly.
Old Sun nodded vigorously, looking at Su Chen as if he were a deity. Can Su Chen really treat arthritis? That seems impossible.
I don't see anything particularly special about Su Chen's massage. It feels quite ordinary.
This is clearly scripted, the acting is just too exaggerated.
Indeed, it is common knowledge that arthritis is incurable, How can Suchin claim at 1T recur after just a few attempts? For heaven's sake, can the production team not be a bit more creative? This is far too abstract. The comments section was flooded with skepticism. Even the cameraman, who had been following the story from the villa, found it hard to believe. If he hadn't been there every step of the way, he might have thought it was. Yet, reality often defies expectations. Without the pain of arthritis, old Sun walked with newfound vigor. He thanked Suchen once more and hurriedly left, exhilarated. Meanwhile, at the village square, it was afternoon, and many villagers were enjoying the sun while playing cards and chatting. The village information group was busy exchanging news. When Shinichen and Shiryuchi appeared, carrying eggs, they instantly captured everyone's attention. Wow, what a beautiful young lady, you must be from out of town. Shinichen and Shiryuchi were momentarily taken aback, recalling the last time someone referred to them as outsiders, which led to being swindled out of 200 heart tokens by old Sunday. Shiryuchi forced a stiff smile at the elderly women nearby. Auntie, we're here to sell eggs today. Yes, our eggs are very reasonably priced, Shinichen chimed in. The villagers, who had just gathered around the duo, suddenly changed their expressions. The young man and woman do look quite charming, but they don't seem very bright. They're not suitable to bring home. The crowd dispersed in a hurry. Shinichen quickly called out, "Don't go, folks, our eggs are really cheap, just 2 yuan each." But the villagers hastened their departure even more. There must be robbers around. Shiryuchi began to regret trusting Shinichen's dubious claims. Who doesn't eat eggs? Who doesn't raise chickens? She couldn't help but retort. To her surprise, Shinichen immediately thought of Suchan and his 200 heart tokens. He transformed into a cat whose tail had been stepped on, exploding with indignation. My family doesn't raise chickens. Oh really? How about yours? Shiryuchi's smirk froze on her face, yet, facing the live broadcast camera, she could only clench her fists. We don't. Shinichen smirked, reveling in Shiryuchi's discomfort. Was this the joy of banter? His eyes sparkled as if he had found his muse. If you can't, then step aside, I have a way to attract customers. With a sly grin, Shinichen pulled out. The fans in the comments section were instantly filled with anticipation. Is Brother Ichen going to showcase his talent? Can't wait. Ichen is on a mission, nothing can stand in his way. He is the handsomest. What, Shinichen is going to sing? Quick, tear his mouth apart. Unfortunately, the comments lagged behind. As the familiar accompaniment began to play, Shinichen launched into a song that could move heaven and earth, Cancer. His previous performance had been interrupted by Su Chen, but today, he would bravely prove himself. As his melodious voice filled the air, the warm sunlight seemed to lose its warmth. The villagers in the square were suddenly covered in goosebumps, gazing at Shinichen as if they were witnessing an apparition. I knew this kid was a joke. The crowd that had just dispersed fled the square in haste. Yet there was one elderly man with snow-white hair who, instead of recoiling in disdain, enjoyed the performance, nodding his head to the rhythm while puffing on his pipe, completely immersed in the moment. After the song concluded, Shinichen looked around at the empty square, utterly bewildered, even questioning his own talent, but when he spotted the sole remaining elder approaching with appreciative eyes, he felt invigorated. I knew it. Highbrow music can only be understood by a select few who appreciate the nuances of art. Seeing the elder approach with admiration, tears welled in Shinichen's eyes. Grandpa, you understand me, don't you? I'll pay you 200 a day. Chapter 83 All roads lead to livestock. Shinichen's smile was as stiff as the Arctic ice. He felt an urge to curse, yet his status as a celebrity compelled him to mask his inner embarrassment with laughter. Beside him, the cameraman pressed his lips tightly together, struggling to suppress the upward curl of his mouth as he recalled a lifetime of sorrowful memories. Suddenly, Shinichen inquired, can the money earned from funerals be counted as income from selling eggs? The cameraman pondered for a moment before You have talent, feel free to contact me whenever you wish to pursue this line of work. The doors of the Fast Departure Funeral Home will always be open for you. Shinichen forced a smile and nod. Is it really that difficult for a star to earn a little money these days? To be honest, I am quite looking forward to Shinichen working in funerals. Why not go for it? There's money to be made, and he could also take a seat. Shinichun's not thinking straight. I bet 2 sticks of candy that if it were Su Chen, he would definitely go. He might even end up taking on the morning duties. Fortunately, Shinichun has become a star, otherwise, he would probably starve to death eventually. The cameraman following Shinichun is also out of luck. The guy who hangs around Su Chen is probably stuffed by now. Following Ichen means starving for 3 days straight. In the courtyard of the Sun family, after the departure of the old man's son, only Su Chen and the cameraman remained. The warm sun cast a lazy glow, and after a hearty meal, Su Chen reclined on a rocking chair, drowsily fighting off sleep. The cameraman occasionally yawned, his mouth opening wide in a surprising arc. If you're tired, just sleep for a bit. Look at you, you're as drowsy as a hippo. Su Chen squinted, his eyes slightly open. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 20 points of vulnerability from Wu Hao. No, I still have work to do, the cameraman quickly waved his hands. Life is but a fleeting 30,000 days. The coffin only makes one journey upward, why should we make things difficult for ourselves? Su Chen pointed to the wooden table in front of him, the camera is set, go ahead and sleep. This rocking chair is incredibly comfortable. The cameraman savored Su Chen's words, and the relaxed aura emanating from him profoundly influenced the cameraman. He inexplicably felt that the ordinary wooden rocking chair resembled the comforting embrace of his mother from childhood, possessing an irresistible allure. Silently, he set down the camera and gradually shifted his weight onto another rocking chair. The warm sunlight enveloped him, transitioning from sitting upright to lying stiffly, and finally to complete relaxation. Unable to contain a comfortable moan, he exclaimed, "Bro, you truly are my dear brother, I never imagined I could work like this." Su Chen casually waved his hand, his eyelids growing heavier as he softly replied, "No need to mind. After all roads lead to livestock. ZZZ. ZZZ. Su Chen, are you really sleeping so soundly? Aren't you selling mangostines anymore? What do you mean by all roads lead to livestock? If you say that, I might just break down. Damn it, Su Chen makes a good point. In a fit of rage, I just smashed out 10 lines of code. Seriously, you guys work so comfortably. It's harder than killing me. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of vulnerability from Luli. Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining. The courtyard was enveloped in tranquility. The rising and falling snores resembled a magnificent symphony. Just as the two slumbered peacefully, outside the courtyard, a dozen villagers approached with great fervor. Hurry up, everyone, keep up. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the Sun family's door was kicked open. The cameraman jolted awake from the rocking chair, exclaiming, "Director, I wasn't sleeping, I swear I wasn't. I was just pretending to sleep to keep Brother Chen company." Su Chen also startled awake, his eyes snapping open. He sprang up, striking a martial arts pose, and shouted, "Have you heard of Bruce Su?" The two exchanged bewildered glances before turning their attention to the doorway. A throng of villagers had gathered, each "Bro, don't hit me, wah." The cameraman fell paralyzed just as he was about to crouch down and cover his head. The returning old man's son squeezed through the crowd, scolding them. "What are you doing? You all look like bandits. Little Su, let me introduce you, they are all villagers from Taoyuan. They heard that you cured my arthritis and are clamoring for you to help them too." Su Chen smirked, "You should have mentioned that sooner. Look at how scared our cameraman is." "Cameraman, I could really use a break," but turning back, Su Chen was troubled again. "But I still need to sell mangostines today, what should I do if time runs out?" Old man's son chuckled, confident in his plan. "Little Su, I've already thought of a solution. You can treat them while we buy your mangostines as payment for the medical services. Isn't it a win-win?" Su Chen pondered for a moment and realized this was indeed a good idea. After all, selling expensive mangostines in the village was quite challenging. "Alright then, if the treatment works well, you all can buy They just got married this year, and now he's sleeping in a separate room from his wife." Old man's son interjected before Su Chen could speak. "Fuxing's aunt, aren't you causing trouble? Little Su can only treat arthritis." How can he help with your son's strange illness? The plump woman faltered, her flickering hope extinguished. Old son, let me go first, maybe he can cure it. I'll check your pulse first. The young man, in his early 20s, appeared somewhat gaunt, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly a victim of long-term insomnia. As Su Chen checked his pulse, he scrutinized him closely. After a moment, Su Chen asked, "Do you often feel cold in your hands and feet?" The young man paused, then shook his head. "Do you feel weakness in your waist and knees, and lack of strength overall?" The young man shook his head again. "Do you often feel drowsy and mentally foggy?" This time, the young man did not shake his head. He stood up, pulling the plump woman up, dissatisfied. "Mom, he hasn't accurately described a single symptom, let's go." The other villagers began to whisper among themselves, their gazes towards Su Chen now tinged with skepticism. After all, Su Chen was far too young, which esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner did not sport a beard and white hair. The barrage of comments reflected this sentiment. "Oh no, we found a real villager this time, but it seems to have backfired." "Su Chen, you can fool yourself, but do you really think you can deceive us? This is too fake. Old son's arthritis is a joke, the script is blatantly obvious." "Su Chen, heed the advice and embrace being a background character. Traditional Chinese medicine has nothing to do with you." In the director's team, Zhu Delong knocked on his head, his expression complex. This kid Su Chen accidentally helped the old man relieve his arthritis, and now he really thinks he's a master of traditional Chinese medicine? Wu Chang nodded in agreement, glancing over the data, and suddenly exclaimed, "Director, we're in trouble. The viewership in the live stream is plummeting. They all say we are playing a scripted game. The report rate in the background is skyrocketing." Chapter 84. A doctor, my heart feels uncomfortable. Zhu Delong was struck by a thunderbolt. The popularity of the live broadcast was his very lifeblood. He stared fixedly at the data screen. Within a mere 2 minutes, the numbers plummeted by nearly 1 million. "Quick, hurry, call Su Chen's cameraman, and prevent him from continuing to..." The plump aunt immediately furrowed her brow. "You're not thinking of buying something without having seen it properly, are you?" Su Chen waved his hand dismissively, turning to her son. "I can cure you." "How is that possible?" "The symptoms you've described are clearly..." The young man was cut off by Su Chen. "Trust me this once, but I need everyone to step back." Elder son, witnessing the situation, hurriedly sweet-talked and ushered everyone outside. Su Chen cast a glance at the cameraman. "You two, step outside." The cameraman could only comply and exited obediently. In the next moment, he recalled something and quickly turned around. Su Chen had already slammed the door shut. The cameraman, with his hand raised in midair, trembled and murmured, "The camera, it's still inside." Inside the small courtyard, Su Chen closed the door, and his gentle demeanor abruptly turned serious. The young man, meeting Su Chen's gaze, instinctively lowered his head in shame. "Come here and sit," Su Chen commanded, tapping the table. The young man complied unusually well this time. Without even looking at him, Su Chen grabbed a piece of paper from nearby and began to write while speaking. "I understand that with so many people around, you feel..." In the next instant, Su Chen felt a rush of wind. The young man had slid to his knees, stopping directly in front of Su Chen, his eyes brimming with tears of gratitude. "Thank you, divine doctor." Su Chen's face twitched. "Are you being this dramatic?" The audience in the live stream was left astounded. "Ha, ha, what are you all playing at?" So, Su Chen was right, he truly knows traditional medicine? What a surreal scene, are you kidding me? I confess, I not only failed to predict the beginning, but I couldn't even foresee the conclusion. This isn't another scripted act, is it? That young man's reaction doesn't seem staged. He genuinely seems grateful to Su Chen. I can't believe it, Su Chen, you really know traditional medicine. This is even harder to accept than if you had eloped with Xiao Xinghe. 5 minutes later, the young man carefully safeguarded the prescription given by Su Chen. Striding confidently, he opened the gate of the small courtyard. "Son, how was it? Did it work?" A crowd surged forward, encircling the young man in the center. He patted his pocket with satisfaction. "The divine doctor is remarkable. All the symptoms were correct. I'm going to take the medicine right away." "Wow, he truly is a divine doctor," someone the crowd exclaimed to the plump ant. watching her son, couldn't help but weep tears of joy. "Old son, fetch me a mangosteen." The plump ant received a mangosteen and tossed a 100 yuan bill into the bamboo basket. "Please thank the divine doctor for me." Elder son nodded. 5 minutes later, an elderly man rose from a bench, tears of excitement shimmering in his eyes. "My years-long arthritis has improved significantly, I can even dance now." The small courtyard was becoming increasingly crowded, with many villagers arriving out of admiration. Some young girls, upon seeing Su Chen's impressive medical skills and youthful good looks, transformed into starry-eyed admirers. "My turn, my turn." A graceful young woman squeezed through the crowd, trembling as she took a seat before Su Chen. "What seems to be the problem?" Su Chen inquired. The woman gazed at him alluringly, covering her ample bosom, and spoke softly, "Doctor, my heart feels so uncomfortable, shall I prescribe some medicine for you?" Su Chen replied casually, finding the line oddly familiar. The woman suddenly appeared aggrieved. "My good-for-nothing husband has been keeping a mistress outside, he resorts to violence if I say anything to him, I've had enough." Su Chen inwardly lamented, "This is aimed at me." Elder son jumped out, angrily declaring, "Zhou Yaji, you've been a widow for 3 years, is your husband resurrected? Get lost, stop causing a scene." "Ha ha 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 ha." Laughter erupted around them. The graceful woman instantly blushed in embarrassment. Xia Xinghe was holding a vibrant green cucumber, her eyes narrowed as she fixed her gaze on him. Crunch! She viciously bit into the cucumber. Su Chen felt an inexplicable tightening in his lower body. Why did you think of eating a cucumber? I'm laughing so hard I'm cramping." If the entrance of the young woman was a showstopper, then Xia Xinghe's appearance is the cherry on top, and the cucumber as a medicinal ingredient has become an art form. Xia Xinghe's tongue never fails to surprise me, especially when battling the opposite sex, her fighting spirit doubles. I'm guessing Su Chen will be kneeling on a washboard when he returns home today. Chapter 85. While one may have witnessed celebrities engaging in the arts, witnessing them practice medicine is an entirely different spectacle. The appearance of Xia Xinghe stirred a wave of excitement among the villagers present. After all, Xia Xinghe's beauty was undeniably striking. Many young girls, who had harbored secret affections for Su Chen, found themselves retreating upon the sight of such a captivating figure beside him. This, paradoxically, helped restore a semblance of order to the medical proceedings at the scene. Numerous arthritis patients, after receiving Su Chen's massage therapy, felt rejuvenated, as if they had been granted a new lease on life. Other patients, having had their ailments accurately diagnosed by Su Chen, departed contentedly, clutching their prescriptions. The bamboo basket that once brimmed with mangosteens now yielded to a burgeoning pile of cash. Gradually, netizens transitioned from skepticism to a state of half-belief, ultimately exclaiming in admiration, "If Su Chen possesses such skills, why remains he a celebrity? He ought to open a clinic and amass wealth directly. I've already booked my plane ticket." I am heading to see Su Chen for treatment. My family hails from a lineage of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. This is no jest. Su Chen's massage techniques would impress even my grandfather. Step aside, I am a true fan. Su Chen must attend to me first. Su Chen is remarkable, I'll gladly pay any fee. This is the very essence of a healer's benevolence. Many netizens even sliced Su Chen's live broadcast into clips and shared them on short video platforms. Those who had never tuned into the variety show Perfect Lover were suddenly abuzz. One may have seen stars dabble in the arts, but never in the medical field. The comments section surged with fervor, skyrocketing to the top of trending lists. Hot, Su Chen showcases medical prowess on a variety show. Is it scripted or genuine? Exposed, Su Chen's traditional Chinese medicine skills astonish all. Many netizens are rushing to the scene, astonishing. Following the top-tier angler, Su Chen has now earned the title of miraculous doctor. In the offices of Starry Entertainment, Chen Fei, having endured relentless setbacks, sat despondently sipping alcohol. Confronted with the machinations of the flourishing industry and the ridicule from Kiki, he felt an overwhelming sense of impotence. All his pent-up fury was directed towards Su Chen. Ungrateful wretch, traitor. Plotting against me with outsiders behind my back. Don't think that just because you've left Starry, I can't deal with you. Chen Fei's gaze was laden with malice. As he glanced at the trending topics, witnessing Su Chen's explosive popularity yet again, he felt as though he might spontaneously combust. If Su Chen is indeed skilled in traditional medicine, I'll eat live on stream. With that, a glimmer of clarity pierced through his bloodshot eyes. He fixated on the trending list, pondered for a moment, then burst into laughter. Ah, Su Chen, you truly are a legal ignoramus. Chen Fei flung down his glass and picked up the phone, unhesitatingly dialing a number. The mini microphone and sound system lay silent, devoid of power, and he spat in frustration. What a bunch of uncultured brutes. Do you even realize how much a concert ticket costs? Here I am performing live, and you act as though you're deaf. This is a blatant desecration of art. Meanwhile, Shirayuchi, her stomach growling, squatted nearby, her who understands the torment of following Shinichen, enduring both auditory and physical starvation, but upon meeting the eager gazes of his companions, Shinichen seemed to resolve himself. It's impossible. I must find a way to sell these eggs. Not a single egg shall be touched. Just then, a group of villagers rushed toward them. The leading woman, upon spotting Shinichen, beamed a friendly Just then, Lin Lin and Bai Iyo approached. The flicker of hope that had just ignited within Shinichen was extinguished by his own hand. Have you sold all your grass carp? Shirayuchi asked, astonished by the empty bamboo baskets of the two. Bai Iyo gleefully proclaimed, indeed, Lin Lin showcased his talent in storytelling, and the elderly gents adored it. They bought up all the grass carp and even inquired where we'd be performing tomorrow. Lin Lin humbly smiled. It was merely good fortune. How about you? How did your egg sales fare? As Lin Lin began to speak, he noticed the two baskets at their feet, causing an awkward silence to envelop the atmosphere. Just then, a large crowd of villagers surged from the other side of the square. Hurry, hurry, old Sun's house is just ahead. You wouldn't believe it. That young man named Su Chen is quite the healer. The crowd rushed in and out, leaving the four standing there, bewildered. Did I mishear, Su Chen, a doctor? Shinichen rubbed his ears vigorously. You heard correctly. They re-saying Su Chen can heal. Bai Iyo exclaimed, a hint of excitement in her voice. Shirayuchi, already famished, found the absurdity of the tale even more infuriating. Don't be ridiculous. Someone like Su Chen could never treat illnesses. He is likely using some deceptive trick to swindle the villagers. Lin Lin wanted to speak but thought better of it, choosing silence instead. For some reason, he felt that his brother Chen possessed infinite potential. Shinichen, sensing the futility of selling eggs, resolved, with a mindset of shared demise, let us go see. If Su Chen is indeed deceiving the villagers, I shall expose. At the entrance, they encountered Lu Yuan and Li Hanyu, who had come to join the commotion, as well as Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan. Upon seeing each other, Lu Yuan and Shinichen exchanged scrutinizing glances at the bamboo baskets they held. Thankfully, neither had managed to sell their wares. A sense of relief washed over both. Their eyes met, and silence ensued. 1 second, 2 seconds, as Lu Sun once remarked, when two individuals maintain eye contact for over 2 seconds, it typically results in either a kiss or a brawl. However, today, a third outcome emerged. Su Chen is deceiving the villagers, Shinichen asserted with conviction. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Let us set aside our differences for now, Lu Yuan replied, narrowing his eyes. The two reached an unspoken agreement. Casting aside their eggs and pork, they marched into the small courtyard with malevolent grins. Chapter 86 Law Enforcement with warmth, striking with strength. What are you squeezing for? Get in line. Given your young age, how can you be so inconsiderate, cutting in front of the elderly? At the entrance of the Sun family's courtyard, the ambitious Shinichen and Lu Yuan had barely stepped inside when they were unceremoniously shoved out the door by 3 septuagenarians. However, the astonishing scene within the courtyard left them utterly dumbfounded. The modest yard was crowded with people. Su Chen sat solemnly at an 8 immortal table, diligently taking pulses and inquiring about ailments. Is that really Su Chen? How despicable. He actually deceived the villagers. Let us tarnish his reputation. Finally managing to squeeze into the courtyard, Shinichen transformed into a champion of justice, kicking over the 8 immortal table and furiously rebuking, Su Chen, how could you possibly cheat the innocent villagers? Do you not possess any humanity? Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. How had he gone from sipping tea and examining patients to encountering bandits? Upon recognizing Shinichen and Lu Yuan, he couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, look at these two simpletons, what a rare sight. Before Shinichen could process this, he flushed with indignation and retorted, you're the simpleton. Who are you insulting? Su Chen swiftly brandished 2 IOUs. How much do you owe me in heart-moving coins? Shinichen's lips twitched in silence. Lu Yuan's eyes blazed with fury at the sight of the IOU. Su Chen, you are vile. Su Chen, far from feeling ashamed, nodded and Lin Lin's eyes glinted with realization. Chen Ji's golden aphorisms were indeed profound. The shameless are the first to enjoy the world. This was a universal truth. She quickly jotted it down. What's the story behind this IOU? Lin tugged at Su Chen's cameraman. The cameraman hastily recounted the sequence of events, leaving Lin agape. Whose subordinate is this, to be so audacious? After being momentarily subdued by they turned their attention away from Su Chen and shouted at the bewildered villagers, Villagers, do not believe him, Su Chen is a fraud, solely here to swindle your money. Indeed, he has no medical skills whatsoever. If you're truly unwell, you should go to a hospital. The villagers were instantly incensed, particularly those who had just been treated by Su Chen, who better than they to speak on the effectiveness of his remedies? Suddenly, an old cloth shoe flew straight at his forehead. Do we not know whether little Su can heal? Dare to defame Su Chen, and I shall ensure you regret it. Chaos erupted on sight. Rotten vegetables and foul eggs rained down upon Shinichen and Lu Yuan like a torrential downpour. Su Chen smiled faintly, retreating behind the crowd. Do not throw the eggs from the entrance. Please, do not strike with sticks. Su Chen's remarks only served to draw the attention of Shiryuchi's face paled in fear as she rushed to protect the eggs. Give them here. The sky was filled with eggs, bursting upon the foreheads of Shinichen and Lu Yuan like bullets aimed at class enemies. In the director's team, Zhu Delong was watching the rising livestream data, ready to commend Su Chen, when he suddenly spotted Shinichen and Lu Yuan being pelted with eggs. He leaped from his chair. What the hell, this is a disaster. Damn it, Shinichen and Lu Yuan, are you both out of your minds, provoking Su Chen for what? Quick, call the filming crew. The 5 camera crew's phones rang simultaneously. They promptly set down their equipment and shielded Shinichen and Lu Yuan. The livestream audience was in a frenzy. So entertaining, I could watch it every day. Which dating show features daily brawls? What? Is the second season of Martial Arts Winds starting again? Who can rival me in my fervor, with a sword in hand, who can slay dragons? Ha, Su Chen really knows how to stir the pot. This is far too entertaining, even internet celebrities can't match your audacity. The greatest contribution of Shinichen and Lu Yuan's appearance is confirming, he calmly regarded Shiryuchi. I do not comprehend your notion of humanity. I only know that our kind-hearted villagers, when confronted with slanderous villains, enforce the law with warmth, strike with strength, land blows with precision, and kick with speed. As his words echoed, silence enveloped the crowd, soon followed by an uproar of cheers. An elderly man in his 90s excitedly waved his cane. I used to strike chickens in the same way. The crowd erupted once again. Shiryuchi's face flushed crimson, yet faced with the fervent crowd, she dared not retort. Amidst the ongoing commotion in the courtyard, no one noticed a meter-long striped snake, yellow and black, slithering down from the corner of the wall. In the chaos, the snake was inadvertently kicked towards Shiryuchi. The next moment, she felt a sharp pain in her calf. An alarmed voice rang out, a snake, there's a snake. Shiryuchi looked down to see the snake hissing and flicking its tongue near her leg. Ah! Shiryuchi shrieked, jumping back. Old Man Sun stepped forward, seizing the snake by its tail and tossing it over the courtyard wall. The disoriented Shinichen was jolted awake.
Shiryuchi, you've been bitten by a snake. Two bloodied puncture wounds on her calf oozed crimson. She felt her legs buckle beneath her, collapsing to the ground, her face draining of color. That looks like a venomous snake. Shinichi-chan exclaimed in horror. Shiryuchi felt as if the sky was falling. Old Man Sun's swift actions left others unable to discern the snake's identity, prompting a wave of anxiety. Hurry, take her to the hospital. We're too far from the hospital. We 1T make it in time. But isn't there Dr.Su here? The crowd turned their gaze towards Su-chen. Shiryuchi, grasping at the last straw, pleaded, Su-chen, please, save me. Su-chen smirked, but I'm a fraud. Are you not afraid I'll kill you? I'm not afraid, I'm not afraid. Shiryuchi cried, shaking her head through tears. Sorry, but I am afraid, I fear you'll frame me. Su-chen calmly sipped his tea. The threat of death left Shiryuchi in tears. Su-chen, I admit I was wrong to you before, it was all my fault, please, save me. Chapter 87. A shift from arrogance to humility, provoking laughter and reflection. Shiryuchi, already a vision of beauty, now wept like a rain-soaked pear blossom, evoking deep sympathy. Some bewildered villagers began to plead, Dr. Su, this young girl is still so young, please save her. Indeed, Dr. Su, she looks quite pitiable, they echoed. The barrage of comments surged like a tumultuous sea. At such a life-and-death juncture, Su-chen should not dwell on old grievances. Just save Shiryuchi this once. This is a matter of life, Su-chen, do not hesitate. Though I dislike Shiryuchi, I still believe her crime does not warrant death. Goodness, such a dilemma would be challenging for anyone. Su-chen remained oblivious to the live comments, indifferent to the villagers' entreaties. Suddenly, he let out a laugh. Shiryuchi, do you think this counts as retribution? Shiryuchi's face turned pale, her expression a complex tapestry as she gazed at Su-chen. Retribution, is it? Su-chen, I beg you, for the sake of our past love, please save me. Su-chen's smile gradually morphed into an icy demeanor, eventually fading into mere indifference. To describe their past affection as love was a profound insult to the term. Have I ever abused you? Su-chen inquired softly. Shiryuchi bit her lip, remaining silent, her eyes pleading towards Shinichi-chan. Startled by her sudden gaze, Shinichi-chan thought, Sister, don't drag me into this is a life-and-death situation. Observing Shinichi-chan's reaction and glancing at the two gaping wounds on her calf, Shiryuchi despairingly closed her eyes and shook her head. No, you have not abused me. The villagers were still unaware of the backstory, but the guests' expressions had shifted. Not long ago, Shiryuchi had publicly accused Su-chen of domestic violence before a throng of reporters, and now, the narrative had inverted dramatically, the online audience had erupted. So, Shiryuchi's previous claim of Su-chen's abuse was slander? Damn it, Shiryuchi truly deserves this. Goodness, this is infuriating. How can someone be so shameless? Shut up, those who bark, Yuchi must have been forced to say that. Indeed, she must have compromised to elicit Su-chen's help. Fanatics, go, I am a prophet, Wang Yuxing beams with pride. In the director's team, Zhu Delong was already on his feet, watching the livestream. It dawned on him that Su-chen truly did not intend to save Shiryuchi. A death in the first season of a dating show, he dared not contemplate the consequences if Shiryuchi were to perish today. Quick, send someone to the hospital, have the cameraman communicate with Su-chen. If there's a chance to save her, we must. If he does not save Shiryuchi, it is my life at stake. Give me the heart-saving pill. Director. Is there nothing else you wish to convey? Su-chen inquired once more. Shiryuchi trembled slightly. She understood what Su-chen was angling for, merely the trivial matter concerning Chen Fei. However, if Chen Fei's wife were to discover this, given her family's formidable background, it would spell her doom. Shiryuchi felt trapped, as if a large, ominous character was inscribed upon her forehead. An overwhelming sense of impotence, akin to awaiting execution in a bustling market, enveloped her. Just as she wavered, Su-chen suddenly glanced towards the door. A few staff members rushed in, hurriedly carrying a stretcher. On it lay a weary Zhu Delong, extending a feeble hand towards Su-chen. Save her, and save me too. Outside, the production team's vehicle was poised, ready to whisk Shiryuchi away the moment Su Chen declined. Su Chen suddenly grasped Zhu Delong's hand. Fear not, director, I shall not allow your career to be extinguished by my actions. Good brother. Zhu Delong's despondency lifted as if revived by a spark of hope. Shiryuchi's despairing eyes glimmered with a flicker of hope. Xia Xinghan narrowed her eyes. Are we rekindling old sentiments? Su Chen turned back, winking at her, then straightened his expression. Men handle their affairs. Women should remain silent. I have my own rhythm. Xia Xinghan's brilliant eyes flickered, and she ceased her comments. Su Chen shot Shiryuchi a cold glance. I can save you, but it cannot be without cost. Shiryuchi immediately understood. I will give you an IOU. As long as you can save me, any amount for medical expenses will suffice. No, it sounds as if I am extorting you. I have no intention of stepping on a sewing machine. Then how about you purchase a mangosteen? Su Chen chuckled. Zhu Delong leaped off the stretcher. Wait, Su Chen, if you can set aside personal grievances for the production team, they will not forget you either. I represent the production team and offering you a raise of 500,000. As for that 500,000, Shiryuchi understands, right? Shiryuchi's expression stiffened momentarily. So, the wool is still being pulled from the sheep? Deduct it from my salary. Is this acceptable to you, Su Chen? Shiryuchi looked at him with hopeful anticipation. Su Chen smiled nonchalantly. Compared to your current state, I still prefer the defiant you. A shift from arrogance to humility, provoking laughter and reflection. Shiryuchi could only awkwardly suppress her embarrassment with a dry laugh. Clear the way. Make space for me. Su Chen's demeanor turned serious as he approached Shiryuchi, brandishing a bone-scraping knife he had retrieved from Old Sun's abode. He focused on the two wounds, stating earnestly, Su Chen, I know this is your first time, but do not be anxious. It will soon be over. You can do it, you can do it. Shiryuchi initially thought Su Chen was comforting her and felt somewhat touched, yet, the next moment, she froze, weakly responding, I am Shiryuchi. You must have misspoken. To her surprise, Su Chen merely glanced at her. I know, I am cheering myself on. Shiryuchi? Is this your first time treating such an ailment? As she watched Su Chen maneuver the bone-scraping knife, a chill swept over her. Seeing Su Chen brandish the knife around her calf, yet appearing at a loss on how to proceed, Shiryuchi felt her scalp tingle with dread. After a few moments of indecision, Su Chen casually tossed the knife aside. This feels unwieldy. Shiryuchi felt an immediate sense of relief. But the next second, she let out a pained wail. Su Chen transformed into a merciless executioner, his fingers pinching her wound like iron pincers, twisting fiercely. This is to expel the toxins. Endure it. Breathe deeply. Dizziness is normal. Ah! Shiryuchi's cries echoed throughout the courtyard. Su Chen's movements accelerated, his expression gradually becoming maniacal. Revenge was exhilarating. The pain in her wound had subsided. After all, her entire calf was nearly swollen from Su Chen's grip. Hey, little Dr. Su is truly remarkable. Indeed, he can even neutralize snake venom. Dr. Su is incredible. Zhu Delong was also astonished. Initially, he had thought to try a last-ditch effort, but it turned out Su Chen was genuinely skilled. Goodness, he can neutralize snake venom. Su Chen is amazing. Could he be a descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family? But can merely squeezing the calf really neutralize snake venom? The atmosphere was one of shock. Just then, Old Sun, who had vanished for a while, burst through the door, holding a 1-meter-long, black and yellow striped rat snake. Oh dear, it's all a misunderstanding. Everyone, do not panic. This is a rat snake, non-venomous, completely harmless. Chapter 88 Rise, Battle Song. The electrifying atmosphere came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone looked on in bewilderment at the mottled snake in the hands of the old man's son, still flicking its tongue. Not venomous. Zhu Delong stood frozen in astonishment. Shiryuchi ceased her sobbing, yet her mind was evidently still in a state of malfunction. What did I just hear? Bai Yao, Lin Lin, and others exchanged glances between the snake and Su Chen,
their eyes ultimately fixating on the swollen calf of Shiryuchi. Xia Xinghe wore a confident smile, as if she had known this all along. Suchen silently withdrew his hand from Shiryuchi's calf and, furrowing his brow in astonishment, asked, "Not venomous?" "Not venomous is great, ha ha ha. Congratulations, Shiryuchi, you're safe." Suchen laughed while shaking her shoulder. Shiryuchi felt as if all her strength had been drained in an instant, her entire being swaying along with the movement of her shoulder. Not venomous?" After a brief murmur, she suddenly lifted her. "It turns out this snake is completely harmless. My leg. Ah!" Shiryuchi exclaimed, staring at her calf, which had been painfully squeezed by Suchen, letting out a piercing shriek. She could scarcely fathom the ordeal she had endured in those brief 20 minutes. She had publicly admitted to fabricating accusations of domestic violence against Suchen during a live broadcast. The carefully constructed persona she had maintained for so long was now on the verge of collapse. From the very beginning, she had fallen into Suchen's trap. Simple curses could no longer encapsulate the fury raging within Shiryuchi at that moment. She felt an overwhelming urge to annihilate Suchen. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 400 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability. Suchen, you are nothing but inhuman. You are a demon, a beast. You deserve to be torn to shreds." Suchen, unperturbed by the exposure, chuckled, his expression turning dark. "You can eat whatever you like, but you mustn't speak carelessly. How could I possibly know that snake was venomous? Besides, it was you who begged me to save you. Keep spreading rumors, and I'll make you fly." "Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 400 points of Shiryuchi's vulnerability." Shiryuchi felt a constriction in her chest, struggling to breathe. Help! This feeling of being unable to counter or retort was truly unbearable. A torrent of grievances surged within her, and she burst into tears as Zhu Delong glared at Suchen, his face alternating between shades of black and red, changing faster than the flickering lights of a carnival. "What is this chaos? Here I am, moved to the brink of tears, raising your salary, acting as your guarantor, and yet you repay me with this calamity. Truly, I entrusted you with my heart, and you have cast me into the abyss. Director, although you've increased my salary, I am unyielding. Your gaze upon me is futile." Suchen appeared nonchalant, further infuriating Zhu Delong, who felt as though he had struck a punch into cotton. He stammered, "Heart-saving pills, stretchers, good grief. Director. This is madness. Perfect Lover has completely lost its mind. The complexity of this variety show leaves me bewildered. Am I watching Martial Arts Wind, Closer to Science, Legal Online, or Animal World? This twist is more thrilling and mind-bending than any episode of Detective. I declare that Suchen's maneuver is out of this world." Lu Yuan and Shinichen exchanged glances, feeling that compared to Shiryuchi, their own misfortunes seemed trivial. The righteous path of humanity is fraught with trials. "Stay away from Suchen for your health. Wu, you bastard, bullying me. Suchen, I will hate you for a lifetime, I will hate you for eternity." Shiryuchi wiped her tears, glaring daggers at Suchen. "All right, fine, you insist on opposing me, do you?" Suchen scoffed, "Yes, I want to watch you build your grand edifice, host your lavish banquets, and then see it all come crashing down." "What of it?" Shiryuchi clenched her teeth, unleashing a rallying cry that resonated with her era. "Suchen, ICNMD. Is that all the fight you have?" Suchen raised an eyebrow, only to catch the pleading gaze of Zhu Delong. He signaled an okay gesture. "Don't worry, I am a person of quality, how could I possibly curse live on air?" With that, Suchen turned and departed. As he exited from the old Sun S residence, he had already hoisted an enormous speaker onto his shoulder. "May I borrow your phone?" Suchen requested of the cameraman. In the next moment, a melodious harmony filled the air, accompanied by an energetic rhythm. Others looked on in confusion at Suchen, eyes closed, nodding to the beat. The song's tempo swelled. Suchen's eyes flew open, brimming with determination. The lyrics rang out. "On the journey of dreams, I leave my hometown. The burden on my shoulders carries the hopes of the future. Like you, I come from afar, doing ordinary work, longing for home. Su Chen's face flushed, veins bulging on his neck, as he pointed accusingly at Shiryuchi. The live broadcast was overtaken by the stirring anthem Drifting North. Yet from Su Chen's exaggerated lip movements, it was evident that the lyrical content was highly charged. Thus commenced a resounding battle for the clan's honor. Their strength, their dreams. Their struggles are known only to themselves. I drift towards the north initially. The audience could still see Shiryuchi retorting with a flushed face. But once Xiaxing had entered the fray, victory for Su Chen became inevitable. Countless viewers stared at their screens, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Dude, you're forcibly silencing the opposition. Ha ha ha, if I die laughing one day, I'll be sure to demand compensation from you. Su Chen and Xia Xinghe together are an unbeatable duo. Shiryuchi, I can't even retort, it's utterly futile. So exhilarating, now this is what it means to be a rapper. Chapter 8. With a mere flick of his finger, the rapper commenced, and the audience in the livestream bore witness to the unfolding drama. Shiryuchi, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, exhibited a gradual decline, culminating in a crescendo of despair, as her visage transformed into one of sorrow. Yet, the majority of viewers felt no trace of sympathy. Instead, they experienced an invigorating sense of catharsis. Such individuals deserve to be scorned. Trending topics: perfect lover reveals a venomous snake, Shiryuchi hangs by a thread. Good news, the snake is non-venomous. Bad news, Shiryuchi has falsely accused Su Chen. Trending, with a mere flick of his finger, the rapper began, and Su Chen executed a manual sound suppression, his fighting spirit soaring. Xu Delong observed the enchanting collaboration between Su Chen and Xia Xinghe, feeling a heaviness in his chest. Is this what you call quality? As long as the viewers cannot hear, it's as if I never uttered a curse, right? Lin Lin and Bai Yao discovered a new frontier. Is this how it can be played? While others cover their ears to silence the truth, you shield the viewers instead. Ha ha ha. How delightful, I love it. Lin Lin chuckled. Had I known Perfect Lover was this entertaining, I would have come willingly even without payment. This front row seat to the drama is simply exhilarating. Bai Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Jingwan and Qin Yuxuan found themselves questioning whether they were indeed participating in a dating show. Only by witnessing the synergy of Su Chen and Xia Xinghe in person could one grasp the ferocity of their combined prowess. Who is spreading rumors about Xia Xinghe being taciturn, that little mouth is as venomous as a snake? Qin Yuxuan unexpectedly recalled the discussion Su Chen had once had with Lin Lin regarding national essence. Profanity is a necessity. If not expressed, it festers within, tainting the heart. As for Lu Yuan and Shinichen, they were huddled in a corner, trembling. They even contemplated jotting down some of Su Chen's and Xia Xinghe's exchanges. Everyone has a mouth, yet the disparity in its application is staggering. Don't curse, please stop. You too, don't curse. Xu Delong banged his thigh, feeling that Perfect Lover was teetering on the brink of cancellation. He attempted to forcibly interrupt the magical incantation of Su Chen and Xia Xinghe, only to be met with a shower of spittle and a dismal retreat. Just as he prepared to re-enter the fray, Wu Cheng suddenly tugged at him. Director, take a look at this. What am I looking at? Zhu Delong glanced at the livestream data on Wu Cheng's phone. His eyebrows jumped in disbelief. 40 million viewers online. Oh dear, my head is spinning. Ah, Wu, quick, support me. I need to rest on a stretcher for a moment. With Wu Cheng's assistance, Zhu Delong elegantly reclined on the stretcher, propping his head up with one hand while observing Su Chen and Xia Xinghe's collaborative verbal sparring. Strangely, he found it somewhat delightful. One cannot deny, Su Chen's song selection is rather commendable. On the journey of dreams, I leave my hometown. The burdens I carry hold my aspirations for the future. Xu Delong couldn't help but hum along. What a splendid day. As the song concluded, Su Chen and Xia Xinghe simultaneously fell silent, exhaling a long breath. Xia Xinghe once again assumed her aloof goddess persona, while Su Chen dusted off the non-existent grime from his collar, embodying the demeanor of a medical expert. Shiryuchi continued to sob softly. The villagers present cast their gazes towards Su Chen with newfound respect. A man of great talent, capable of healing and safeguarding. After the storm, only a mess remained. The villagers resumed queuing to seek Su Chen's medical expertise. Suddenly, the door swung open, and four stern-faced men in hats entered. Step aside. Who is Su Chen? Lu Yuan and Shinichen jumped forth, exclaiming, He is Su Chen. Su Chen stood momentarily bewildered. He turned to glance at the cameraman beside him. Thud. The cameraman promptly knelt in shock. Bro, Su Chen cleared his throat. Am I truly such a nefarious individual? I am Su Chen. Do the officers have business with me? Su Chen rose confidently. The lead officer scrutinized Su Chen before producing his badge. We received reports from the public stating that you are practicing medicine without a license in this village. Please accompany us. Just moments ago, Shiryuchi had been weeping, but now she erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, Su Chen, you're finished, your retribution has arrived. Shinichen and Lu Yuan exchanged glances, resembling two exuberant monkeys, standing atop their moral high ground. Su Chen, cease your actions, the police are everywhere, we are offering you a friendly warning, you should have listened, and now you'll regret it. Before Shinichen could revel in his triumph, he felt a sharp tap on the back of his head. Two elderly gentlemen, both in their 90s, glared at him fiercely. You two rascals, be quiet, Dr. Su is a good man, officer, young Dr. Su is indeed a good person, you cannot take him away. Yes, you cannot take him away. The villagers surged forward, encircling Su Chen protectively. The four officers exchanged glances, their expressions darkening at the villagers' fervent reactions. Prior to their arrival, they had already been briefed on the situation, aware of Su Chen's celebrity status. Regardless of whether Su Chen truly possessed medical skills, the fact remains that he was practicing without a license. With the soaring popularity of Perfect Lover, neglecting to act could result in severe repercussions. Everyone, please step aside, do not obstruct law enforcement, the lead officer implored, attempting to push through the throng. Yet, the villagers formed an unyielding barrier, refusing to budge an inch. Facing the villagers' fierce glares, the lead officer turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, as a public figure, please do not make this difficult for us. No sooner had the officer spoken than another individual entered from outside, sneering. Su Chen, are you now reduced to hiding behind the villagers you've deceived? Thank goodness you left Fanqing. Otherwise, who knows what terrible impact you would have caused us. Chen Fei. Su Chen cast him a glance, unfazed. Upon seeing Chen Fei, Shiryuchi immediately found her anchor. If not for the multitude of onlookers, she would have thrown herself into Chen Fei's embrace. Boss, Su Chen has defamed me. I intend to sue him until he is destitute. Ha, rest assured, that will happen, Chen Fei replied with a sinister glare at Su Chen, then provocatively glanced at Xia Xinghe. Don Ti go, I'll help you find someone, Xia Xinghe urged, grasping Su Chen's hand. However, Su Chen shook his head. The old fellows can be below, but I absolutely cannot hide in the back. Watch closely, I will perform this once. Su Chen released Xia Xinghe's hand and stepped out from the crowd. As he passed by the smug Chen Fei, he scoffed. It seems that while the east may not shine, the west is still bright. You read just as foolish as ever, Chen Fei. Do you even understand the law? Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points of defense breach value from Chen Fei. Chapter 90. I am his wife. Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback, but he then shrugged nonchalantly. Su Chen, aside from your verbal sparring, what else can you do? I can also urinate on your grave. I can help. Lu Yuan, Shinichen, and Lin Lin immediately sensed trouble and quickly distanced themselves from Chen Fei by 3 meters. As expected, the next moment, a deluge of rotten vegetable leaves and foul-smelling eggs rained down upon Chen Fei's face. He was utterly bewildered, unable to fathom how these individuals dared to strike him in front of the police. Officer, look at them. The leading officer scrutinized the elderly men standing at the forefront, several of whom were clad in vintage military uniforms from the last century. The red star on their hats seemed to shine brighter than the blood they had shed. Be quiet, the officer reprimanded Chen Fei. At that moment, Zhu Delong also approached. Officer, there must be some misunderstanding. The officer ignored Zhu Delong and turned to Su Chen. Do you have anything to say? Su Chen replied with a tone of grievance, Officer, I have not committed any crime. Ha! The officer scoffed, is that how you intend to explain yourself? You were seen practicing medicine without a license in the village by so many people. How do you plan to refute that? This basket of money is still here. Money, Su Chen furrowed his brow. This is the money from selling mangosteens. Indeed, this is the money we gave Xiao Su for the mangosteens, the villagers chimed in. The officer's frown deepened. Su Chen, your attitude is quite problematic. I must inform you that even if this money is from selling mangosteens, you are still suspected of practicing medicine without. Do you understand? Faced with the officer's authoritative warning, Su Chen remained unfazed. But I did not practice medicine. What? The officer burst. His sewing machine is probably smoking. This is truly unprecedented. While others end up in prison for tax evasion or illicit affairs, Su Chen has managed to get himself imprisoned for treating others. Su Chen, it's best to stop being stubborn and seek leniency. Su Chen. Confessing for leniency leads to a life sentence. Confessing is simply out of the question. At this moment, Su Chen calmly called over old Sunday. Sir, how did I help alleviate your arthritis just now? Old Sun, not how can you deny it now? Chen Fei interjected again. Fool. Su Chen shot him a glance and turned to the leading officer. Officer, you also heard it, my method of alleviating old Sun's arthritis was primarily through massage. And according to the laws of Longhua, massage itself does not constitute illegal medical practice, as it is generally considered a non-professional service aimed at health maintenance and relieving muscle tension, without involving medical treatment or diagnosis. Of course, if the massage involves acupuncture, traction, or other medical procedures, it may be regarded as illegal medical practice. If massages are deemed illegal practice, then wouldn't all massage therapists across the country be at risk of arrest? Su Chen smiled at Chen Fei. He then turned to the leading officer. Officer, during your training, when you tend to injuries, applying medicine and giving each other massages surely does not constitute a crime, right? The officer pondered for a moment before shaking his head. That is indeed not illegal. Zhu Delong's eyes widened in amazement, giving Su Chen a thumbs up. Brilliant! This argument is indeed sound. Su Chen's massage is not illegal. Well done, Su Chen, I've always thought you were clever. Ha, the notion that all therapists should be arrested is too much. The officer soon identified another issue with Su Chen. Even if massage is not illegal, how do you explain giving prescriptions to villagers with so many viewers in the livestream? The relaxed expressions on everyone's faces froze immediately. Su Chen nodded solemnly, I cannot refute that. However, why don't you take a look at the prescription I provided? The officer, observing Su Chen's confident demeanor, was tempted to ask who had instilled such confidence in him. Just then, the young man who had previously knelt before Su Chen appeared in the crowd. Su Chen waved at him. Young man, may I borrow your prescription? The young man's lips twitched. As he hesitated, his mother smacked the back of his head. Xiao Su asked you for the prescription. After a moment of struggle, the young man blushed and handed over a piece of paper. The officer took the prescription and was instantly dumbfounded. Duzhong, Dangshan, pigeon soup, 5 grams each of Duzhong, Huang Qi, and Dangshan, a dash of ginger and goji berries, and 1 pigeon. Oysters, chives, lamb, okra, goji berries, just finish it off. Take note, don't treat it like a recipe. Is this a prescription? The officer was left bewildered. Su Chen took the prescription and handed over another one. Braised radish boosts immunity, prevents cardiovascular diseases, aids digestion, clears heat, detoxifies, and alleviates cough. Vinegar stir-fried cabbage. Cabbage, also known as songkai, helps dispel moisture, reduce heat, and nourish the lungs to stop cough. Steamed potatoes, sweet and neutral in nature, they can harmonize the stomach and detoxify. Stir-fried broccoli, hand-torn chicken, beef stir-fried with celery. Is this really a prescription? Are you just listing dishes? Indeed, as the saying goes, food and medicine share the same source. It is not only prescriptions that can cure ailments. Sometimes, dietary therapy can also be a viable solution. The officer opened his mouth but suddenly found himself unable to refute Su Chen's words. Zhu Delong watched as the situation took another unexpected turn, nearly laughing out loud. This kid is advocating for dietary therapy. Just as the officer was at a loss for words, Chen Fei jumped in. Officer, don't listen to his nonsense. He is practicing medicine illegally. Arrest him. The officer, already irritated, felt even more enraged by Chen Fei's commanding tone. Has your mother ever made you ginger soup? The officer asked. Chen Fei was taken aback. Su, it seems there is some misunderstanding, but we still need you to accompany us for further questioning about some details. With the atmosphere easing, Su Chen nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Xia Xinghe, who had remained silent, stepped in front of Su Chen. I will go with you. The officer hesitated. Friends are only those with whom you shared a kiss. Su Chen? Officer, I am his wife.
Chapter 91 An Officer, My Life Matters Too. Wife. Upon hearing this term of endearment, not only was Su Chen taken aback, but the other individuals present were equally bewildered. Shu Delong scratched his head, bemused. His variety show was titled Perfect Lover, not Wife's Journey. Yet, the villagers seemed unconcerned with such distinctions. In their eyes, Xia Xing had epitomized the ideal granddaughter-in-law. When challenges arose, she truly stepped up. Grandpa's son nodded in approval. Xiao Su, if you meet a girl like Xiao Xia, you must marry her. Su Chen, huh? Bai Yiyao snapped back to reality, her excitement evident as she stomped her foot. No wonder she adored this girl, her charisma was simply overwhelming. Lin Lin and Qin Yushuan, as well as Lu Yuan and Shinichen, all gazed enviously at Su Chen. With such a wife, what more could a man desire? They certainly did not resemble a mere couple. An investigation might be warranted. Let us go. Xia Xinghan naturally linked her arm with Su Chen's, confidently striding towards the police car. The officers, witnessing their composure, couldn't help but nod in approval. Over the years, they had encountered numerous cases, yet finding a steadfast partner during critical moments was a rarity. Come on, you need to accompany us for a bit, one officer said, casting a glance at Chen Fei. Me? What for? Chen Fei was momentarily taken aback. The officer surveyed the surrounding villagers, who were brimming with indignation. You reported Su Chen. I'm uncertain what might befall you in my absence, so you might as well accompany us to the station for a statement. Chen Fei arrogantly scanned the crowd. A bunch of farmers, aside from hurling vegetable leaves and eggs, what else could they possibly do? With that thought, he couldn't help but scoff. Officer, I believe I don't need to smack. Before Chen Fei could finish his sentence, a sharp sound pierced the air. Grandpa's son blushed, quietly picking up a half-brick that had fallen at his feet. What did you say? The officer retorted with a cold smirk. Chen Fei's lips twitched in discomfort. I believe cooperating with law enforcement is the responsibility of every citizen. With that, he dashed into the police car. Even Su Chen, who had yet to board, couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. I won't watch the upcoming Olympic athletics without you. By the way, Director, there is something else, Su Chen said. Shu Delong quickly stepped forward. Rest assured, the production team will stand by your side. The cameraman will follow you to the police station, broadcasting the police's proceedings live. You will not face any injustice. Shin Yichen and Lu Yuan instantly turned pale, wishing to curse Su Chen's ancestors to the ends of the earth. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 150 breach points from Shin Yichen. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 breach points from Lu Yuan. Shu Delong stood there, watching as Su Chen and Xia Xinghan entered the police car. He pondered, stroking his stubble. At that moment, a staff member inquired, Director, what should we do about the money in this frame? Hearing this, Shu Delong's eyes brightened. Put it away. This is crucial data that will determine who wins this round of the tap. Wife. No, I must lend them a hand. Shu Delong murmured, snapping his fingers at Wu Chang, who was rummaging through Shin Yichen's pockets. Let us convene an urgent meeting at the villa later to discuss the mysterious reward for this round. In the bustling metropolis, in the office of the president of... Suddenly, his expression changed, fixating on Su Chen's handsome face, narrowing his eyes. You best behave, or I shall make you understand that there is no such thing as a breakup, only widowhood. Wang Quan. Zhang Bo. Wang Quan entered, bowing respectfully. Let us go, we're heading to the police station. At the police station. Name. Zhao Xiaotian. Gender. Male. Why were you fighting with your neighbor? Officer, I'm innocent, I did nothing wrong. As soon as I opened the door, he lunged at me. I was merely defending myself. Zhao Xiaotian was explaining when another middle-aged man suddenly stood up, fuming. Zhao Xiaotian, you're talking nonsense. You keep the entire neighborhood awake at night with that blasted speaker of yours. I've approached you countless times, do you even care? This is a serious disturbance. In his 20s, Zhao Xiaotian was easily provoked and immediately stood his ground. Zhou Ming, mind your language. What do you mean blasted speaker? That's a premium Harman Kardon I invested a fortune in. I've already reduced the volume to a mere 25% at home,
that's an insult to my Harman Kardon. What more do you want? You knock on my door every night and hurl insults at me. Isn't that a disturbance? Zhao Xiaotian and Zhou Ming were on the verge of blows. What is going on? Here in the police station, you still intend to fight? Do you not wish to leave? With that, both men glanced at the officer in unison. Officer, you must help me, look at the state Zhou Ming has put me in. Zhao Xiaotian pleaded. This should be easy to resolve. You two are fighting because Zhao Xiaotian believes Zhou Ming shouldn't knock on his door, while Zhou Ming feels that Zhao Xiaotian is both disturbing the peace and insulting him at home, correct? Both nodded. That's right. Then it's simple. Zhao Xiaotian, your speaker is supposedly only at 25% volume, yes? If you crank it up to 100%, you won't hear the knocking at all. And Zhou Ming 1T hears Zhao Xiaotian insulting him at home. Upon hearing this, both Zhou Ming and Zhao Xiaotian paused in confusion. The officer's suggestion seemed somewhat reasonable, yet not entirely. Reacting quickly, Zhou Ming protested. Officer, if he turns it up to 100, that's already a major disturbance. How could I possibly stay here? Look at you, getting flustered again. If he cranks it up, other neighbors will be disturbed too. Then, those neighbors will come to confront him, and you wouldn't even need to fight with him. Goodness, brilliant! Zhou Ming's eyes widened in astonishment, filled with admiration. Officer, you can't be serious. He has already beaten me to a pulp. If a few more neighbors join in, will I even survive? Zhao Xiaotian whimpered, near tears. When I say you're foolish, you refuse to accept it. If the volume is turned up to 100, with that noise, how could other neighbors discern which house the music is coming from? If someone confronts you, just feign indignation and tell them it's Zhou Ming next door blasting the music. Zhou Ming interjected. The logical genius Zhou Ming and Zhao Xiaotian simultaneously turned around. A square-faced police officer in uniform approached with a composed expression. Su Chen forced a couple of awkward laughs. Officer Su, I merely noticed how busy you are with work and wanted to lend a helping hand. No need for thanks, really. You're not a cop, are you? I never claimed to be. Ding, congratulations, host, you've gained 50 defense points from Zhao Xiaotian. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 50 defense points from Zhou Ming. He is no police officer. Officer Su took a seat at Su Chen's original spot. Su Chen immediately moved to sit beside Zhao Xiaotian. Name. Su Chen. Gender. Male. Su Chen. Be honest with me. Su Chen, I'm being honest. Observing the sudden shift in atmosphere, Zhao Xiaotian and Zhou Ming couldn't help but twitch their lips in exasperation. No fighting, this is the police station. Ha, Su Chen, have you become the judge now? Su Chen, you're simply defying the heavens. No joke, I genuinely think Su Chen is trying to make me laugh to death. If looks could kill, these two guys would. Xia Xinghe pondered for a moment before replying earnestly, this is already one of his more normal states. Cameraman, after Officer Su gathered Su Chen's basic information, he slammed his pen onto the table. Su Chen, I just stepped out for a moment to get some water, and you've already gone to the moon. Congratulations, host, you've gained 50 defense points from Su Tian. Su Chen, with a hint of discontent, smiled and zipped his lips with his fingers. He then leaned in to whisper to Xia Xinghe. What milk tea? Is it for Boya? Is it a package deal? It is. Then that is fine, 5% sugar. Su Chen nodded and turned to the cameraman. Milk tea? Drink it, the cameraman responded, overwhelmed with gratitude. It was indeed my brother Chen. Then you'll need to pull out your phone, mine is still with the production team. The cameraman hurriedly retracted his emotional response and pouted as he retrieved his phone. 10 minutes later, a delivery boy clad in Real Madrid gear arrived with 10 cups of milk tea. Su Chen silently slid one cup in front of Su Tian. Su Tian shot Su Chen a disgruntled glance but didn't refuse. He deserved this. Just then, Su Chen languidly remarked, Officer, indulge in some sweets, they can stimulate dopamine secretion and help alleviate your irritability. Ding, congratulations, host, you've gained 50 defense points from Su Tian. Su Tian, who had just taken a sip of milk tea, nearly crushed his teeth. He could only chew the pearls in the drink as if they were Su Chen. How audacious, does he think he is a celebrity? With a decisive thunk, Su Chen plunged the straw into the milk tea cup, lifting one to Xiaoxinghe's lips while bringing another to his own. The sweet milk tea, infused with a subtle tea fragrance, was indeed delightful when it was free. Xiaoxinghe's eyes sparkled with joy. Today's milk tea was exceptionally sweet. Just as the atmosphere turned harmonious, a man in a hat, accompanied by a young man and woman, walked in, and the stylishly dressed girl, upon sitting in front of Su Tian, burst into loud sobs. "Woohoo, officer, he is not a decent person. He got me pregnant, and doesn't he want to take responsibility?" The young man, hearing this, immediately rushed to explain. "Officer, she is lying, I never even entered her room that night. She nearly beat me to death just now. There is no way she looks pregnant. Look at my face, it's still swollen." Su Tian frowned and turned to the girl. "Take your time and explain how you two met." Seeing Su Tian address her first, the girl's sobs grew. "Then I got drunk, and now I'm pregnant." Su Tian paused for a moment. "Several people?" He glanced at the young man. "You were drinking with several people, yet you claim you didn't enter her room. Why is she looking for you?" The young man, clearly frustrated, slapped himself across the face. "I was the only one who added her on WeChat. Today she said she needed to see me." Su Chen set down his milk tea, unable to stifle a gasp. "I know, could it be alcohol is also a form of essence?" "Ding, congratulations, host, you've gained 50 defense points from Wu Shuai." "Ding. Congratulations, host, you've gained 50 defense points from Su Aiai." "Ding, congratulations, host, you've gained 60 defense points from Su Tian." "Su Tian, shut your mouth." Su Chen beamed, quietly biting down on the milk tea straw. The comments were in absolute chaos. "Ah, Su Chen, do you even hear what you're saying? As the saying goes, alcohol is also essence, and skill is still skill, right? Ah, I'm laughing so hard that I'm ruining my bedboard. Su Chen, you owe me a new one." Su Chen's words, even in the realm of absurdity, are remarkably absurd. At that moment, a middle-aged officer in uniform strolled leisurely over to Su Chen. "You must be Su Chen?" Su Chen glanced at the insignia on his shoulder and straightened his expression. "I am Lu Gang, the chief of the police station in Magic City." Lu Gang smiled kindly at Su Chen. "I've watched your livestream. I'm curious if your massage skills are truly as remarkable as they say." "Are you asking me to give you a massage?" Su Chen regarded him with a peculiar expression. Lu Gang, feeling his secret exposed, remained unperturbed. "As police officers, we often carry a few injuries. To be honest, I'd like to give it a try." Seemingly recalling something, Lu Gang added, "Rest assured, it's just a massage. It has nothing to do with practicing medicine without a license." Upon hearing this, Su Chen's expression grew even more peculiar. He shook his head. "What I mean is, massages come at a different price." Chapter 93. Kidney deficiency, suggested to report work injury. Lu Gang was momentarily taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. "You truly are remarkable, managing to bring business all the way to the police station." Su Chen took a sip of his milk tea and glanced over at Xiaoxinghe, who was also sipping her drink, and sighed, "There's no choice. It's not easy for someone like me with family responsibilities." Upon hearing this, Xiaoxinghe nodded earnestly. "It is indeed quite a challenge to earn a living to support me." Lu Gang chuckled resignedly. "All right then, show me what you can do. If the results are satisfactory, we shall refer you more business." "Certainly." Su Chen nodded. "What seems to be bothering you?" "Please don't let this excuse me from paying for your massage. I understand, however, this gunshot wound is quite old and has likely affected the bone," Su Chen replied. "Is it incurable?" Lu Gang couldn't help but feel anxious. "It can be treated, but it will require additional payment." Lu Gang. "Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 defense points from Lu Gang." The bustling police station lobby fell silent in an instant. All the officers gazed at Su Chen in disbelief. "Good heavens, how dare you!" Su Tian, who was taking notes nearby, felt his hand trembled. Is this guy really a celebrity? The cameraman beside them was already sweating profusely. You come to the police station for an interview, and you're raising the price while sipping milk tea? Is Su Chen really this bold? Ah, what a money-grabbing fellow. I once entered the police station with the same bravado as Su Chen, until 3 police batons shattered my inherent pride. This is too intense. I wouldn't be surprised if Su Chen doesn't make it out today. I suspect that even if Su Chen were sent to operate a sewing machine, he'd still thank them for the meals and lodging. This young man's mind is certainly not like that of an ordinary person. Lu Gang smacked his lips, momentarily at a loss for words. Fine, if it can be treated, I can agree to the extra payment. But if it cannot be cured, you will owe me a late-night snack, as even for summons and verification, it cannot exceed 24 hours. If possible, I would like to have some crayfish for that late-night snack. After saying this, Su Chen turned to Xia Xinghe. Is crayfish all right? Xia Xinghe pondered for a moment and nodded, half with garlic and half spicy, thank you. Lu Gang felt a strange heaviness in his chest. He could only mask his stiff expression with laughter. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, what the hell? Su Chen, you are indeed an amusing young man, please help me take a look. Su Chen did not respond this time and stood up in front of Lu Gang. While kneading the area of the gunshot wound, he explained, when our injuries penetrate deeply into the dermis and subcutaneous tissue, scars form anew blood vessels and nerves grow within them, and when the blood vessels in the scar are stimulated by cold, dampness, or low atmospheric pressure, they continuously constrict. This reduction in blood flow or slow circulation prevents metabolic waste from being expelled in a timely manner, leading to insufficient local blood supply, which diminishes the scar tissue's tolerance to pain. Simultaneously, the scar tissue may contract due to stimulation, exerting pressure, or pulling on nerve fibers, resulting in pain in the old injury site. In simple terms, as we say in traditional Chinese medicine, pain indicates blockage. If left untreated for a long time, the dampness and cold will also affect the bones near the scar. To achieve a complete cure, acupuncture is indispensable. However, at this moment, I cannot perform acupuncture and can only use massage to prevent further deterioration of your condition. As Su Chen spoke, he began employing his massage techniques. Lu Gang could distinctly feel the muscles in his upper arm warming and swelling slightly. The persistent hidden pain that had plagued him for years was suddenly alleviated, leaving him feeling remarkably relaxed. Lu Gang's face lit up with joy. I must say, it does feel significantly better. Is your skill inherited? Su Chen continued his movements, his expression growing nostalgic. This tale begins, do I look like a 3-year-old? Su Chen pouted slightly. If I were to say it was a gift from the system, wouldn't you think I consider you a fool? The conversation between the two grew sparse. Half an hour later, Su Chen patted Lu Gang's upper arm. That will be all for now. After 3 more massage sessions, you should no longer feel pain when it rains. As for a complete cure, once I obtain my... Sitting upright, Su Chen felt for a moment. Lu Gang suddenly noticed Su Chen's expression had turned grave. The old saying goes, one need not fear a smiling Western doctor, but rather the solemnity of a Chinese medicine practitioner. Lu Gang instantly grew apprehensive. Su Chen, am I all right? Su Chen raised his eyes to Lu Gang and shook his head seriously. I was contemplating how you would pay me once I return to the program. Put. Xia Xinghe couldn't help but laugh. Lu Gang's expression hardened. Had he not been unarmed today, he would have truly wished to silence Su Chen. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 defense points from Lu Gang. What is causing this foggy mind of mine? Su Chen retracted his hand leisurely and replied, you have kidney deficiency. Clang. It felt as if a thunderclap had struck. All eyes turned to Lu Gang. Piercing his skin with embarrassment, he sprang up abruptly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I haven't been home in ages. How could I have kidney deficiency? Xia Xinghe blinked and lamented, how unfortunate for your wife. After saying this, Xia Xinghe unexpectedly reached out and placed her small hand on Su Chen's wrist, her long lashes fluttering.
Su Chen's expression darkened. How could I be deficient? I am robust.
Indeed, men tend to be remarkably stubborn on certain topics.
Xia Xinghe seemed to have pierced through the truth. Believe it or not, I'll sue you for defamation. Su Chen threatened. Experience is the true teacher. Wait, why has the tone shifted so abruptly? Xia Xinghe, do you really want to hear what you're saying? Hey, is this a supernatural occurrence? Someone's getting a bit too flirty here. Su Chen, you need to keep an eye on Xia Xinghe.
She is throwing out some rather risky comments.
Did I just hear Su Chen has kidney deficiency? Let it spread, let it spread. Su Chen is not capable. Breaking news. Su Chen is infatuated with the little blue pill. Chapter 94 Officer, she hit me. Lu Gang listened to the exchange between the two, feeling utterly embarrassed. The fact that the anti-vice operation didn't apprehend the two of you is a dereliction of our duties. At this moment, Su Chen cleared his throat and said, Director Lu, I'm not joking, you really do have kidney deficiency. Ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 50 points of Lu Gang's vulnerability. Lu Gang's teeth ground audibly, yet he heard Su Chen continue in a serious tone, I must clarify that kidney deficiency is not solely caused by playing cards. The reason for your kidney deficiency is intricately linked to your gunshot wound. Prolonged illness severely affects your sleep. When you cannot rest well at night and face the heavy burdens of police work during the day, the lack of rest naturally depletes your kidney energy, leading to deficiency. Thus, I suggest you file for a work-related injury. What nonsense is this? Lu Gang's jaw nearly dropped to the floor. Can one really file for a work-related injury due to kidney deficiency? Truly, life has its surprises. Initially, the officers, who had held Lu Gang in high regard upon learning the reason for his kidney deficiency, were now deep in contemplation after hearing that line about filing for work-related injuries due to it. Suddenly, enlightenment dawned upon them. Did I just imagine that, filing for work-related injuries due to kidney deficiency? Kidney deficiency arises from staying up late. Staying up late is due to work. Work is for the company, so kidney deficiency equates to working for the company. What a perfect loop. Goodness, what a brilliant idea. Su Chen is truly the spokesperson for us workers. Wonderful, Su Chen is here. We workers are saved. Admittedly, it did make a certain sense. Lu Gang nodded earnestly. Then, with a sudden wave of his hand, he scrutinized the other officers. What kind of nonsense is this? You little rascals, dare you use kidney deficiency to file for a work-related injury? Just wait until I deal with you. The officers on site were left utterly speechless. The police station's hall erupted into a chorus of laughter amidst the clamor. A police car came to a steady stop at the entrance. The door swung open, and two officers disdainfully dragged a disheveled man in his 30s out of the vehicle. Officer Han, we're quite familiar with each other. Can you not be so rough? The disheveled man feigned pain, grinning widely as he made his way into the police station. Upon catching a whiff of the station's air, tinged with a hint of smoke, he couldn't help but inhale deeply, exclaiming, Yes, this is the scent. Returning to the police station feels just like coming home. I absolutely adore this place. Wang Defa, shut your mouth. An officer beside him shoved him, tugging at his clothing as they brought him to a desk not far from Su Chen and the others. Hey, Officer Su is busy, Wang Defa smirked at Su Tian. Su Tian, who had just sipped his milk tea, immediately frowned in annoyance, finding his drink suddenly lacking in sweetness. Su Chen poked Su Tian. What is this guy doing at the police station? It feels like a family visit. Su Tian shook his head in disbelief. This fellow is Wang Defa, a street punk who frequently gets brought in for harassing women. Sexual harassment, This guy is a habitual offender. He neither takes pictures nor films, he simply touches and runs, and each time, he manages to evade capture due to the blind spots in the surveillance. Just then, Wang Defa let out a sudden wail. I'm hungry, officer, I'm hungry. You've wronged me. You must give me something to eat. Officer, please bring me a bowl of Longjiang pig trotter rice. I want to savor the romance of being a man. Su Chen stared at Wang Defa in disbelief.
Goodness gracious, this guy is even more audacious than when he entered the police station. Seemingly noticing Su Chen's gaze, Wang Defa glanced over, and when his eyes landed on Xia Xinghe, they lit up.
Divine Goddess. Goddess Xia Xinghe. My heavens, I can't believe I bumped into Goddess Xia Xinghe here. You're my favorite from Perfect Lovers. A kiss for the goddess. Wang Defa squinted, his expression as lecherous as it was possible to be.
Xia Xinghe, sipping her milk tea, cast a cold glance at Wang Defa. He smacked his lips in delight. The goddess looked at me. Su Chen's expression instantly turned cold. At that moment, a cool little hand suddenly grasped his palm, accompanied by a crisp voice in his ear, "Be good, drink your milk tea."
Xia Xinghe then stood up, smiling as she approached Wang Defa in surprise. "Do you know me?"
Wang Defa was taken aback that Xia Xinghe would acknowledge him, and even smile at him. The twinkling stars in her eyes nearly captivated him. "Of course, I know you. I think about you every day, Xia Xinghe. Why not leave Su Chen? This pretty boy looks unreliable."
"Does that mean you're reliable?"
Xia Xinghe's smile grew ever brighter as she stepped in front of the surveillance camera, extending her hand. "Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." Wang Defa stared at her delicate hand, swallowing hard, as he reached out with his greasy paw to grasp Xia Xinghe's hand. Just as he was about to make contact, Xia Xinghe stepped back, letting out a shriek. "Assault!" As the scream echoed, Xia Xinghe swiftly grabbed a metal thermos from the desk and swung it toward him.
With a resounding bang,
Wang Defa's nose and mouth erupted with blood as he howled in agony. Having struck her target, Xia Xinghe discarded the thermos and turned, weeping as she rushed into Su
Tian and Lu Gang's lips twitched slightly. "Ahem. You filthy woman, how dare you hit me?"
"Officer, she hit me. Wang Defa pointed at Xia Xinghe in pain.
"Officer, you must arrest her," Wang Defa exclaimed, raising his head abruptly.
"Wait, are you joking? She hit me, and I'm the one who was harassing? Well, it's good that you admit it." Wang Defa felt a wave of pressure in his chest. In a fit of rage, he laughed sarcastically. "Oh, so it's a joint effort to bully me, is it? Oh, my heart hurts.
I am going to faint."
Wang Defa wailed dramatically, clutching his chest, and with a loud thud, he collapsed from his chair to the ground, motionless. Su Chen's eyelids twitched as he silently discarded the pen that Xia Xinghe had.
In a few swift strides, he reached Wang Defa, his expression grave as he took hold of his wrist. The next moment, Su Chen's expression shifted through a range of emotions, from hesitation to determination, before settling into two solemn characters. Judgment, Chapter 95. A punishing evil and promoting good. Su Tian and Lu Gang observed that Su Chen's expression was far from relaxed as they regarded Su Chen. They were concerned that Xia Xinghe might have truly harmed Wang Defa and hurriedly inquired, "Is he alright?" Su Chen released his grip on Wang Defa's wrist and then moved his hand to his neck, playfully feeling around before responding with a smile. "He is fine. Just needs to eat a couple of sour plums." "What on earth?" Lu Gang, with a stern expression, approached Wang Defa and coldly remarked, "Wang Defa, it seems you genuinely do not wish to leave. You dare to play tricks even in the police station? Lift him up." Su Tian commanded, and without delay, they began to drag Wang Defa upwards. However, Wang Defa was resolute in his intent to feign injury, resembling a pile of mud. No matter how Su Tian tugged, he remained unresponsive. "Wait!" Su Chen interjected, positioning himself in front of Wang Defa with a serious demeanor. "How can you treat a patient so roughly? This situation arose because of us, and I must take responsibility for him." Lu Gang was perplexed by Su Chen's antics.
Yet, he understood Wang Defa, this seasoned trickster, once entangled, would not easily let go, even if you were a celebrity. Even if, hypothetically, Su Chen possessed exceptional medical skills, no one could awaken. No matter how skilled the physician, one cannot cure a con artist feigning illness. Such matters were best left to them to resolve. Just as Lu Gang was about to admonish Su Chen for his reckless behavior, Su Chen had already crouched in front of Wang Defa, gripping his calf with both hands and displaying a merciless grin. "Call me sir."
"Oh, whoa." Su Chen's thumb suddenly exerted force, pressing firmly on Wang Defa's DJ acupoint.
A wave of intense pain surged from that point along his calf to his thigh, completely engulfing his mind. Wang Defa emitted a wail reminiscent of a slaughtered pig.
"Oh, awake now?"
Su Chen chuckled. Yet, after that cry, Wang Defa fell silent once more, as if the earlier outburst had not originated from him at all. Seeing that Wang Defa was indeed uninjured, Lu Gang and Su Tian relaxed, sipping hot tea as they quietly observed Su Chen's performance. Congratulations on passing the first hurdle. You have successfully piqued my interest, Su Chen declared, as his palm descended to Wang Defa's Changshan acupoint. Pressing down with vigor, Wang Defa emitted a muffled grunt. Although he refrained from screaming, his entire body tensed and trembled, even his toes secretly exerting force. The overwhelming agony invaded his mind. Su Chen had no intention of relenting. Holding his grip tightly, waves of excruciating pain caused Wang Defa to writhe uncontrollably. The resentment building within him was so profound that even the most formidable of foes would shudder at his plight. Congratulations, host, you have received 100 points of Wang Defa's defense value. Ding, congratulations, host, you have received another 100 points of Wang Defa's defense value. The system notifications chimed continuously. Su Chen appeared to have discovered some sort of glitch, a twisted smile gradually spreading across his face. Ah, prepare to face judgment. Die for me. Su Chen's fingers danced, suddenly landing on the Zusanli acupoint. An unprecedented wave of agony washed over Wang Defa, causing his voice to tremble as he emitted a sound akin to a lament. He writhed on the ground like a character intoxicated by a potent elixir, desperately attempting to escape Su Chen's torment. Such endurance? Su Chen taunted. Yet, he stubbornly remained sprawled on the ground. Su Chen was in no rush. At that moment, he felt as if he had entered a realm of profound understanding, exploring uncharted territories. Human body switches, how amusing, how delightful. Su Chen is simply a living embodiment of death. The false pretenses of traditional Chinese medicine saving lives, juxtaposed with the true nature of traditional Chinese medicine punishing evil and promoting good. You two are simply outrageous. One swings a steel cup, and the other renders this fellow worse than dead. Xiaoxing has shattered my dreams of a wife with a single cup. Who would dare call anyone wife now? Are Su Chen and Xiaoxing acquainted with one another? You two are more terrifying than terrorists. Not to mention, Su Chen, your laughter is infuriating. What do you mean by combining lewdness with mockery? As the comments suggested, Su Chen was utterly exhilarated, especially at the sound of Wang Defa's cries, which filled him with a sense of euphoria. Under Su Chen's merciless torment, Wang Defa could no longer endure. He abruptly opened his tightly shut eyes, scrambling to rise, yet, Su Chen clung fiercely to his calf, cackling wickedly. Help, officer, save me! Wang Defa cried, this is simply, Xiaoxing has snatched a towel and promptly covered Wang Defa's mouth, manually silencing him. No shouting. You might bite your tongue. Gurgle, gurgle. Ding, congratulations, host. You have received another